What up, what up, what up, everybody? This is Angela on my Talk to Me Nice podcast. Good morning, good morning, good morning to everyone. I'm going to give it a minute so a couple of people can enter the room. Good morning, Lana. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, Tia. Good morning, Nancy. Good morning. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Now that I see a couple of my moderators are here, I'm going to go ahead and get going. Okay, so a lot of questions I avoid on here because I feel like sometimes it's trolling, it's not actual curiosity. It's just people wanting to probe or be nitpicky or be petty because YouTube is a very petty space. And when I was on Facebook, a lot of these same questions were asked to me, but they were asked from an authentic place, from just a place of curiosity. But there's a lot of trolling on YouTube. So a lot of questions I have avoided, like questions about my sons. Well, what about your sons? Of course, I avoided that for a very long time because it's just remedial to me. It's just like, why would you even ask a mother how she feels about her sons? It's just, it doesn't make sense until you see people, running around talking about small children. And so it made me think today, are these questions trolling or are people really curious? So one of the things that I get a lot is I don't seem like the type of woman who would date white men. Now, I don't know what type of woman you envision dating white men. I don't know if you assume that dating white men is some type of privilege. I don't know if you believe that a woman has to speak a certain type of way, act a certain type of way, come from certain places. Like that question has always been kind of silly and goofy to me. And to me, it spoke more to the person saying it and how they felt about themselves as opposed to me. I don't know what type of man, what type of woman you think deserves a white man. Because to me, it's like you're saying, do you deserve this white man? And I'm gonna make this a open panel. So I'm gonna be dropping the link and I'm gonna pin it. Let me go ahead and do that. Because I want to talk to everybody about since I've been in this space. And it was always very telling of who was asking the question. Leverage to date a white man. You don't have to do anything to date a white man, but be a woman. He's a man, he's just white. So you don't have to be anything. You don't have to get all I don't know. Like I don't that question has always aggravated me, which is why I stayed away from him because it's very immature and childish. But I don't know what type of woman you think of in your mind when you think of a woman that dates a white man. Like what do you think this woman is? Do you think she's Claire Hustable? Do you think that who do you think this woman is? She's a woman, it's a man. It's really quite easy to figure out. It's a woman and it's a man and they date. What do you think, Angelina, about that question? Like, do you think that it's just some type of mystical or mythical woman running around here that they think dates white men? Like, what do you think that black woman looks like that dates white men?
Oh, I know exactly what they mean because they think all black women are a monolith, right? Like you
Mhm.
listen to different music. I like country music, but also I'm from the dirty South. I'm from Two Live Crew, Plies. I can still pop it and twerk. So they have some idea that like any woman that's dating out is a self-hating black woman, that you're prim and proper, that you're not in tune with black culture. That's exactly what they mean. Like you don't fit that box of what they assume a black woman that dates out is, because you are still pro black or whatever we want to call ourselves. You still
Mhm.
are proud to be who you are. Like they feel like they think that we're like black men that date out, and black men that date out are self-hating. It's completely different for us. So I know exactly what they mean.
That's what I was saying. So basically, what they saying, it's to me, what it sounds like is they believe you don't deserve a white man, and to me, that just proves our point more than anything about black men. If you're looking at black women thinking they don't deserve a white man, what are you really saying? What you're saying is that you think white men deserve the best of the best of black women. Is what you're saying,
No, but the reality is that we are the best of the best because we can bring
right?
in all cultures and all worlds. Like, listen, I'm so upset I missed your live last night, but I was in here twerking, listening to music, and didn't notice. But here's the
Mhm.
thing: it's like I because I've been so detached and haven't dated out for so many years, basically my whole life. I
Mhm.
can mingle with black men because I know that I never give them access to me. So it's a completely different relationship with them. And I'm so glad that you're there because like they don't annoy me now. If there's a group of 5 or 6 of them, I'm a head out. But if it's one on one, I'm cool. But it's
Yeah.
like they feel like black women that date out have to be like white women. But it's like, but we got the sauce. We don't have to be anything different than what we are because everybody's trying to try on our skin. So they feel like, oh, you date white men, you got to be white, but that's not what they're looking for. No real guy, unless he's a wigger, and I don't really roll like that.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
like,
like them either.
yeah, no white guy, and most of the white guys that I've dated have never dated out before. The men that I married had never dated out before. So it's
Mhm.
like if you come to the table authentically yourself, people are gonna like you. You got a great
Mhm.
personality, you're fun. It don't matter. And that's the thing that I wish black women would understand is that men don't care what shades you come in. If you're beautiful and they enjoy your company, they don't care. Like you got to go out there and find the best man that's going to treat you the way you deserve to be treated. You don't have to have all these ideas and you got to take all these classes. Like that's just stupid. These women clearly haven't dated out, not really.
That's
So,
what I say all the time. I say that I think at this point, dating outside of your race is just being used as like a gimmick or kind of like a stitch, for people to use and gain leverage from because it's really not that serious, y'all, for people who have been dating out for forever.
forever.
It's just, just doing it. And it really wasn't even like, dating out wasn't even anything that I even called it. I didn't even call it dating out until I got in this space because when I was doing similar commentary on Facebook, because I started on Facebook with my commentary and with my online advocacy, and I wasn't saying date out. I don't even think I was really talking about dating white men. I didn't start really talking about it a lot until I came in this space, but it was never classified as dating out. It was classified as dating,
Period.
dating.
Yeah.
So I'm not, I feel like this space has taunted the minds of people. I feel like this space is so disingenuous with the message and everything that's being said. It needs some sprucing up. You need to take my class to spruce this shit the fuck back up because nobody even considered it dating out, y'all. We were just dating.
I liked who I liked and I dated them. If they liked me, if I met a guy and he liked me and wanted to take me out, I didn't care what color he was. It's really
Yep.
that simple. But
Mm-hmm.
but I don't like that too. I don't like, and I hate to say this because I'm not being a hater, but I don't like all these like interracial YouTube channels because I'm like,
Mm.
a relationship is a relationship. It's the same shit. We all doing the same thing. And I'm like, you're literally profiting off of the fact that you're interracial. And it just it don't make me feel good. I'm like, I don't like
It's
that.
creepy to me when
It's
I be seeing them
crazy.
like sitting up there all prepped up and
It's
you know
crazy.
it's creepy.
I
Hmm.
was like, what even is this? Like, I just don't like that.
Yep.
Because it makes me feel like they're putting white men on a pedestal, like, oh, look, I got me a Brad. And I'm like,
Hmm.
everybody can get a Brad. I mean, just saying, I don't
Yep.
like it. But maybe I'm crazy, but I just
No,
don't
you're not
like
crazy. You normal.
it.
For the longest. I got this question for the longest. I would get, I don't believe she dates out. She's not good enough for white men, and etc. So it's like I kind of poked at him a little bit by posting a picture of me on a date and then showing a video of me with Scott. But it took 5 years to do that. I only did it to shut them down and shut them up and to get them to open their mind and open their ears. It's just, I don't know what people think a black woman is supposed to look like that dates a white man, but that was the point of me doing that to you. I could show you countless things. I could be on camera every date I go on. Like I said, I'm dating 3 white guys right now. 3. And I see them when I want to. I date them when I want to. But it's very funny to me and very telling that you have identified what type of woman you think is because see, I'm just speaking from their point of view, Angelina. I'm not speaking from ours. But it's funny to me that you've identified what type of woman you think is worthy of the white man's ice. Because y'all black men think the white man's ice is colder.
But
So
like,
I'm starting to think,
but black women been popping since conception. Like, what are they even talking about? Like,
girl, I don't
everybody
know.
trying to be us. Like, it's crazy. Like, why would any black woman that dates out have to change who she is? Like, we came here with BBLs. What they talking about? Like,
Right.
I don't even understand.
I don't get it either. That's why I always avoided the question. I was like, I'm going to avoid that question because it's just stupid. And then I was thinking to myself, I said, you know what? Let me entertain it right quick. Because I want them to tell me what they think. Because you had a white guy on the panel last night. It just came out of nowhere. And he expected for me to roll out the red carpet for him. He thought I was being rude when he came on because when he came on and I heard his voice, I went, I was
Yeah,
irritated.
like, why are you here?
Right. Yeah. Yes. And so, of course, he felt like I should have gave him a better introduction, or I don't know what he thought, but he jumped down, and then I think he just kind of was like, okay, I may have been being a little bit childish. So then he came back up, and we let him up, and he told us he was a white guy. He was Greek. He said that he does not like dating outside of his race, and he prefers to date within. And in the comment section, everybody started saying, well, why are you here? Why are you here?
Yeah, why was he there?
I don't know.
What was he? Was he there to humble the black women?
I
Like
don't know.
you
I
can't
don't know.
humble us. Like, we are the culture. We are it. We are everything. Like, you can't humble me. I can't be stopped. Like, I don't know. I just think they expect a black woman who's dating out to be in a poodle skirt with her hair and 2 pigtails, prim and proper. And listen, every woman of a certain age can go in any room and conduct herself properly. Like I say, I can be ratchet, but I also can have on stilettos and be proper too. Like, no one's a monolith. All women have all these different personalities, and that's just the thing. Because I got it from black people. Like, soon as they know my husband is white, they think that I'm no longer black or something. So it's like you get it from both ends. Like, they're like, oh, I didn't know you like rap music. I'm like, I'm from the dirty South. Like, what you talking about? But I
Right.
still could go to a country concert and have a good time. It's like,
I think that the idea of it all is just so annoying, especially for the person that we're particularly like indirectly speaking about, the classes and everything. It just,
the
I feel like that
classes
set, yeah,
since
that just like set black women back so bad. Like black women have done some things out of desperation in the media and online that have literally just like set black women back, y'all. It's keeping us in this begging position. Like we're always just thirsty.
it's like
And that's probably why that white man showed up.
I
He
yeah, because we went from begging, you black women went from begging for black men's attention to now you got to mold yourself into something that no man is interested in order to get a man, which makes no sense.
Mhm.
Like I don't know. I don't like the classism. I don't like the old black women. You're not good enough to date out, huh? Pay $8.99 so I can teach you how to be desirable to white men. Like that's foolishness.
That's some deep rooted bullshit.
Self-hate.
Like,
And it's some self-hate too, because like where are you even coming from in a place that you feel like you aren't good enough the way you are? Like we all
mhm,
need to evolve and change and grow for sure. But it's
mhm,
like I've never felt like I've had to be anything but myself.
mhm.
And men aren't attracted to that really, because if you're putting on a facade to keep a man, like how long can you hold that up? Like,
Mhm.
that's crazy to me. But yeah, I just think it's the classism. And it's like these women came into the space like dating out was something new.
Right.
Like, man, I'm the original OG.
Right. Girl, when I came on YouTube and I saw so many black women talking about it, I'm like, what the fuck? Like so what y'all been doing? Y'all just really been primary only dating black men? Like seriously?
That's crazy. I
I
know,
was
right?
actually kind of shocked. Like, so you mean to tell me you only date black men? Only dated black men your whole life?
It's especially the way they be out here wild. And I'm like, why would you even do that? Why would you do that? Like they really be getting on my nerves. Like, you mean like the way they get on y'all nerves, y'all never thought, let me try something else. You was like, I'm just gonna keep doing this. Like, that's crazy to me.
And to me, it was like weird because it was like, okay, so what have you been doing in your life to where you seriously have never bumped into not one white man that was attracted to you? Like never, like not at work, not at school, not out and about, not nowhere. No white man has ever hit on you. Like
It's
I just find that strange.
No,
Like,
they're just afraid. They're afraid. I mean, listen, my mom's very anti-dating out, but she's older. I get it. But she's just like, oh, I've had white guys try to talk to me, but I can't talk about black issues. And I'm like, I mean, who trying to talk about that all the time anyway? Like, I'm not trying to be sit with my man talking about the oppression Olympics. So I'm like, I don't even know what that means.
I don't even give a goddamn about the oppression
Yeah,
Olympics.
like it ain't
So yeah, I don't care. Like that, like I said, as black women, we need to keep our mouth off of children. But whatever y'all say
absolutely.
about black men, I don't give a fuck what's going on with that. Like, I don't care. I'm so completely removed and indifferent. I do not care. I
I just
don't.
don't. No, I don't understand why you fight in battles for somebody who's been dragging you through the streets for 12 generations. Like, it's crazy to me.
Yeah. Buy
Like,
your dookie braids, girl. Buy your dookie braids. That's why I said I don't know. This question just always was like so silly to me that I never really answered it. But it's like I think it speaks more, it's kind of like a projection for the people asking the question. They automatically assume that there's some type of way you gotta be. And it's just not that way for people who genuinely like we do it because that's what we do. And it's not because something failed us. Like it's a lot of people don't start looking towards non-black men's way until they were failed.
yeah,
Okay.
until they got
So
dogged out.
yep.
And that was never the reason. Like, I just was always attracted to them. I thought they were attractive and I really didn't care. But I just think it's more than anything, it's really hard for black women because the black community is just they always want to tell us what to do. And I think for
Hmm.
so many black women, it's so hard for them to live their lives for them. So when they see black women that aren't like we are, that have gone against the grain and never cared what other people thought. They're like, well, but you don't look a certain way. Like you look like me. But I'm thinking, what do you think women that date out look like?
Exactly. And thank you for that comment too on the backup authentic Ash. I see you down there. Kay Lovett says, laugh out loud. I have not dated a white man, Angela. My grandmother told me at 9 years old to get that out my head, and I never dated one yet. And I work from home, so it's hard to run into them. Well, now, why would your granny tell you that?
Well,
Granny.
listen, my mom done brought up slavery. She'd be like, how could you date them in slavery? And I'm like, how do you only date black men with all the atrocities they've committed against us? It's like they have a blinding eye. But like dead ass, my mom told me, she's like, I would date a black guy and let him dog me out before I date a white guy that treated me good. So you just got to understand
Oh, no.
the craziness of it all. But that's just their thought process. That's
Okay, love it. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, that's why I said thank you, Authentic Ash, with the follow-up comment of no judgment, just surprised. Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised because I'd be like, dang, like I'd be really wondering how do black women, go through life and they just never have been approached by a white man or never been in a situation where they saw that a white man liked them or so it's just a little intriguing.
well, it's drilled into your head that they're the white devil. I mean, it's drilled into your head your whole life. So I mean, it took a lot for us to just do it, but we're just the type of women that don't care what people think and we do what we want to do. But for so many women, it's so hard.
Oh, so Kay Lovett is saying that her grandmother, she was racist.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I hear you now, Kay Lovett. I hear you. So what do you think now, Kay Lovett? Like, do you would you consider it now or because I do find that I see why there's such a conversation and think piece surrounded around what that type of black woman looks like that dates outside of her race. I get the think piece part of it because in the black community, first of all, they nosy as hell. You know that the black community is nosy. They are messy and they stay in black women's business. I mean, they stay in black women's business. Okay. So I get, all of the conversations surrounded around what we do and how we do it. But I just be wondering, I'll be like, all of these professional black women, like, that's typically how you meet white men in professional settings. So it's like, to me, I'll be like, how didn't a situation occur? You know what I'm saying? Like, because for me, honey, they was occurring. I remember when I worked, I was maybe like 24. I worked in like this customer service center. Well, you know how those places are. They're big and you sit in these little cubicles. And there was a white guy there that was in accounting. He was in the financial or finance department. And he would have to come through the floor sometimes, you know what I'm saying, and do something and oh my God, was he in love with me? Like he would come by and look at me and smile at me. And his birthday came up one day and they brought him a cake. He cut me a slice and brought it down to me on the floor. So naturally, we started dating. You know what I'm saying? But it like he literally would come down and just gawk at me. Like everybody knew in the whole building, and this was a huge building. It was AT&T customer service. And he had a crush on me. And everybody knew he had a crush on me. Everybody. And when they compliment you, it's like he used to say I was hot. That's what it was. She's so hot. And that's what it was. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, in workplaces, if they like you, they make it be known. Like I mean, or do they make it be known, or had they probably had some experience with a black woman before? What do you think, Angelina?
Okay, well, first of all, here's the issue. The elephant in the room is that when white men say something to black women, they automatically give that, oh, he fetishizing me. And I'm like, but the black dude will walk up to you and be like, damn, your ass is fat, blah, 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 and you cool with that. So that's the first hurdle is, every black woman, if they've never dated out and some white guy comes up to them, a lot of them are like, oh, he just want to have slave sex with me. And I'm thinking maybe he
Mhm.
just likes you.
Yeah. Yeah, he just liked me. We dated for a little minute. He liked me a lot, and he was very fucking handsome. He was very handsome. And it was like a natural attraction for both of us. Both of us was smitten, with each other. We would just, how you see somebody and you think they so attractive and they think you so attractive and y'all just kind of skin and grin in each other's face like children. It was that type of vibe. Okay. So I've had situations like that, y'all, with white men. That's why I'm asking the audience, have you ever bumped into that situation at work or at school, somewhere where you see that same white guy that just kind of takes a liking to you? Because those situations are real. Hey, not, I could, Roots, citing Roots, and what is this? Oh yeah, the black man out the home hashtag. But yeah, I just wanted to come and talk about that because it's been like very intriguing to me, a question that I kind of avoided because I'm just like, really, are people really asking this? But at the same time, I think the projection is what needs to be discussed because it's really the projection. It's not the people that are dating outside of their race. It's the projection from you. The projection from you says a lot about how you think about yourself, because you shouldn't feel like there is anybody out there that, can't get the opposite sex. I'm a man, I'm a woman, he's a man. That's simple. That's simple logic. So as long as those two things are checked off, anything should be able to happen.
But we live,
Anything.
yeah, but we live in a white worshiping society where they try to demonize. And I mean, listen, the worst PR campaign black women have ever gotten is from black men. I mean, is you ratchet, you ghetto, you this, you that, and then they're like, oh, but you are yourself, and then there's men outside of your group that like you because there's nothing wrong with us. But I just think for a lot of women, they feel like it's been drilled in their head so long that they feel like you got to be a Barbie doll in order for some guy to want to date you that ain't a Tyrone. And that's just not true.
Mm-mm. And I've seen some of the most, like just being out in the world, I've seen some of the most beautiful black women, naturally beautiful. I've seen women who like to dress it up, like to wear their makeup and their wigs. I've seen all types with white men. I think that the time is coming now to where the look is changing. That old dated way of thinking on how you need to be to get a white man, that's changing because white men have been infatuated with black women forever. This is not nothing new.
Yeah, since they
It's just
picked
like,
us.
yeah, it's like Kate Lovett said, her grandmother told her that. So see, that's what's been going on. We've had black men and black women telling us, oh no, don't date outside of your race. Look what they did to us as people, all of that mess and all of that jazz. So black women, they didn't date out because they were being told not to. But now, if you just take a look around you, you'll see all different types of beautiful black women dating outside of their race. I see them all the time when I go to the mall. All the time. All the time. So there is no type of woman that you can stereotypically say dates white men because now we're all doing it. Everybody's doing it. Maybe, I mean, Angelina, do you think they could have said this some years ago? Maybe there was a certain type, because I'm telling you right now, everybody is dating out now. Black women are dating out.
Well,
Young black women don't even want to date black men anymore. They don't.
listen, my daughter's going to be 13, and she's like, she's already hip to the game. And it's not because I date out, it's because she sees how black boys interact with her. My daughter is beautiful, but she's like, I mean, they say they don't like black girls. Well, I don't like them. You know what I'm saying? And she's 13. And I'm like, I mean, I love it for her that she has the courage to go where people appreciate her. So they're definitely catching on. I mean, with the TikTok and all the hate, I think these young girls are seeing it for what it is. And the numbers just ain't there. The math ain't mathing. There ain't enough black men. So what you gonna do? You gonna keep sharing?
Yep.
I
That
really think
whole
that's what it is.
and white men is looking real happy, y'all. They're looking real happy to get black women.
But what? Aren't we like 8% of the population?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's not that many of us. There's plenty of men. You don't have to date white guys. If you got a white devil complex, that's cool. Just
Mm-hmm.
date somebody. Just don't be out here let these men waste your time and waste your life away. You
Yep.
know, somewhere a big mama crying in the corner with diabetes and swollen ankles. Just don't be her. That's all I'm saying. Like
Yeah, do not turn into her. I hate that big mama shit. Ooh, I can't
slumping
stand it.
around with them slides on and dirty ankles.
Dirty, ashy ankles, girl. Ashy ankles. She's so down and trodden. All Big Mama do is get up and wash her ass and throw a moo on. She ain't even got time to self-care and moisturize or do none of that shit because she got too many nakers waiting on her to show up in mule.
And she just looked like she smelled funky.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like that's just not like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, ultimately, as women, I just love to see women being happy and choosing the best life for themselves. It's not about dating white men and white male worship. I mean, whether people are religious or not, I feel like you have one life in this physical form. Make the best of it.
Yep. I
That's
say
all
it
I'm
all the
saying.
time. We ain't got 9 lives. We ain't no damn cats. We ain't cats, y'all. We got one life. One. You can't live your life out of fear. You can't live your life being fearful.
Or worried about what other people gonna say, because people gonna talk anyway. But you know
Mm-hmm.
what? You know what else I think makes it easier to date out is if you're not intertwined in the black community. Because I
Yep.
feel like you live amongst all black people, you can hang that up. You're just not gonna do it. So I
Mm-hmm.
just think that me not really being in the black community fully and living in a diverse area, that makes it easier.
Yeah, it does. Because being around all black people, it's just black people are so toxic, y'all. And it's like bumping into sovereignty and people of sovereign nature that you can get along with is not typical and with black people. It's just not. Black people are a monolith, okay? And that's just what they are. They don't really think outside of the box a lot of times. So it's like you're not going to make it, even if they will accept every single discrepancy of a black man and what he does, and they will excuse it, write it off, come up with every reason for it. But you will not be allotted those same privileges, and you need to know that. You
Oh
need to know
no.
that.
No, there will be no grace afforded to you. You could just hang that up. Oh, she just want to
Hmm.
be happy. Oh no, we're not gonna do that. She a black
Hmm.
woman. She need to struggle like everybody else. Like who do
Hmm.
you think you are that you out here
Hmm.
trying to live in peace? Like
Hmm.
you can just forget that. If you think black people gonna be clapping for you, you can hang that up. They're gonna be
Hmm.
somewhere tight in the chest. Look at her over there, carefree, happy, having a good time.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's just never gonna happen.
The humbling, the humbling of black women is always right there, y'all.
Yeah,
They
because
want to
let the
humble you.
relationship don't work out. Oh, they gonna be right there to kiki. Oh, look at that. Oh, it didn't work. But I mean, most relationships don't work. I
Hmm.
mean, that's nothing new. But if
But
you
they
think,
gonna laugh. They laugh at the heartbreak of black women, y'all.
oh, for sure, we're the
It's
biggest
funny.
joke.
Hmm.
We're jokes. They dress up like us and put on wigs and that ghetto and dance around. It's like we're just and we're just a cash machine because they
Hmm.
get rich off of us.
To me, like I was trying to explain last night about indifference looks good on me. It's like putting black men in the friend zone was like the best decision I ever made in 2022. when 2021 kind of wrapped up, a lot of things happened with me and other Black people, and situations, relationship failing, and I just realized that I'm irritated with Black people. You know what I'm saying? Just like it's just an irritation level of dealing with them and how they operate and how they just stay so far invested in the Black woman's business. And I just was like, I can't go into 2022 like this. I can't. Because it's really toxic dealing with Black people. It just is. And when I say that, I mean the community. Because see, women that think like me and my supporters, do y'all think we bump into each other every day?
No, I've never bumped into a Black woman that had the same views that I have. Like, I'm sorry. Like, not all of them were mad that I dated out, but they just were like, oh, I just can't do that. No, I don't know. And I hear what you're saying about workspaces, because I work places, and if it's a bunch of Black women, I'm like, I'm gonna have to head out.
Right.
I'm not gonna do this.
Because it's like, even though you want to have hope, you want to believe that it'll be a beautiful situation, it never is. It never is.
Type of way, because I'm like, I'm a cool ass chick. Like, I'm down to earth. I'm not like judgy. I'm just trying to live my life and do what I want to do. And then you mad. Like, why you mad? I'm just over here minding my business.
But see, that's what I'm saying. It's like, even though you have all good intentions, you're looking at it like, because, for instance, with me, I love Black women, y'all. But I'm telling you, every time I deal with Black women, like real close knit, something happens. I don't know what it be. It's just something happens every time. Every single time, y'all. Every single time. So it's not that my heart and my intentions aren't pure and I'm not arriving at the situation looking to see the best outcome. It just never does. The best outcome never happens. It's always some bullshit. So for me, I've learned to like somewhat keep my distance, like, and I get my fix of like dealing, because I have a group of friends that I've had for a while. But there done been some blood, sweat, and tears in those relationships, child. Blood, sweat, and tears. Over the years. It's been years. It's 3 of us. And it's been a lot. But they got my back, though. They do.
Well, I just think you're brave to even start this channel with the views that you have, because I just know how our community is. And if you be outside the drum of what Black folks think you should do, they have a problem with you. And it's just unfortunate. Like, I don't know. But I mean, I give it to you hands down, because I know that there aren't a lot of women who see the world the way we see the world. And to put yourself out there to be open to criticism, because that's really what it is. Trust me, it's people with their lips turned up every time you talking with side eye, like, ugh. Really? Girl with the stank face.
Right, mad as hell, girl. Trust me, I know. You know what? Recently, like, I don't know if you was over here for that stream, but I was going to different like co-ed spaces, and the amount of people that came out the woodwork to argue with me, child.
Oh, they was waiting for you, boo. They was waiting
for me. And it reminded me of the detriment of the Black community. I'm like, see, that's like real time and real life. That's why you got to become indifferent, because Black people is really some hateful motherfuckers, man. Like, seriously.
Like, too excited to get on the internet and argue with somebody they don't know.
Girl, I'm talking about yelling at the top, and it be men most of the time, girl. It be men most of the time.
I don't even owe you money. Why you mad?
Girl, and I ain't even your wife. You're married.
I didn't owe you money, and I did not put out last night. So why you mad?
Right, girl. I just be like, it's tickling. It's funny for real, because it's like, woo, I really got you hot and bothered by just being me.
Because how dare you?
Damn.
How dare you be out here not want to struggle and take care of black men. Like, you got a lot of nerve. That's really what it is. I mean,
Mhm.
people feel like people who authentically try to live their life, they really be mad at you instead of going, you know what? That's great that she, does what she wants to do. No, they mad. Like, because how dare you? Because
How
you
dare you? That really is the vibe, is how dare you? Like they can't stand. I think the obsession with keeping you down and keeping a foot on you, it's an obsession.
oh,
And
absolutely.
it's like, damn, like you are really, it's so funny to me because I noticed that black men enjoy brutalizing and humbling black women.
And
And
so do black women.
when they look at you as someone they can't humble, oh my God, the fire that resides in them towards you is real,
Yeah,
baby.
it's rage. It's
Mhm.
rage because it's like, how dare she be dating out when she could be over here and I could be dogging her ass out? Like, that's really,
Pretty much,
girl.
pretty
You better
much,
come
girl.
over here and get this struggle up.
Yes, they be mad as fuck. Like, you know what? That bitch got the nerve to be over there, and then they got their little cronies, their little mules and mammies running behind them, like, yeah, uh-huh. And it amazes me. It'd be like, girl, I could never in my life.
Just like, oh, she ain't over there letting the nigga drive her car and stay at her house.
Right, drive her car and drop her off and be 45 minutes late to pick you up and shit. And
Sitting
it's
on the
like,
curb and shit.
they
Sitting on
be
the curb.
fucking pissed. Can you imagine? This is the thing that cracks me up too. Can you imagine sleeping with a man that yells at women on the internet? Can you?
I wish I would come in here and hear my husband in here arguing with a woman. I'll throw
Woo!
his ass outside. Player, it's time for you to head out.
It's like it's time for you to head out, boo. Like, why is you online?
He
Like,
ain't even
literally, could
argue
you,
with me. He better not be arguing with somebody he don't know. He don't argue
girl?
with me. When I turn up, he just be like, I'm gonna be back.
Girl, that shit could be having me tickle pink and I was over there and I'm trying to kick it. These men just kept coming out the woodwork. I'm like, I really got these men fucking bothered around here. Like, goodness gracious. Like, you really mad for real, for real.
No,
And
because
I
you
just
not
be looking like, oh, you couldn't be nobody I would lay down with, boo.
no, because you're not
No.
gonna be a black woman out here living your best life, making decisions that make you happy and bring you joy. Like, don't you know that you're supposed to be a mule for black men and for the black community? And
Mm-hmm.
you're supposed to die alone, struggling and suffering. Like, that's your job. That's black
So,
women.
unemployment been paying $50 billion a year to black men. This shit
Oh,
is fucking ridiculous,
come
girl.
on. We know they ain't got no goddamn jobs. You see them every day. You like, why you ain't at work?
Girl. It'd be the one I could not. I'm telling y'all right now, one thing I would never have is a nigga online. Ain't no way in the world. I'd be like, how the fuck you dating a nigga online? I
Yeah.
could never have a nigga online. Never, y'all. Not a white man, not a we gonna be on there doing some type of what, real estate courses or something, teaching you something. Because if you just on here kicking it, oh no.
First of all, my husband don't mean men halfway don't like to talk to you. I mean, men conversate, but you on the internet all day talking. Come on, why?
Yes. Leave that to the women. Leave that to the women. Can you imagine your man being up here kicking shit like this?
No, no, because I
No.
talk to my husband till he fall asleep. Because he just really just ain't. You know what I mean? Men are men. Why you want to be on the internet? You need a real job. Go flip some burgers
You
and
need to
do
go find something to do, boo. And you need to find something to do because leave this shit to the women.
something.
Okay.
Who trying to be on the interwebs all day?
And they just be on there just kicking it. I'll be just looking at them like, oh God, I would never in my life. Like I don't know what type of woman is dealing with your shit, but
Yeah, that's crazy to me. I
it's
just don't
unattractive
understand
to
it.
me.
It is unattractive. I
It's
definitely had a stank face when some of these men be on here. I'm like, why are you even on here?
like, why are you even on here? It's just like, why are you like? I mean, they be on here for different reasons, and I see some men that be on here and they do different things. You know what I'm saying? But it's just Some
But
of the shit I don't be understanding.
but the thing is, no man is gonna support a woman's cause and black women's cause like other black women are. So it's like, why are you
Mm-hmm.
here? Because I don't think they're authentic. I hate to say it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't feel like it's coming from an authentic place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think so either. Thank you, Authentic Ash. To my moderators, kick in. Somebody done got in their feelings. Now they in my chat trolling. So moderators, kick in. Anything you see that ain't right, time it out. Or hey, no, don't even time it out. Hide it. Hide it. Just hide them. Cause I see somebody done got in their feelings. Cause they be on the internet all day crying like a bitch to women that don't belong to them. You guys are idiots. You guys are idiots. You guys are obsessed with women that don't belong to you. You guys are worried about shit that ain't got nothing to do with you. You guys are idiots. And any woman with a brain is not going to respect you. Any woman with a brain is not going to respect a man that sits on the internet all day yakking away, arguing and stalking bitches. No, she's not. I can tell you that. I can speak for every single, almost 200 of us. They may entertain you on a panel discussion, but I'm pretty shocked that anybody would ever want to date you. You will never get the pussy you want to get because look at you. You're online all day. Men don't do that. That is something that women do that get to sit home, you know, and not worry about bills because of what? A man paying them. And she gets to spend her free time when she takes her kids to see. You know what I did today? I got up this morning, I took a shower, threw on my clothes, took my son to school. We ate a little breakfast before we left out. I had some chicken from last night, so I just tossed it. And yes, we had home fries because I've been stuck on home fries for the past fucking week. We had home fries and chicken tenders for breakfast because I still had the chicken from last night. I said, "You want to eat this or you want me to fry some bacon?" He said, "No, I want the chicken." I said, "Okay, cool." We ate the chicken, took my son to school, hugged him and kissed him goodbye, came home, mopped my foyer because, we've been had a lot of snow. So that salt kind of stains the tiles on your floor. So I mopped and threw like a light, it's this, what's that stuff called? It's not wax. I can't, damn, I will have to go look at the bottom. Threw a coat of that on my floor. And then I sat down and talked to y'all. But see, that's what you can do when you're a woman and you're in the house and your bills are paid. A lot of y'all be in people's basements, pallet pookies, running your mouth. It's embarrassing. Yes, that's what it was, Harmony. Polish. It's like a polish that I use on my floors because the salt, it stains in the wintertime from the salt being outside, people coming in and out. I got a rug there, but you know how I do it, kind of tracks a little bit. So I had to take up the rug and mop all underneath it and let it seal a little bit. And it'll last. It lasts for at least a week. And I can mop over it and the shine, it won't come off. So yeah, you guys are remedial and stop asking me questions about what type of, listen, I don't know why you're asking me that. Do you want to date a white guy? Is that what you want to do? Are you asking me for tips? Because it's only men who ask me this retarded ass question. So do you want to date a white guy? Is that what it is? Do you want me to tell you what you need to do and what you need to become to get a white guy? Is that what you want? Goodness gracious. I mean, because it's ridiculous at this point. I'm starting to think you want to date a white guy. Girl, I'm telling y'all, It's not difficult for the people who are listening, the ladies. It's not difficult to date a white guy. It's just a man. All you got to do is date a man. You're a woman, date a man. It's really that simple, y'all. It don't need to be no rocket science. It don't. And I've said this several times, but answering this question, I've been answering a lot of the questions you guys ask me a lot. Like you guys love to ask me about my sons. You like to say, well, what about your black sons? I don't know if you thought about this or not, but even if you marry and have children by a white man, your black son is still going to be black. You know that, right? In America? Nobody's going to call him biracial. They're going to call him a black boy. He's going to have a black experience. Just like your biracial daughters will have a black experience. I don't know why people think they can escape what they are, but you're going to have black children regardless. Regardless. Because we know what race is, right? So you're going to have black children regardless. And I noticed that a lot of you women are very comfortable with not talking about your black sons that you've birthed by white men. You leave that conversation piece out. You never mention those biracial sons. And I find that to be a little weird. I have a lady that comes on my panel all the time complaining about her biracial son and how much trouble he gets into. And then she kind of like blamed it on other little black boys. And I had to tell her, like, listen, your son is black. What did you think? You thought you was having this white man's baby and you were going to have a white child? No, you don't. You have a black son. That is how the world is going to view them. No matter, you can't, this is why you have to be fully healed before you start doing shit out of spite. Because it still don't make sense. I will never have a black man's child. Okay, but you're still creating a black man. You're still creating a black man. If you have a baby by a white man, what do you think your children are going to be? Like, am I missing something here? Because race is not your ethnicity. It is what you're viewed as. It is what you look like. So when your children, when you have babies by a white man, your children, when they go into the world, they will be viewed as black. Like, am I truly missing something here? Am I missing something? Have you guys fell and bumped your fucking heads? Are you that goddamn slow that you don't know how shit works? Because that biracial little boy is going to have a black man experience in America, all over the world. All over the world, even if he's white passing, he's going to be a little black boy. Are you slow? These people are slow. These people are so self-hating. Listen here, gamer gal. Your son is fucking biracial. He's half black, you dumbass. Your son is half black. I mean, I hate to just to make this crystal clear for you, which should have been already known, but your son is half black. Your son's not white. He's half black. And you saying my son's skin is white? You sound, ooh, girl. I mean, I don't understand why this is fucking like, what aren't you getting? It's like, what aren't you understanding?
Order Starbucks.
What you say, Angelina? I want to know what aren't you understanding? Because when you have children with a white man, it does not erase your blackness. Your children are still half black. I mean, I know that's a hard pill for you ladies to swallow, but that's just the truth. Why are we denying the truth?
When these black women, but when these black women have biracial children and they're self-hating,
You're going
and
in
they're
and
gonna
out,
try
Angelina.
to not.
Okay,
Okay,
go ahead. Okay, you're clear now. Go ahead.
okay. I was saying when these black moms that are saying black children, they're gonna want you to not identify as black. Let's straight up, my kids
You're going in and out,
ever do.
Angelina. Angelina, you're still going in and out. You're borging. Yeah, you're borging.
Well, okay. Well, I love time in this because I got some biracial boys.
It's still going in and out, Angelina. Angelina, you still there? Or it was just going in and out. Oh, maybe she'll come back. Okay, listen. That conversation, I noticed that the women of divestment stay away from discussing their biracial sons. And you got to realize that race is a political and social construct. So, your children are going to be viewed as black. I'm not quite sure why you want to erase that or why that is a problem for you. But that's something you need to ask yourself. That's something you need to ask yourself. Because that's not every woman's issue that's dating outside of her race. She's not looking to erase what she is. That's not every woman's issue. And I think that's something that needs to be discussed. I think that's something that needs to be took apart and broken down because it's no way that you ever thought having a white man's children would make you not have black children. It's no way you ever thought that. And this is what I say. You guys are so married to talking points that you're fucking sounding absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And it makes me wonder. Go ahead, Angelina. Angelina, can you hear me? I think you're on mute. Let me see. Yeah, you got to unmute yourself, Angelina. You're on mute. Yeah, you got to unmute yourself, Angelina, because you're on mute. But that conversation is never had. And it makes me, when I hear all of the vitriol towards little boys, little black boys, and it's coming from these women of divestment, you women are over there talking about little black boys, but you're not talking about the little black boys you gave birth to with your bread. You don't mention them. You don't say you have them. All of you guys like to say you have daughters. You never like to mention your sons. So something is wrong in the milk. Listen, something is wrong, tastes funny in the milk. Because why are you afraid to mention your little black boys that you gave birth to? Why is that? Why are you making it seem as if once you date outside of your race, you only have birth or give birth to little girls? When we all know that not to be true. A lot of you women of divestment have little Black boys. Hell, a lot of you women of divestment have all Black boys. Like why are these conversations, why are these points void from the conversation with you women? It's just void. Y'all don't talk about anything that matters, and you create this false narrative of running off with a white man, and now all of a sudden you no longer have to deal with Black issues because you're with the white man, and that's a lie. That is a lie. And none of you are mentioning your little Black boys. None of you. I mean, listen, Glam Girl says, I think biracial boys are not as problematic as Black boys. That's my take on the matter. I mean, you can have your opinion on certain things. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is this, they are still little Black boys. Why aren't you mentioning these little Black boys, but you have so much to say about little Black boys and why you don't like them? But yet you have a little Black boy yourself. So that makes me very concerned with how you're treating that little Black boy in your home. Something ain't adding up. Something ain't adding up. Something is not adding up. It just isn't. Angelina, you were on mute the whole time. You got to come back up because you were on mute the whole time. You had to unmute yourself. Hey, Design. Can you hear me? There go Angelina. Okay. Can you hear me, Angelina?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, listen, here's the thing about this whole biracial boy thing. If you are a Black woman and you leave the community and it's a level of self-hate, of course you're going to be indifferent towards your biracial children. I mean, because you haven't dealt with all your issues as far as being Black and being proud about who you are. But listen, I can honestly say my two biracial boys, nobody knows they have a Black mother until I pop up. They assume they're Puerto Rican, they're this, they're that. Nobody knows. But do they identify as Black? Yes. But that's what you have to put into them. But if you think you're going to leave the Black community and all of a sudden, like you say, get a white experience and not, your children are not going to be ostracized or treated a certain way, then that's not reality. America is built on racism and hate. That doesn't change because your children are a lighter shade of brown.
Mhm.
It just doesn't. But you have to be proud, even though nobody sees my kids and go, oh well, they look biracial or they look Black. They just blend in. Nobody knows. Nobody really asked them the question. But it's a matter of, but they identify because they're raised by their Black mother and they've had a Black experience because they in the house with me. Of course, I'm listening to Black music. It's Black culture. I'm
Mhm.
proud of who I am. But if you date out and you marry out and you get into these white families and all of a sudden you're anti-Black, then what do you expect your children to be? That's why they're going to be confused. And that's really the issue is it's like, what are you raising them? Are you raising them to be proud of themselves? Or you just think they're just going to identify as white? Because you're going to get it from every angle. You're going to get it from Black people. You're going to get it from white people. I mean, these kids they gotta be secure in who they are, because life is hard and people are cruel. And if you're gonna send them out there clueless about what they are, the world is gonna eat them up. And that's really the problem. Are you going to have some little kid out there trying to be, trying to fit in, trying to be a thug? I mean, more than anything, I see more of these biracial kids just like taking it to the extreme of like, oh, I want to identify as Black. And they're just taking it to the extreme instead of just realizing that, you know, you ain't going to be for everybody. And that's really how you got to raise them. Like, hey, some people are going to be cool with it, some people are not, but you got to be secure in yourself. But my kids definitely identify as Black. It just is what it is.
Right. Exactly. So what you wanted to add, Design?
Yes, my nephew is biracial. He was raised in his father's household, but my sister, they had shared custody. I grew up with the whole like one drop rule in my head. So when my nephew was born, I'm thinking he Black. And if I were to marry any of my ex-boyfriends, my baby would have been Black, So a few years after my nephew was born, my sister and I had a discussion, and I asked her, because I was talking to somebody else about this, and it turns out that she had put on his gift certificate biracial, but she said culturally she was going to let him decide what was what. And because, I'm Blackity Black, I'm handing him all this Black history stuff so he knows his history and whatnot. So I'm laughing because I was like, I had it in my mind. It wasn't until I was watching, what do you call it, Chrissy, colorism stuff, and it hit me that if I were to have a child and I were to raise them Black, that the father would feel left out. And that's something that didn't occur to me because I thought everybody thought, was raised with the one drop rule. So yeah, I mean, it's a little nuanced.
Well, so here's the thing. Anybody can identify as anything they want to be, right? It's a choice. I could be a unicorn if I wanted to be, but and nobody else would have to identify me as being a unicorn. That's just identifying yourself is how you view yourself, but how you will be perceived in the world if you have brown skin tone or if you look racially ambiguous is Black.
Or at best, non-white.
Yeah, it's either Black or white. It's either Black or white. That's what it is in America. Okay,
right.
so even if they see
you're not fully white, they're going to consider you non-white, and they will treat you accordingly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's not called non-white. It's called Black or white in America. That's what I'm saying. So we're just saying what it is. We're not saying what our opinions are. We're saying what it is. And even if you're in the world and you see a Middle Eastern man and he looks Black, they're going to assume he's a Black man. They're not going to say, oh, his ethnicity and his culture is Middle Eastern. They're not going to say, oh, that's a biracial person I'm looking at. And they're not going to do that in America. You are either one or the other, Black or white. So when you have these biracial children, just know that is how America is going to perceive them as. It's not about how they identify. It's not about how they think and what you think in the home. It's not about you and your white husband saying, no, I have biracial children. It's not about that. When they go into the world is going to say Black or white. That's it, y'all. Right. That's really just, we're not saying they don't have a choice in how they choose to perceive themselves. Of course they got a choice. Of course. But the world is cut and dry, baby. Very cut and dry when it comes to that white or Black thing. So that is how your children are going to land. I want to read a couple of comments because Red SK says, they can't possibly have a Black experience because white and Black doesn't equal more Black. They are having a non-white experience, and non-white doesn't equal Black. Listen, you guys are getting a little bit more technical than what the world is. America is stupid, okay? America is Black or white. We're not talking about us and how we know it is. We know that they're non-Black, right? We know that. But do you think when they get pulled over, they're going to be perceived to be non-Black, or are they going to be perceived to be Black? So it's like we talking about the experience that they will get in the world, not what we identify. Because when you get too deep with it like that, you miss what their actual experience will be. Like, their actual experience. So Faith says, I'm sorry, but if your child is biracial and you have a white partner who is active, they also should provide their child the privilege of being a part of their community. Who said that don't nobody do that? They still not.
They do.
Anybody want to answer that? Anybody want to go over that comment?
Yeah, I mean, they do have some access to whiteness, but they're not going to be accepted as white. So having access and being accepted as are two different things. So my nephew, got some land from his step grandfather, and I'm like, hey, get access, get that, get what you can.
Yep, get what you can, gather it all up. Anything you can collect, get it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, this is why I don't understand, all of that, with the women of divestment, and why they never mention their biracial sons. If you notice, they never talk about their biracial sons. They always talk about their biracial daughters. And I know for a fact, a lot of them have biracial sons. So it kind of frightens me a little bit to think of these women dealing with little Black boys, because they're over there openly saying they don't want little Black boys hugging them or holding on to them. And this woman saying this has a biracial son. So what are you doing with your biracial son, divested zealot? Where's your biracial son?
Angela, I enjoy this talk, but I got to go into work. And I'm sorry, because I would love to chime in on this, because I have biracial boys. At the end of the day, it comes down to that these children just don't need to be worried about being accepted in either group. That's just how I feel about it. Because if you're trying to break your neck to blend in to be accepted, you're just not going to get that.
You're not going to get it.
You're not going to get it.
Humans in general.
You ladies have a good day, okay?
You too, Angelina. Enjoy your day at work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. See, and I agree with Angelina. I agree with, biracial children have a difficult time being accepted in different places. And if I had biracial children, I would tell them the same thing Angelina just said. Do not look for acceptance anywhere. The world is going to give you a hard time, because the world is going to view you as one thing. And then in your interpersonal connections and circles, they going to view you as another thing. And I noticed that a lot of Black people try to make biracial children prove themselves. You got to prove you not Black enough. You not really Black. You're not Black. That type of shit.
Insecurity.
Yes. It can be hurtful and it can be painful. And that is primarily the reason why I did not want to have biracial children, because I didn't want my children going through that, because I know how fucked up the Black community can be with that judgmental shit on who's Black enough. How Black are you? And, you got to just go out of your way to show and prove. And it's just like, no, ain't nobody trying to do all that, man. It's just, ain't nobody got time for all that.
It stems from insecurity and trying to get validation from people. Because when you think about it, that is a human experience in general. It's just, we just make it more specific by making it racial. But people are so busy trying so hard to be accepted, by others. And I'm just like, it just doesn't. I've been the one that never wanted to be like other people.
Yeah.
Not saying I didn't get my feelings hurt if somebody was mean to me, but it's not like I was trying to be them.
Yeah, I get you. Gotcha. So we have Jenna here. Did you want to add to the conversation, sweetie? Jenna, you still there? You might be on mute. Let me check you. Oh, no, you're not on mute. Oh, she left. Okay, so it's guys, to me that all of this conversation, like whenever I talk about biracial stuff, it gets a little like exhausting for me. And I think it's because it's so much behind it, and the Black community is already so hard to deal with, as far as like acceptance and love, and just people putting you in all these boxes and categories and dissecting you 24/7. So it's just like, I didn't want to subject my children to that. I didn't want to have my children have to do extra work, to be accepted, and to, because the Black community is already as tragic as it comes. So for me, I didn't want to, like, that, because the whole situation is stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah, I definitely would consider it a distraction, because like I said, it's more, if you just see yourself as human, you won't get caught up in that. But it's hard not to, because it's surrounding you, like, so I understand what you're saying, though. That, I mean, it's just stupid. Like, we could be spending our energy doing something else.
Exactly. And that's so what do you think about, like, what position do you think Black women should take when it comes to having, biracial children? Like, what message do you think that they should give to their children?
Well, you mean the women who've had biracial children, what message should they impart?
Yes.
I think was it Angelina?
Yeah.
I think what she said is perfect. I mean, even if they weren't biracial, that same message could still work. But most definitely for biracials, because people will disappoint you. And if you are trying to get their attention, they're so self-serving, they don't, you know what I mean? They're not going to pay attention to you. They're too busy doing their own thing.
Right.
So, like, that's just a whole lot of energy. And getting a child to look inside and see themselves and accept themselves, the earlier the better. Because trying to do that as a 40-year-old, well, I'm 52 now, but for 10 years, I've been doing that. And it'd be a lot easier if a kid could start doing that way earlier. So, yeah, definitely doing it that way, really getting to know themselves and present themselves as just an authentic human, I think will help a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that, it would have to be like a lot of work, to make sure because the confidence is going to be there as long as you love your children. But when they go into the world, the confidence is going to, that's when the world is going to attempt to, it's going to be the peer pressure that bothers them more than their family experience. And Tatiana says, I could never raise my white passing daughters to identify solely as Black. That would be crazy. No one would know they are even mixed if I'm not present. And I understand that. I get that. But it's like, I'm talking about the little boys that are looking like they are, brown or tan or whatever, and they go out into the world and the world is identifying them as Black, and then they have a really difficult time navigating through that. And I would hate to see small children having a horrible time navigating through that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not going to be the experience that you get from your family. Your family love you.
Right.
Your family love you. But you got to address the peers. Go ahead.
One thing I do Lunch Pal, and that's when you have like lunch with a student, once a week. And one of the things I would tell my girls, because they would get in fights, they were Black girls, but you know how girls are in general. I would tell them that person picking on them, it's not because of something they did. It's something going on with that person, right? So I think it's the same thing. Like, if you tell your biracial children, whoever has issue with you, that's their issue.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it might be hard at first to kind of let it roll off your back and leave that at their doorstep. But they could start doing that earlier on in life. It'll be much easier to do as an adult when the fit really hits the shan. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, once they become adults, they really just not even gonna give a damn anyway.
Right. So
You
they
think
can
so?
start that earlier. That would be great. So yeah, I mean, it's just really hard because it was when I read Mastery of Love that really clicked. It's like
Where would you say you read something?
it's called The Mastery of Love.
Okay, so what did you read?
So one of the things I learned about that is that whatever negative thoughts you have about yourself did not come from you, right? Somebody told you, when you were younger, and you, as a trusting child, you believed them, so you thought that was who you were.
Mm-hmm.
So so then once you realize, hey, someone gave that to you, you don't have to keep it, you can get rid of it. You don't have to keep that. And so and one of the reasons why people do that to begin with is because they have the trauma, they have the pain. In order to get relief, they have to cast that pain onto someone else, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I tell my girls, do not don't take that personally. When somebody attacks you, don't take it personally, because there's something going on with them. Leave it at their doorstep. You don't take that on,
That makes sense. But I've noticed that for me throughout my whole life, it's very rare that I find a very confident biracial person. Very rare.
What about confident Black people?
Very rare.
So it's not really just them then. It's just because of the way the world treats us.
No, I think that a lot of biracial people that I meet, see, Black people, when I talk about confidence, this is what I'm saying. Black people have a lack of confidence just because they're Black, but at the same time, they know that they're Black. You know what I'm saying? So they know where they think they know where they fit, which is why there's this mythical Black community, right?
Gotcha.
Because we know the Black community is a myth. It does not even fucking exist, which is why I don't know why we say it all the time. It's aggravating as fuck. But biracial people feel like there's no place to go. And I've noticed that having that mythical destination and not having that mythical destination is a little tricky with biracials. And I think that they feel a little lost from what I've experienced from knowing them and getting to know them. And I think it's all because that mythical Black community thing. And we know that shit is a myth, but nobody ever says it that way. It's like people are constantly screaming, Black people are going to scream to the top. What about the Black community? It's like, what about it? Where is it? What's the address? Can I pull up? You know what I'm saying? Like, where is this mythical Black community you speaketh of all the goddamn time that everybody needs to protect? It's like this place does not fucking exist. So then there's these biracial children and they telling them, you ain't part of the Black community. How? The Black community does not even fucking exist. So it looks like there is this weirdness that surrounds it. And I tell biracial people all the time, whenever I get to know them and offer some words of encouragement, I'll be like, you ain't got to fit nowhere but in your own goddamn skin. That's the only place you got to fit is within you and how you feel about yourself. Black people don't even like Black people. So don't even look like they trying to make you think that they just so close knit. They're fucking liars. And there ain't no Black community. It does not exist. There's not an address you can pull up to. It's just them out here running their mouth on the internet. They done went from the porch to the internet. Okay. Is what they've done. So that's all Black people do is run their goddamn mouth. You shouldn't be doing this. They stay in other people's business with money. You don't listen. Biracials, what you really should be thankful for is the fact that you don't align with them 100%.
I grew up military, so I grew up around a lot of different people, languages, cultures. So it's whenever I've run into biracial people, I've never question what You know, even though I was raised with the one drop rule, I did see them as Black because of that, but I never pushed that on them. Because it was just something that I had in my mind. Oh, okay, they're Black, and keep it moving. Like I didn't make a big deal. But I also wasn't raised that way. So it's just, and then now that I think about it, I don't think I've really run into any biracial people in my life that have felt like that. Maybe they did before I met them, but not by the time I met them. Or maybe it was just because I didn't put that on them. I'm not sure which one it is. Because that was like the last thing on my mind. Like if I see them, even to this day, I still will see them as Black, but never once have I said, oh, no, you Black. And in fact, I never even ask them if they are. I always think it's weird when people ask, what are you?
Yeah, I never asked people that either, but all the biracial people I've met, they identify as being Black. I've never met one that identified with being biracial or white. Never. They always identify as being Black.
The personal ones I've met, I guess they would if I were to ask. Because of the way that we talk together and the way that we are together, that's how I see them. You know, and then that's how they present themselves to me. But never once have I asked, so which one do you go with? Like,
right. Yeah, I think that's rude. I think I would never ask somebody, like, you know, it's almost like when you see Black women with hair, they want to know if you mix with something. Did you mix? Because you got some hair. You can't even have no hair as a Black woman.
Yeah,
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, just say you like my hair. Don't be like, don't get crazy.
Right, girl. As soon as they see you got it, girl, you can just be shoulder length, and it's just like, hey, are you mixed with something? It's like, God damn, like I just got some hair. Shit. But it's like, and I think that was primarily because I never, like I said, I never met a biracial person that identified as you know, whenever I've met a biracial person, I always found out later that they were biracial.
Yeah.
You know, I could tell by looking a little bit myself, but like you said, I'm not rude enough to start asking questions about your ethnicity. I just think that's rude to start assuming, like, what is you? And, you know, I notice who do that a lot, and it's dark-skinned Black men. They always want to know what somebody is and what they are, and which they're annoying as fuck. But it's like, I've never done that before. I've never asked anybody because I think it's rude. I think that would be rude, you know. So I find out later if I befriend them or get to know them, and then, you know, you go around their family and you see some white people, you're like, oh, biracial. Oh, okay. You know, but it's very rude, y'all, to ask people who they are. That's rude.
Well, because they are themselves. They are who they are as a person, and that's who they want to be seen as and loved for. So to make it as superficial as who their mother and father is and what they look like, it just seems so, it's like they're trying to put you in a box, you know, and it's rude. It really is. Because it's like, it is a personal thing as well. So, you know, it's like folks coming up, what are you? Like, oh, can I get your name? Like, do I even know who you are? Like, why are you asking my business? So yeah, it's
Tatiana says, I get asked all the time by non-Black people. And you know what? I believe that too, Tatiana. And I bet you it's like white people. Like, I mean, not white people, but white women. White women are very curious about Black women and our ethnicity. And is it our real hair? They're obsessed with our hair. Yep. So I believe you. I believe you, Tatiana. I believe you, girl.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess people, I guess they just want to put you in the box. That's the only thing I could think of. I have had a couple of white people in my life, men and women, ask. I guess, you know, when it's like nobody else is around and they're kind of curious. And I don't know. To me, I look like a Black woman. I was raised as a Black woman. I'm not sure why they ask.
Yeah.
It could be my nose. I have like a native Indian nose, so maybe that's it. I don't know, but or maybe it's just the way I carry myself. I have no idea, but
Girl, when I had my son, the last time I gave birth to my son, which was 4 years ago, the lady in the hospital that came in to assist my OBGYN in my birthing asked me, was I Middle Eastern while I was pushing?
oh Lord.
You know how you be pushing and you go in and out, so you got to take your, I don't know if you got children or not, but you got to take your little breaks and stuff. So, we was talking and everything, and she was just like, she asked me, she was like, are you Middle Eastern? And I said, no. I was like, I'm Black. And she was like, I would have never thought that. And I thought maybe it's my nose. My nose is a little Middle Eastern, but that is true. So yeah, I'm with Tatiana on that, because the lady literally asked me while I was pushing. Like, I mean, it ain't like I was just like, well, I was actively pushing, but how you had those little breaks where you push and you push, and then they say, okay, come on, let's stop for a minute. And then you got to go back in. For anybody that's given birth before, when you're pushing, they tell you, give me one more push, give me one more strong push. And then they might stop you. They might say, okay. Take a couple of breaths, breathe. And then they have you start back up again. So I was in intermission of having to start back up again, and she got to talking to me, because they hold small talk with you while you giving birth. They have little conversation, little sideline conversations, and that's what she said to me. And I was just looking at her like, really? Like, no. I was like, no, I'm Black. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. But hey, Khadijah.
Hey,
Right, good.
Woman Spear. How you doing?
Good.
Hey,
How you
I
doing?
just want, I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to comment on this subject matter at
Mm-hmm.
hand.
Go ahead.
I I can't really I don't see exact. I mean, I hear biracials talk about how they struggle with their identity, but honestly, for me, I ain't never seen it. I've actually seen the opposite. I've not heard them even talk about until recently. Even in their actions, I haven't seen or heard them talk about having any disadvantages of being um, biracial. Um,
Mm-hmm.
they throw it as a dark skinned Black woman. They throw it in your face. I dealt with this in school, where they would tell you, oh, especially like it brought this Dandy Newton situation, brought it back up, because I realized that in school there was two type of light skin or biracial attitudes towards dark skinned Black women, and it was one, either aggressive like your Cardi B, where they gonna call you a cockroach and all that to your face and tell you that your hair nappy and all that. It's gonna be the aggressive ones, and then you have the passive aggressive ones that says, "Ain't my fault that Devontae like me. He he like light skin. It's not my fault that my hair is curly. It's not my fault." You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
I never excuse the noise in the background. It's a truck.
No, I know that's your
So
truck.
so like I
Mhm.
said, I never seen where a light skin or a biracial person were disadvantaged, in my lifetime. I haven't seen it. I haven't heard them complain about it or anything like that. They get the ups, they get all the benefits, and
What
you have
benefits do you think they get?
being able to, identify as Black and being
That's
in
not a
Black space.
benefit. That's not a benefit.
Well, I'm the benefits of, like in Thandy's situation,
Of
how,
acceptance. I'm sorry, go ahead.
like in Thandy's situation, particularly how she gets to identify as a black woman, just because she's more, I guess, more subtle looking, I guess, more, you know it's like those spaces that are supposed to be for dark skinned Black women are not for dark skinned Black women. So those are the benefits. I've also seen benefits where you go into a restaurant and your own people, they might talk, real nice to, the biracial or the light skin, and then they automatic just because you dark skin. I feel like it's just because you dark skin, because I don't see the difference between why you was so nice with her. I'm nice to you, and I get an automatic attitude from you.
I'm be honest with you, and I say this with all respect. When it came to the Thandi situation, I didn't report on that because I understood exactly what Thandi was saying, and I respected what she was saying. And I feel like this, man. Yes, America is not fair, y'all. It's not fair. But should Thandi turn down a job? Like, I'm just like, you know what? When it comes to the whole colorism thing, I get exhausted with the conversation because it's like, should Thandi have to turn down a job?
I don't think it was about her turning down no job. I think it was the passive aggressiveness. It was the fact that
She was crying, bawling her eyes out.
that one. No, she was reading a prompt. She was reading
She's
a
an
script.
actress.
She was reading a script. She went over. You kept seeing her go over and reading a script. That was not. Those were crocodile tears.
Wait, was it a script or was she just looking at the camera?
She wasn't looking. She was looking at the camera. Then she was looking down. When she look at the video again, when she said, "I'm stealing your men. I'm stealing your truth. I'm stealing your roles." All this stuff. She's looking down. She's reading something. Like I don't think it was genuine at all, and I don't think that she should turn down any jobs that's given to her at all. But why you sitting over here lying, talking about? Why you sitting over here lying, talking about when you came to America, you was receiving the most prejudice from? You came here in your mid-20s. And when you first got here, you was offered the
I don't think
Thandi.
not Andy, but Thandi. I don't think Thandi owes dark-skinned black women not a goddamn thing. Thandi owns herself something. She's an actress, and if it's a job
But
coming
nobody
up,
asked her to apologize.
but I'm just, she did. I mean, but she did it. She did it, and maybe she took some. I don't know. Like as soon as I saw her on Shade Room crying, I just kind of like moved past it. I listened to a few words, but like I said, y'all, like I told y'all, I don't really be like caught up with that. But I do believe, as a woman, as a working woman, as a person with goals and aspirations, and especially for a foreigner, she does not have the same concept of race and all of that shit that Americans do.
Yep.
So
that gives her the leeway to attack and talk shit.
Did she attack? Did she attack?
Like I said, this is how I felt when I heard people of her same ethnicity talking to me. It's not my fault that I'm light skinned and I get picked. Like, why you gotta say all that?
Because she probably has had she's had some negative experiences from what I think, probably taking those roles. You don't know what dark-skinned black actresses have been saying about her getting those roles. They probably don't like that shit.
She was lying. That's the thing. She was lying. I've never seen you, Thandi, talk about any of these problems in your career. You say that you can continuously keep apologizing. I've never seen you apologize on Twitter, Instagram. I've never seen you apologize about this. We are the ones that support you in these movies that you play. We are I go when she plays in these black roles. I don't look at it, anything. I'm just like, okay, they got a actor to play. I didn't even know she was biracial. Honestly, I don't know that most of these actresses are biracial. I think they're just light skinned. But to hear her say that, it just brought back the memories of when I was in school, and the passive aggressive ones would say stuff that she said. That's all I'm saying. That it was.
Oh, you saying that passive aggressive, like thinking like you feel like it's some type of privilege there, and she's acting like she's unaware of it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, the video
actually,
she was aware
because
of
I
it.
think that she is aware. I know because I know that she's aware of it because she pointed the things out. And and for someone to say that, when I came to America, I was like, I'm not, you're light skinned and fuck you for being light skinned. Who told you that fuck you for being light skinned? You a liar. You're a liar.
But
No
you
one
can't
told you fuck
call
you for
her. You
being
can't,
light skinned.
first of all, you can't do that because you don't know what her personal experiences are. Just because you didn't see it in the media don't mean it did not happen. You don't know what that woman went through to where she ended up in the space that she was. Just because she wasn't online talking about it all the time don't mean it didn't
That's what she
happen.
said she was. She said that she had been apologizing her whole career.
No, I've seen her. No, I've seen her some years ago mention her feeling like she had a little bit more. No, I saw her some years ago in an interview. I forgot who it was with, but she did mention her privilege and having a privilege in the field that she was in, because a lot of other dark-skinned Black women will say all the time it's hard for them to get roles, and she mentioned that. So I don't know, but we can't just call a woman a liar. Like I think with that whole situation, y'all know I have a bias. I'm kind of like I want dark skinned Black women and light skinned Black women to get along with each other, man. Like I
But
really
not when
do.
they
Like
keep setting shit on fire. Nobody, like, I don't like that. I don't like when you set fires and then you sit up here and you know, it's like this is the analogy that I saw from that situation particularly. You sat here and I'm laying in the bed. You got a bottle of lighter fluid. You pouring the lighter fluid all on the mattress, and then you set the lighter fluid, and then I'm getting burnt the fuck up, and then you say, and then I'm like, bitch, why you do that? Why you burn my goddamn legs up and shit? And then she say, why you yelling at me? Look, see, this is why. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, girl, you turn the camera on after you done set the shit on fire, and I'm cussing you out because you done set my legs on fire and shit. And you talking about this how dark skinned Black women treat us. I'm like, bitch, you just set my damn legs on fire. What are you talking about?
True.
Khadijah, you done just came up with this most. So she done set your legs on fire, Khadijah.
It's just that's how I'm seeing it. It's because it's like I'm sleeping peacefully. I'm trying to be, you know what I'm saying, as being, you know, someone who a dark-skinned Black woman who are you know, looked at unfavorably by, you know, by society. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why do you have to, like, I'm trying to be peaceful. I'm trying to be here. I'm not trying to have no beef with light-skinned Black women or biracial women or anything like that. They're always the aggressor, and then they try to make it seem because Black women are looked at aggressive and masculine and stuff, and then they play this I'm the victim role. Now you're not no goddamn victim. You're the one that's always being the antagonist.
So they're going in and out of Blackness, right? When they're aggressive, people want to label them Black, but then when they cry about it, all of a sudden
it's the white tears.
Yeah.
Like, come on, what are you doing? Like you said, like she doesn't have to apologize. And so why? And then why did you have to be so disingenuous with it? Why did you have to do that? Like, you know that we're your biggest supporters. So why did you do that? Why did you set my legs on fire?
Okay, so I'm gonna read a comment. The comment says, when you're light skinned, though, you're either fetishized or you're the stuck up villain. You have to navigate two extremes because dark skinned Black people can't decide how to treat you based on their bad experiences.
And that's where it all comes down to having to heal from your trauma so you don't be lashing out at other people.
Right. And I just stay, because of my experiences, I stay away from them. Now, if they approach me, I'm always nice to everybody. You know, I'm always nice to everybody. It doesn't matter what your race is, what your light skin, or what. It doesn't matter. If you're nice, I'm nice. You know, that's just how it is. But I know based on my experiences that they're very passive aggressive, that they can just drop tears anytime, and I will be looked at as I'm the one that's doing something to them. And all I'm doing is telling you to stay out of my way, leave me alone, stop telling me that my hair is nappy. Who gives a goddamn fuck?
I'm gonna say this though. This is something I've observed. I think that dark-skinned Black women are trigger ready when it comes to light-skinned Black women. And I don't think you guys should ignore being disrespected at all. But I do think that you guys are trigger ready. Your finger is always on the trigger based off of those experiences, growing up. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I tried to have the conversation a couple of times to, kind of take off that stigma of light-skinned Black women and how evil they are. And I tried to do a couple of live streams with that, but dark-skinned Black women were fucking pissed at me for even trying to throw them a bone, and help us to understand each other, because they have gotten a villain role in life in the Black community. The light-skinned woman is the privilege and the villain. And I don't think that a lot of dark-skinned Black women understand that same role that was given to you, you have now started subjecting it to other women.
Mm.
And it's a vicious cycle that continues. They are never able to hurt or be sad, or it's always, no, she's faking, she's this, no, I don't believe her. And it's just like, it's a tricky conversation. It's tricky. It's tricky.
I think that we should just stay away, just stay out of their way, because you don't know what they're gonna pull out their bag. You don't know what cat they're gonna pull out the hat. You just don't know. Honestly, you just don't know. It's the same reason why I don't talk to dark skinned Black men, because you never know what bullshit they gonna
That's where my
pull out their
colorism extends to dark skinned Black men. I'm
or what
colorist
cat they gonna
towards
pull
them.
out they hat.
Yeah, that's why I said that's where my colorism extends. I'm very colorist
And I actually can't.
towards dark skinned Black men.
Mm.
But
Go ahead,
it's to
Khadijah. Go
everybody.
ahead.
It's to everybody, actually. To me, because as a dark skinned Black woman, I receive it from light skin, dark skin, light skinned women, dark skinned women. I receive it from every angle. You know what I'm saying? So I just stay out the way. You know what I'm saying? That's the way that I'm able to navigate in my life without any kind of drama, without being put as the antagonist, and without somebody else feeling like they're a victim. I just stay out of everybody's way, so that you don't have no reason to try to target me.
Mm-hmm. I hear you on that one,
But
because it is very
for some
easy.
reason,
No, I think it's very easy to assume that all dark skinned Black women feel the same way. But I have seen some trigger ready shit, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, man, it's especially when it comes to skin tone, it's a little disappointing to me. You know what I'm saying? It's on both sides. If I see it on both sides, if I see light skinned women acting like they think they prettier than a dark skinned Black woman, or better, or it's just on both sides. It aggravates me, because I know that the whole colorism issue was started from a damn Naker, and they always behind all of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to see women still as adults not even willing to deal with each other because one is light and one is dark. That's deep, man. Like, that's deep. That is really deep. That is deep, because I've never had a colorist issue with women, but I don't like dark skinned Black men, so that's my colorist thing, I guess. I definitely know I'm colorist towards dark skinned Black men, but with women, I don't know if it's because I'm brown. I don't know. Like, I asked somebody one time, like, can brown skinned women be involved in the colorist conversation? They said no. How? And I was like, okay.
Because I don't even know how to say this. It's possible. I mean, even white people can be colorist, right? But that would take an understanding of what it truly is, and what it's about and what it comes from, right? Because even if, like, in the movies and stuff, on the commercials, they choose the lighter skinned Black person to play the Black role, whether they be biracial or light skinned, whatever it was. And if they have someone dark skinned, they're playing a very unflattering role. So that's colorism right there. And then we learn from that. We take that on, because you know how we do. We okay, this is how it is, and then we go all in. So it's.
What about featurism? And because I have featurism is something
I
that
think,
really
and that's crazy, because I think you literally are one of the most beautiful women that has ever been on one of my panels. So it's actually shocking to me how pretty you are, how flawless your skin is, and it's like the fact that the situations that happen in your youth still bother you as gorgeous as you are. That's how you know, like, feelings are real, man. Feelings are a look. How we feel is a real thing that should not be denied. It should always be validated because I just like to be real when I discuss it with Black women, but I want Khadijah to know, not for 1 second am I invalidating you. I'm just giving you my opinion on what I think. But I think you are absolutely gorgeous. So it's just when I see, just like, I don't know, like, to me, dark skinned women are and will always be, in my eyes, the what I imagine as Black beauty. They always will be because they are beautiful. They are Black. You know, it's not like they're light and I got to determine whether they're really Black. No, they are Black and they are beautiful, and the sun hit off their skin differently. And I've just always felt like, oh my God, dark skinned Black women are so beautiful. So it's like, to see Khadijah at the prime of her life still remembering from school, you know, that's like, feelings are valid, man. The feelings of Black women are valid, for real.
Yeah, that's what we have to do here because we get gaslighted. This whole culture is based on gaslighting. So we got to let each other know how beautiful we are and how this place wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for us. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody. Did I say everybody? I mean, everybody
Mm-hmm.
looks at us and wants to imitate us. And I do this thing where I can't. I know that's going to be off subject, so we'll get back to it. Just saying that we are gorgeous and we are talented and we are spiritual, and people want to feed off of that.
I think what Khadijah is saying, that a lot of light-skinned women like to gaslight dark-skinned Black women and make them feel some type of way, or like to run. And I've seen that happen before. I've seen it happen before. You know what I'm saying? I've seen that type of light-skinned Black woman that acts the ass. I've seen it. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. You know what I'm saying? And then I've seen
down to insecurity, though. That's insecurity.
That's insecurity, exactly.
Again, put that out their doorstep. That's on them. And I know it's hard to do because it's hard not to take it personal.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to get to a point after you do your healing journey to leave that at their doorstep because it is their issue. And they're lashing out at you just because you're there. Because they need to get that pain away from them.
See, I don't know, Sweet Tea. I don't know if you talking to me. This is why I don't even like to give my skin tone. Because as the brown, listen, y'all, as the one in the middle, as the brown one, I got people that tell me I'm dark skinned, and then I got people that tell me I'm brown skinned. I done had people tell me I'm light skinned. When you in the middle as being brown, it's people always want to tell you what your skin tone is. So I don't know, y'all. Like, I ain't up here trying to claim one or the other. I just know that a lot of people tell me, some tell me I'm dark, some tell me I'm light, some tell me I'm brown. I don't know.
I lived in the mainland. I've been considered either brown, or some even consider me light skinned. But I grew up because I grew up in Hawaii, we were outside a lot. So I was chocolate. I was a little chocolate chip. So that's what I still had in my mindset of what color I am. So, I mean, I guess, I was like, I guess we could just go by right in the middle. Cafe au lait, dark brown skin. I don't know. Like,
I don't know either. I try not to even really say nothing because, like I asked, I said, well, where do brown skinned people fall in the colorism conversation? And they said, you don't. You ain't got nothing to do with it. I said, okay, I guess I don't then. I guess I don't. I don't know.
No, we do. It's just that I think it's still an insecurity thing because people are still, because they've been hurt, I guess they want to feel like they own something. So we're gonna own this part. And it's gonna be between the two opposites, the furthest opposites. And everybody in between can pick a side, but are they allowed to have experiences?
Mm-hmm. Yep. See, that's what I was talking
I feel
about.
like
Go ahead, Khadijah.
Once you get past the insecurities of your dark skin, well, in my situation, you get past the insecurities of your dark skin and you start to accept it in your adulthood, after years of the trauma, then you start, people start looking at you as like, oh, now that dark skin is starting to get more acceptable or more fetishized, I guess. Now it's like, oh, your eyes. Oh, I love your eyes. You look. Oh, are you Asian? God damn, motherfucker! I'm not. I'm black. I'm black. I'm black. Why can't everybody in the Caribbean? We look like this. This is how we look. Why can't I just be black? I am black all the way. Then they're like, well, you got to be. I know you black, but you got to be. Your hair is long. God damn.
That sounds like an
I can't have long hair. I can't have long hair. Don't everybody with locks. Most people with locks have long locks.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Why can't I just be black? Like, what is wrong with me just being black?
Well, I mean, that I guess it shows their lack of experience in the world, of meeting different people outside of their everyday. So if somebody has dark skin and looks a little different, they want to get all up in your business. But again, that's like, I don't know, like they have to put you in a box. You're like, why can't I just be me? So, but yeah, I think if they do that, it's going to speak to their inexperience.
Yeah, I think so too as well. It's like, that's why I said, it's like for me, being a brown skinned woman, in the summertime, I get really dark, y'all, and I love it. I actually love it. I love the tan that I get in the summertime. I make sure I'm in the sun so I can get as much melanin as I possibly can get.
Yes, and I hate tan lines.
Yes, I love getting all my extra melanin in the summertime, so I'm always in the sun. Then in the wintertime, it goes down, so it's just, but it is what it is. Like, I like my skin. I love this. I like the skin that I'm in. Okay.
Yep. Me too.
Yep. I enjoy it. I love it. Like I would have never wanted to be born a white woman. Never, y'all. Look how we age.
Yeah.
Look how we age. We age backwards. Ludell is funny. I love me some Ludell. She says, sometimes I feel like wearing a shirt that says, don't ask me shit. Girl, we do. As Black women, we need to get some t-shirts that say, don't ask me shit, because people always got a fucking lot of questions for Black women. Goodness gracious. God. They always want to know something. Is that your hair? Is them your nails? They just always want to know something.
I bought them. They're mine.
Like, God damn. It's like the obsession, girl, the American obsession with Black women is insane, y'all.
Yeah. The obsession, the
fact that we still are sane is like we superheroes. I'm telling you, we got to be superheroes. The fact that we are still sane with this obsession with us. Everybody want to know what's going on in our goddamn business. Well, Sweet Tea says the colorism combo is all about comparison, because that's all we're doing is comparing ourselves to another person. Without the other person there is no definition. I think this, y'all. I think what Khadijah was talking about was the situation. I think it probably triggered her to remember some other light skinned women fucking passively aggressively being condescending towards her, gaslighting her basically. And so she probably saw all the same, because I didn't watch the whole thing. And my initial thought was, why are you on here crying about taking jobs? You know, if you take a job, you're an actress. Why wouldn't you take a job? That's what my mind was. So I immediately tuned it out and just kept going. I didn't even watch the whole thing. But I think what Khadijah is saying is that, you know, her situations, and it probably just reminded her of other condescending, passive aggressive, gaslighting conversations she's had with light-skinned Black women. And I mean, light-skinned Black women, feel free to come up. Like, she's sitting right here. If you feel like the conversation is one-sided, she's sitting right here. So
I think I don't even know if I'm saying this right. I think just humans, we have our experiences, and we're not saying that light-skinned people don't have their experiences. They do. I think what it is when people are pushing their experiences and punishing other people for what past behavior has happened. And I think we have to be careful of that. I did kind of see, you know, some of the clips that people were, I didn't see the clip of her per se, but just people talking about her. And I felt indifferent. You know, I didn't feel sorry for her. I didn't feel that her apology was authentic either. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't impressed with any of it. It was weird for her to, like, if she just apologized for not being aware of what she was doing, that's one thing. But for her to bring up her issues that Black women had with her when she came to the US, I thought was kind of weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was kind of going on a tangent. I'm like, I need you to stay focused. If this is going to be an apology, let this be an apology. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so that kind of made me suspect. And I'm just like, well, I don't even know where this is coming from. I really don't care. But I did find what other people were saying, you know, was interesting. So that's why I was even watching it. But if I were like on what it was, at Twitter or whatever it was on, if I was on there and I saw her just saying, oh, she apologizes, I would have gone right past it.
See, Angela Wells got me fucking knee slapping with this comment talking about some don't nobody want to argue about being light skinned. Listen, Angela, I didn't say nobody had to argue, but here's the thing. If people, I've been known in this space, people feel like I cape for light skinned women or racially ambiguous looking women. Everybody knows that I come from a family of very fair skinned Black women. Okay. My grandmother is white passing. My mom is white passing. So are her sisters. So are her brothers. Very fair skinned. And, you know, people always say I got my cape flapping in the wind for light skinned women. People say it all the time. But I'm only giving you a different perspective because of a conversation I had recently had with my grandmother. My grandmother is 99. Everybody knows that. And she told me one of the most tragic situations in her life was because she could not befriend other Black women because the color of her skin. So I asked my aunts, you know, I was like, really? And they was like, yeah. And like, you know, you guys, I brag all the time about my mom and her sisters and how close they are. And the fact that I've never seen them yell at each other, shout at each other, scream. I've never even seen them like argue, like never. That's how much respect they have for each other. And I did not find out that the reason why, I'm not going to say this was the reason, but they said partially they're so thankful to have each other because of their skin tone. They weren't able to make many friends. People always thought they were stuck up or they had a bad attitude and wouldn't give them a chance to get to know them. That is why I started talking about it on my channel, to give another side of the coin, you know, another story for you to go off of, because when light-skinned Black women try to speak up for themselves and talk about their colorism issues, they get shut out a lot.
So I cried when I was watching that live stream. It just broke my heart. I think try to figure out how to say this. Okay.
Mm.
So I think when people talk about their experiences in general, like the way you did on your live stream, that works for me. What's weird to me is when Black or dark skinned women are talking about their issue or what happened to them, their experiences, and then somebody else comes in and says, what about this? What about that? And it's like, wait, we're focused here. So like the way you did it to me, like didn't bother me at all, or not that it would bother me at all anyway, but to see how people got upset because you even mentioned it, that I thought was kind of weird. But
it was telling to me. It was telling, and I lost. Listen, y'all, for those couple of streams I did about colorism in defense of light-skinned Black women, I lost a lot of subscribers. Okay,
wow,
a lot.
So
a
that
lot.
means they were triggered.
Lemon Spirit.
So they got some healing.
Hey, Everbrad. I'm sorry, Angelina. Hey,
Hi,
is that
I've
Everbrad?
been missing your lot. Yes, it's me.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey, boo.
I've been missing your streams. I'm sad.
Oh, girl, that's okay, girl. We've been up here kicking it, girl.
I love to hear I love when you have these conversations. Can I add something?
Yes.
I didn't know you did videos like that, and I'm very sorry that happened. Okay, like a week ago, I remember going on to a panel because in this space, and it's like as soon as I joined the panel, it was like this woman, she kept talking about her experiences, right? When we were having like a conversation about Rihanna. And she immediately kept backtracking to like her experiences to do with a Black man, being dark, just being going through prejudices, and people listened to her. And the woman on the panel, she was like, okay, so why are you so color struck? Because she kept like going back to like basically trying to have a conversation about like Rihanna and why people were bashing her, and if like what's the side of the coin. And she's going to like, she goes and basically starts talking about light-skinned women. See, the problem I have with these conversations is that it is kind of like we become so color struck to where I'm used to hearing about like light-skinned women interjecting themselves in conversations that don't pertain to them. Like if dark-skinned women want to talk about their prejudices and colorism, they should be able to without like women who don't experience what they experience interjecting. But I've also seen another side of the coin to where there are women, and y'all, she was in her 40s. There's like women who feel like as soon as like, a light-skinned woman or a brown-skinned woman enters the conversation or, a space, you feel immediately unwelcome because it's like, why are you here? You know what I'm saying? So I was having conversations and I was talking to these women. I was like, okay, we're all trying to like, we all have the same goals. We're all trying to get away from, because there's no escaping, but we're all trying to get away from something like Blackistan and level up, elevate. And I was noticing like this mean, I always coin this, like, you can't sit with me attitude. And they kind of just was like, didn't want to like welcome or talk to, didn't really want to hear anything they had to add to conversations that could be useful. And I've seen it happen so many times in these spaces. And I asked these women, like, what's like, where are we gonna, like, what do we gain from doing that? Because we're all Black, right? We're all gonna have different experiences.
I think light-skinned Black women and dark-skinned Black women need to have a respectful conversation, like, to maybe gain a sense of understanding from each other, instead
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, because it's really just like, a lot of people felt like I was being biased, and I'm like, listen, I was raised by really fair-skinned, light-skinned women, and I had never even had the conversation. I was just over my mom's house one day, and my aunts was in town, and so of course I'm over there soaking up the energy, glad to be up underneath the matriarch. I like seeing them kick it together because it reminds me that sisterhood really does exist. And I'm
Yeah.
just over there kicking it, and I was talking to my grandmother, and she just got to talking about it, and I was very surprised because my grandmother is a really silent woman. She don't really say. I mean, she old, she don't got a whole lot to say. So when she started, she said I could never make any friends, and her eyes was watering up. My grandmother do not cry. Okay. So when I looked at my dad was like, she talk about that a lot. And I was just like, so if she talks about that a lot at 99 years old, guess what that means? It really fucking bothered her. It really fucking bothered her. And because it bothered her, it bothered me. Like literally, I was pissed. I was wanting to go back in time and swing on some people. You know what I'm saying? So like, I was just bothered. And I looked at my mom. I'm like, because my mom she ain't much darker than her. So I'm like, that's been your experience too. My mother was like, have you ever seen me with anybody besides your aunts? I got to thinking, like, I'm looking at all of them. They looking back at me like, hello. And I'm like, damn. And my mom was like, that's why we always been close, because we was all so light that the community we grew up in, we had to fight all the time. We always had to fight. I'm like, damn.
You guys are making me want to go back. So my grandmother passed before, your stream came out. So these were questions I would have loved to ask her. I've been through her journals. She has written some journals for us to read after her passing. And she doesn't really mention anything about that. So I wish she had. Like I because she wasn't there for me to ask her and wasn't written in her journals, because my grandmother is very light skinned. So it makes me really wonder what she went through.
But a lot of people said that stream touched them a lot, and I was like, that's why we need to talk to each other, y'all, because these conversations can be easily had. We don't have no men to get involved in this shit. The little dark-skinned black boy on the playground ain't there no more. It's us now. We grown and we up here together. Like, we don't, it broke my heart to hear my grandmother say that, how lonely she was. And she got married at 17 to my grandfather and had 9 kids back to back to back. And, she said she didn't have no friends. She said, I had all those kids. I have no friends. And that shit just had me salty than a motherfucker. Like, man, what the fuck? Like, then when I look at my aunts and they say they had the same goddamn story. And the thing about the story is this. It's very similar to dark-skinned black women's story. Dark-skinned black women feel ostracized too. So it's like, okay, like, how do we have this conversation? Because it's like I felt like I needed to be the one to kind of throw light-skinned women a bone and make them feel a little bit more comfortable to discuss, what has your experience been in the community? What has it been? Because if it's been what my grandmother is telling me, it wasn't one at all, because she wasn't accepted. So to the young lady that just came up on the panel, did you want to add, Sally? You might be on mute. I think she on mute.
Hi, Angela.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
I just wanted to add it to add to the conversation. I just think it's a bit unfair that we can't have our own opinions on. I think having different opinions, doesn't mean that I hate you, or you should hate me, or I should hate that skinned woman, or I think it's all about preference. I mean, there's loads and loads of really beautiful dark women, dark skinned women. I mean, loads. But I think it's okay to think, as a light skinned woman myself, that
Mhm.
we are okay, we are pretty too. And and it's not our fault that we are who we are. And I
Mhm.
think for this actress to be apologizing for being who she is, I don't think she should be doing that. You know,
I agree. I agree. That was where I was at with it. I was like, why is she apologizing? Like, why is
You talking about
she?
the actor?
Yeah, Thandi. I didn't feel like she had to. I'm like, why is she apologizing?
I felt that apology was so disingenuous, and she's trying to like not get backlash for taking roles from black women. I mean, dark skinned women, because like I want there to be a like we got to take back our identity, because I don't like the fact that we call anyone that's lighter complected skin, light skin, when a lot of times some of these people really are biracial.
Hmm.
That's their identity. And I'm telling them that's their identity because that's their identity. If you don't have both black parents, how can you say that like, I'm you? You
Hmm.
get what I'm saying? You can't it's just wrong to me that they deny their other, like we can deny their other side, their other
Hmm.
parent. But we
well,
black people, we
that's
gotta we
another
gotta
thing.
take it on the chin and be like, okay, yeah, you're black, and give our blackness away like it's candy. No, I don't agree with that.
Well, black is a race and it's a social construct. So it's just who you identify as. You can be a white woman and identify as black if you want to. We don't have to believe it, but you can still do it. But the young lady on the panel, what did you say again? Because she wasn't done talking. What did you say?
Sorry.
Um, is that me?
Sully? Yeah.
Yeah. That's another thing. We're mixed. That's what we are. We're not black or white. We are a mixture of both, and that is also okay. I think what happens is it's almost like we are forced to pick a side, and I think that is not good for us, because I think a lot of the time we are aware of the fact that we both, even as children, we know that we look at a friend who's that skin, and that we know we're not like them, and we look at a white friend, we know we're not like them. We go to their houses, we know that we are different. At home, we go to a black parent and to a white parent, um, and that is okay. But I think, especially in the US, I think you guys, and I'm talking generally, obviously, but it's almost like, oh, pick a side, pick a side. In the UK, for instance, most black men do not understand why I only date white men. Well, that is not what you should be doing. I have heard outrageous things from black men. And it's not because I hate black men or because I think anything bad of them. I'm just not attracted to them. I could look at a really, really good looking black man, which there's loads here. Um, I I don't feel anything. I see that they're good looking, but it's not like I'm sexually attracted to them or I want to date them. I just don't. But I look at white, maybe very average English boy, and I think they are good looking, and I'm attracted to them. And sometimes the black guy, if you were to compare, you'd say, oh no, the black guy is a lot more handsome, and but still, I am attracted to the, say, ginger, which here is a joke, the ginger boy that is average. And I think what I'm trying to say is we have to pick a side, and that we have to start teaching the mixed kids that it's not our fault that two people from two different races decided to get together and have a child, and teach them that that is what happened, and now you are the the mix the mix of both of them, and that's who you are. Me, I'm very comfortable. I know who I am. I am a mixed woman. That's it. So that
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
for
I'm sorry, guys, and I hope I'm not offended.
no, you're
I'm not
no, you're
offending
not.
anybody.
Girl, we talk about everything over here. You ain't offended nobody. Somebody else new on the panel. Did you want to speak? Because there's so many people up here. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody.
Hey,
Okay, I was just calling to talk about the Tandy. Is it Tandy or Tandy?
Sandy,
I don't
Sandy.
remember. Sandy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. I also agree with the other people. I don't see why she apologized or anything like that. But where I disagree is the whole inauthenticity of her apology. I don't really see it as having to be authentic or anything because it wasn't really meant to say, I'm sorry to darker skinned women. I think she was saying it as a guilt thing, like white guilt. There's biracial guilt and light skin guilt. So she feels bad because maybe she's seeing these conversations on YouTube or online now, and she finally has a platform to talk about it, because back in the day when she was on like Beloved and all that, they didn't have social media. And so I'm sure she still felt some of these things, but she just didn't have the broadcast she has now to speak about it. And I also don't think that she should be blamed for getting these roles when the people who gave them to her are the people who gave them to her. Like, if she's an actor, it's her job to get a job. So I don't understand why people are blaming her for getting a job.
That's kind of how I feel too. I'm like, damn. I'm like, why? But I don't know. Like, Khadijah, do you think that's what you were saying, or do you think you just felt like she was being disingenuous? Because Khadijah said she
I
caught her
think that
damn
she's
legs on fire.
yeah. I think that she was, because the whole premise of the interview was not about black women at all. It was about it was about replacing a white man in God's country, God's country, whatever the movie is called. It was about replacing a black man, a white man with a black woman. And she was supposed to be elaborating on how she felt about it being switched from those a different storyline, from a a white storyline to a black story, a black person. I felt like what she should have said, it wasn't that the apology, there was absolutely no need for the apology based on the premise of what the interview was supposed to be about. It was supposed to be about how she would feel, how she would represent as a black woman in a racial situation. So it wasn't even about black women. It was about that, showing what she should have said, that this movie would give an aspect of when a black person has property or someone invades on their property, but they think they don't respect you because you're black. So, I see her trying to tie the lines, but the thing is when she expressed herself about, in England she was black, she was dark skinned in England. Why didn't you bring that up? Why? Because that would have been more of a comparison of the prejudice that you faced in England than the so-called prejudice that you faced in the United States.
But I feel like here in the UK, we do not have the same pressure at all. I mean, at least me personally, I do not. I a white person will know I'm a mixture of both. A black person will too. It is what it is. Can I ask a question to the dark skinned ladies? If we both going for a job or for whatever it is, we both there, and I get offered the job, what do you think I should do? Do you think I should not take it?
Well, if you walk into a job and you get offered the job over me,
Yeah,
duh, take the job. It's a job. But I mean, as
but
a dark
that's what I
skinned
feel.
person,
That's what I feel she was doing. I should
she
apologizing afterwards for taking a job and thinking I shouldn't have
that's not
taken the
what it was
job.
about though. That was not
That's
what
what
it
it
was
wasn't
about.
about, I don't think. It was more about the fact that she was apologizing for playing a role, or felt like, or basically saying, I'm sorry, black women, that I'm taking a job from you. And I didn't understand that, because it's like,
They
okay,
didn't.
how are
They
you
never
taking the
cast
job
us.
from a black woman?
They didn't
Because
cast a
they
black
don't
woman. They
cast us
casted you.
anyways. Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Why did you apologize to us? We're never casted.
It kind of
So
like throwing salt to the wound. Like, no one asked her to do
catching my
that.
damn legs on fire. That's what it was.
And look, I'm brown skinned, and I understand why women would be mad, and dark skinned women would be mad in this situation, because it's like, it's not about, oh, should I just starve? No, that's not what happened here. We're not saying, okay, don't starve yourself from opportunities. We're saying, don't cry later about the privilege you're benefiting from, because there is clearly is a privilege. There's a privilege to being light skinned. There's a privilege to being brown skinned. There is privilege in that, and you should be
And the
humble. You
fact that
shouldn't get on the internet and, I'm sorry, I'm taking your man. You're not dating a black
and
man, so who are you taking
yeah,
a
and
man
it's like the
from?
fact that we support you. Like we're your biggest supporters. You know, when you play black women, we're the ones that's coming to the movie theater and coming to see, how you portray portray
Yeah,
a black
listen to
woman.
Woman Skin. We
We're the
love light skinned women. We put women on. We put biracial people on all the time.
So I just, like I said, I felt like she set my damn legs on fire as a black woman, because we're not coming for you. So like, for you to sit up there and lie and say that when you came to America you was told fuck you for being light skinned, you're a liar. I don't
Yeah,
believe that. I
yeah.
don't believe that, because
I
like
don't think she lied at
TKO
all.
said,
And as a
like
red
TKO
bone, I
said,
think she did add fire to the fuel. She didn't have to say anything. She could have just sat there quietly and ate her food.
I don't think she lied. I think she was
But let me
speaking
ask you
from her
guys
point of
something.
view.
Do you expect light skinned women to just sit there quietly and eat their food and never have an opinion?
No, I
no,
think
I
that
think
in
they
this
should have an
situation,
opinion, but why
Yeah,
throw
they
other
do.
people under the bus? Like, you don't have, if
yeah.
especially when it's not asked for. It's that that's
Yeah,
the that's the part.
I don't think we should be rubbing stuff all over
They need
people's
a space to
faces.
talk about their
You know,
opinions without
I
dark
agree
skinned women
with that.
saying, no, we can't
And
say nothing.
it felt a little bit like she was rubbing all over, women's face, how how lucky she's been, and and even the apology. I mean, the apology. I mean, it sounds so stupid. I
Yep.
just it doesn't make any sense. And to cry,
So do you
even
think
that I
she
thought
was
is so
coming?
forced.
Do you think she was specifically on purpose coming for dark skinned women or something? Because it
She
I
sounds
said
like
don't.
it
African
from
I
the
don't.
American
beginning
woman,
I
that
don't
she
so
agree
was
with that.
attacking them on purpose.
Absolutely,
I don't
absolutely.
think so.
Because
I
like I said, in school, and we're two different generations. So I'm just getting out of school maybe like 7 years ago. So this is the stuff that I was hearing from a biracial and light-skinned women. These microaggressions, these passive aggression statements, are the stuff that I was hearing from multiple light-skinned women. So I think that like I said, it was very disingenuous, and you were just trying to find some way to prove that you had more prejudice on your black side. That's how I saw it. It's like and
I
then you
agree.
you made sure to distinct yourself from black men, and you made sure that it was black women that you were throwing underneath the bus. And I felt like she was lying. People might disagree and say that she wasn't lying, but I think that she was lying through the skin of her goddamn teeth.
I think she's just going and trying to go along with the way the climate is, because dark skin women these days, women, they do have a voice, more of a voice, and they speak up. I think now a lot of light skinned women feel like they have to come on and apologize for whatever they think they might have done. And it has a lot to do with just social media, and and you guys say something that pandering is the word, to and they actually think you in many ways that a dark skin woman is offended by it. I think most dark-skinned women, I feel like they're not offended by anything. I think it's the media forcing us against each other.
Yeah, I see that point. I can see that.
You know,
But in
I
this
I do not
situation, I don't know.
I do not want to I do not hate anybody. I don't want to be hated by another woman. But I feel like even with the man with the man doing this crazy shows talking about black women, and we listen to that, that's so damaging. That's really damaging. Men saying that women are calling women horrible names. And I think it does trigger us too, to a point where it forces us to think about things that we shouldn't really be talking about at all. So we need one thing that Angela says a lot, and I agree, we should not be listening to men, because I think men play a massive role on what is happening between us women.
I agree, but Dandy was wrong. To me, I think she
I
shouldn't have
agree.
did
I
that.
agree with that too. But also dangerous. Did you want to offer your opinion on the matter?
Hey guys, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Good afternoon, or I don't know what time it is everyone's way,
It's
but
1:15 where I'm at.
yeah, it's 1:15 where I'm at as well too. First of all, I want to say, Angela, big ups to you. Literally, you are the only content creator in Black women's empowerment that we can feel safe. Like, this is the only panel that I like feel like when I see a link that I can comfortably come up amongst women, even with the topic at hand. Of course, I'm
This
a
is a
light-skinned
deep
woman.
one. I didn't even expect it to go in this direction, but I'm with it. We with it. We all right. We're gonna be all right. And I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. But as a light-skinned Black woman, it's so interesting to be in that position because, well, for one, I just want to stress that Thandi is biracial. Let's keep that in mind. Because, like, I know that there are light-skinned women that are on that bullshit. But of course, as a light-skinned woman that isn't on that bullshit, I don't ever want to take away from any one who is darker than me's experience. But it is like, what are we necessarily supposed to do when we experience things? And where is there a safe space? To be quite honest with you, since I came across these panels across Black women empowerment content, I don't really know a space. Literally, this is like the only space that I feel like I belong. You know what I mean? This is the only space where I feel like we can talk and we can battle, you know what I mean, the issues that we've all experienced dealing with Black men, because this does stem back to Black men at the end of the day. It's, you know what I mean, whether they're light skinned, dark skinned, whatever, they all got layers of shit with them. And specifically, I do agree 100%. A lot of my issues, any abuse that I've experienced, was from dark-skinned Black men. And I've never been on acting or participating in colorist shit. But like I said, again, I'm not trying to take away from any woman's experience. I know that, of course, I've dealt with it myself. But like I said, I don't really know where I can speak on that. I don't know where I can share the ingredients behind that without feeling like I'm offending others.
This is definitely the space for it. I definitely understand what you mean. I was just talking about that with Angela about how I would go and be in panels, and it was like this constant this passive aggressiveness as see that darker and brown skinned women would do to lighter skinned women. It's like you were just like, they didn't really want to hear what you have to say, or they didn't feel like you can add anything to the conversation because I think there is some division in this community, and I just want them to like. Also, it doesn't help that we do call, like we extend, like I said, we extend Blackness to everyone. I recognize the difference between a Black woman. I know that there are light-skinned Black women, and I know there's a difference between a light-skinned Black woman and a biracial woman. That's how I think we need to start bridging ourselves, because it's like, you know what I'm saying? There are
Yeah,
light skinned women out
absolutely.
here that are black. They come from black parents, dark skinned parents too.
Yeah, absolutely. My father is a little bit darker than Angela, and my mom is bright skinned. She's fair skinned. And I did participate back when Angela did the panel where she was asking light skinned Black women to share experience. I remember Authentic Ash was on that live as well too. So shout out to you, Authentic Ash. And we were sharing a lot of similarities. Prag was around as well too. And when we got comfortable and we started expressing like our experiences, it, like Angela said, it made her lose a lot of followers. And you know what I mean? That kind of hurt my heart because it was like, I don't know really how to feel. I don't know what to do because I hate that she was affected by us sharing our experiences. You know what I mean?
But see, that's that's why I'm happy Khadijah ain't just, she's very composed as well because, a lot of the other dark skinned Black women that follow me, they wasn't as composed in that conversation. I don't know if y'all was looking at the live chat, but they was going off. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, and so now you cape for light skinned women. And I'm just like, no, I just want to give them a voice. I want to have the conversation. Like we keep skirting around it. And that's not cool. Like the only person that been through colorism issues is not only dark skinned Black women. So we got to have that conversation. We got to stop prompting light skinned women up and then tacking them down at the same time. So it's not an even kill. So it's like, since we got Khadijah up here, Khadijah, is there any questions you want to ask a light skinned Black woman? Like, why do y'all do this? Why do y'all do that? Like, or do
It's
you feel this about that or whatever?
I was listening to that.
I think she accidentally went on mute.
What their and her sisters and how they couldn't like really befriend dark skinned Black women or other Black women because they thought that they were better, I guess better than them. So it was so like listening to other light skinned or biracial women come on the and speak about their grievances. I was open to hearing what they were saying, but at the same time it's like for me, I was like, I don't know what their situation was, but I just know for my situation and for other dark skinned girls that experienced what I experienced, it was they was not targeted. Light skinned women were not targeted, and I'm from Atlanta, so it's like a mix of a lot of people. We went to school with
But
Hispanics,
can I
Asian,
ask who
everything.
was targeting you? Can I ask who was targeting you?
Who was targeting?
Yeah, you.
It would
Because
everybody actually, but it was usually like you would just like mind like I said earlier, I would mind my business because I already knew that if I said anything out the way, that they would start to like try to roast and call me darky and blacky and all this stuff. And it was like and they would, like I said, there's two type of light skin or biracial attitude, animus. There's the very aggressive Cardi B who will call you a cockroach, and then there is your passive aggressive ones that would be like, girl, my hair is long. You ain't got no long hair like mine's. Or you just mad because my hair curly. You mad because Devontae like me and think that you it's those kind of attitudes. So it's not always that they're always like very aggressive. Most of the light skinned girls or biracial girls are passive aggressive. Like I said, I stay out the way because I already know you say anything, you could be friends with them, but as soon as something that you don't like or they don't like about you, or you try to confront them about something, they will throw what I don't call them faults, but they will throw something at you. You know what I'm saying? They would throw some kind of colorist comment at you. So that's my experience with them. And like I said, I stay out the way because I already know it's like only a matter of time before a situation arises and they be like, oh, it's because I'm light skinned. I maybe they've had experiences where they have been attacked by dark skinned black women, but I have not seen that in my lifetime. I have not seen where they got attacked because they were light skinned. I seen they got attacked because they keep saying some rude ass shit.
I think a lot of black people roast each other, and as a fat, light skinned black woman with 4C hair, um, I saw it the other way around. And so if I met like a dark skinned woman that bullied me, they would say, "Oh, that's why you bald headed," etc. So I kind of think the bullying goes both ways depending on your features.
Absolutely. That's why I mentioned featureism as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's the man too. They're very colorist.
Right.
Like I said, I got it from everybody. I got it from dark skinned black women. I got it from brown skinned black women, light skinned, biracial, light skinned men, dark skinned men. Because growing up, I was very skinny. I wore glasses. I was dark skinned, and I had 4C hair. So I was called the nappy headed one. I was called darky or blacky. I was called chicken bone. They said I had mosquito titties. All this, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So I
wow.
got it from all ends.
But then I do not think that we are doing that to each other as little girls. I don't think we're sitting there as 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think we are, and even if we are doing things like that, I mean, we're not even aware of it. I think that what you're saying here, it starts happening where once we start becoming aware of boys, and then we start sort of realizing that boys is I'm sorry, but I will go ahead and say that black men will I'm trying not to offend anybody, but
Go ahead.
they will we know what they're more willing to pick. I'm saying that because I feel like this whole thing have started from the Kardashians and Kanye West. I feel like it all got out of control when these rappers started doing what they're doing now, and then with that became the men in the on the internet. I'm not going to say names here, but there's one here, we all know him. He's been here for years. The horrific things he says about black women, and I feel like it always starts when we we become aware that boys like us, and we like boys, and we start competing, and that is when the whole thing starts. But I don't think as little kids we're being that mean to each other.
I think
Can
you're
I
absolutely right about when you start getting interested in the boys, because I think that's really when it got to its peak, is when
Yeah.
and like as a dark skin, I was more sought after by the light skinned boys
Yeah.
versus the dark skinned boys. So then then the light skinned boys are always like, fine. I think they're finer than the dark skinned boys. So they also have competition with light skinned girls too, because they think that they find the light skinned ones. They think that they fine too. So it's like when the light skinned guys would show me some attention that I didn't get from someone that was my same complexion. That's when the animus would come. I'll be like, why you going around spreading rumors about telling people that I don't get my hair done, and you know what I'm saying, like, oh, I gotta use a hot comb and all this shit like that to get my hair straight and shit. Why are you doing all that?
Yeah.
Why you doing it? That's where it does. That's where it got at its worst, is when, like you said, the dating stage.
Yeah, because people
middle
don't
school.
understand that us as mixed women in light skin, we do have our competition as well. We don't have that easy with white women. We still know that white women are the preference.
I'm so happy you said that, because I don't think this is about just being picked. See, there are dark skinned women out here that I've noticed they have a lot of animosity towards light skinned women because they get picked. Some, well, the mammies anyway. But what I noticed is from my dark skinned sister, and when she was telling me about this biracial girl, and I had a similar experience. And I'm gonna separate the two because, like I said, I don't compare light skinned women to biracial women. Y'all have your own struggles and your own identities. That's just how I feel about it.
Thank
So,
you.
when I was dealing with biracial women, here's the problem I had. And what she told me, when we were like adolescent and young, my sister extended kindness to her, like a lot of dark skinned women are. My sister was nice to her. And she even tried to help her and tell her that a coochie stank. And this girl, this like biracial woman, the moment they bumped heads over a guy because my sister was getting attention, do you know what she did? She used her privilege to try and paint a narrative to the public and to white people and to other black men that my sister was the stereotypical dark-skinned, angry, jealous black woman. That's what we got to talk about. That's what, like, I don't think, like, that's what biracial women don't understand. That privilege right there to, like, turn on dark-skinned women and use your privilege and put all the negative onus on dark-skinned black women is why they act. That's why they probably don't want to deal with them, because I wouldn't want to deal with that either. I've dealt with it. Like, I'm not dark-skinned, but I've dealt with biracial women always having that one dark-skinned friend that follows them around the place.
Absolutely agree with you. But you see where it all comes from. When a boy gets involved, then it all starts.
Every time a man gets involved, it's literally, I think that's what I've always kept in mind throughout my life. Like, I always saw it, even as a kid, you know what I mean? I always seen that boys were always the problem. When you were in high school, I had like friends, and my friends were all like, we were all different shades or whatnot. I was the light bright of the crew. But I always noticed that there were fights between like two of my best friends. One was dark skinned, one was like more of like Regina Hall complexion. And I remember them getting in fights, and it would be because of dudes liking, of course, the lighter girls. You know what I mean? And I don't know. It's always a dude that I feel like it boils back down to. And someone made a comment earlier, well, not someone made a comment, but in the chat earlier, they were stating that because dark skin or because black men prefer lighter women, were protected. Honey, that is not a fact. I've been sexually assaulted multiple times by dark-skinned black men. And I always get this energy that they try me because they think that I'm like docile or that I'm easy to, you know what I mean, sway.
I know what you mean.
And so it's like I said, I never looked at any animosity that was experienced for me from a dark-skinned black woman as a personal thing. I think I always knew that it stemmed from like some dude being involved. You know what I mean? It was the competition and things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, to say that we are better protected, we also saying that the quote unquote real preferences, which is women that are not black at all.
Yep.
We see they handling them. So how can we be better protected?
And I'm sorry, I'd like to clarify. Okay, she smelled like fish, y'all. She smelled like fish. So that's like my sister. She bought her stuff and was telling her how to do like the wash, the sink thing. But these boys didn't care. They didn't care that she smelled like fish. She was twerking and being promiscuous. That's why I said privilege. Someone's in the comments saying everyone has privilege. I don't believe that. Because if my sister was acting that way, she would be called a hood rat. She would be called every bad negative stereotype. But she got to get away with certain things because she was biracial. That's how I see it. That's what it was. My sister was being kind to her and told her, like, hey, straight up, you need to fix your hygiene. That's what I mean. I didn't mean like, not to shame her. It's just they were really good friends. But the moment that my sister got attention, she felt immediately attacked, like somebody was taking her privilege away based off male validation. That's the problem.
Mm.
And
And
tried
the
to
funny
use
thing,
the,
I feel
oh,
like
she's angry.
you guys still remain loyal, really loyal, to your own men. You know, even after everything they do. I'm not sure it's a good thing or a bad thing, because all the problems you see is that they get involved with these women, you know, and you know, if I was involved with,
Hold on. You might be in the wrong place. Cause ain't none of us loyal to black men. Not none of
Yep.
us.
Period.
I think on the if you're not if there are women not listening to you, because I think you are incredible in the sense that you have I don't mean on this panel, I mean black women that are not on what you are. Do you understand? They are still loyal to the black man. Do you agree with me?
No,
Dark
not
skinned
my.
women?
No, I've done a pretty good job of creating a space for myself of sovereign black women who
No,
aren't. Yeah,
I mean the
that ain't
women
our
that are
vibe
not
over here.
here. The women that are not here yet.
You mean
That
like
the
male?
women.
I know what you mean. No, I don't agree with that because I don't think every dark skinned woman who has a problem with a biracial woman is male identified all the time. Sometimes they just don't like you, and sometimes you just don't like them. Like, we gotta just be real here about that.
Because I feel like every time there is a problem with a black man, a mixed woman have turned on them, and I think in many ways it does serve them well in many ways. Um, and I feel like it's what's happening with the Kardashian and Kanye West now, where apparently she can't stand, you know, hearing his voice, or, you know, and after all that devotion that he had for her, this is what he's getting now.
This is a white woman, though.
Yes, yes, but that is the
I'd
whole
like to jump
point.
in. Can everybody
He's
hear me?
not being with. Sorry.
Can
I get what you mean. I get what
men
you mean.
face black women?
Huh?
I'm saying, isn't Kim Kardashian big? I don't know if it's the biggest, but she has a big following of black women. So obviously, her being with Kanye West isn't, affecting or didn't affect that at all. So I'm not drawing the comparisons to the Kim Kardashian.
Thank
The
you. I
Kim
didn't know
Kardashian.
that. I didn't know she had a big following of black women. I live in Iraq. I never watched them. I've never respected them. I don't rock with women who think that we owe them some type of loyalty because they sleep with black men. That's what I'm talking about. I don't never been like that. I don't swing that way. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I think it is sad and very telling. I mean, if these black women support her, then I mean, was supporting her, and she's stole. She's been sued multiple times by black women, stole from black women. I mean, what are we really talking about here when you throw that example out there? What are we adding to the conversation? How does this help dark skin and
I think I am in a way
biracial women?
agreeing with you that um, there is a lot of problems between us. And what we're saying is, I think it's more is a lot more problematic once boys get involved in it. I do agree that that might be, competition, but I don't think we're doing that as um, young young children. I don't think
Oh, okay.
so, but I might
I
be
don't agree
wrong.
with that. I don't
So
agree with that because it depends on the culture. I don't know if you're from the UK. Things might be differently, but it happens. I've had bad experiences with dark skinned women. I have, but I've seen dark skinned women have bad experiences based off of we all have bad experiences with each other. What I'm trying to point out to you, and it's why I shared my story, is that there's a clear privilege in being biracial and light complected. I'm not talking about light skinned black women. I'm talking about biracial women, how they can turn the masses on you when they don't like you. Dark skinned women cannot do that to you. That's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about mammies crying at and screaming and being upset that you're taking black men away from them. that's kind of like why this is like very upsetting and triggering, because she had all the audacity to come on the make her apology and say, I'm sorry, I'm taking your man away from you. We don't care if you take those dusties. A lot of black women are not losing any sleep over biracial or white women dating black men. They've been doing that. So it doesn't just start at when we start liking boys. It also starts when that biracial tune taps into her other side, in my opinion, and she realizes that she has some type of privilege, and she can use that. She can use that sometimes as a defense mechanism, because we as black people, we have coddled, and like Woman Spirit says, we've been calling everything black. That's why everybody should, I think, just throw away it and come up with something new, because it ain't working. Because anybody can call themselves black. A white woman can just put on a afro textured wig and tan and call herself black. So I don't see, like, is it really that, like, I don't see how bad it can actually be sometimes. I know they go through like their own struggles and prejudices, like with colorism, and that at times that they don't always get to use privilege like regular light skinned black women. But I'm saying that, like, in situations with Holly Berry and biracial women, that I do think they do have privilege. I do. And I don't think it just starts with when we all come to the realization that we're competing with each other for men. Because if that was the case, they wouldn't flaunt it. She wouldn't have flaunted the fact that she's taking black men away from black women, American black women at that. I don't know why everyone has a smoke for us, but American black women at that, when she's in a whole nother community. So I don't know. Can you help me understand that? Because I'm trying to.
I think black women do have a sort of vitriol for mixed and non-black women when they date black men, especially in the past. There's like whole not TV shows, but like talk shows where I don't know if it was Oprah or something. It was like, oh, they're taking our men. And there's a whole saying with black women, they're taking our men, and there's plenty of videos
black
on YouTube
women,
about it. So I think
black
there is
women,
some kind of
black women. I did a video maybe like 2 years ago about stop saying our men. Once you remove the responsibility of that word, because when you say "our," that's like that's ownership. It's taking ownership, and when you take ownership over a collective, anything you own, you're going to be protective of. So it's like you got to release the idea of that, because you're a woman. Any man could be your man. Race has just misconstrued all of that, and I think that black men's tears are real. They cry real hard. They cry so hard that it drowns out, literally, like their tears drown out any of the issues we would ever have. Our issues don't even get to come to the surface because we drowned it out by black men's tears. So it's like, even just this issue with dark-skinned black women and light-skinned black women. I think that, and this is no slight to anybody on the panel, this is just my opinion. I think that dark-skinned black women don't even understand that they're taking on the same energy as dark-skinned black men with that crying all the time. Mm-hmm. It's not, you don't understand. I went through this. You don't understand. And it's almost just like they're completely ignoring the issues of other women. My issues are deeper. My issues are better because I'm darker. No, you couldn't have possibly went through that. You're light skinned. And that's just unfair. That's unfair. That is unfair. And it's the same shit we complain about with black men. We complain that black men do not care about our issues because their issues are worse. No, it's like, no, they're killing us in the street, and the police brutality. And it's like, what about Sandra Bland? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's like, what about Breonna Taylor? It's like, they want to be the biggest victim. And I'm sorry, but I'm starting to think a lot of dark-skinned black women, not all of them, because I will extend the courage. I will extend the courage and the appreciation for Black women to say not all. I will not give that to Black men, but I will give that to Black women, because dark-skinned Black women are with the oppression Olympics right now. It's who had the most trauma. How dare you? It was me. It wasn't you. And you're privileged. And you're this. And you're the preference. First of all, it was never a preference. It was never a privilege. It was an obsession. Okay? Black men have an obsession with lighter skin. So don't think for 1 second that they really are going to treat this lighter skin better than you. No, it's an obsession because it's close to whiteness in their eyes. And Black men are literally obsessed with white men. Okay, this is why they accept the bottom of the barrel of white women. The white women can be overweight, toothless, elderly. They don't care as long as it's a white woman. But you got to understand, if it's an obsession, what does that mean? Nobody really likes what they're obsessed with. So what they're going to do is get that obsession in our home. And that's why a lot of light-skinned black women are in domestic violence relationships, because of the jealousy of light skin that dark skinned Black men have. So there's an obsession. There's another flip side of the coin that's not being discussed. And that's what I was trying to give light skinned Black women the opportunity to do, is to tell their side of the story. Because what's happening is that Black men have triangulated Black women towards each other, just like they do now all the time. They always in our business. They always starting something. They're always the catalyst of Black women falling out with each other, disagreeing with each other. It's the same thing with colorism. But dark-skinned Black women have got to release the reins. You are not the only one. And you cannot just discredit the experience of light-skinned Black women and automatically think everything they're doing is some ploy for attention. First of all, that's asshole backwards. They don't really need the attention because they involuntarily get it. And they don't always want it. The attention is there because of the obsession with their skin tone from the Black community. This is why you got rappers running around, I want a thick red bone. So they get a lot of unwarranted, unwanted, unhealthy attention. It's not the attention you think it is. When it comes to men and vetting and dating, they got to go through the same process, if not worse, because Black men are colorist as fuck. So they got to deal with trying to figure out whether this man likes me for real or do he just want to be with me because I'm light skinned? Do he just want to be in my face because I'm light skinned? Do he just want to be around me so he can control me, so he can brutalize me, so he can embarrass me when I'm in the house? But it's all good because he a dark skinned guy and he got a light skinned girl on his arm. See, all of that shit that comes from the Black community does not benefit light skinned Black women. And I think they need to have an opportunity to say that. They are just as unhappy. While you somewhere feeling like, oh, they're the preference. No, Black men, a preference? The only man in this fucking world that created a preference was white men. Black men didn't put in enough work to create no goddamn preference. White women were the standard of beauty because of what the fuck their men did. Black men ain't do shit but put weight and burden on your shoulders, which is why we sitting up here right now having a conversation thinking that one person got it better than the other. Do by who? Black men? Black men. Who gets it better than, who getting it better with a Black man?
Girl.
Even white women don't get it better with a Black. Don't nobody get it better with a Black man.
I think people think that because Black men have told them they're giving it to them better because of the way they look.
She's 100%. You're 100% right on that. They have no problem telling you, well, this is why we go to white girls. Like it's crazy
full of
how
it.
bold
Or
they are.
Asian girls.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm not asking them why they're going over there. I'm not sure why anybody
Same.
would ask. So as far as I'm concerned, they're volunteering that information, and I'm like, well, nobody asked you, so I don't even
No
understand
one
what
at all.
And then
No
of
one.
course I'm of the school. This is my school of thought. Like, this is my thing. If you have to say it, there's a good chance that it's not really happening, or that's not who you really are. So if you have to go around hollering that you're treating women better because you like them better or you like the way they look better, then you have to wonder, are you really doing that? You're volunteering this information, so you trying to fix us, trying to get us to think a certain way. And why are you trying to get us to think that way?
Yeah.
You know
And
what I
then they're
mean?
slinking their preference through TVs. So it's like, yeah, it's not a privilege to be picked by black men. Definitely not. I don't think that's where the privilege is at all, especially
But
in the black community.
we're supposed to be the ones choosing who's best for us. So why would we even worry about what men want?
It always circle back to men, it seems. That's
Yeah.
Always. That's
So
what I was saying.
outside of men, what are these privileges that light skinned or biracial women have outside of men? What are these privileges?
Well, in that case,
I would like
then we could talk about, like I said before, about how the white society is colorist as well. If they deal with us, they're going to want to choose the lighter skin. So, I mean, that's that. I mean, either way, we're going to deal with it, but one's just closer to us than the other.
But
Now,
wasn't that my whole point? That it, if it's not about men, I don't think we are above you as everybody claims. That's my point.
Well, in that case, it would be the white men telling us, right? Because they're the ones running everything. So they're the ones telling us one is better than the other.
Yeah.
I think as well
I
as
agree with that.
Me too.
I feel
I
like
don't think so.
ladies,
I
can you hear
think
me?
black people are the ones who put the emphasis on the color. White people think all the Negroes look alike.
Hello. Hey, everyone.
I just want to say this too. It's not a privilege to know that your own people don't like you. You know what I mean? It's not a privilege that you have to defend your blackness and you both of your parents is black. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
assumptions are made for you. It's not a privilege that I just want to emphasize, especially coming from a formal social justice warrior background. It's not a privilege that I think that's one of the reasons why I went so hard, because of the fact of feeling like I had to prove my blackness to my own people and the animosity, or, you know what I mean? Like as stated, women or even men feeling threatened by me just because of being light skinned. And I don't know, it's a deep, like, it's like, fuck the white people, fuck the racism.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to curse. It's like, screw that. But your own people, like, you know what I'm saying? You're still dealing with similar struggles, like still the same racism from white people, from other people, but your own people now, they got like an extra, well, I don't mess with you because you light skinned. You know, y'all be acting light skinned. That's not a good feeling either.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
overall.
fucked up.
So I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the chat, and someone was saying, so what are these privileges everybody talks about? Okay. Oh boy. Having access to whiteness, I guess, would be the privilege. Like, if black guys want to date a white girl, they're doing it to get access to whiteness. We all know what whiteness means, or the perks too. So if you can get close to whiteness as possible, I guess that is supposed to be the perk, I guess.
Yeah,
That's the only
privilege.
thing I could think of.
Someone said that the only privileges light skinned people have, I mean biracial people, is in the media. You said that to say what though? Like, I didn't deny that.
Something real quick. Just real quick. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we hear you. You're clear.
Okay, I really like this live. This is my very first time listening to this. I dated a dark skinned black man, and y'all said nothing but truth. I will never do it again. I love all colors of black, okay? But when it comes to that crying, like the host was saying, nothing but crying, nothing but pouting, nothing about it was always um listen to me. I went through this, I did this, I did this. It was just non-stop every day. I will never do it again. And when it comes to this mix race and the white girls and all that crap, I got bullied by a light skinned half, I was about to say half breed, sorry, but mixed woman, female. It's just not dark skinned black women getting bullied. Me, people say, just like the host, say that people call me light skinned, they call me brown skinned, they call me different colors. Some say that I look like I could be Somalian, the complexions of Somalians. It's just crazy. But as a black woman, I know who I am, I know who I like. I never, just because the black man, the dark black man did what he did to me, it's not going to stop me from dating black men. It's not going to take me to a white man. I do so believe that white men is not good for black people. And I'm sorry to say that. But that's how I feel. That's my opinion. So I
Hold on, wait.
love this slide.
Yeah, we sleep with who we want to sleep with over here, ma'am.
Yeah, but
Yes,
I want to
yes.
know. I want to know why she thinks that, though. Why do you think that? What's your name? What's your name? My name is Angela. What's your name?
You call me Cece.
Cece.
Yes,
Okay.
of course. Anybody can sleep with whoever they want to sleep with. I'm not knocking none of that. I just feel because what white men have done in the past. See, I got experiences with stuff that happened in my family when it comes to a white man. So that's not something that y'all are talking about directly, but that's my preference. I will never ever mess with a white man. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So I am just sorry to say that, but other than that, I can date like other races and stuff like that, but I won't mess with a white man. And it's not, man, it gets deep. And this is not the topic for that. But I truly appreciate all you women coming up here and y'all are speaking on this matter because it needs to be said. And not a lot of people is willing to come out and say it. They're not. So this is just mind-boggling to me because I literally 3.5 years ago stopped dating a dark-skinned black man, and it's not only what he did in the relationship, but afterwards, and it's still continuing. So it's like who I wouldn't wish it on nobody, not even my worst enemy. So it's like, y'all ladies, y'all keep doing y'all's thing. And I thank you for letting me speak.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all. Come up anytime.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mama Spirit, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so one thing I noticed that you have really good, like, your self-awareness and your critical thinking about things is so on point, because I saw like what you're saying about like how you're starting to see, like, you feel like it's become a space to where dark-skinned women are just, like, I guess, whining. Well, there was a place in time where light skinned women was doing the same thing, and it's still happening. You know, you see the stories of like light skinned women saying, oh, you know, there was a dark skinned girl who bullied me at the park, and then you have dark skinned women calling them whiny, and then you have light skinned women calling them whiny. So it's like this never ending circle jerk of like whining and complaining when all the problems go right back to like the man, from what it sounds like to me. Like, and then we can't just be like, okay, like you're whiny, okay, you're whiny, you know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't, how about in your space is like, hey, no, like it's like just listen to each other, let's hear each other out without trying to discredit or put one above the other, without saying, oh, I'm dark skinned, I go through more problems than you.
Somebody need to go on mute.
Or I'm light skinned. Like, you know, like your space is welcoming to like basically all sides of the coin, where you can like expand your thinking and not just have a limited way of thinking, because we can't, like you said, it becomes an echo chamber. It's becoming an echo chamber because you have dark skinned women saying, well, I'm dark skinned, you can't tell me shit, you know what I'm saying? And you got light skinned women like, well, being light skinned, I'm being attacked as soon as I come out of the womb. It's not like, it's like no one has come to the sound logic that it's not really a badge of honor or a privilege to worship or be male identified or care about these men predator behavior preying upon you. Because, you know, yeah, dark skinned women are unprotected, we know this. Light skinned women are preyed upon, we know this. How do we bridge the gap and without like disrespecting one of another experiences with, you know, because I'm hearing a lot of bitterness towards both sides. I'm hearing light skinned women say like, okay, but you know, what are their privileges? Or I need to eat too. Or like, what's the privileges? I'm light, I'm preyed upon, they just like my flesh, you know, I have to struggle too. And dark skinned women is like, nah, you can't say shit to me, or I don't want to have nothing to do with you because like, or want to be around y'all because y'all gonna, you know, turn Karen and like, you know, say call me call me like a slur or something and say I'm being racist towards you because you're light. It's like we like what?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I've seen so much like in these spaces, and it's really humorous to me, but it's not a funny conversation because, on all jokes aside, I don't think it's funny to downplay anyone's experiences. And that's where people got me messed up at. That's what I see happening. We don't need to be undermining. We women, we struggle. We're struggling in this world. We're all women. We're all Black.
Can you hear me, Brett?
And we're struggling, like, you know, trying to navigate. Like, I don't want to hear shit you have to say. You know, get out of my face.
Tia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
I can hear you.
Okay, I was wondering if she could hear me because I kept trying to come in. I don't think she could hear me.
No.
But Tia, go ahead because you've been up here for a while. Go ahead.
Oh, were you
yeah, I was. Go ahead, Tia.
I had a question, and I want to speak up for the brown skinned women because we don't get a say in it, but we're judged. We're taking advantage of too.
I'm so sorry.
You know, I'm not light enough in my family. I'm not light enough, as light as my two sisters, and I'm not dark enough to acknowledge the experience of my oldest sister. But I have two sisters who feel like they're lighter than everybody, and then my darkest sister, who's the oldest, feels like I'm not dark enough to go to understand her experience. You know, and it's really messed up because I could be light at one moment. Somebody called me a red bone. I never saw myself as a red bone. And then I could be dark skinned, and the guys like, I never dated dark skinned women, but I've never been told I was dark skinned until, you know, it's whatever people, how they see you. But I had my sister's dude, her nigga, that's what I call him. He's dark skinned. And the dude that I had just ended a relationship with, they've both been in prison. And they say in prison, they determine that they don't like Black people. And I think they just projected on women that they don't like Black people because of how it is in jail. Has anybody ever, I don't know if anybody ever dated a criminal or whatever, but I know a couple of them, you know, and they said in jail, they don't fuck with Black people. Once they come out, it's like, I don't fuck with Black people. They don't even take care of each other, but it's the men that they're in contact with and not women, but they come out and project it on us women. So those are two things.
Wow, that's a lot.
It is a lot. My sister her nigga, he likes my sister. He wants my sister because she's light. But yes, we do have Caucasians in our family. My dad is light and my sister is the lightest. My brother and my sister are the lightest. But he clings to my sister and he's very dark and I can't stand him. He's a nigga. He chooses my sister because he says, you are white. You're white. So one day I was sitting in the car with him and he was having this conversation. I was like, but you talk about my sister, and me and my sisters are blood sisters, same mother, same father, and I'm brown skinned. How do you see me? I'm like, because people see me as dark skinned. And he paused for a minute. He was like, but you're not dark skinned. I was like, but you see white when you see my sister, but when you see me, what do you see? He was like, well, you know, you're your sister's sister, but she's white. You know, it's just kind of weird. Like their thinking is like really fucked up. But he's so into my sister because he believes that we have Caucasians in our family, which he goes by our name or whatever, which is crazy. It's really crazy. And then the brown skin, when we don't get no say, but I'm not light enough to be around the lightest of women of the Black community, and I'm not dark enough to be a part of the dark skinned women in the community. So you just, you know, like
when you say community, are you talking about Black men specifically, or are you talking about
the women and men? I'm talking about the women and men because I get judged by the way I look with my brown skin and the way I wear my hair. You know what I'm saying? If I'm pretty as a brown skinned woman, as a brown skinned woman, you know, if I look too good, I'm judged. Oh, she must be bougie, but I'm a bougie what? You know, am I a bougie dark skinned woman or bougie light skinned woman, or just, you know, it's just really crazy how.
So it sounds like this is just a perpetual high school, because if all we're doing is talking about the way people look and we're worried about what shade of the spectrum they're on, like obsessively, not just generally, but obsessively, like how do they think about real things that really matter? Like if people are so obsessed with the shade that others fall on, it just seems so weird. I don't know.
It does. That it does.
It just seems so super.
And it's been happening since I was young, you know. Even with my sisters, I wasn't light enough to say, you know, I'm light because of my sisters. So I was just I don't know, in between. I don't know. But
I'm gonna have this conversation.
Skin color doesn't matter to me when it comes to my family. Skin color doesn't matter to me, period. It's who you are. It's who you are to me.
Because we didn't have this in my family. And my mother's family, like my grandmother was very, very light skinned. Her husband was light skinned. So my mother's younger siblings were light, very light. Now my mother is like a few shades lighter than me. And then I have uncles that were darker. Then my sister and I are like my shade. My sister and I were really close in shade, but then my baby sister is very light skinned. So now hearing you talk about your family, because we didn't talk about this, we didn't worry about this. It wasn't on our purview, but now I really do want to talk with my family on how my mom grew up, like, was it, did they even consider anything of that? And how my light-skinned sister feels that if we have, because as far as I can see, none of that, we never even thought about that. We was black. That was it. We had a black Jesus on the wall. We was black. That was it. Grew up with the 1 drop rule. So you got 1 drop and I can see you got black in you, you black. Like, so it wasn't broken down and obsessed with over skin tone or shade. So it's so different hearing your family going through this.
Yeah, my sister does it with my niece. So she has this was so weird to me because I was sitting at the counter and my nephew said, because my sister says to my niece, "Oh, with your light skinned self, with your light skinned self," And so
Wow.
it's kind of irritating because we grew up like that, because in the further part of Virginia, there's a lot of biracial kids, And then I found out my great granddaddy was, a Caucasian or whatever because of the whatever. Anyway, so we're sitting at the counter and my nephew says, "I have a white sister." No, he says, "I have a light-skinned sister and a black sister." And I was like, "Nephew, both your sisters are black. One is just lighter than the other. But the way my sister presents it is like she is set apart. The lighter one is set apart from everybody else, even herself."
That's heartbreaking.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
I was
Hi.
laughing so bad earlier. I'm so sorry, Woman Spirit. I don't know what happened.
Yes, it does take adults to correct it because we're teaching our kids that. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was reading the comment.
No worries. I've just been trying to jump in here and there. I'm actually working, so I just figured I'd put my 2 cents in. But I mean, just kind of to sum all of this up, and I'm glad we kind of got to this segment of the conversation. I think really, as Women's Spirit said, is a social construct. And with that social construct, the idea is to play on, I guess, our insecurities and jealousy. And that has truly reared its ugly head at this point, with all that we're seeing now. So it's really just a play on that. So everybody wants to one up someone else. Someone wants to feel better than someone else,
right?
Whether it be through superiority or through my plight is bigger than yours, right?
Yeah.
So I come from a family where at this point it's mostly Black heritage, but I have grandmothers on both sides who come from mixed families, Black, white, and Native American. And within those families, they experience their own versions of colorism from parents and relatives. So that is correct. It's stemming from parents, and yes, ultimately from the patriarchy in itself. But from that patriarchy, as far as Black men are concerned, it's their jealousy of white men, to me, that is causing this. So their want to be so much closer or be like them is what causes them to have that jealousy and obsession with anything that's close to that skin color to me. And so they, it's kind of a trickle down effect with your children, the women that they pick, etc. So the women are being told, well, you're better because you're closer to white. And then they have children, and their children are an array of colors, and they treat their lighter skinned children better than their children who are brown skin or dark skin. My grandmother is, she is half Black, a quarter Native American, and a quarter white. And she is extremely dark skinned. She is beautiful skin. She is a beautiful woman. And she was the oldest out of all the girls in her family. And she was treated like trash. Her mother never told her she loved her or anything, because she cared more about the light-skinned children than she did about the other children. And especially the darker you were, it was an issue. And so, not to say that that happens in all families, but because we have that construct amongst us, especially in America, that's just the way it is given our history. We are seeing that even though there are families who don't conduct themselves that way or don't teach their children that way, because it's part of our society, it still rubs off on these other children and everyone else because we still have that mentality within our community. How do you get out of it? It's been an ongoing thing for hundreds of years at this point. But there has to be some kind of unity somewhere to say we're just not going to continue this. But I mean, what's the likelihood of that? So I just wanted to add that before I go back to work. So
it would
it's just
include
crazy to me.
healing. It would include healing, and as someone who's on their healing journey, that can be kind of scary because you have to really look at yourself and you have to be honest, and that's how you break the cycle. Because once you do your healing, then you're going to pass that on to the kids. But we have to get there.
I want to add
So in the
to what
present day,
Woman's Here
have we
was
discussed what are the
saying.
privileges of light skin? Like, have we brought that up yet? Besides getting
Privileges of
attention
light
from
skin?
black
That's
dudes?
what I was about to bring up. That me dating Caucasian men, white men. It's hard for me to say white. Sorry. So if I say Caucasian, it's really hard, even though I dated them. You know. And the question is, what women date white men? And I was really prejudiced, because I guess you can't be racist is what they say. I was really prejudiced against white people. I was a go hard kind of, I was an asshole, really. You know, there were all kinds of things to me. I said all kinds of things that people with my family would say, don't say that on the phone, they're probably listening to you. You know, I would say some wild shit, you know. And then as you know, I just turned 39, and I guess at 39, nope, before then, I'm realizing I already knew men weren't shit. I always thought they were gay since I was 19. Like certain things, like, you know, that I was always, you're weird, Tia. Why do you talk like that? But what woman dates a white man? I date a white man. And I was so freaking prejudiced. Once I watched Roots when I was like 10 years old, I was like, hell no. You know, black power this, black power that, right? But now it's like, what? Y'all ain't shit. You know, y'all not uplifting, y'all don't protect, you don't provide. You know, that's what we talk about. You don't even, your conversation is shit, you know? So me, I'm the kind of woman that would date a white man, even though I was prejudiced. And I say, well, they probably have their prejudices too. You know what I'm saying? But I would. So I'm answering the question for Woman's Sphere. I would, although I was prejudiced, I still am. I still have my prejudice. It's a lot of shit. Like I'm sorry if I offend anybody, but white bitches are, I mean, they evil as shit. I mean, to me, they are like they like the goat of the devil. You know what I'm saying? The devil rides
God damn.
white woman's back because she's so vicious, and not in a bad way. How she moves is like, what the fuck? Who moves like this? And it's a good thing because she don't play no games. To me, a white woman don't play no games unless she fuck with a black man. You know what I mean? Whatever. But me, I'm the woman that'll date a white man because I've dated them. And I'm myself. And they were like, you realize that with a white man, it's like it's not that you don't have anything in common. It's just to not feel like they're superior than you. I don't worship a man. You get the same shit I would give a nigga down the street. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. He told me I was petty. He said, I was like, so I want you to go down, you know what I mean? He was like, nah, I want you to do such and such. I said, nigga, lose my number. He's like, you petty as shit. Because I won't go down on you. You motherfucking right. You don't get no privilege with me. But me, Tia, I'm the kind of woman that would date a white man, even with my, prejudice.
I think I confused people in
Okay.
college because I was kind of the same way. I mean, blackity black, but I was open to dating whoever. And the men who would approach me were non-black. So, hey, if we clicked, I went out with them. And I remember some girls asking me, they're like, so I forgot what they said to me, but I told them, I was like, I just don't care about none of that. You know what I mean? So I guess they were asking me if I like black men or whatever, and I just told them I like men. If they're cute and we click, I'm going out with them. Actually approach me, just happen to be non-black. Oh well, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm gonna have a good time, So even though I grew up as a proud black woman, I didn't have loyalty to date a specific type of person. Like, that just wasn't in my purview. So
I think that's a good thing, that to be just like be open, because to be closed-minded and be like, oh, I want a black man, I want a black, you be lonely for the rest of your goddamn life, I believe.
And see, I don't even remember really hearing anybody say that. I mean, they probably have around me, but I just didn't. They didn't say it like that. They didn't say, they just said they were attracted to black men. They didn't say that's all they were ever gonna date, But it's just so weird to me, because when people started talking about dating out, I thought it was a weird thing, because I'm like, why are you telling people who to date? Like, I didn't get it. This was about 10 years ago. I didn't get it. I'm like, I don't understand what's the big deal. People just date who they want to date. I didn't realize that this was a whole thing until I got on the YouTube and I started seeing more of it. I was like, oh, this is what's going on.
That's true. Yeah, it's been going on. Like, it probably will be, because I don't know, man. It's like, it's like some families, they say, don't bring no white man to my door, or like
that was
don't
So
yeah, like
my parents never said that to me. However, when we did start dating, and my dad had asked me, like my stepdad, he asked me, he's like, so is he white or black? And I looked at him, I was like, white? And I kind of like looked at him like, that's a weird question. We never talked about this before, right? And he says to me, well, don't look at me like you think it's normal. And I'm looking at him like I'm thinking he's crazy. I'm like, why is this all of a sudden matter? And it's not as if my stepdad didn't date somebody who was non-black back in the day. So, like, I don't understand. Like, why is this even a thing? So, and this is some people college by then. So I'm like, what? I didn't know you had a problem with this. We've been in the military. His friends were married to white women. So I'm confused.
Double standards.
Yeah.
I guess that's why. It's not like I was socially inept, so I kind of did live underneath the rock, but I did see it. I would see some black women say like, "Nah, I would never date a white man." Pinkity jinking it. You like pink dick? You like pink penis? Yeah, they do
when
that.
the lights are out. Okay. And let me tell you, white doesn't mean their dick is pink. I'm gonna tell you that too.
I know. I'm just saying the ignorant. There are ignorant black women that do that because of how they're raised. They're not. I don't see I see other black women trying to make their daughters repeat their same mistakes. I don't see them, because when they're in schools and stuff, and when this is happening, and I see the youth doing this, I'm seeing them say and repeat shit you would have heard pro-black women saying, and it don't make sense, because we all know, and we all should know by now, that not all white men have pink dicks. You have beige, you have brown, and some of them have a little color to it. And then you have some women that make fun of Asians. They like to be like, you like Asian man? You know, they got egg roll dicks and they smell like rice. They do that. So
all you gotta do is watch a porn and you can tell.
You're making
It's the prejudice that's like that is so prevalent in this toxic community. It's a thing. It's always been a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Never went
So,
anywhere.
Yeah, because I was just like, I remember only one girl saying something about, I guess we were talking about, I guess sex with guys. And she's like, well, yeah, I don't think white guys have stamina. And I looked at her and I was like, clearly you're with the wrong one. Because at that time I was seeing a gymnast and boy, howdy, did he have some stamina. So I don't, I just think,
It's brainwashing. I'm telling you, it's that brainwashing. We gotta get. It happens in schools too because you have gay man. I had a gay guy even telling me, "Oh, you like pink dick, girl?"
you're
what?
breaking up.
My bad.
Oh, you there?
Was it just me or is
Can
she
you hear me?
breaking up?
I didn't hear her breaking up. I hear her fine.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I was
I can
saying
hear.
that there was gay men, like gay black men telling me like, ew, like they like BBC. They was kind of like black women. I saw the resemblance in both their pathologies. The gay man was like, ugh, you like pinkity jinkity? Pinkity jinkity. I was like, what is pinkity jinkity? I was like, pink penis. So it's definitely, I don't know, man. I don't see some is definitely wrong in this culture. Some is definitely wrong in this culture because it's like you gay, you shunning me, you trying to shun me and stuff and check gatekeep what I do with my vagina. So yeah, it's deep. It's a rabbit hole.
One thing I like, what Angela was saying, and it comes down to if a guy authentically likes you as who you are. And at that point, the color won't really matter. It's about being having somebody authentically care about you. The performative stuff, which white guys can do too, so.
True. Someone said, who are we socializing with? Yeah, I socialized the black community. That's what I did. I grew up I grew up in the hood. I'm not ashamed of it. I've moved a lot. I've moved out of it, but I've had conversations. I'm not gonna avoid people. I'm still gonna extend kindness.
Like I was telling y'all, when I used to work at AT&T, I used to work in a customer service center. It was a guy's name was Mark. He worked in the finance department. Mm-hmm. He was like really, really handsome, like Brad Pitt handsome, like really handsome. And he would walk past my desk all the time and skin and grin at me and smile at me. And it was kind of like told to me that he liked me, but he never said it. One of the other supervisors there, because I ended up getting a promotion to become a supervisor. And she told me, she was like, girl, Mark got like the biggest crush on you. And so I had a crush on him too. I mean, come on. So I had a crush on him too. So I'm like, seriously? I'm like, what'd he be saying? And she was like, girl, he thinks you're hot. Like that was the word she used. He thought I was hot. I was like 24 at the time. So this is how you got to vet, because this guy was like really into black girls, right? Mm-hmm. So we dated for about maybe like 2 months or so. And, we had to keep it like on a hush hush because we worked together. So it went from him blushing at me all the time to him just walking past me like we didn't even know each other. We both was doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. So I never had sex with him, right? And one of my friends, I ended up getting one of my friends there a job. Tell me why he had sex with my friend.
I was gonna say that.
Nah, he was slaying.
Yeah, they all, because we would, you know how I be with those 9-to-5 jobs. Y'all get off work sometimes, and then we was working downtown Cleveland, so we was surrounded around all the restaurants, bars, clubs. So if we would work a little late or whatever, like maybe like 6 or 7, we would go have a cocktail or something after work. And I wasn't at work this day. It was one of my off days, and my friend that I got the job was there.
Wow.
And she didn't, but to her defense, she did not know we were dating. Because I said, I wasn't telling nobody. But he knew.
So he was a homie hopper?
Yeah, he knew. And he had like this.
He wanted pussy.
Yes, he just wanted black pussy. So they went out, I guess, after work, like we always would do. But like I said, this was my off day. I wasn't there. And she told me the next day, not even knowing I was dating him. Like I come to work and she's there and she's like, girl. And she was like, I got something to tell you. So it was like, I'm like, what's up? She's like, girl, you ain't gonna believe this. You ain't gonna believe it. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, Mark from finance, right? She like, yeah. She was like, girl, we went out yesterday. Girl, we got so fucking wasted. I just went back with him to his apartment because his apartment was real close to downtown Cleveland. He was doing. He had a couple of coins. He came from, a little bit of dollars or whatever. So she fucked him. And she said it was horrible. And I was happy.
I'm so happy. I'm dead.
He said he had a little dick. She was like, girl, he had a little dick. She was like,
walking around with big dick energy though, right?
Yes, girl, acting like he was the man because he was fine. It was fine. And so
homie hopping.
He kind of avoided me a little bit, but you know what I'm saying? I waited, girl. I'm so fucking petty. I didn't say anything. And I waited until we was all out together again. And I was like, so how was y'all night out? Like, did y'all have fun? And he was just looking like, how the fuck she know? How the fuck she know? Because I told her, do not tell him you told her. She was like, girl, I was never talking to him again. And this was one of my friends. She's savage. She's savage. Real pretty, real about her business, you know what I'm saying? And she was savage, she had her way with men. So it was like me and her, it was like the joke's on you, dude. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of put him on blast. But I was like, he is so trifling. Now he knew I got this girl this job up here.
That was friends too.
Right, and just gonna go ahead and attempt to bang her out. Let her tell it wasn't nothing.
I don't like homie hoppers. I don't like that shit. And then what's crazy, Woman Spirit? If he was black, if it was a black man, some of the girls would fight over these dudes, little dick and all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we wasn't fighting for him. We was laughing at each other. And then he ended up trying to transfer. Girl, he tried to get transferred to another office.
That's embarrassing. He should be embarrassed.
He should.
That's what his ass get. We don't smash the homies.
They tell y'all so his ass.
It's disrespectful. You don't smash the homies. Like, no code.
Girl, that's what I'm saying. Like, white men don't be having code. I'm telling you, like, there's some white men out here that are obsessed with black vagina, and but they will not marry you, boo. They will not marry you. They will not. They're not even just marry you. They won't even make.
Someone said Sharon is Karen. I'm dead.
He just wanted some black pussy. He wanted black pussy too. He's like, oh, I wanted to see how it. That was like, I thought you was dating black women already, you little motherfucker. You humped the shit out of me.
That's what I'm saying. There's some white men out here that's just like that, man. They
that's
won't have sex with black women. They just do.
As Uncle said,
Uncle
said, use these men. We all the same, no matter the color.
This dude was a whore, a whole homie hopper. Sure.
But see, I wasn't mad at him. I'm not mad at him because I didn't have sex with him.
So you ain't giving him nothing.
Yeah,
he didn't get none out of it.
Yeah, I went on a couple of dates with him, hung out with him,
You should have still didn't eat your pussy, Woman Spirit. You should have said, "Can you give me some heat?"
I was trying to. You had to understand. I worked with him, and I was not. Yeah, I was not trying to go there.
I see you keeping it professional.
Yeah.
They say that's the best
trifling. He trifling.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. He was Woman Spirit. You saying he was a wigger? I mean, a wigger or whatever they call him. Powder donut anyway.
No, he wasn't a wigger. He came from. Yeah, he wasn't a wigger at all.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
He was.
He just like black girls.
He just, when they like black girls, they don't always be wiggers, girl.
That's true.
Like, no, he wasn't no wigger. He was young. We was all in our 20s. And, you know what I'm saying? Fresh out of college. He was fresh out of college. And, he just wanted he wanted to play. That's what he wanted to do.
Jump up and down on somebody's bed.
Hey Angela, last night I caught you live like on playback, and I heard that white dude that came on, and I was just kind of trying to figure out like why did he? I appreciated his input, but it was just like what was? Because he said that he preferred dating, of course, white women, which that's understandable because he was white. And then he also said that he's dated Latina women and, he's hooked up with Black women. So it was interesting that he was tuning into your live. And I just was like, what did you think he wanted to come up there for?
He wanted Woman Spear's attention. He wanted your attention, Woman Spear. I know he
Definitely.
did. He wouldn't have came on here to ask a question. He got mad, hung up and said, "Oh," and then came right back. That nigga
Right. I was like, why he come up here if we're not even like really what he usually dates? Like he said he just hooks up with Black women. And I'm like, what did he tune in for?
He said,
Who's this man?
Hey y'all, hold on for a second. Hold on. What do you want?
I was just checking to see if I could even do it. I didn't know if it was men allowed or not in the
What
conversation.
you want to add to the conversation? Why
So,
are you
yeah.
smiling so hard?
Let's hear it.
He excited.
You was extra excited.
I'm excited y'all let me up. I didn't know you was gonna let me up for real. But yeah.
You're not about the Xena Princess, worry you.
Huh?
So what did you want to add to the conversation? What did you want to add?
No, so pretty much just one little small thing as far as for Black is an adjective. It's like
Oh,
a color.
please. You said that shit in the comment section. Get the fuck out of here with that.
I'm saying though, but I don't know if y'all read it or not. I was just saying, you know what I'm saying? It's not about like race or color. We all are one race. That's the human race. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I
Divided
heard
into-
that. That's
You
you.
an Israelite?
No,
What's your
no, not
religion?
Israelite. That's what I'm saying. It's not about religion. Religion is also to divide us. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's more.
Yeah, I agree.
Smiling so hard.
Huh?
Why you
Because
smiling
there's a
so
bunch of
hard?
women up here. He's
Religion,
shy, y'all. Let him.
races, education.
You just been listening and fully engaged in this whole conversation, like just listening to Black women talk. Like this has just been
Yeah,
entertaining.
nah, it's been really entertaining too. At the same
So you date
time,
white women?
I have in the past. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, it wasn't like a difference. It was just, you know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
certain cultural differences, but it wasn't like a culture shock. Like, oh my gosh, like you are so different than Black women. No, it's you know what I mean, women and men, we're different, period. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I
I don't
understand.
I don't think it matters the skin tone. I feel like we all human beings, you know what I'm saying? And it's like we gotta try and get past the colorism, all these social constructs that kind of divide us, because what's dividing us.
We all just get along.
Exactly. That's all I can say.
world
Can't we all just get along? You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
For real, because it's not.
And we got to
you know what I
start
mean?
with Black Lives Matter. Like we got to
Right.
get them out.
Because you would think, she's this. That means she's going to be different. But no, I mean, if you're a cheater, you're a cheater. You know what I'm saying? If you, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't just, ascribe to one color or one person because of you having that experience with that person. Doesn't really mean that all people are like that. You know what I mean?
What's your preference then?
I was really about to ask that.
Oh, I like
women. Women are.
I had to ask.
I like
asked
women.
if he.
Yeah, I love women.
Like
Women.
Irene said,
Because a lot of men who say we're all human, they just say that as a way to like basically say I don't date Black women, I date other races. So that's why I asked.
That's why he said.
Nah,
He
I'm
said
saying,
I date white women in the
I don't think
past.
it's,
But
Okay.
I kind of understand what you're saying. You sound like a humanitarian kind of.
No, I'm saying I've dated a woman who was, you know what I'm saying, she told me, she's like, no, I'm you know what I'm saying, from Sierra Leone. You know what I'm saying? I'm not Black. And I'm like, what you mean? You know what I'm saying? Like she had to break it down to me. Like, no, it's like just because of a skin tone or, you know what I'm saying,
she's
your
choosing
color
not
is
to
not.
do the title. The title that was given to her. The
No, I'm
title
not
that was
gay at
given
all.
to her.
Tomato.
Try to play into
I
the
want to hear them.
construct.
No, I'm saying it's like if you play on that, it's like, okay, they are trying to divide us to say, okay, you're a label, like an adjective. Black is a label. It's like if you say like if we all are one species of, you know what I'm saying, mammals.
So
As mammals, we have different shades, but that doesn't mean we break each other down based on what color we are.
This is funny. Okay,
Have you
I
seen
want to
somebody
hear
with
his
vitiligo?
pathology.
with that bullshit. That's
Yeah.
bullshit.
I want to
You
hear
never
it.
seen somebody
Let
with
them,
that
let them do
line?
it to themselves. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so this is the thing about coming from different countries. Like if you're in America, because you know, if you of the class that built this country, your history and your culture was stripped from you, right?
Right.
So people coming in from other countries, they can rely on their countries. But the
Right.
one here, we're stuck with the black label because that was put on us because
Exactly.
everything else was snatched. So if you got somebody else coming in from somewhere else, they can say, you know, what their nationality is, and they stick to that. They ain't trying to buy into the labels that was stuck, you know.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Instead of, you know, sticking to the labels that people put on you, it's what you answer to. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you never research your history, like, and we got to realize that the status of our children depends on the mother. So if you never research your history or never find out, okay, what were you before this black label, then you will just stay putting this on your kids, and we stay saying nigga and nigga this and nigga that, and that's what I'm saying. It just keeps getting perpetuated to the point where your kids are saying, oh, you know, she light skinned and she black, and I only got one black sister type. You know what I mean? Those type of things are, you know, detrimental to your thoughts, to our thoughts, period. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
I got
Okay.
lost.
I
White
was too,
man.
but hey, fuck. You
I
felt
got
like
lost.
you
Woman
said
Spirit, can you
something.
explain it?
I just thought that was something, to be honest.
I got lost at the human. We're all human, and black is a label. Somebody, please.
When Naker speak, I just be real like blah blah blah. The nigga sound like Charlie Brown to me.
I
Like,
really tried to understand what he was saying. It just sounds like I want to date other races of women, and we're all
Because we human.
Simply part of it.
why? But why? Why did you come here in this space to tell us that? Like, why?
I don't care what he does. Mama
Tomato,
Spirit, can you explain it
damn
to
it.
me? Can you explain, please? Like slow mind. I don't understand what he was saying.
Thanks,
I
and
don't get it. I don't get it.
Pineapple.
Angela will sit there and let us roast this man. I was like, let me be nice, because I swear to God, I was about to share. Like,
I'm trying. I be trying. I try to understand. I try to. I really do.
the chat was like, ew, calm down, calm down.
Please, they always get up looking fucked up. They just.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. I don't.
It was the Kool-Aid gram for me, and being on close to the camera. It's like back up from the camera.
Was it just me that heard wah 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 wah?
Well, I told you, it
That's
was
all
like,
I heard.
la, la, la.
There's only one thing I can even come back with, and that's when I did it. Everything else was, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love
came
seeing
up here
women
to
together.
talk and say nothing.
He lost me at.
Y'all came together on his ass. Yeah.
Like,
I'm
and we was
sorry.
being so nice. I swear to God, we were being nice as fuck. Cause like I was just like, what is he talking? Why are you here? Oh my God. Y'all just gotta be somewhere. Y'all have to be somewhere in some black woman's face, but swear you want everybody else.
Woman Spirit was just sitting there chilling. I was trying to understand what he was talking about. I was gone.
Most of us are working from home. He ain't doing shit. So we get we on YouTube working from home.
Listen, SO, honey, this is I'm not trying to come for you, but like just the FYI, we're not here to make you feel safe and like feel like you have a real serious opinion. This is a black woman's space. Like we here to talk to each other and help each other out.
Oh, someone says, what if he wants to date? Yeah, I don't care if he dates all y'all. I was just asking because I didn't understand. I didn't understand what he was saying. Like we all know we're all human. Obviously, we're talking about social constructs and how to dismantle it.
That statement, someone's in their feelings. We don't care.
It was giving me all lives matter. I don't see color. That's what she was
saying. I don't want to hear
that. That's what
that
he was saying.
Yeah.
Because if people didn't see color, we wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be having conversations about colorism that they created, black men. So, yeah. Don't check me, check him.
Right.
I'm sorry, it was funny though.
I don't know what to say. I mean, like I said, I grew up around a bunch of people, different people, languages, cultures, but that still doesn't mean I don't know grew up and was raised as Black. So that's where my mindset is. I understand people have their different experiences, but I'm not going to put everybody in one pot either. So
I understand what you mean. I listen to Women's Spirit because I love how she talks about how we should go by our authenticity. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to learn more about that because a lot of Black women I hear, they say they're Native or all other things, and the other women will shame them. Like, you're not that. You're Black.
That's the thing, though. A lot of people don't understand there are Black natives in this country. That's what the Thanksgiving was all about, because they was killing all the Black people and they was having Thanksgiving because they kill all the Black people. So that's what
speak on it.
They don't understand. We have Black natives from this country. Now, of course, fast forward 400 years, we're mixed with the Africans that were brought in. We're mixed with some of the Red Indians that were brought in. We were mixed with, Caucasian, thanks to Massa. So we are indeed a mix. However, that's when the lineage comes in, because we have been, there's a what do you call it? A caste system. People don't talk about us having a caste system. But if you are of Native heritage and you have built this country, then yeah, you're at the bottom. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. So
true.
But it's nuanced, and when you're in trauma, when you're surviving, you're not going to think about stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. I have a question. So if someone said Black is a brand and not the color we see,
that's the same. No,
Black
that's
is the brand?
Tia, that's that same Cheshire cat that just left from up
okay.
goddamn pants.
So in that case, Black is a brand that has been put on us by someone else. And we've taken that on, and we drank the Kool-Aid and we act accordingly. That's what it all boils down to.
I see.
So it kind of is a brand, and we just made it what it is. Somebody branded us with that, and we took it on. That's what it
was. A white man. It was a racist white man.
Yep, you got it.
Women's Spirit says that it's literally the negative thing that you could ever try to identify as in this country, which is so crazy. It's
and then when I said it, when I did that video, girl, it's like when I go on other spaces, people, it be Black women over there like, you said you ain't Black. Girl, if you don't get those swollen, mulling, mammy and ass the fuck up out my goddamn face.
Because think about it, like,
swollen.
If we had any sense, we would have said, y'all can call us anything you want, but we don't have to be that way. But we didn't have that. We had it beat into us. And
we say Native too. Some of us don't know. We don't have any. And then I feel like people gonna call me racist when I say this. Some of us don't know anything, have any ancestry that dates back to the African diaspora. Some of us just say, I only know I've been born here. My great grandmother told me, or my grandmother told me, I'm Native. And you will have a Black person that will drill it into them that you're not shit. You're not special. You're like everybody else. You're African American, or they'll tell you what you need to identify as or what you can relate to. And Women's Spirit, and then they try to shame Women's Spirit for going over there. Oh, you're not Black, you can't talk, like you can't sit with us. Like, it's always that. Like,
well, I mean, think about it though. If she's got enough wherewithal, self-awareness to say, you know what, I refuse to accept this label that was put on me. People are going to feel in their feelings about that. Because I said that before, like when I was just changing the way I eat, and people seem to be offended by that. And I'm like, but it's my body. Like, this is what I want to do. So like, people will get upset that you don't want to do the same things they do. And that's just insecurity.
Yeah, because I didn't want the lady that came up that said that, I don't think people picked up on the fact that the reason why she was talking about white men is because the title of the video. And I'm going to change the title of the video. The title of the video is what type of woman dates white men. So that's why she came up talking about it. She wasn't trying to shame nobody or talk at nobody. She was saying, oh, well, I can't do that because it was the title of the video. She could have just clicked on the video and didn't hear all the other conversation we was having, because it done switched up 1,000 times. So she probably, that happens with us. We get up here and we end up talking about all kinds of things. But she came up off the title, and that's why she was saying that, So, because I don't want to push away women that date whoever they want, you know what I'm saying? Or women who say, oh, I would never date a white man. I don't want to push those women away, because where else do those women have to go?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like they definitely can't go over there with the woman of divestment. You can't even have children with them motherfuckers. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
oh my God.
Black cat or a black dog with them motherfuckers over there. So your dog black, you can't. You know what I'm saying? So I want that lady to know, if you're still listening, like, I get what you were saying. I just think that the panelists, we were talking about racials and biracials and colorism. And
I'm sorry.
She didn't know. She came off the title. I knew y'all didn't get it. Y'all was like, well, what the hell are you talking about? And I'm just like, she going off the title. She's going off the title.
Are you talking about when Tia first came on? Oh, no, I knew what she was talking about. I was like, oh, snap.
Yeah, it was another lady. She came up and was like, I would never ever date a white man. Yes, and somebody was like, "And?" Did somebody say "and"?
So she's the kind of woman that would not date. Okay.
Yeah, and she was stern. And somebody was like, "And?" And then somebody else was like, "Okay." And I'm like, I see them riling up. Let me save her, because I already know they don't understand. She coming up off the title of the video, like, because you know how the people always be like, people don't never believe I date out, and for a long time, I never would like show anybody proof. That was the only reason why I posted the picture and posted the videos of me and Scott. It was really just to dig at people. I was trolling, you know what I'm saying? But it's because they really don't believe it. They be like, it's almost like they want to see some type of documented proof that you date white men. I don't know why it's like such a elitist situation for them. It's just like, why is that such an elitist thing to do for you? Like, it kind of says something a little bit about them.
You know what? Because you know what, Angela? Because I heard, of course, the earlier part of the live when you were addressing certain creators or whatever. And what I always noticed about those divestors was they're like you said, they have a serious vitriol towards like black men on another level. Because if you would ever get up there on their panel and let's say that you're riding the fence, the level of dragging that they would do, it would be real vicious. And it's like, I feel like sometimes they think that there's a certain aesthetic that, black women are supposed to carry in order to get white men. So they'll, the certain things that they would say, trying to, I guess, throw shade or whatever towards your direction, it would be all surrounding this whole idea of you being quote unquote ghetto, or too ratchet to date white men. That's what I think that was really what that was about.
I think they're racist bitches. That's what I think. I don't look, I watch their time. I watch their shit. Like, I take everything with a grain of salt, because that's just what I go over there, I listen, but like there is definitely a vitriol for black men. Like, this is why I navigate naturally towards this space, because she's saying like you could be indifferent. All that, it's like you could tell, like all the hate that they have to hate on children. I'm not gonna be walking. It's like you're the type of like black women to go and kick a baby at a park. If it's a black boy, it's like, okay, like that don't sound like divestment to me. That sounds like you're very much invested. It's like you talk, especially you're talking shit to other black women that's telling you, okay, we get it, we support your message, but like leave the children out of it. I don't disagree with that. Like, why are you bringing fucking innocent children into like grown folks' business? That's what my parents would say. Why does it have to always go back to black women when you have that much hate? Nah, bitch, you just hate black people. Just say that. Just say you hate black people. You don't care about the cause. You don't care about these women. You don't care about these children. You don't care about black youth. You don't care about anything that deals with black people. You hate yourself. That's what it's about. Because if you didn't hate yourself and you was so, oh, I'm divested. No, you hate yourself and you felt rejected by the Black community. So instead of leveling up and healing, you took that anger and left the community and brought that hate over to someone else.
You found the Mean Girls Club to create online to celebrate.
Okay, Nami, you are always trolling me. You've been trolling me, girl, for like almost 2.5 years. I don't know why you be trolling me. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about, Nami. Nami's always down there talking shit. I mean, she don't give a damn.
I know she don't want to hear about divest. I get it. It's like they gotta stop doing the most. They have to.
Yeah,
because woman said it's not gonna go viral.
Yeah, Divested Zillet drags me the other night because I got on her about talking about the kids and shit. So she did a live stream talking about they kids, and I'm like, this bitch, man. So I got one.
Fuck them kids.
I got one coming back.
But she's been saying shit. That's again. I'm not even trying to seem like I'm picking. Well, fuck it, I am. I kept it rocking with Angela, and I unfollowed Shorty because I was like, she spends so much energy with hate, like, and then like I said, she just not welcoming to women who are in a transition of burning the cape, of like leaving the community. Like, that's not a welcoming space.
But you know what? I'm gonna say this though. I understand her stance on that because this is why I be like, I got like I struggle with reform mammies, man. Them be the ones that always stab. I just got stabbed in the back by a reform mammy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Nyla is a reform mammy, or if not, still one. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I say that. And when it come to her, there is no being discreet. Fuck her. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's why.
Wait, did I miss something? I thought y'all was friends.
Girl, that shit is fail, honey. That ship had sailed right along with her man teeth.
You know what, Woman
like,
Spirit, and I'm riding with you because I like Nyla, but I can't get behind her husband. I don't trust women.
Yeah, me neither. I feel that.
I don't trust women because she's really quick to cut off a Black woman talking about like the law and how it favors Black men and stuff. She's really quick to ride the coattails of her husband. I don't trust Black men with criminal records. I don't trust Black men in these spaces. You can cancel me. I said what I said. Get the fuck out of Black women's spaces. We don't need you. Because then every time they come in, look, Woman Spirit, every time they come into these spaces and they're Black men, they eventually always backtrack and try and add in a little bit of white supracy in there.
Girl, that's what I'm saying. Because he was really trying to, and you know what, you fucking divested motherfuckers, even though I cuss y'all out, y'all should be happy I got him up off y'all message, because when I dragged his ass, he went right on back to history. He went right back to talking about history.
Yeah. Y'all give Angela her roses. Like, y'all coming for the wrong woman. She supports Black women. It don't matter if she has Black children or Black sons. She still is for the betterment of Black women. I don't see how y'all over there talking about bang yang and hair and weave and looks is supporting Black women. Y'all just hate Black women. Yeah, that's what that looked like to me.
Yeah.
Talking about how we gotta have a look. You ain't gotta do shit. You can wear long nails if you want to. You can pop your neck, roll your eyes, and have a rainbow of hair. That's not gonna stop you from getting dick. It's not gonna stop anything. You could still go and date out. See, these women over there are way too radical. I don't like radical women like that. I don't like women that's controlling. Bitch, you can't control shit over here. Nobody's gonna listen to someone like that. No one's gonna listen to old heads either talking about white supremacy. We Gen Z, we don't want to hear it. If you ain't trying to do shit about white supremacy, we don't want to hear about it. We don't care. It happened.
Thank you.
What you gonna do about it?
We done. It's a wrap. It's Reynolds. We're done with it.
That's why I had to divest. I came right over here to Woman Spirit. I was like, you know what? I didn't appreciate this. I didn't appreciate the energy I've been feeling in these live streams. I'm really into the message and trying to like fill myself out and see where I fit. And then I was noticing, I was like, where'd Woman Spirit go? I don't see her on the and then, you know, I naturally divested over here. I like what she talks about. And she's very, it's real. Especially, she opened my eyes when she said they hide behind the avatar. That shit is so true. I was like, hold up. Wait a minute.
I came over making a lot of sense. You mentioned the Tyrone Spectrum on Sin's channel, and I was like, what is this? So that's what made me come over here and it was right. And then I saw that video and I was hooked. I was like, I'm here.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all because let the snaggle to fucking walk in Newport and tell it I'm dumb, y'all. I'm dumb.
I divested from the Phil show. I used to watch the Vibe show.
Ooh, the Vibe show. I couldn't. You know what? I could not take him because I was so irritated with the fact that he would just not be honest about having a non-black wife. Like, when the story came out, he looked so stupid.
How many
like
years ago was this?
Phil from the Vibe show. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I was a kid when he
got the African diaspora now, but his whole face looked like just goofy, like I'm
Did
like,
you divest from him, or were you always divested? Because that's what I started off like a little mammy. I told you this, Angela. I was a little mammy, and I used to sit my ass down as a 15, 16-year-old and watch Phil. And then when his fucking wife came his way, he got the whitest Latina. It was just quiet in the YouTube streets. It was quiet for a very long time.
And he was trying to explain. It just looked like he was sweating so hard. I'm like, dude, just say your wife is non-black. What's wrong with
it for so long.
Yes.
Look, you're not hiding nothing. That's why we appreciate you. We do. It's hard. It's really hard because the things that come out about these people, it's hard to trust them. I'm very
hard
careful about it.
That's why I say, like, for me, like, it was like a blessing at the end of the year when the red, one of my subscribers said, I'm so happy to finally see you part the red seas. And she said that I've been feeling like you've been a ghostwriter for a lot of these people for a long time. And she was like, you just, unfortunately, it's time to walk in your sovereignty when it comes to YouTube. And that hit me hard because y'all know I talk about sovereignty all the time. And she, my subscriber called me out. She said, you're not walking in your sovereignty on YouTube. You covering for all these women, and these women do not care to cover for you. So you need to do your own thing. And it hit me hard because all of the stuff that I've ever gotten into on this platform has been because I was covering for other Black women. And it always would be made to look at in the end like I was just being messy. But I was going off of shit that I know that y'all don't know. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I don't got that in me to like carry a face when I get on here. I'm the same here as I am off. You know what I'm saying? And being cool with people like that, they expect you to switch your tune up once you get here. And it's just like, no, like, my personality is what carries my channel. Not some other shit I created or made up. It's my personality. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what carries. That's why I'm here. It's just like, so yeah, I can't do that whole, like that shit was getting tiring. And then, the Snaggletooth was getting more cocky and more cocky and more cocky. And, he was insulting me. He was insulting Cynthia and Irene. And, I don't take too well to disrespect from men. So that was like hard. You know what I'm saying? Because that last
Why do they
time
always have
Cynthia,
to have men in the spaces? Why?
I don't even know. Like that last panel on Cynthia's, man. If it wouldn't have been for Cynthia, like I was about to tear his stinking ass up. I'm telling you, I was about to fry his ass.
Because you know what? I would have been supporting it.
Man, because behind the scenes, I would tell him all the time, like, nigga, you ain't nothing but like the rest of these niggas under manosphere, nigga, with your lying ass. You know what I'm saying?
I say he's the same Black man, yo.
It's a cover up. It's a cover up to like give young Black boys hope. Fuck all that. We don't need a Black man's channel of you doing the right thing. You don't get no cookies for that. Black women been doing that. Black women been telling Black women to use discernment, to be careful. I want to talk about I just want to hear. I want to see Black women putting in the work and coming together. I really really enjoyed you on Cinch panels and all that. It's just
I
very
enjoyed
unfortunate.
being on. Like Cynthia was one of the only panels I really enjoyed being on because the way we bounced off of each other, you know, like we always had a different perspective. I wasn't sitting up there being a parrot. And you know what I'm saying? Like I
Yeah.
would push back on some things and she would push back. But for the most part, it was cool. You know, it was fun. Like I even enjoy talking to Irene, even though I used to get on her nerves sometimes, you know, because that Sonetter situation when I called her a mammy, like I just couldn't hold back. I'm like, man, hold up, man. We talking
But you
about,
care.
you know,
You
like
care.
we talking about a young girl right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like to me, I will be up there just being realistic and other people will be trying to do YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if I was good at that. I don't know if I was good at
You
doing
real.
yeah, I couldn't
That's what
that
it
and
is.
if y'all noticed, I stayed away from a lot of lives. Like I got the link to everyone. I
Right.
just stayed away from a lot of them because it was like I almost felt like I had to be on my best behavior, and y'all know I'm a little wild card. So, out of respect for another black woman and what she's building and doing for herself, I'm not going to disrespect her show. You know what I'm saying? Because I operate differently. That's not how you do things. That's not how you show respect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think you get the journey. Like I think that's why so many of us relate and we feel comfortable with you because you get the journey and the process of like what other black women you're already
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not gonna
very
feel like you're
forgiving
assuming that
too.
you're already there and you understand that there's a process that other women are going through to get to that
Yeah,
point.
it's definitely a process, and I get women telling me all the time to speed it up or, do other things, and I'm like, man, I can't really just leave people behind like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I got young girls watching me. For the most part, my whole audience is sovereign, and they already get it. Like I said, that y'all be telling me stuff, so it ain't even really that. It's just it is a lot of young girls that come up. I had a young girl come on the Woman Sphere channel and ask me about dating and how to date. She was 19 years old. She wanted to know how to date. She said she went on a date with a white guy and she felt disrespected because he tried to kiss her and she didn't want to kiss him. And then he tried to do it again twice. And I told her to never date him again. I said, don't ever date him again. Okay. And he should have picked up on the first time that you didn't want that to happen. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it didn't take 3 tries for him to get that you didn't want to fucking kiss him. It definitely did not. So I told her to never do it again, but I did also give her some information. I was like, if you living in a black community, of course you ain't gonna be bumping into white guys. You know what I'm saying? You got to put yourself in neutral places. It's just like if a white man or a white woman want to date black men and she's all the way knee deep in the white community, she's not gonna bump into black men, or black women. So you got to go where people are. That's just a common fact. So I
Well,
told her, I
people
was
talk
like, girl,
about proximity, right? Right.
yeah, go
I'm happy you
downtown.
did that.
Yeah,
Ground
go downtown, get you some
proximity.
lunch, you know what I'm saying, at a nice restaurant, get you a little Caesar salad and drink you some water with some cucumbers in it and sit there and trust and believe me.
Some wholesome advice, because if that was a
Yeah.
divested women, or the angry ones, they would have been like, "Girl, you should have plucked up your lips out, and you went on and got
Yeah.
some lip, got some mouth," and that's just the vibes they give me. I'm sorry, I
Yeah, they
don't
do
like.
that, girl. And I got a bad habit of doing that too. I keep trying to not make myself look as ratchet as possible in pictures, puckering my lips up, but I can't help it. Hey, Lexi, are you here?
Girl, F that. I still occasionally in my own private social media filters be throwing up the middle finger sometimes because that's how I'm feeling. So do not feel like
Lexi, you
that.
here? Lexi,
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yes.
We hear you.
Hey, this is my first time doing StreamYard or coming on a panel, so I'm
Me
really
too.
excited.
Oh, good.
Hey,
I always get that a lot. People always say this is my first time. What did you want to add to the conversation?
Well, I've been coming in and out, but I did hear the black man get up on a panel and talk about black as a social construct.
Yeah.
And I think for me, I feel like it's BS because where I live down south, I live in North Carolina. So black is very real where I'm from. Like people see your color, people see your hair texture, people treat you away based on if you're black or if you're not. And I feel
Yeah.
like sometimes, like when I hear things like that, I think just like some of the ladies were saying, it's basically an excuse to date out, which
He
they don't
probably
need.
already date out. And
Which I
that's probably
support
why. But you know
100%.
what? I think that's probably why he felt comfortable over here, because he like, shit, hell yeah, let me get in with everybody else this day now. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, that's probably why he felt
He'd be
comfortable and
shamed
shit.
anywhere
You
else,
know?
probably.
Yeah.
Right? He'd probably get his ass cussed out somewhere where else. That's why he
Yeah.
probably felt comfortable.
Now we see you.
Yeah.
We see you. We don't
That's the
care.
way we see it is different. Like, we don't date out because people are human. We just happen to meet guys that we click with.
Yeah, and they cute. Some of them
Yeah.
are really fine.
So we don't have a whole spiel behind it. It just is what they're men, we're women. So hey, you know,
Or hide behind a whole bunch of fictitious like lies of reasons as to why like we should that all life matter, basically trying to like say or ignore all the obvious caste system, skin issues, race issues we have in this in all parts of the world. This is not just exclusively to America, by saying, oh, I'm gonna ignore all that and say, we're all human. That don't sound, if a white man said that, black women would not be here to hear it. So I don't know why black men think they can say it. I hold them to the same regard. Like, don't come over here doing all
But
that.
see, you know what? When we talk about, because Dangerous was talking about the white guy that came on my panel discussion on the other channel, and see, here's what he came over to do. He was trying to trigger black women, y'all. That's why he said no. He wanted to know what our dating choices was, and to turn around and say, "Oh, I only exclusively date white women." But he wanted to know what our dating choices were, and so you know what I'm saying. That's why I was real nonchalant with him, like, "Oh, okay, all right, all right." And when he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna get out of here," he kept saying it, but he was just lingering, and I'm like, "All right." And then we just started talking to each other, like, "Okay, like, see yourself out. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." You know what I'm saying? It's just like, dude, like. That's why when the women was in the comment section going off, like, why was he even here? I was just hoping they wouldn't do that. I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that, because he came up here for attention, which is why he was mad the first time I didn't roll out the red carpet for him.
He was
So
white.
then he was white. And then he came back. And his question to us was, do we date outside of our race? And he wanted to know why we do and all of this and that. And then when the question was turned around on him, he said, no, I only date exclusively within my race. And so, of course, the chat went off. They was like, well, what the fuck is you over here asking us all these questions for about dating outside our race? And you saying, so I get why they were saying it, but it's just like, at the same time, I didn't want them to, because I knew he came to get attention. He came to get some attention from black women. He came to kind of put his foot on the neck of black men. And see, that's what I'm telling y'all. That's why I don't be really ego stroking. That's why
And
I don't
divesting
really
women give it to him.
Yes.
They gotta stop.
And so he's probably thinking I'm that same type of space. And that's why he was like, well, I don't feel welcome. I don't feel, because when he came up, I sighed. I was like, oh my God.
He didn't give his message. He wanted to fucking go around the block instead of saying and adding to and then he left. I saw that part. Like, what the fuck is you doing here, sir? Ain't nobody's gonna, like you say best, worship and praise you, your pale skin. I keep that same energy because I deal with white men on the internet. Y'all need to go out. The youth, we interact with them. We play video games with them. The worst part, the worst white man you can get, or online in video games and stuff like that. They say the hard R all the time, which I don't care about, but they do that, and they say very, very, very weird things and try and hide around dark humor. Y'all, it's like these divested women are not. They don't know what they're talking about. That's why they don't know what they're talking about. These guys will come into these spaces, and it's not a secret. They will watch these black spaces, watch these black crime videos, just to get their ego stroke or to poke fun of. Something's wrong with them psychologically. You got to be careful of men like that. Period.
He sure did, Ludell. Ludell said he realized how we roll and changed his tone because when he first came up, he jumped down because he said I wasn't welcoming enough. So he jumped down and we clowned him, of course, as soon as he left. And then he was back up there like 5 minutes later. I'm just like, okay. I was like, yeah, he came right back, girl.
You barely let black men up on your panel. Like, what did he think was gonna happen? This is what? Like, oh.
Yeah, he thought he was about to. He thought he was about to flex. That's what he thought he was about to do. He thought he was going to be treated like the king. He ain't. He had a nice voice. And so we talked to him. We did, but that was it. And then he was like gone. It was just stupid because he only came up to see. I think because I didn't roll out the red carpet for him, he lied about dating white women. Yeah, he didn't get disrespectful. He lied about dating white women exclusively. I know for a fact that was a goddamn lie.
I think he tried to throw it in your face because you were just talking about their penis or something like that, and I think that's why he tried to say, oh well.
He wouldn't be over here. They are racist. They will call you the hard N-word and still have all the nerve and audacity to slide in your DMs. Trust me.
With them long ass dick hairs, like go trim that shit. Welcome to the panel. Did you want to add something? Sweetie, you might be on mute. Yeah, I think she might be on mute.
Go down to the bottom of the page and click the mute button.
Yeah, sometimes I have to go in and do it. No, she not on mute. She not. Liz Little, did you want to add? Well, somebody else can go ahead if you. And you know what, Eso, stop. Stop pop locking it and dropping it in the chat.
Oh my God, I was.
He's still here.
Yes, girl, down there.
So we were talking about.
I don't like when guys get too welcome. They get too comfortable in these spaces. It's like, man, who fucking put out the welcome?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Liz Little, is that you? Okay, let me cut her off.
So we were talking about proximity. So I have been to like a club and it was mostly black people. The only white guy up in there was the only one who came up and hollered at me. And he had no game, so nothing popped off because this thing was, oh, I date black women. I was like, well, there's one right there, and I just kept it moving. But so even if you're in all black spaces, if there's like one white guy up in there and you looking good, he's gonna holler. So
yeah, go to Discord, y'all. I'll be on live streaming, and girl, they just be flaunting. They be, they I don't know, man. I don't care if it's a black guy. I remember this one white guy was talking about you look like, I could tell you look like you look like a big booty queen. I was just like, ciao anyways.
No, you know what? I was thinking about going on Clubhouse. How does that thing work, y'all? What is like over there? What is like? It'd be a lot of shit popping over there.
I think it's Apple phone, first of all.
Okay.
That's all I know.
Because I got my private channel for members only. I'm just waiting on y'all StreamYards to approve me for streaming. It takes like 24 to 48 hours. And then I'm gonna start streaming over there, and that's for my members only. So we will never give that link out to that channel, y'all. Never.
All right.
Okay. And so we're gonna be over there talking real reckless. That's what we're gonna have our big dick conversations at. And I might even bring some men up like that I know personally to have conversations over there. So it's gonna be lit over there. That's just gonna be for us.
You have to get that.
Yeah, I was thinking about, because I want to have some conversations, like after dark conversations, like Saturday night stuff, since we all dealing with this
live
pain.
stream, like where you can show your face, or because
I'm gonna be on camera on that channel all the time, on camera. See, over here, y'all, it's just like, it's not that y'all have seen me, y'all, everybody know what I look like. So it's not like I'm really hiding anything because I've came on camera lots of times, but it's just, I feel so uncomfortable with the men over here looking at me. Like,
Me too.
Mhm.
Y'all.
it's not the
Y'all,
women, it's the men. Like, they so disgusting over here. It's like, I don't want them fucking looking at me, and it's just, it's weird. I have a lot of men that have like weird fixated like issues with me, and they follow me all around, and
already in real life.
yeah,
I get you.
yeah, and then they
Then
try
they
and
look
make
up
it
the
seem like it's,
socials.
the weird part is they always try and make it seem like it's me. They always try to make it seem like I did something to them. They even create weird issues, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, so it's like, for me, it's kind of creepy, which is why I made the private channel. I also made a private Facebook. If StreamYard keep playing with me on this channel, I made a private Facebook that I will be dropping for my members as well. So we can be, and that'll be a private channel, and we'll be able to talk there. You know what I'm saying? And have conversations there. Because I feel like we need our own private space. I mean, I think I've made it feel comfortable enough, because y'all know I would never let a man come up and disrespect y'all or talk crazy to y'all or anything. So, I mean, I'm pretty, but it's still the fact that they watching us just like hawks.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I do think that we do need our own like private space, because like you said, they are watching. And I think especially when it comes to the divestment conversation, I do think it's some things that we need to speak about privately.
Yeah, I do. I think Woman Sphere and the Womanists and the Sovereign Women, like, we need to create a space of our own that's private, because I get a lot of people coming up here talking to me about personal things in their life and stuff like that, and I just feel like it needs to be a space for Woman Sphere. Like, I do, a private space that nobody knows about, just for us, because it's gotten ridiculous now with people documenting our every move, watching everything. Most people not even commenting, they just sitting back watching and lurking. The obsession with Black women is very uncomfortable, okay? For me, at least. For me, it's very uncomfortable. It's the reason why I don't come on camera.
It's scary because they'd be like, okay, well, you have a profile picture up. I'm like, okay, but like, I have my profile picture up. I don't want you looking at my socials. I had a Black man in these spaces from one of y'all channel. I think it was Cynthia's G channel. He deliberately found my Instagram just to tell me, like, you're too attractive to be talking shit about Black men. You're gonna die single and alone if you listen to Woman Sphere and Cynthia G. And ever since then, and ever since I've come up to panels, I have never let somebody guilt trip me to turning on my camera, ever, because it's weird.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Because I know it's people that's obsessed with me, and because they are obsessed with me, they're gonna pay attention to y'all. And that's where the responsibility kicks in at. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, man, I got young girls coming up here, and I don't want these weird men that like to follow me around, because they following me around, then they see y'all. And then when they see y'all, they become obsessed with y'all. You know, it just keeps going and going and going. Yeah.
It's definitely a safety issue, because I know that there are women that catfish and whatnot, but there's women out here that don't have that you've never seen how they look. Now I can understand, but we've seen how you look. You don't hide who you are and whatnot. And I don't hide who I would go on things like Omegle, Discord, stream. It's just, it was something about that encounter that it was like, oh shit, this is actually real. Like, my opinion.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you, Everbrad. It ain't even just about your opinion. It's about YouTube being one of the most weirdest social media platforms I've ever come on. Like, if I could do it again, I wouldn't. Okay? I wouldn't. If somebody would have told me how obsessive and weird Black men were and Black women on YouTube, I would have never fucking came on YouTube. I wouldn't have never done it. Nope. I wouldn't have. It's too obsessive. And even when you do come in just regular and normal, you can get a little weird because of the way people stalk and harass you. You know what I'm saying? And then there is no clear line of who's being right, who's wrong, it just gets strange. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I feel protective of y'all, which is why I do the best that I can, to where you don't have to come into a space where somebody is disrespecting you. I think that women that allow that on their platforms aren't an ally to Black women at all. The intimidation factor of men, running around here looking to intimidate women is insane. And the fact that I don't have any fear is one thing, but I don't know how one of my subscribers will take shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I don't have, like, I'm telling you, these nakers, girl, they ever cross paths with me, we both gonna be in cuffs, and they gonna be in cuffs with a toe tag, and I'm gonna be in cuffs going to jail, okay, with a smile on
I
my face,
understand.
telling y'all, write me. don't
I'm gonna get a
forget
free
about me.
Angela shirt.
This is real life. It's
Yeah,
scary.
write me. Yeah, just write me, y'all, because one of them pull up on me, honey, child. I'm telling you, I'm going to blow his ass to smithereens.
I'm
I'm
on the
telling
same kind of
you.
time, Woman Spirit.
Yeah.
I got siblings to protect and
Yeah.
family to protect.
That's a
For the
fact.
most part, though, I just laugh them off. That's why I tell you, like, just become indifferent. Laugh them off. God got you. If God is with you, who can be against you? You know what I'm saying? It's just people just be running their mouth trying to ruin the image of Black women, trying to silence us, trying to push us away from being cool with each other. It's just a lot of energy connected to destroying Black women and humbling Black women. There's an obsession with humbling us, making us not be proud of ourselves and making us not be loud and have a voice and funny, and it's just a lot of energy coming our way, and I've mastered how to deal with it, but I do worry about my subscribers being subjected to it. But Tia, are you back?
You got a male
Yes,
watching you right
I'm
now.
here. I'm here.
What's going on, girl?
I wanted to say something about that laughing at him. I had a couple things I wanted to say, but that laughing at him, I used to, for my dad not to hurt me. I know a lot of us have dad issues, but for my dad not to hurt me, I used to laugh at him. He used to tell me I was just like my mom. My mom was on crack for forever, but she's clean now, I think. Bless her heart. And he used to tell me I was just like my mom, and he used to like not talk to me at all. I felt like my father didn't love me, and that whole laughing at him worked for me to get over all the hurt I felt that I felt when I was young. Like him not talking to me, him only having a relationship with my other two sisters. That laughing at them, that shit works. That shit really works, Woman 3. It really does.
Yep.
It really does.
You just got to look at, because you got to think Black men are literally at the bottom of the totem pole in every country. Like literally, I don't know why they be talking about going out the country. It's like you're at the bottom everywhere.
They can't
like,
even
where
afford to leave the country.
you can't escape your degeneracy. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And so it's like they're at the bottom. So it's like when you really look at Black men and how they are, it's just like, it's so sad that you can't even get upset or mad or anything with them. It's just like, you just look at them like, wow, you really are pathetic for real. Like, it's like, that saying with, what's his name? Mr. T. Remember he used to be like, I pity the fool.
Yeah.
That's just that's how I feel. Like, I be just looking like, ooh, you pitiful for real. Like, you real pitiful. Like, this is sad. This is sad. Like, your mother should be in. Man, what was the name of that on Minister Society when that lady said, I feel sorry for your mother? And he said, you feel sorry for who? That's exactly how I feel. I feel sorry, man. I feel sorry for your mom, man.
I was thinking that, how do I feel sorry for my dad? Like, I want to, dap up the women who come in contact with my dad, because my dad been married 4 times. Not only 4 times, but had women in between his marriages, right? And it's like, what is wrong with you, sir? But he make you think he's the victim. So he comes to my sister as though he's the victim. Like, this woman I wouldn't have chose if y'all grew up, but our stepmother was fucked up. So you
Now he wouldn't have
wouldn't have chose this
chose
woman.
somebody. So now he trying to act like it's your fault. He
Right.
chose girl.
Girl. He is fucked up.
That is some serious mental gymnastics.
She the problem. How is she the problem? How is every woman you come in contact with the problem? What's wrong with you, sir?
I can relate because my dad is the same way. It's everybody else but him. And sometimes I try to give him advice like, well, maybe you're not thinking about it. Think about it this way. And he can't get it through his head. So I've given up.
I be like, oh well. I said, I hope her son give you hell. And I hope she give you hell too, because the hell he put everybody, his daughters in, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really give a fuck. I be laughing at it, because he still put his children at the bottom. That's a whole different story. But the way he blames the women for the failed relationships that he had, but he's been married 4 times. He got married around the time he was divorcing my mom, and they were married since they were 19. And she was the problem, and then the second wife was the problem, and the third wife, they were only married for like a year. And now this woman is married, he married to, they only been married almost maybe a year, maybe almost 2. And she's the problem too.
So he's not saying that he's the constant person in all of these.
Yes, he's the victim now. And so my sisters, even though I like the broad, I don't like her because I introduced her as my stepmom, and she was like, no, I'm her father's wife. So I have my own thing with her, but I'm like, go ahead and dog the nigga. I love my daddy though. I love my daddy. But go ahead and dog him, because there's something wrong with that dude. Something wrong with him. Used to have to clip his toenails when we were little girls too.
Girl,
He used to have to
hell
run it
no.
with water. He used to call us from all the way in the basement, and he was up on the top floor. Call us from our rooms in the basement to come upstairs and get him a drink of water, or cut his toenails, or clean out the shower once he got out.
Man, they were just ooh. And woman, I remember you was laughing because I was talking about hygiene. My grandpa used to make me rub his old ashy feet. That stuck with me as a child. That really did. I couldn't stand my grandpa. I couldn't stand
But
him.
you know what? I'm gonna say this. I feel like rubbing feet and stuff is an intimate act.
Yes.
And
I have to agree.
why do Black people be having okay. So I feel like if I was to rub my grandmother's feet or wash my grandmother's feet, that's a spiritual act, right? That's a spiritual performance to wash feet.
Yeah.
There's actually a man, his name is Jermaine Jordan. He's really he's a Black guy. It's his life's path is to save Black men from homelessness. So he gonna be working forever. And overworked, because these niggas ain't, if they ain't nothing else, they homeless. And so he washes their feet.
Okay.
And I was
I'm
looking
sorry.
like you washing them, and they feet stink even when they have homes. So just matter when they don't have homes. It's just man, I can't do the feet part. I cannot.
When you said that was spiritual, I almost died. Man,
it is. It's in the Bible. It's in the
why
Bible.
do
Washing
and
feet.
then they be Christian too, and then they have their whole grandbabies rubbing their feet. And I'm not talking about the grandma. I'm talking about the grandpas. They should be ashamed. Yeah, I think it's the worship that goes on where we make our children subservient to
Liz
the men in
Little.
our families.
Yes. Hello.
Okay, you finally made it. Hey, girl.
Hi. Thanks for including me, you guys. I just seen that you were live. I was like, ooh, let me jump in here.
Girl, we've been up here for almost 5 hours, girl. We didn't change the conversation. I don't know how many times.
I'm late to the party.
What did you want to add?
Go by real fast.
But I mean, just jumping in real quick about these old men having young girls doing stuff for them. I had a weirdo dad, and just yesterday, so the security guy in my building, this man is in his 60s. I'm in my 30s, but I look like I'm in my early 20s. This man went out of his way and came up to me, was like, "Oh, young lady, are you married?" I'm like, no. Why are you asking me that? He was just like, "Oh, you so pretty." This is the security guy in my building. I walked away like, what was his goal? Like, where were we gonna go from there? These old men, they be feeling really comfortable. It's like, why are you so comfortable saying that to me?
And they already like, this is the thing about, this is why I don't like, and I mean, this is gonna sound racist, but I don't give a damn. Everybody know I'm racist towards dark skinned black men. It's like the older they get, the uglier they get. Like, it's like they
That's
age like
weird.
goddamn orangutans, gorillas, apes. They arms and elbows and shit be looking all crusty and ashy and everything just, ooh, their feet. Have y'all seen an older black man's feet?
Stop it.
No, like
They're
serious, the
gross.
corn.
Me, my grandpa. Ooh.
No,
Wow.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Even
I
the
don't
light
like their
skin
feet,
people.
and it's just like you gotta like, and then they always talking about hitting a wall. Your dick stopped getting hard in your late 50s, sir. Like,
I
what do
know.
you mean? A vagina is always gonna be a vagina. You can put some lube on that thing, and it's still gonna work. What about your fucking dick? Your dick stopped getting
It's
hard. So
projecting. It's them
yes.
projecting because they know black women take care of themselves. We always oiling up, buttering up, and these men, they be crusty. Like, I'm seeing this dude or whatever. He be all nitpicking at me like, "Oh, you ain't got your makeup done. What, you ain't get your nails done?" I'm like, "Nigga, put on some lotion." Like, why are you telling me? Like, get your basics covered before you come at me. It's just like they be so bold, and it's just like, how you gonna tell me that I'm hitting a wall? And I've heard them say that to me. Mind you, I look like I'm in my early 20s. I'm in my early 30s, and I take care of myself. I work out. I moisturize, and they be having the nerve to say stuff like that. I think it's projection. Ashy
Knuckles, real ashy knuckles. It's just like, and dirty nails. It's like, if your nails dirty, imagine you trying to play with somebody cooter cat with them dirty
Man,
ass
that's the first
fucking
thing I
nails.
noticed.
They got me
Ugh.
make me sick.
Yes, honey. Yes. Motherfucker.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so silly.
Dealing with them, girl, you will stay at your OB office. Like, literally, you will fucking live there. You might as well get a room in the back.
I wish I was on the other channel right now. I share that whole motherfucking story. That is crazy. You ain't even lying.
They like to call light skinned men fruity and feminine for being pretty, but they think it's gay to put water in their ass cheeks.
Oh my god.
Girl, when they had that conversation about not what, like it was so sad, but all it showed was that we know you gay, because the fact that you can't even openly admit to spreading your ass cheeks in the shower. So how's water getting in there?
Hey, let me speak. Okay, let me go ahead. I had him in a vulnerable situation. He was holding his own legs up. Now, I'm a nasty. I he would hold his own legs up and look at me at the same time. I said, "This is some shit here." And
Now
I was
wait a minute, what happened? No, whoa, wait.
How do we get there?
What did you say?
The dude, now he's nasty, and I was like, I don't know where you at in your life, but I'm about to take advantage of this shit. He wanted that tank. I put it in the chat one day when we was talking about that tank. It taints your ass and it taints your balls, right? It ain't your balls and it ain't your ass. That middle part. And he held, and he was like, I did it the first time. He's like, ooh, what's that? Oh, and he was, ooh, she was shuddering too. Says he was shuddering. I was like, God damn, this is nice. He in a vulnerable position, right? So I come back again, and he was like, can you get that part right there, that middle part? And you know how you hold your legs up with your own hand?
Oh Lord.
Motherfucker hand. He was on his, I was like, this is wrong, but it feels so motherfucking right. I'm going to take it back. And I looked at him in his eyes too, right? And he looked at me. I said, yeah, you like that, don't you? I licked that shit like he ain't had no, or like you said, that long hair. They need to cut the fucking hair on their balls and shit, but he held
over here dying, bro.
Oh my God.
So I'm trying to imagine that position. So was he laying on his back
He
holding them?
was on his back, woman's feet, on his back, butt naked, holding his legs up and open.
Girl.
Girl, it was like,
Yeah.
this is right, but it's
He
so
was
wrong.
ready.
It was right, but it was so wrong. And I was looking at him in his eyes. You know how Bernie Mac said when you a woman giving him head and they look at him in his eyes. That's how he was looking. And
So what you put in there?
I ain't putting this. I don't do the. Now, if a nigga let me put my finger in his ass, I'm out. I'm gone right then and there. So I don't even try. But I was at the tank part and the balls.
If you let me put anything in there, I'm picking up the biggest thing I can fucking get. I'm splitting your ass in two. If you ever tell me you want something put in there, okay, I got you. Let me go find the biggest motherfucking thing around this house I can find, nigga. I'm gonna have your ass crying.
I don't even try. I be like, I don't even try because I know my girlfriend from way back. She used to have these long nails, and she told me the nigga was like, she would finger him in his butt, but then he will ride her with the joint on and say, "Call me your bitch." And I used to look at her like, "You went for that? What the fuck?"
I had a friend that told me that too about her little boyfriend. She had long nails, and she was like, "Girl, you ain't gonna believe what he be having me doing." She told me, and now this is the chick that keep her nails done. So I'm looking at her fingers she was like, "Girl, he don't got no problem with that." I was like, "Ooh, nah,
The
nah,
longer the nail,
nah."
the better, because it's like a fucking dick in it. But I ain't even lying. And
See,
then
I
he
can't
told
imagine that. I can't imagine
I
that,
can't.
babe.
If he had let me stick my finger in his ass, that's why I don't even try. If he not, it would have been over right then and there. It would have been over. But yeah,
Now he was laid back with his little arms underneath his legs, child.
back, on his back. What? You know, he was on his back. I could not believe. I said, I'm in a dominant role right now. I felt so fucking masculine at the time that he was on his back with his legs open like that and holding him up too.
Not you was helping him. You was helping him.
I did. Put somebody else back a little bit more.
Wow.
I took total advantage of it, but the shit was, I do that shit again though. I ain't lying.
But that's why I be telling y'all all the time. I'll be like, stop thinking they not gay. They G-spot is inside of their ass. They may not get that fix from you, but trust and believe they getting that nut from somewhere. It just may not be from you. It just may not be from you.
Yeah, that's so true.
Ain't no way. You think you about to go the rest of your life not getting your pussy? You just gonna go the rest of your life, huh? Like, no, I'm not just gonna stay away from that. That feels a little gay. No, you're not gonna do that. You're gonna get pleased sexually. That's what sex is for, pleasure. So if you think a man, a funky foot, musty armpit, dusty ball sack man ain't getting pleased, they don't have no integrity, girl. That's why they bitches like that. That's why they can argue just as long as we can and all of that shit, because they getting their ass clapped and beat just like women do, girl. Like they ain't fooling nobody.
They say it's their orgasm. He orgasm. He was shuddering like a motherfucker. I swear. He was shuddering.
Girl, they call it milking your prostate. They say your prostate get milked with that shit. I'll be watching the porno videos. Yeah, girl, they be milking their prostate.
It's something. It's something, but I felt good about it because he looked me dead in my eyes.
Not you felt good about it. It was a mess. You felt accomplished. You felt
I be watching the porns too. They be having big ass booties.
Yes, girl, twerking and jerking,
Big
girl.
ass
That's doing
booties.
it, yeah.
Y'all hear me? Fat asses. They be looking back at the camera too, like. That's gay.
Oh Lord.
I think men are becoming black men becoming more feminine shaped as well too. Like I done seen some names and hips.
He wasn't black. He was a Colombian
So
white
he
man.
had a khaki color booty hole.
Yes. And tan balls with a tin of brain. Yes.
Oh Lord.
See, this is what the members channel is
White men
supposed
like
to
to
be
get
about.
dominated too. I'm sorry. They
See,
love
I'm
it.
telling you, y'all, Tia got us out here in broad daylight talking about booty holes. Like, embarrassing, Tia. Embarrassing.
I said I wanted to wait. I said I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait, but I couldn't hold it. I couldn't hold it.
Girl, I ain't surprised. Well, that's why he was like, cause see, he was probably because they say white men turn over the easiest, so he probably was like real big on the
That's
end.
what I said. I was belting Brandon. Brandon let me whoop his ass like it wasn't nothing. And he took every motherfucking whip I gave him. And I said, what did I say? That nigga said, what you say? I said, pow! I'll whoop your ass. Don't play with me. I'll whoop your ass.
Remember how the chick was on Players Club when she came in with that whip?
Yes.
And they was all them white men was in there like, yes, they was ready. I'm telling you.
That shit is ready. They be ready as a motherfucker. But they
still getting whipped.
I didn't. Yeah, but they be having. Yeah, they be doing their thing now. Should be good.
Girl, don't give me no bright ideas. It's Black History Month. I fuck around and kick one of their ass. I fuck around and put me on a cat suit and call one of their asses up, girl, and beat their ass just because. Put it on Harriet Tubman shit.
You should go ahead and do it. I'm sorry, y'all. I went all over subject.
And they do like you to be a little bit. I noticed that about white men. They do like you to be a little bit more dominant. You know what I'm saying? Black men like to dominate. You know what I'm saying? But when they see that you can that you can match their sexual energy, they be just looking at you like, it's almost like they be looking like, because when I first enter into a sexual relationship with a black man, I kind of play it cool because I want to see his skills. I want to see what he can do. You know what I'm saying? Before I just show his ass I'm a whole goddamn sexual deviant. You know what I'm saying? And then I just surprise him one night and be like, I'll be seeing the look on their face. Their eyes be big. Like, what the fuck is going on? I didn't even know she could do all that. Yes, I can. Like, what you thought? But I noticed that they view it like, with black men, it can be a little off-putting. And this is the thing that I noticed. They will be very docile in the bedroom with white women and very try to be overly masculine with black women. You know what I'm saying? I noticed that about black men. Now, I've never been in, I think this is another reason why black men date white women as much as they do is because they get to do all of that sexual shit that they don't want black women to know they do. See, here's the thing about black men and the reason why we not working with them. Black men are in competition with us. And because they are in competition with us and they feel a need to prove shit to us all the time, it just makes shit seem rocky and uncomfortable, and it's all it don't feel like it's naturally flowing because they always in some type of weird little mind game with you, or but you notice when they get around white women, they relax completely. You know what I'm saying? Because they feel like they ain't got to keep up that image, which is insane. And I'm telling you, my white friends be fucking pegging black dudes, eating their ass, doing all types of shit to them. And I got white friends, y'all. I told y'all, I don't be around black people every day. I be around white people for the most part. And my white friends tell me all the time what they be doing to black men, what they've done to black men. Oh yeah, girl, they like this, they like that. Looking at me like, they don't do. And I'm like, no, they never told me they like that shit. No. And I noticed that's a common thing. And that's why they be sleeping with white women. It's not because they feel like they want to run away to white women and they don't never want to get away from you. That's why they always in our business. But they do feel like black men know they don't measure up to us, y'all. They know that. They know they don't measure up to us. They know that we the most lit woman walking this planet. So instead of just recognizing that and respecting it for what it is, they would rather disrespect us, humble us, try to sit us down and try to shut us up. And then they go over there with white women and they do all this. They become humble because they ain't impressed by that bitch. They're not impressed by her. They're going to always shit on her for a black woman. That's why most of those marriages with black men and white women end, because black men is always doing what? Cheating with a black woman. They can't, they will never stay away from black women. Never. Even if they marry out and they don't cheat, why do you think they be online all in our business saying, I don't give a fuck about black women. I'm married to an Asian lady. I'm married to a white woman. It's like, yeah, but you're always in our business though. You're always wanting to know what we're doing. Why is that, sir? That's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't even be impressed with that shit. Like it's a bunch of clownery. Whenever it includes black men and white women, it's always going to be some bullshit. Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I see them every day. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, somebody need to go on mute though. I don't know who that is. Yeah, that's what it is, Nami, too. That's what it is. It's a lot of y'all, it's a lot of little weird little logistics behind why they date white women. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is not about attraction. It's about having all the nasty shit they want done to them. Nasty shit. And you would think, why wouldn't I feel comfortable sharing that why wouldn't they feel comfortable sharing that with us?
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I wish I could
they
show
trying to
all of
conquer
y'all.
you. They trying to conquer you. They trying to compete with you. And they feel like showing you a side of them that's a weakness is a bad move. You know what I'm saying? Because they view that as a weakness. They look at that like, oh, black women gonna make fun of me. They're gonna talk about me. This is why they don't do shit like that. This is why they go to white women so they can get all their little sexual kinks out the way. I'm telling you. Some niggas be over there, just like Tia said. They legs in the air, push back and shit. Getting goddamn slayed by white women. Because white women is like whole niggas, man. They act like niggas. They real thirsty sexually. Very thirsty sexually.
And that's interesting, Angela, because you think about the whole prison lifestyle, and that's the first thing they talk about doing in prison. That's the quote unquote biggest threat in prison, is going for being R-worded by each other. Yet there are ones that end up getting locked up, like a loop of cycle. They just end up keep getting sent to prison or sent to jail, where they have to fear getting R-word, and it just doesn't make sense.
Girl, these fools be lying. Them motherfuckers be doing all types of nasty ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Then they be just trying to act like they ain't about that life. They just take that life away from black women because black men are petrified of being judged by black women. Petrified. They try to make us, don't never let them niggas make you think your opinion don't count, man. Ever. Them motherfuckers care so much about what the fuck we think and what the fuck we feel and how we view things. This is why they always in our fucking business, man.
Because they fucking each other.
But see, but the weird part about all that is that they so busy trying to. It's like a mother-son relationship with them. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how your son hide some shit from you because he don't want to disappoint you. You know what I'm saying? So basically, you never get to know your son. That's why I always say, when I did the video about having black sons, I would never know my son the way that a woman dating him knows him. Never in fucking life. I will always know the buttered up side that my son gives me because he loves me. And the sad part about that video, I was going to do a part 2 of that video and invite black women up with black sons, because most of these traumatized women Just like with the colorist conversation. All in my chat talking about this sounds unhealthy. This sounds, see, it's mothers like this. You know, what I was doing was giving you a real moment, girl. Do you think I'm gonna brutalize my son against a woman? Me? The type of woman I am? Come on. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you, I know the benefits because everybody was in the chat like, no, it ain't a privilege to be a mother to black sons. It ain't this, it ain't that. No, the privilege I'm telling you about is the fact that I know my sons will do anything for me. I know that when my sons become men, they are going to simultaneously protect me with their lives. I know that as their mother. Does that mean I'm going to be out here acting reckless? Like, go get him, son. No, like we're mother and son. That type of dynamic is going to go with any family relationship. It's the same dynamic with my daughter. I just wasn't talking about my daughter. I was talking about my sons. Do you think I'm going to be out and about and my daughter just going to not cut up for me? Do you really think my daughter not going to cut up for me? Like, come on. Like, it's like sometimes I feel like y'all get so married to these talking points that y'all forget real life situations. And it's just like, these are my sons. This is why I never wasted my time to answer y'all questions consistently asking me about my fucking sons. This is why I never wasted my time to ask y'all, because I knew you miserable bitches wanted to wait in the fucking comments so you can say stupid shit and be disrespectful. And you got to remember, these are my sons. What makes you think that I don't love my sons? You think I'm gonna stop loving my sons for you? Like, you don't even fucking make sense. Y'all women not making sense, man. And y'all making it hard for real women to show up here and have real conversations. Like, I'm the only one putting my fucking neck on the line to sit up here and have these conversations. And then I have to explain shit to y'all over and 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 over because you act like you don't fucking get it. And just like Everbrat said this on another one of my streams one time, she said, y'all gaslighting womansphere. And I was so happy you said that shit, because that's what these fucking bitches do to me daily. Stop gaslighting me, y'all. I know who my sons are. Do you think I'm gonna be the type of woman to brutalize my sons against a woman? Like, why would I ever do that? Like, but at the same time, I know that my sons love me. I know that I love my sons, and I know that they will be willing to risk their lives over me. I know that I will be willing to do it for them. My daughter will be willing. My mama will be willing to do it for me. My father will be able to do it for me, and so will my brother. That's life. That's family. That's fucking family. Like, y'all act like people just forget what they know just because of family. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I know exactly who men are, and I will never, one thing I would never do is act like I know my sons outside of what my sons are to me. It's going to be a completely different relationship. So I don't know what the first young lady my son get into a relationship with is going to get. I don't know what she going to get, to be honest with y'all. I can't tell you shit. I don't know how he going to act. I don't know if he gonna be good to her. I don't know if he gonna take her through some drama. I don't know what he gonna do, because I ain't got to that part yet, so I don't know. But I know one thing I do know is he ain't gonna be the same way with her as he is with me.
Right.
I'm his mother. So it's gonna be a different vibe. And I'm telling you, women was all in my at first I started to cut the comments off on that video because I didn't really even want nobody's opinion, because I knew it was gonna irritate me. Because sometimes I feel like y'all want me to hate my sons, and that makes me very aggravated, to be honest with you, when you do that. Like, why would you ever want me to hate my children? Why would you ever want that? Why would you ever want me to sit up here and disparage my fucking children? Like, why would you want me to do that as a woman? What is wrong with you that you have lost your way that much and you are so angry that you think I'm about to sit up here and disparage my children just to agree with you? Fuck you. And fuck the boat you rode in here on, and you can unsubscribe. Because I will never disrespect my children for none of you bitches. None of you. And I mean that shit with my whole motherfucking heart and soul. And other black women that's in this space, don't you let these fucking weird motherfuckers talk you into hating your fucking black sons. That shit is weird. Like, like literally, it's women sitting up here like
It's
trying to not talk
delusional.
about their children so they won't get. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
I don't got children. I think it's wrong. I think that and then they're saying, fuck your sons in the womb.
Yes,
Like what?
it's like this is not adding up, y'all. Like it's not adding up. It's not a good look, and I refuse to adopt it. Like I don't give a fuck about this shit. Like I'm talking about everybody could unsubscribe today, and if that's what it took for me to put some.
Yeah, I'm staying right here.
No, I know. I mean, I know y'all. I'm talking about these little haters and shit. Like no, y'all. I can't get up. Like, what y'all want me to do? Like, they was
We gotta
really.
leave
I'm
black
talking
women
about.
behind. Some of them. I'm
Some of
sorry.
them,
We
that's
just
what I'm
do.
just saying. Some of them got to get left behind because they was in my comment section like, so see, this sounds very toxic. It seems like you would use your relationship with your son, calling your sons your bodyguards. I said they're life
Gaslighting.
bodyguards. Like, everything was a problem. I'm just like, man.
It's
You're
gaslighting.
trying to describe
These women are hurt and
how
they are personalizing anytime you come on this platform defending yourself. They are personalizing your experiences. It's your experiences. I understand there's some
no, they don't.
it's because some women, black women, some black women just hate. They just hate black men. They
Oh,
they grew up watching their black men. I mean, their brothers get worshipped and stuff. I mean, I understand it, but like,
that's what I was trying to explain to him. I'm like, I understand where y'all are coming from. I get it. Trust me. You bumped into a lot of mammies and mules for mothers,
yeah.
and they didn't have no respect on your name as a black woman. You know what I'm saying? They just thought their sons could do no wrong. No, no, I would never be a mother to do that to another black woman. I said that in the video. I literally said it in the video. I said I would never be that. To a young black woman because I don't know who he gonna be, but more than likely he is not gonna be what I'm saying he gonna. What my experience is with him. My experience with my sons is golden. I enjoy them. We have fun. We laugh. We kiki. We kick it. But I don't know. I can't speak on that. And I would never speak on that. And I will always be a willing ear to any woman either one of my sons takes seriously. And if I feel like one of them is, because I know if whoever my sons date is going to naturally come towards me because I'm a woman's woman. I'm a woman's woman. I'm a woman that cares about women. They're going to notice that about me right away. So there's going to be a level of responsibility there regardless. And I'm already prepared for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm already prepared. I don't necessarily care for my daughter's husband. I don't. I don't think he has as much ambition as my daughter does. But do I be drowning my daughter with that? Hell no. When they come to me, they get mom. That's who they get. They get mom. Both of them, my son-in-law and my daughter, they get mom. I'm not like, what do y'all think I'm in the house like? Hey, you beta male coon? Like what the fuck? Like what the fuck?
These women are delusional. They just
They
it's
crazy.
like
Like,
it's
they
crazy.
you to be
It's
doing.
insanity. You're attacking. They're talking about something. We're gonna find. I can't wait till science comes out so we can start saying when they're in the womb that they're pieces of shit. Ma'am, you don't know that, and that's the point. Not even white people
I'm
do
like,
this.
no, when they like, I feel like now my daughter, she been with him since she was 14 years old, y'all. So they've been together forever. And I'm supporting a lengthy black relationship. You get what I'm saying? Like they've been together a long time. They've been rocking it out and rolling with each other. And they done, did everything with each other. They make sure each other is good. And my daughter is just way more ambitious than him. So that was really my only issue. He don't cheat on her. He don't, you know what I'm saying? They got into like one little scuffle a little while ago. And my daughter, she got a lot of mouth, you know what I'm saying? But she's learning because she's young. So it's just like, and guess who's sitting right there helping them, even though some things I feel like, because if it was up to me and I would have had a choice, which I don't. Of course, as a mother, we always think they not good enough, but he's right there with her. They right there together and they work it out together and they build together and they grow together. And I help them through that process. Like I said, when they come to me, they get mom. They don't get my talking points and my YouTube channel, and they don't get that. My kids don't get that when they come to me. They get mom, and they way. Okay, I'm not about to be sitting up here discouraging a family, a black family, for my grandbaby with both her parents in the home. They've been in the home since she came into this world. They've been together like maybe like 12 years before she was even thought of. Do you think that I'm going to discourage that with my daughter? And do you think that when my son gets in a relationship, in his first relationship, I'm going to discourage that because I might feel some type of way? No, y'all. Nope. I'm a woman and I'm a mother. I have to mother my children. And it's really sad that as Black women, we got to get up here and defend being mothers to Black children. It's actually very sad.
Yes.
They're blaming Black women the same way Black men do. Oh, it's
Yeah.
these
I
moms,
agree.
it's the single moms or whatever.
Fuck them hoes, woman speed. Them bitches, they ain't got nothing else to do but talk shit. Fuck them hoes.
You talk about and women with children, bitch, because you probably can't have
Exactly.
any.
Fuck them hoes. They just want to, whatever gaslighting is, I really don't know what that is. But if it's trying to tell you something that ain't true, then yeah, fuck them hoes. That's
I
what
really
I
feel
think.
like I think woman spirit has nothing to even. She shouldn't even have to explain herself. She's a mother. She's doing good work out here. She's
Right.
educating us. She's waking women up. And you know, that's what I supported originally with Divestage. I supported the message. Where they lost me at is you know, the hate speech.
Yeah, I was
I'm not
telling
saying that
Melissa.
I'm not saying two wrongs make a right. I get that Black men, they're doing it and they have done it. But two wrongs ain't never gonna make a right. So it's like you talking about children. See, my whole thing is why is because I want to help the youth, and this is not helpful to the youth when you're talking about you're doing separation and divisions, and you're talking about women with children, women without children, and trying to make basically like some type of classism between amongst Black women and hair and weave and looks, and y'all ain't even got no fucking profile pictures. She got all this fucking mouths to say to other Black women.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing? This is not helping us go anywhere. We're going in a circle right now. We're repeating the same things that the Black men are, and that's why it's funny because Black Women's Spirit says these women are just like males with just titties, and it's true. It's because it's like you saying fuck those children, or fuck the baby, or fuck your wombs, they're killing you doing it. Yeah, I'm sure that's happening, but I'm sure like we're trying to educate. She's educating. She puts out helpful. She's doing something, right? I don't think she has to explain herself to these women. They ain't nobody, and just because she date out, that's not their business.
And that's the most irritating part is that they really think it's plausible that I would get up here and you know, this is why I pretty much avoided the question of my sons for 5 years, because it was like, I'm not about to explain to you why I love my sons. It got to be something wrong with you. And to think that that is a regular conversation. You know what I'm saying? You have gone too far. Your level of hatred is too far. You need to go, just like Lou Dale said, she said it best. She said you need to be sitting on somebody's couch and you need to be prescribed and underneath somebody's medication, thinking that you can talk about children or have a problem with children. And that's real talk. Like, it's you women have gone too far. You have gone too far with your hatred towards Black little boys, because it ain't towards Black little girls. You are definitely going in detail to Black little boys. And I understand that we hold the power to bring forth life. I salute that, and I appreciate that. And I tell women all the time, yes, we have that power. But women have never been known to abuse their power the way that men have. The reason why women are really just disgusted with men is because they are known for abusing their power. They are known for doing that. We aren't, especially when it comes to children. Now, when it comes to dealing with them, Abuse it all the fuck you want to. But when it comes to these babies, leave these babies alone, man. And leave Black women alone with their children. Stop taunting Black single mothers. Stop doing it. It's not a good look.
They're doing it to
Leave.
single women too, like Cynthia G. And all she
Yep.
said was, and she supports their message, not the hate speech, but she says, hey, she gives Black young women options of what to do and teaching us
Yes.
about how to guard our wombs, and that's still not good enough for these women. So
Still
what
not
the
good
fuck
enough.
do you
It's
want?
nothing is good enough. Nothing is good enough. They just want to have a reason to be mad. They do it to her. They do it to me. They do it to all other creators. They do it to everybody. Like they just a little bitty baby hate group sitting over there mad, whining all the goddamn time, mad. Wigs probably matted and flat on one side. It's just ain't no telling, girl.
And that was my question. What actually was gaslighting? Because I only heard gaslighting, I'm sorry, school bus, since I've been on YouTube. Now, if gaslighting is telling some, pumping.
You know how you ever had a situation where you talking to somebody and they done did something to you, but they sitting there in your face like, no, what do you mean? No, that's not what no. And they pretty much make you think that whatever it is you feel is not accurate. You overreacting. It's not what you think. And, they'll even drop other scenarios to make you think it's something else. Like they really just fucking with you. They playing with you. It's basically what it is. They playing with you when you have an issue, when you have a problem, when you have a concern. They're playing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that's when I went and saw what I wanted to see last night, when the motherfuckers kept coming on your page saying certain things to you in the back chat. That's what I wanted to know, if it was gaslighting, because I went over there. I didn't hear such and such, but they kept coming over to provoke you. So I didn't know if that was gaslighting. You know what I mean?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. These women, what they was doing was not gaslighting. They was instigating. And I kind of figured, I said, that girl, I didn't even go listen to the video, but I said to myself, that girl probably ain't over there dragging me the way that they saying. You know what I'm saying? I said she probably just defending her position on what she thought and what she felt. Just like I defended my position on what I thought and what I felt. And my position was this. Like, my position was, I feel like it's dangerous for us to keep putting little stuff out there like that about children, because when all this shit hit the fan, it's going to turn around and bite all of us in the ass. It's not going to be just one person. So that's why I was really going there the way that I did. But I had a feeling that she wasn't over there doing it the way that they said. These people be messy. Y'all don't even understand, man. I'm telling you, the subscribers cause most of the drama, most of the beef. The people who aren't even channel holders are the ones that cause most of the goddamn drama. I'm telling you, they go from channel holder, they email people, they drop messages, they lie. And it's just like, that's why if you cool with a channel holder, you got to stand deep in your firmness of not believing what people come and say, because people will come and lie like a fucking rug.
I just want you to know, if you see me blocking motherfuckers, that's why.
I seen you blocking a lot of people last night.
I went over there to see, and I was like, these bitches coming over here to fucking stir up bullshit, fuck up what's going on over here, to see what, so they can take it back and forth.
That's what people do, y'all. That's what they do. That's primarily, I'm gonna tell y'all, that is primarily how most arguments start in this space between channel holders, subscribers.
They just be stirring the pot.
Yep, subscribers. They love doing it. They love being messy. They love acting out. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like they want to. They entertainment is dragging and negativity. Like we was sitting over there having a good. Me and Ludell. I love talking to Ludell, and we was sitting over there just having a good conversation. And here they come. It was a good, peaceful conversation, just like ours is right now, nice and peaceful. Girl, they came right over there like, she talking, she doing this, she doing that, and I was trying to block them, but then I saw Tia getting to them and everybody else, so I was just like, all right, cool, I can relax, because like that's how it goes down, y'all. It's really bad, because these women are in women's spaces. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it needs. Yeah, don't let your guard down. Don't ever think for 1 second because you're in a woman's space you can trust everybody. Don't ever think it for 1 second.
Right.
Nope.
And that's what I'm like, I just want you to know, if we meet up at the I'm like a mini bodyguard because of my love for you or whatever. So if we go to the, to the don't be
that's why I had to
on 1,000, like, because motherfuckers do stuff intentionally, and if I love you, I'm not gonna let it happen. You know what I mean? I want to check it at the door, so I just want that to be known. But I saw what the fuck they was doing, so I don't want you to be like,
I was happy whenever Brad called it out the other day. She called some shit out too. She was like, y'all gaslighting her. And I was like, thank God somebody see it besides me. Like, because that's definitely what was happening. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's definitely happening. You just, man, you really care. Man, if I see something wrong, I'm gonna say, and what I see wrong is that these women don't realize that everyone's watching this,
right,
from different corners. And you right, it's not like the things you're saying aren't true. Like, you don't know who's watching this, and what if they decide, okay, y'all the same black man, right? Let's get rid of all of you, because at this point, what's the difference? We've been moving in a certain way. We've been moving silently. We've been moving forward, and it's like not everything has to be a response. You don't always have to respond. You don't always the constant. Okay, well, like go talk to the manosphere, bitch. I don't go over there. So why are you over there?
Right.
You ain't saying nothing to the manosphere. I mean, why do I need to check manosphere? I'm not a man. That's black man's job.
Right. Yep, I'm never over there. When I first came into space, I would go over there sometimes. Just like the thing that been bothering me the most is that I've had 3 black women create channels called Woman Spheres, in the past year. And, I didn't say anything the first 2 times. And then the third time, I pulled up on her and this chick tried to act like she didn't know who I was. And she doing Manosphere and Red Pill content. She's the mammy side of it. You get what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, how you gonna do me like that, man? Like, seriously? She said, I never heard of you. I said, come on, man. You ain't talking about the Manosphere and Red Pill content. You ain't never heard about me. Ain't no way in the world. Ain't no way in the motherfucking world, bitch. Ain't no way. Like, it's disrespectful shit like that. Like, that's why I'm saying it won't be black men that really give you, like, black men, they're trying to cuss you out and shit. But like I said, I'm so indifferent towards black men. Them little cuss outs and attitudes they be having, don't nobody give a fuck about that shit, nigga. Will really be irritating me is black women. You know what I'm saying? Like, we supposed to be a little better than that. Like, how you gonna just snatch my whole shit? And then when I come at you, you like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
What? Now that's gaslighting, Tia. That's gaslighting. You know what I'm saying? To pull tight on somebody like, okay, why is I said, you know what I said to her? I said, this is interesting. I've been Woman Sphere for 5 years. I was like, I've never heard of you. And this bitch gonna say, welcome, maybe you can join the panel. I said, no, I'm cool. And I said, you know what? I said, so you've never heard of me? She said, no. I said, I find that to be very disingenuous with you doing content on Red Pill and Manosphere, and I'm Woman Sphere.
With that name.
I'm like, it's no way. You in the same space as me. Now, if you were somewhere far away out yonder, like an Asian woman or some shit like that, then maybe I would say, yeah, she probably don't know who I am. Because there is an Asian woman with a Woman Sphere channel in Asia. She lives in Asia. You know what I'm saying? So she doesn't know about me. But you, bitch, you just started your channel in October. You know about me. That's why you changed 1 letter in the name. Because you know about me. And I told her, I said, I find this to just be so foul, man. Like, I'm like, if you knew what I went through in this space for this goddamn channel name, my family being doxxed. You know what I'm saying? People lying on me and shit and trying to paint me out to be Cruella fucking DeVille and shit. And I mean, I'm talking about telling whopper of lies. And you get up here and you do this shit. And I said, you know what? I'm going to just tell you, connect to the name all you want to. See if you can take them blows. Because people going to start thinking you me. And they're going to start connecting you to all the lies that come along with me. See if you can handle it. See if you don't run away from this bitch crying. See if you can take it. Because listen, you got to have a certain skin type to be woman sphere. You got to. So if you want to be that, go ahead. Don't come back to me for protection since you wanted to gaslight me. Because somebody going to run up on you thinking you me. And you ain't me. And she was just like, I mean, I don't know what to do. I never knew who you were. I said, no, just go ahead, enjoy the ride. I'm gonna be the bigger woman. I wish you well. And I just left it alone.
She lied because most times when you if you get a business, you have to find out if the name.
Yes.
is
And when I
already
did
hidden.
my name, I checked it. I put it on YouTube search engine and I didn't see it nowhere. I said, boom, it's mine.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I took it and it's like crazy because so many women have came in like the recent year. Like, see, ain't nobody want to be me at first because I was out here going hard. You know what I'm saying? Now that it has become a little bit more comfortable and Black women identify my space as a space for women, now everybody want to jump on it and try and snatch it from me before my channel grows more than what it is, you know, because I got 12K on one and I'm at 3K on this one. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's been a job to keep this channel like, well, people think I just been sitting up here chilling. Like, hell motherfucking no. Like, no, motherfuckers been trying to come for my whole neck, my family neck, my children's neck, all based off of my opinion. So if you want to take that L, you take it. It's to the point to where it took a while for people started identifying me as the woman sphere space, the space for Black women. That took like almost 5 years. They just started doing that last year. I was on a page, a manosphere channel, a white guy, and this dude got like 500K. He was over there saying they've created the woman sphere space and she's been here for 5 years. And these Black bitches are out of control. I didn't even know he knew about me. So it's like I think it's real fucked up for Black women to try and take what other Black women worked hard to build. You know, that's why it's a lot of Black women that go hard over their brand and they get petty about it. And then when they get petty about it, everybody say they crying and whining. And get petty about it for a reason, because don't nobody respect Black women like that. Oh, it's somebody in the back. Oh. We've been up here for a long time. Liz done came. Liz. I don't know how to bring you up, Liz, if you keep jumping down. Every time I go to click her name, she gone in the wind. Liz, what are you doing?
All right, I'm tapping out. It was great.
All right, bye, Design.
This was my first time. This was fun. This is fun.
No problem, girl. Come up anytime. We be up here. My boys is not, you know, my youngest son, he gone. My oldest is back. But you know, it's easy to do live streams when he home. He don't bother me. My youngest son be nose to nose down there. So hard to do. He do, girl.
Oh my goodness, how fun. Well, you guys definitely made my workday go by really quick. So I'll be back up. This was fun.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
I always be thankful when I let people work days go by.
I'm sorry for all the things you've been dealing with though in these spaces. It'll pave a way.
It be a lot, but it don't be nothing that really, I know the way things work out in this space. I done seen them work out a lot of times. So I know that they always do. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as you're doing the right thing, everything always comes to pass. at
Yeah.
some point. You know what I'm saying? It does. You just gotta, even if everybody coming at you at one time, that's typically how people do stuff in this space. They all wait for that opportunity because they cowards. You know what I'm saying? So it's just
Yeah.
like, but like I said, ain't nobody ever been able to stop my growth. So don't worry about it.
All right. We see it. We see it. It's gonna be.
Okay,
I know you.
Ludell.
I know you're gonna be all right.
Ludell says she getting her. She said, I'm at the pharmacy get my second vaccine shot. You ladies were great. Oh, thank you, Ludell. I like talking to Ludell. She's interesting.
Me too. I like all the women up here.
A lot of good information. Like, it's be coming out of nowhere. And she's smart. She's smart.
Yeah. It's always good to have smart people, talk to smart people. I love talking to people who know a lot of stuff. So that's why naturally I just couldn't really build enjoy. I just don't enjoy going to the black male spaces because it's never really talking about anything.
Right. It's just,
know what I mean?
it be like a lot of the spaces, to me, they be talking about stuff, but they be boring. You know what I'm saying? Like, that'd be my thing. I'd be bored. I'd be like, man, I'm real bored. Like, I like going to spaces where I'm entertained, so a lot of people's channels bore me.
Yeah. This one's lit. We love your channel.
Yeah.
Both of them.
I was like, and this was a backup channel. I wanted to have a more, because sometimes I feel like my other channel is just like YouTube is so heavy on that other channel. It's like with the censoring and everything. And it's like sometimes, you can escape to another channel to get your little shit talking on. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So it's like, I'm like, let me come back here. And then I didn't expect for this channel to grow as quick as it did. So I was like, you know what? I need like a little private space, which is why I created the third channel. And StreamYards is taking forever to approve me for live streams. I don't know what's going on.
Damn, it's crazy.
But Tia, what did you do for your birthday again? Did I ask you that?
Not a damn thing. I got my hair done. That's about it. I got kids.
Yeah,
and
girl,
I
that's
spend
how
money
it
on
be
them.
done. That's how it be.
It's a shame too, because I wanted to do something.
You should have went out to eat or something, or to the movies.
I had to take all the kids with me. I'm not going with them.
Oh yeah, you want fooling with them like that? Okay.
I don't want them around like that.
Yeah, because girl, going out to eat with your kids is just a whole nother vibe. It
You
really
sweating
is.
and everything with them.
Yes. It don't be my oldest son. He easy breezy. It's my youngest son. That dude, man. He
Yeah,
be trying to.
my 19-year-old, he has Down syndrome, so he's pretty easy because he's quiet. But the other three, Lord have mercy.
Girl,
I don't
it's
even
my
want y'all to get
youngest.
out the car.
He got a lot of energy. Like even going to the grocery store, I'll be like, man. I'll be having to tell him when we get in there, I'll be like, don't touch nothing.
Yes.
Leave
With
everything
emphasis.
alone. And especially with the pandemic, it's really bad when they get to touching on stuff with this pandemic. It's like,
Yes. So I really didn't do it. 39, I can't wait to 40. I wait until the summertime. I can't wait for that. That's gonna be my gift. Late August, I'm waiting for that.
Oh, there go Khadijah.
Khadijah
you back
still on
on?
there? Because I really like what Khadijah was saying earlier. I
What
really
was
did.
Khadijah? Khadijah, what was you saying earlier?
I was in the, I was just letting you know the reason why I jumped off was I was in the mountains. I was getting bad signal, so I had
You
to
said
come
you was
back.
in the mountains?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, but on what point were you saying what point were you saying that I jumped?
Tia said you were saying something earlier. Was it about colorism?
Oh, that's the only thing I was talking about.
Yeah, about Thandi. She was talking about Thandi earlier, Tia.
Okay. Yeah, Thandi, and how she felt like she was lying. I really agree with Khadijah on that. I'd
That's
rather
why
be
I
black
didn't
than
watch.
nigga. I
I'm gonna
couldn't do
watch
that.
it now because I didn't watch it, and from what Khadijah said, that makes me want to watch it.
Watch the
Oh,
one
please do,
that's
Miss
by
Fair, and give your commentary,
but
please.
watch the one that's by ET, not the one that was like edited out because she said something that was like really crazy because okay, let me tell you why I think it was disingenuous. Like at first I did feel bad for her, but then let me get to the side because I'm at Walmart. I had to get some stuff for my cat. Um, let me tell you why I thought it was disingenuous. When she said that in England I was black, and she put up these quotations, I was black, and then she said that I was dark skinned, and I came over here
Right.
to America, and I was like, all of a sudden, it's supposed to be light skin. I was like, I said that at that point, I know you lying. And then the second reason why I knew that she was lying is because that was not the topic. That wasn't the topic that you should have. Why did you have to come for a black woman like that? Because we was not the topic. The topic should have been was supposed to be about feeling like it was supposed to be for a white man. The role was for a white man, but they wanted a black woman to give the perspective of the prejudice in America. So she tried to equate instead of equating what growing up her prejudice in the UK or England, wherever she was at, she automatically went to her adulthood in America, and all black women told her was that no, you're not dark skinned, you're light skinned. And she didn't even give an example. She just said that black women were telling her fuck her for being light skinned. You're a liar. You're a liar. I don't know
So,
any.
do you think she did that on purpose? Like, do you think that she did that to gain? They said she got a movie coming out, so
I absolutely do think that she did that, and we all already know that in order for you to mix some stuff up, the person that you attack is the black one, is black women. We already know that that's going to cause the most controversy. We already know that, so I think that she did that on purpose. So what she should have did was she should have attacked the people who have been ostracizing her in England, which was calling her black and dark skin. That's who made you feel like you wasn't shit, not black women. Even when she said my internalized prejudice, your internalized prejudice, it was that you were not good enough because you were dark skinned. So why are you saying that same prejudice from African American women is the same prejudice that got you to feel okay for playing black women in these movies? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I don't accept your apology. It wasn't even an apology in the first place. It was nowhere near an apology. So whatever, Thandy, go ahead about your business. Eat your food because we was not looking for you to come in and attack us out of nowhere.
I gotta watch it all the way through. Because as soon as I seen her crying, saying black women and all of that, I just cut it off immediately. Immediately. Uh,
She didn't start it off crying at all. That right there
no,
was
that's what I'm saying. When she started, when she was talking, I only watched like the snippet. So I didn't even get like the real thing. I just got the shade room part.
yeah,
So
yeah,
the
no.
shade room part was her crying as soon as I seen it. And I was just like, yep, bye. I just didn't care because I don't really care about celebrity tears. So I
It
was
was
just like, as soon as she started crying, like when I clicked on it, she was crying and then I clicked off. So I don't even really know what she said.
and I don't honestly think it was gaslighting at all because she wasn't gaslighting nobody except for herself. Like she really was just gaslighting herself to say that she faced all this prejudice from black women. No, you have not. No, you have not. No, you have not. Stop lying. No, you have not. It just like I said, it brought back the memory, like how I said that it feel like she burning my feet. Like it brought that's what it brought that back because it's like, girl, you doing all this, talking all this shit, and then when I roast your ass, now you want to go now you want to go cry to the teacher and say I'm bullying you. I ain't never said nothing to you. You came up to me.
Like, yeah, I didn't, girl. As soon I'm telling you, the only place I seen it was on Shade Room, and when I clicked on it, her face was all drenched in saltine crackers, and I just was like, yeah, I don't care. And I clicked off of it. Like I didn't care.
I was
Like,
so shocked. Like I was like, as if we don't have enough on our plate. Like, really, really. This is what you choose. This is who you choose to attack: dark-skinned Black women instead of attacking the people, or not attacking, or just addressing the people who actually made you feel that way. We didn't make you feel. I know for a fact you came here, and within a couple of years, you were able to be in, what was that? The Color Purple with Oprah. Within a couple of years, you was able to
mhm.
do that,
But do
and
you think that was because of her? But no, I can't say that because there's plenty other talented dark skinned actresses that would have been better for the part. I don't know.
I don't know. She did talk about in the industry how so the producers used to do stuff to her and stuff. I think that she probably gave that pussy up for a role.
Because I was more concerned, like I was not concerned about that lady at all. I was concerned about what was going on with Whoopi Goldberg.
Yes, that's what
Yeah,
I
I was mad that Whoopi lost her job, man. Like, or got suspended from it. I was irritated with that. Like, Vandy Little Tears. I didn't even know that chick name, to be honest. I've seen her in a lot of different movies,
I thought
but
she was just
it was
light skinned.
always an energy about her that I just didn't quite connect to as an actress.
And now that she
Um,
done did that, I'm gonna go on ahead and roast her. She look she looks slow, honestly.
yeah, a little bit, a smidge.
She looked like she got a little, like you said, a hint of down.
I
Down.
always felt like all her parts, though. I always felt like all the parts she played she wasn't as good as they portrayed her to be to me. So
No, but I still supported the movies that she was in. So that's why, like, seeing like yeah, you're not important because we not like really checking for you. But at the same time, it's like when a movie comes out that's like all about Black empowerment, you're in it. I don't have nothing to say about you, but you got a lot to say about us.
mhm.
So if that's how you feel, how about we not support your ass no more? How about that?
Mhm. Exactly. She might have been it might have been about publicity, if she got something coming out right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
That's-
who's checking for you? Like the people who support you are the Black women. That's the
she probably knew when nobody checking for her. That's probably why. I don't know. Like, cause I don't like, I
no,
don't even
belong back
know
to
her.
because that's it. If I see you, if everybody have the idea that I have, if I see your name headline on any movie, trust me, I'm not streaming it. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not giving it a thumbs up. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not going on Reddit. I'm not going on none of that. You ain't getting shit from me at all. And if multiple people, you already see how it backfired. If multiple people feel like that, lady, your career is done. Because
Hmm.
who's watching? I sure ain't watching what is it, God's Earth or God's America. What's her movie called? I ain't watching.
I don't
I
even know.
was.
She got a movie coming out.
That's the movie that she was trying to promote. That's why I was saying that the original role was supposed to be for a white man, but they thought that it would be more juicier if they played it as a Black woman that is facing prejudice, on in God's good land or whatever the movie is called.
Yes, I
That
can.
yes. So, and they were asking her, what did she feel about the roles being switched from a white man to a Black woman? And me personally, I feel like she should have answered back like it's more prevalent in today's time, not I get more prejudice from black women. You're playing a black woman, asshole.
Right.
So
I
that was
totally
my
agree.
I'm sorry, Khadijah. I don't mean to cut you off.
oh no, that was pretty much it. It was just gonna be more insults after that.
You gonna say it was gonna be more insults? You a mess, girl.
Yeah, like this, it's like that's what you got to do to them. Like once they step out of the line, it's like okay, I'm not gonna continue to let you cut my damn throat, or in my scenario, put more douse me in more lighter fluid and burn my damn feet off.
Mhm. Mhm. That's what I understood what you were saying. That's why I understood because she ain't have to. She ain't talk about the movie. She just wants to. I guess I don't know if it's gaslighting. I'm really confused about gaslighting, woman. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It's really
That's why
the terms that the people use is really confusing to me. It's
it that
gaslighting, it's
situation.
capping, it's something else. I know I ain't that old, but I still don't get the stuff.
Well, see, in this situation, it wasn't gaslighting black women because it wasn't true. And
Okay.
gaslighting is more like when it is true and you're trying to downplay it.
Okay.
So that's why I said I feel like she was gaslighting herself because you were telling the truth, but you were telling it on the terms of black women doing it to you when that's a goddamn lie. You just said out your mouth that when you was in UK you didn't have these
You were
same.
dark skinned. When she said she was dark skinned in the UK, I said, what? This
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
line is like a mug. I was like, she
yeah. I knew
lying.
she was
How
lying.
you dark skinned in the UK?
Yeah, when she said that, I knew for a fact she was lying. I said, this lady is lying through the skin of her teeth.
Yes, she was. Thompson, she was dark skinned. I could not believe that came out of her mouth. And
Like,
then
come
when
on,
she
put them
came to
two words.
America, she was light skinned. And then she got prejudice from dark skin. No, talk about your prejudice as a dark skinned person in England, in the UK. Do that.
Why they wouldn't give you no roles because
And then
your
why you feel how you feel about taking this Caucasian man's role. Don't talk about being, talked about by black women or scrutinized or whatever. Whatever. She was on some bull crap. And then
she
she
was
didn't sound genuine either. It's just like she was reading the script. She was just talking. It didn't sound like it was nothing behind it.
she was hiding her face like them tears. Like it looked like she took them tears out of one eye and spread them across her face. No, for real, for real.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Yeah.
I was like, what is wrong with these people? Come on.
And it was it just didn't seem like it was flowing, like it was coming from her. She was just
And
talking. Just like you
and
said with that, now she got a platform, she could just say whatever. Like me, sometimes I just talk about whatever, it don't flow right. You know what I'm saying? It's just some that's how she sounded, but it was
she
scripted.
just she just tanked the ratings without the movie even coming out.
Uh-huh.
She just tanked the ratings because I ain't
That's
going to
her
see it.
red carpet moment, if she ever had one.
She ain't got no red carpet moment now. Get my hot Cheetos.
And you're right, we did support her. I support her in everything, in every movie she played. I supported her. I didn't
I
even
didn't
see
even know
her as light skin, dark skin, or
none of that.
biracial.
I
I
was
just
happy
saw
because
her. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
absolutely. Because look, I like before all of this, I used to see used to give light skinned women the or not light skinned but biracial women the black card as well. Like I used to which is not right, but I used to because I used to see them in our spaces and doing good things, I give them the black card.
Mhm.
So it's like I felt so betrayed that I ain't
She
spend
would
that
do
much
that.
money on
Yeah.
me, but
I'm
my
with
little dollars
you.
in droves, in droves, our dollars is making you a millionaire. So
Mhm.
you
Like
understand?
in
So
Crash, I could have understood where she was coming from, being sexually harassed by that officer, being touched or whatever. But I didn't see her as being a light skinned woman or a dark skinned woman. She was just a black woman to me because that's the role she was
right,
portraying. You
And
know
I
what I'm
thought
saying?
she
And
was
you
black. I
felt
just thought
for it.
she was light skinned.
Right. I didn't think she was like, she was just a black woman in the movie, and she was portraying how, they got away with doing something just like all the other officers have done, getting away with doing something to black women. You know what I mean? And maybe she felt that way because a lot of them came into the hood and, assaulted dark skinned black women or black women, period.
Now this was the
Maybe
part that really like threw me off when she said, "I'm stealing your truth." Now Tanya
you're
TKO
true.
was the one who pointed it out. Your truth. When she said that, see, Tanya TKO she said, what is your truth, black woman? And
Right.
your truth is that you're a black woman. So she said that I'm stealing your truth. Now I felt like that was very insulting.
What
Yeah,
she
she
mean by
meant that she was stealing our identity.
Yes, our identity, right?
but she is considered black in America. So she's not stealing my identity. Who
But when she was
identity?
in the UK, she didn't want to be black. She said that she was black in the UK, and when all of a sudden she came here, she didn't want to be black in the UK because she wanted to identify with her daddy.
But you know what, y'all? I really feel like these white people, they know what they're doing. I really do feel like they see a difference in certain black people like Thandi, and they probably feel like she's like a more acceptable version of a black woman.
I think that's where the futurism coming at, with the curly hair and the high arch in the nose and the slim jawline, instead of the high cheekbones and the full lips. I think that's where the futurism come in. It ain't got
Yeah.
nothing to do with complexion, honestly. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
I think complexion is a part of futurism.
And why do you think that? Why do you think
Because I think it all comes together to form how we look. It's our skin color, it's our hair, it's our features, our nose, our lips, our facial symmetry. I think it all counts. I think that even white people, they can tell the difference, I believe. I think it just depends on like how the mixed person looks. Like if they look more black, then people may not know that they're mixed. But if they look more white or they look mixed, then I think that people recognize that.
she looks brown to me? She look like a brown. She look like she's my skin complexion. I may be a little tad bit darker than her, but I think to me, she's a brown skinned woman. To me. That's how I see Thandi. And I'm thinking maybe she's because of her curly texture of her hair, but everything else about Thandi doesn't say, you're white or superior or different from me, other
Well,
than your
she
hair
has
texture.
really thin lips. I mean, if we want to be really
I
detailed
don't
about
look
it.
at her that close. I ain't never look at
Yeah.
her.
It's just she never really did it for me on the acting side,
Yeah,
like yeah. So
yeah, I'm with you.
I was never really that intrigued by her.
She was
at all.
she was an exaggerator, especially in Beloved. I just didn't like her in that movie at all. Oh, weirdo. Or Crash, all her roles are exaggerated. Like she's a whiny kind of actress. I don't know. It's just something about Thandi in movies. Now, the one who plays in the Marvel movies, that black woman, I like her.
Yes, Thandi plays like a perpetual victim in her
Right,
movies.
right, right, right. That's how I see Thandi in movies. And it's whiny and irritating. She whining a lot. Ugh. But or what, that woman that looked like Charlize Theron, but I can never get her name. Charlize Theron is the Caucasian actress. It's a black actress that looks just like Charlize Theron. You all know who I'm talking about?
No, I
She's
don't know who
she's
Charlie
dark
Stern is.
brown. Oh, okay. Nobody know. I can't think of her name, but she played in a couple movies. and she has those features with the high bridge in her nose and the thin lips, but she's a darker brown.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like biracial people, like the rapper Mulatto, I don't think anybody would see her as black.
Who's Mulatto? I don't know who Mulatto is. See, we
I
don't
know
date.
who Mulatto
Big
is. I
Lotto.
know. Yeah, I know who she is. I think she's pretty.
Yes, she is.
I didn't know she was biracial though. That I didn't know. I thought she was just black. Is her mom white?
Yeah, her mom is white and her dad is black. I remember her from the rap game a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
See, I would have thought that she was white. I didn't even know that she was mixed.
Yeah, Zoe. That's her name, who play in all the Marvel movies. I really like
Zoe
her.
Saldana?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Is that who you thought she was?
No.
Oh,
Sometimes I do. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I do.
they is almost like the same person a little
Yes.
bit like that.
But she played in a lot of movies, you know, and she has the high bridge and the thin lips or whatever.
Yeah,
I
she
don't know
is.
about Brandy. She's who is Hazy? I don't know him. What is it? No.
I always thought Zoe was like a smidge bit of a. She irritating too. They both kind of got that little irritating factor, you know. Andy and Zoe. Is Zoe from out the country too? I don't know if she is or not. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know if she is either, woman speed.
Biracial. Yes, she's Zoe Saldana. Yes, she's biracial.
She biracial?
She annoying, I tell you that much.
You watch the Marvel movies?
Laura London. Laura London.
Not really, but I just always found both of their personalities because she was real irritating to me in that movie. What was it? Pursuit of Happiness?
I didn't even watch
Ooh.
that. I really don't like those movies.
What's her name? Lauren London. She's also biracial.
And that was another thing about I like Lauren London. I think she's very beautiful. But they made a big deal about her too. They made a big deal about her too. But I only remember her acting in like one movie and that TV show. What's the name of that TV show with that guy? With Tamara or Tia, whatever their name is. Which I was one of the twins. So like
The Real?
Yeah. I don't know. It was a show. I think Lauren London is very beautiful, you know, and she's never come off, you know, arrogant or snooty to me. Like my sister, she's light and she believes she's brown skin. And when I had my first son, my oldest son, Joe, he's brown skin. And she used to always say, I want a brown baby. You know, she used to always say that, I want a brown baby. Because she would recognize that she was lighter and that she hung around only lighter skinned women. And it was only one chick, and this was high school, it was only one chick who would hang around them. And she had to be like real snooty and nasty to be around them. And now to this day, she says she's brown skinned. I guess not to stand out, but she called it, and sometimes they make me feel like, you know what the hell you are, you know? But she always called herself brown skin. I just be rambling. I'm sorry if I'm rambling. Y'all still there?
Girl, you ain't rambling. Ain't nobody talking. So how you rambling?
Sorry, y'all. I just went in the store.
I'm gonna
No, you're not
Like with
rambling.
my daughters, please, go ahead, Titty. Like with my, okay, I'm gonna get him. Like with my daughters, my youngest is lighter than my 7-year-old. And my 7-year-old came home feeling some kind of way about a little Caucasian little boy calling her chocolate and a pickle. He called her chocolate and a pickle. And then she started coming home comparing her skin complexion to me. Now, I never said, oh, you're lighter, you're darker. We're all brown. Because they don't like, it's either peach or brown. That's what they talk about, peach or brown. You know, and my baby, she came home because she's a little chocolate than everybody else. Got a little bit more of a tan. And she came home comparing her skin complexion to me, and she was like, I'm darker than you. I was like, no, we're the same color. We look alike. I said, we look alike. We're the same color and we look alike. You know, but my younger baby, who's a tad bit lighter, she doesn't have that issue. Nobody bothers her because her hair is a little thinner or whatever. But my oldest daughter her hair is a little thicker and she's a little browner. And I try not to, but I see it happening where she doesn't want to go to school anymore sometimes because the kids pick on her because of her skin color. And it's crazy because we're in 2022 and you try to, counter that before they even get to school and tell them how beautiful it doesn't matter how much you tell your child, to me, how beautiful they are. When they go to school and they're amongst their peers, it's a totally different story. I tell my baby, you're beautiful, you're pretty, you're beautiful. We look just alike because she thinks I'm beautiful. She thinks I'm so pretty. I'm like, we look just alike. But when she, amongst her peers, she was like, I ain't good enough. And that bothers me. It really does. With my younger daughter, she doesn't have to deal with that. When people see her, they're, oh, she's so beautiful. Oh, but her and her sister look alike. One just lighter than the other. The shit is so messed up. But
So you saying that your daughter that look just like you, she get flack in school because of her dark skin?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I've done been up to the school. I'm kind of crazy. Because she don't want to go to school. First, she thought school was awesome. And then it started, when they got back in school in person, things have changed. Because the little
exactly how it was for
yeah.
me, because my first few years I grew up in the islands, and then I came back to the United States for first grade. So that's exactly how it was. It was like I had a light skinned grandmother that raised me in the islands, and she will always tell me I'm beautiful. Everybody, back home would tell me I'm beautiful. They love my skin complexion. It's not a problem back home because everybody, is dark skinned and have the, same, pretty much the same skin complexion. So when I came here,
Did she fall off?
Yeah, she must have went out. I thought it was me.
She might be in the mountains again. She drive trucks. Don't you drive trucks, Tia?
I drive buses now, woman. See, I'm going back to the bus next month. I really don't want to.
Really?
Yeah, but they gonna pay me 10 years seniority with full benefits and my $30-something an hour. I'm going.
It's probably dealing with the people, huh?
Yes, man.
That's what I
Yeah,
figured.
Jesus. Is that right?
That's what I
That's
figured.
all it is. But
I
that's
had
why
a
I
friend
wanted to
that
do
was a
the
bus
test.
driver and she hated it. She said, I like the money and the benefits, but I don't like dealing with people.
Yes. So they treat you so bad. Like, I pay your salary. I'm like, what the fuck? I pay my own salary too. You pay taxes, so do I. They got my nerves with that. Black people crazy. But I love them. But they crazy.
But that's what I'm working on with my daughters, because my oldest daughter, that's my firstborn daughter. That's the one that I wanted for sure. And I don't want her to feel no type of way, because it's gonna hurt me. And then be at the school trying to kill a kid. And the kid's parent, the little boy parent works at the school. And I don't want to tell my daughter, like our parents, oh, they must like you. No, that's not. It's something that's being taught to him at home. I'm not gonna say, oh, he must like you and throw it under the rug. I'm not gonna do that. So I'm always at the school ready to chop down, cut a tree down or stab a person.
What is the school saying though?
They're not saying anything, because now they make it so that you can't have no contact with the kid or the parent. I don't want to have contact with the kid. The parent, you can't have no contact with the parent. All you can do is stake your claim with the administrator, whoever you're talking to, and then that's it. And then they don't even tell you what is being done with the student, with the other child, just that they settle things and your child should be okay. Like the lady told me, okay, the lady told me that she told my daughter in front of me, if you see him and he's in the front of the line, just go to the back of the line. Or if he's in the back of the line, raise your hand and go to the front of the line. Like, you're trying to avoid this person. That's not right. It's like you have to do extra to protect yourself as a child. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right at all.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
That shit is bothersome. So I'm always at the school. I'm always at the
remove
school.
her.
I want to, I really do, because I can't take it. My heart can't take when she cry and say, I just want a day off from school. Then I want to go blow the motherfucking school up. You know what I mean? Don't tell nobody I said that.
No, I think you should remove her. I mean, I think they have virtual training now on all schools due to the pandemic. So just check the school district and see if that's an option. She might be able to stay home and do her work from off a laptop.
I think that would be best for her, because I don't want her to be traumatized, be hurt, depressed, because she got to go to school. Because not only do adults commit suicide, kids commit suicide. And I can't handle that.
An 8-year-old just committed suicide.
Oh my gosh.
An 8-year-old little boy.
Oh my God.
How did he do it?
He got his dad's gun.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. He was getting bullied at school. Yeah, 8 years old.
And that troubles me, that the kids in school could cause another child to say, I want to end it all at that age. That's why we want to kill. You be wanting to kill kids. That's why parents go to the school and shoot guns in the air, scare the kids over, then you end up in jail. But what are you doing to help my child, to protect my child that's in your care? That shit is crazy. Okay.
Well, that's the second person, y'all. That's the second person that said we made their work day a breeze. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm dog on that Burger King right now, eating a Whopper Jr.
Your dad said that last night.
I just had a burger from Wendy's.
Said that last night. You had Burger King today.
I love Burger King. I get the same thing every time. Burger King and Popeyes is my favorite, like little run-to places.
Okay.
But yeah, a little boy, y'all. A little boy, 8 years old.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's sad.
That's terrible.
The mom, it was a little black boy. She was so distraught.
And
I felt so bad for her.
Too. You hear about black little kids.
And the dad, he was just trying to, you can tell he was trying to keep it together, I felt bad for them as a family.
That's reminded me of Regina King's son committing suicide.
Her only child. Her only. Yep.
I would be so hurt just to look
Mhm.
in your kid's face and to
You got to be able to know when they feeling some type of way. Yeah.
yeah.
When the layer. Yeah. Because you never know if they feeling sad or no. And you got to give them motivation sometimes, you know.
No, Blue.
Yeah, and I think just letting them know it's okay to be sad sometimes.
Yeah, because I think kids think it's not. They think, you know, children, when they get sad, they think it's the end of the world. They think everything is gonna be over. It's like, no, you're gonna be sad 1,000 times in your life. But I mean, Regina King's son was grown though. So he must have had some level of depression or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he was grown. And I just want to know what his level of depression was.
How do you tell a
Because
child to keep sweeping stuff under the rug? How you keep saying, go ahead, it's not your problem, it's their problem. But most times we take on, they say sticks and stones, but words will never hurt you. But words
That's
do
a
hurt.
lie. That's a
Words
lie.
hurt like hell. I don't care what nobody says.
Yeah,
And
that's a
then they
lie.
sweep that under the rug. And then as a child, you gotta take on this and try to brave this through. When I was kirk out, somebody called me anything other than a bitch. I could take bitch.
Clearly, words. I mean, we saw today that words hurt you. Khadijah still remembers the stuff that people said to her as a child. Yep.
And I don't think it ever ends because, like, I'm brown skinned and I feel like maybe just being my complexion or just being a Black woman in general, it's like this need that people have for you to be perfect. Perfect body, perfect face, perfect complexion. And it's like if you don't add up to that, then they don't think you're valuable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all complexions now. I'm all complexions. I've been light skinned, dark skinned, teas and tan. I like the teas and tan name. Then she turns me call me teas and tan and I'm yours.
You know what? You're something else. Yeah.
But yeah, I done dealt with it. I done dealt with a guy calling me lips. In junior high, he used to call me lips all the time. Lips. And I thought something was wrong with my lips. You know, and then somebody was like, no, they look like dick stuck in lips. And then you still feel like that's a bad thing, you know?
It's crazy too because it be and some of the stuff I look back on that I went through as a kid with like grown men and some of the weird things they would say. I just be looking back like, man, you should not have been saying that to me as a small child. You know, it's just like you can't trust your kids around people. These men be creeps.
They are.
Yeah.
How you have dick sucking lips as a 12-year-old? That is crazy.
And then you know what? When I used to come out of school, when I was younger, when I used to come out of school, it would be grown men outside of our school all the time. They wasn't picking kids up though. It ain't like they was there to pick up their daughter. They would just be outside yelling at us, saying hey to us, asking us that we want rides. And I'm just like, what's really shocking to me now that I look back is that no teachers picked up on the fact that those men were out there. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, why didn't no teacher say anything? Why didn't teachers say, hey, get from around here, you know, or call the police or anything? It's just like, they was just out there. They was out there. They will follow us because I got to walk home from school with my friends. And like when we would walk home, they will be out like following us on the side. Like, you don't want no ride, baby girl. You want to ride? And we used to run from them. I remember we was like 12, 13 years old. We would literally run. If they would pull up on the side of us, we would take off running. And the fact that we was just doing all that like it was normal every day. And the weird part is I never reported it to my parents.
That's how it was in high school. This guy, literally, I was 16. He kept kept coming after me until I was 20. From 16, he would show up outside my school, high school, and look for me and wait for me. He hated my boyfriend at the time, and so he made it his business to keep coming around until I turned 20 to consent, to sleep with him. Mommy. To sleep with him.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. He was grown. He was like 20-something years old. I think he was like 25.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it was so normal for that stuff to happen in the neighborhood that I was in, like a bunch of scary old men. That I don't even think we viewed them as being scary at the time. We would run because we didn't want to be around them. But we wasn't even telling our parents. We wasn't even going home like, hey, when I walked home from school, this man followed me. This man did this to me. This man, we didn't say anything. We didn't say a word.
Hey, what was this? My boyfriend at the time ran me over with his car. I mean, he hit me with his car. You think I told my dad? He hit me with his car. Hit me and knocked me to the ground. And then drove me home. But I ain't never told my dad.
But when you think about it, like all the stuff that we dealt with, just walking to school and walking back from school, we didn't tell our parents. Like I didn't tell them nothing. That's crazy now that I look back on it, because it was some wild stuff happening with adults. And I ain't say nothing. Like I didn't say nothing, y'all. Not a word. Not a word.
I used to be out shopping with my mom sometimes when I was in high school, and a random grown ass man would come over and try to talk to me, and I would have to let him know like I'm in high school, and he's like, "So,
ooh, that's bastard."
Yep, and they will be
I
like,
had a situation like that. That it actually went all the way.
Oh wow, you got to know him?
And this dude was like 32.
No.
I mean,
see, I was scared. I was scared of the older guys. I was like, nah.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah, I would run from them.
It was like after maybe
I think Khadijah went out again.
Okay, she's still on now.
Oh no, I put myself on mute because I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. We was listening to you.
No, I was saying that. I didn't realize what it was. I just thought that I didn't, and then I kind of thought that he was somebody from my
You
school.
echoing, Khadijah. You
I was
echoing.
walking to my job.
No, I'm saying you echoing. You probably got a tab open.
Am I still echoing?
No, you're clear now.
Okay. Yeah. No, I thought he was from my school. And I just thought he was from my school. And I gave him my number. I was walking to my job, which was right next door. McDonald's was right next door to the school. So I was just walking to my school, and he like came to like holler at me like while I was walking to school. So I was like, oh, okay. Like I was like fascinated that he had a car. I guess like I ain't gonna hold you. I was fascinated that he had a car. I was like, okay, like I could, I'll talk to you. But I thought he was from my school because a lot of people at my school, at my high school, had cars. So I didn't think it was a big deal. But it wasn't until like a month later where we actually like did something, and then he came out the woodworks. Like he was like, after like the deed was done, he was like, he called somebody and was like, oh yeah, I just smashed this little young thing. I was like, whoa.
Wow.
In front of your face?
Wow.
He said that in front of your face?
Yes, he said that in front of my face. Yes. Dark
Oh my
skinned
God.
black man. And then I asked him, I was like, is this your mom's apartment? Like, he was like, no, this mom. I was like, so like, how old are you? He was like 32. I was nothing but 17 at the time.
That's just predatory.
I'm just shaking my head because that's fucked up. Like really fucked up. Like, and then to say that in front of your face, like you didn't mean, like you don't, like you ain't nothing sitting there. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy
Like,
to me.
he switched his whole attitude after he got what he got. He switched his whole attitude because like the whole month he was like basically pandering. You know. So then he asked me if he wanted me to pick me up from school. I told him I was off work, and he asked me if he wanted to pick me up from school because he was getting off work or something like that. And that's when it like really like I was like, okay, this is a grown. This is somebody that's not in high school.
Mm.
Cause he's talking about he getting off work, and I mean I ain't blaming. I'm not blaming nobody, you know, because it's on me. You know what I'm saying? Because I did the deed, but yeah, it is true because it happened to me,
But it is still, I think it's still
and I
considered
wasn't looking for
grooming. Khadijah, I still think it's considered grooming because he knew what he was doing. He was a predator. I will still consider it's his fault. We always decide to take blame for what these niggas do. I can tell you honestly, and not to diminish what you're saying, this guy I thought was my boyfriend, right? I was on my cycle, and I wish we was on the other channel so I could share freely. And I didn't want to have intercourse because I'm on my cycle. You know what I mean? But he made me feel like I had to. I felt threatened because he swelled up at me and paced back and forth. And I'm on my cycle. I'm not about to have, you know, because in my mind, I'm thinking being on my cycle and having sex, I could actually get pregnant. Now, I already had a son at 19. I wasn't trying to have another kid, you know? And he made me feel like I had to, or he was going to do some harm to me. And so I said, okay, I'm scared. He blocked me in the house. He blocked me off in the house. I never told anybody this. He blocked me off in the house so I couldn't leave. He beat up the old dude that lived in the house because he thought the old dude was trying to talk to me. And I'm like, I don't really want to do this. But I was so scared not to. That's how he made me feel. And so I did. And I always said, well, I went to his house.
like that too. Where
You know, I went to
like
his house. Oh, he was supposed to be my boyfriend, so I can't blame him. But I didn't want to, because a no is a fucking no. And motherfuckers, they know what they groom you. Even if you say no, even if you don't say no, if you consent to it, they groom you to believe that you want to do it. I don't care. This is a fuckers.
Yeah, this dude, man, we really do need to get on that other channel because this dude choked me out. I passed out on purpose. Like I didn't really pass out, but I went ahead and made myself like act like I passed out so that I don't really pass out. And all because he wanted to have sex with me. He like really like tried to beat me up and everything. And I told him no, he tried to choke me out on the floor, and I just went like I just went ahead and I passed out like faked it. You know, he like this dude, the dude, he was still on top of me. He was like slapping me, trying to get me awake. I'm like, I'm really, you know, still awake, but he like slapping me. I had to pretend like the slaps ain't hurt.
I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. These motherfucker dudes.
These dudes need to be in prison for that.
But what can you say? Because we've been blaming ourselves for a long time. They're like that whole colorism thing. You know, men started that, and then it's not among Black men. It's among Black women with the colorism, the hate between each other. So they say, okay, the Caucasian man put us against each other. Well, y'all say that the Caucasian man put Black women and Black men against each other, but Black men pit Black women and other Black women against each other for competition for them. It's just all kinds of messed up. Okay.
Yeah, and when you mentioned that the guy was your boyfriend, I do think that's another tactic for predators to
Right.
make you feel like you're in a relationship.
So they can take advantage of you. Yes, I
Yeah,
truly
or so
believe
they
that.
can pimp you or whatever it is they want to do.
Yes, yes, yes. I truly believe that because I saw a story. I don't know if y'all saw the story with the woman she thought the dude was her boyfriend. He ended up pimping her out, but she didn't know she was with a pimp until the chick said, "Oh, we've been waiting for you for us to leave town."
Yeah,
You
that
know?
do sound familiar.
Yeah, and then she ended up having to sleep with like at least 40 guys because he owed people on the football pool, you know, and then beat her up because she didn't want to do it. But she thought this was her boyfriend. And you say it's nothing. I don't think it's anything wrong with divestment. If that's dealing with Black men from other ethnicities or like another race of man, I don't think it's anything wrong with it. I just believe, I say hope, see, know the worst and hope for the best. Because I think all men ain't shit. And that's not from hurt. I just believe that. I think all men ain't shit. Black, white, or other. Y'all still there? Or am I talking to
You know,
myself?
it's based on my experiences. It's based on my experiences why I don't fuck with Black men. Like, I don't like them because every time I give them a chance to prove themselves to be otherwise, they always like prove to be ain't shit, like every single time. So, you know, fuck them. I don't care what the police do to you. Good riddance.
Amen, Khadijah. And I try not to I try not to feel that sympathy for them because they have no sympathy for or no empathy or ounce of care of what we go through. My sister said when she was talking about her dude going into a drug treatment program because he was on Dipper and he wanted to be clean and he couldn't be there for her. My sister got her own house in Arizona. He live in an apartment he's self-employed where he don't know what a beginning from the end is, right? So now you want to go into this drug treatment program. And I'm like, sis, you can't feel sorry for this nigga because he been doing this for a while. He know what he doing. She was like, but they went through slavery. I said, sis, we all went through slavery. Everybody in this country went through something. Even the Caucasians who took over the land went through something when they left the Europeans. You know what I'm saying? So to say that they went through something and we went through something too, and we still going through something raising the kids, I don't feel nothing. I try not to feel no. I love my boys though. Now I go through hell and high water. I tear a city down for my kids. All of them.
Hello?
Can you hear?
Can I say something?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I feel like this pity love is creating these monsters. Like,
right.
I feel like their personalities are very like narcissistic, and people are not born narcissistic. Like, narcissism is something that's created in someone, and it comes from like being overly praised and like underly loved. And what I mean by that is like, even if you love someone in a way that is detrimental to them, it's not really received as love. It's pity love, isn't it? It's like, oh, I feel sorry for you, you're weak, you're rubbish, like you haven't got anything going for you, like I'll do it for you. It's sort of like a mummy baby type love. And so they're like adults, but they're angry and narcissistic and childish, because obviously narcissists are very childish if you ever dealt with them. And I'm just really shocked by what you girls have said, because the way you framed it, like, I don't know what language I can say on this panel, but it's
you can say whatever you want, babe.
Well, it's just straight up rape, isn't it?
Pretty much.
That's what it is. Like,
but I'm just saying we can't. No, wait.
Nobody is coddling. Like, listen. Listen, man, have some grace with black women, man. And I'm talking to you, UK. You ain't no idiot. Have some grace. Don't come up here being condescending and shit to the goddamn panelists about what they just talked about. Don't fucking do that shit. That shit is ignorant as fuck.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean
Yeah,
to
no,
come
ain't no
across like that.
apology for that, man. Ain't no apology for that. I'm not going for that shit, man. I've been fucking dealing with your shit for the fucking, like, I'm sick of it. Like, I am. Like, yeah, I'm not going for that. Don't fucking come up here telling nobody they weak indirectly and shit. I'm not going for that shit. It's fucking, like, she done did that shit a couple of times. I don't care, man. Stop hitting my fucking link. If you got a disrespect for American black women, just say that shit. But what you're not going to do is be condescending and think I'm going to play with you because I ain't playing with you. I done let you up several times. You done did it several times. Stop being condescending and shit. They up here talking about situations where they was violated and you coming up here talking about it's coddling. I think you create the narcissistic behavior. I heard everything you said, man. You ain't talking to no fucking idiot. You know who the fuck you talking to? Like, don't try to come up here and be like that towards them. They up here sharing. Don't be like that. I'm telling y'all, man, I don't have the same space that other black women have. I don't allow condescending shit, indirect shit, disrespect to black women in no type of way. If I ain't cussing nobody out, ain't nobody else gonna cuss nobody out. And I'm gonna cuss you out for a reason. It's gonna be a damn goddamn good reason, just like this one is. Coming up here talking about what people allow. Get the fuck out of here, man. Go back. Girl, go eat a goddamn English muffin, okay? And leave us the fuck alone. I'm not going with that shit, man. I'm not doing that. That shit just ignorant. People up here sharing shit that happened to them while they were children, misguided, uneducated, immature, emotionally immature, everything. Don't know how to process things. They were young. They were children. You coming up here talking about I just think the way you described it, let's just say it for what it is, right? Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, man, people know how to better know about me. I know how to read a room. I know I react quicker than most people because a lot of people like to play games. I'm not playing games with you, man. I'm not. Came up just to try to gloat and be on some cocky shit. Like, bitch, girl, get the fuck out of here. Don't come back to my channel. Don't hit the link again. It's just that fucking simple. Don't come back. I don't play them games with black women in my space, man. That shit, it's just like, it's that shit with black women, man. They always got to try to one up somebody, try to make somebody feel stupid, try and be on some bullshit. Like, I don't know why y'all do that, but I'm not on that shit. Like, I don't need to make nobody feel stupid to feel big. I already feel big. The fuck is wrong with y'all, man? Like, damn. And she stayed doing that shit, man. Like, she stayed fucking doing that shit. And I was just waiting on you to show your hand, just so you know I was waiting on you to show your hand. I was waiting. I knew you was going to try and pull it. I knew you was. Just for the record, I ain't going. I'm not going. Y'all all right?
Thank you. I didn't catch it. Thank you, Woman Sphere, because I wasn't paying attention. I'm watching I can't excuse what I didn't hear. I was watching the kids too. But thank you for catching that. I appreciate you.
No, what she did was when y'all shared about y'all situations where y'all was groomed with older men in certain situations, she came up And she was like, I think narcissism is created, and I think it comes from coddling. And I just heard what she was about to try to do. I was just waiting on her to drop it, and she sure enough went in. She said, I mean, I'm just saying, it's just, I think these men are created. They aren't just boring that way, right? They're created. And I mean, shouldn't you guys just be calling it for what it is? Just call it what it is. You were raped, right? Why are you saying that it wasn't that? Like she just it's like, girl, get the fuck out of here. Go somewhere, eat an English muffin, go on the goddamn UK channel and stay the fuck up out from over here. Cause I'm not allowing that shit.
And it's precisely that attitude right there where they interject themselves in certain conversations, insult you, and then say, well, it's not my fault that I'm this. It's not my fault that this and that. Just say that it's this. Like, no, like it's right there. That's why I jumped off the goddamn panel, because I already knew. I already heard what you said before. I ain't want to hear it again. So I jumped off. Just like you said, when black men start talking on the panels, either ignore them or jump off the panel and come back when they leave.
And that's typically what I do. If I bump into a disgruntled black man, I jump off the panel. I don't argue with them anymore. You know what I'm saying? I can't waste my energy in that type of way, just like I pushed her off. You know what I'm saying? I'm not wasting my energy in that type of way. You knew what you did. You knew what you came up here to do. And you came up here to insult black women who was talking about traumatic situations that happened to them as children. That is as evil as it fucking gets. And no, you're not welcome here. No, you're not.
I went over to the YouTube. I went over to YouTube to watch in the clouds, because I wasn't going to be on the panel so I could be addressed by this ignorance. Like I wasn't.
No, I stay on top of stuff. I have to, y'all, like I have to make sure. I don't care how long. We stay up here 30 hours if we fucking feel like it. But trust and believe, I'm always watching in this motherfucker. Believe that. When y'all think I ain't watching just because I be off, I'm telling you, I'll be watching. I'll be hearing y'all if I fall asleep on y'all on this bitch in my sleep. Let somebody say some slick shit. My ass waking up out my goddamn dreams. Like, what you say? Like, no, like, girl, like, no, I don't miss shit. I was eating my goddamn Whopper and still cussed her ass out. No, it's
You
not
know what?
happening,
Her
girl.
voice is familiar.
She's been on the channel before and she's done things before that has offended other women, and then she'd be like, well, and remember she got on my channel the other night on Womansphere and she was like, am I welcome here? Am I well? And she asked me like 4 times and I said, girl, I ain't gonna keep telling you welcome. I just said you was welcome.
I remember that. Yeah.
She sound like the same lady that was calling into Tanya's show, and I think she was the lady that said that
is
her
the same
mom
lady.
was black. Yeah, her dad was white.
Yeah, that is the same one. Even earlier today when we were talking about colorism and the Dandy situation, and the first thing out of her mouth is, I shouldn't have to, or she shouldn't have to apologize for being light skinned and have to apologize. I mean, I agree with her with all of that, but it was like, you're not even addressing the thing. You doubling down on what Dandy was saying, the insults that Dandy was slanging and burning feet with. That's what I heard. So that's why I never even addressed what she was saying.
And
Go
that's
head on.
shade. That's shade,
It is
because
shade.
who the heck wants somebody to apologize for being light skinned? Like, that sounds ridiculous. No, we want we don't want an apology, but if she's going to apologize, let it be for being disrespectful.
I'm telling you that right there is exactly what they do. They throw shade. It's like see, she was the one, the passive aggressive one, the one that the biracial that throw the rock and hide their hand. And then you got the biracial like Cardi B that throw the rock and say, yeah, bitch, I threw it. She was that one. She was the one that threw the rock and hide her hand. She throwing shade to black women and making us, or trying to make us feel like we, like her privilege doesn't. Like, no, I don't know if that lady's still on here, but that was gaslighting. That right there was gaslighting. I don't
Yeah,
know if she's
Tia,
still listening.
that's
That
Tia
was
was
gaslighting.
doing something, so
Wow.
she ain't here. But that was gaslighting, like, and that shit grinds my gears too. Like,
Wow.
I can't stand passive aggressive, condescending, manipulate. Like, I will fucking lose it. And see, here's the thing with people who are like that: the person that loses it is often the person that's painted as the villain. You know what I'm saying? So instead of the person that's
Precisely.
that's sitting up there picking at you, fucking with you, playing with you, and then when you finally respond, it's oh my god, she's
So
crazy.
yeah, exactly.
It's-
Exactly. Spot on. That's how you bring it full circle.
So it's like I know how that feels, and that shit drives me crazy. Like people like that in real time, I wouldn't be able to deal with them. I'd be in jail somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I don't deal with people who play with me like that. You know what I'm saying? I
Watch
don't.
her get on somebody else's channel and
And
try
be
to
my
play the
victim.
victim.
Be my victim.
Yeah, that's exactly what that bitch
Watch.
gonna do.
hmm Be my victim after she came up here and tried to basically disrespect black women and say it was their fault and they create the sexual deviance that come after them. No, boo. We not doing that over here, baby. We not doing that. We'll have to go somewhere else for that.
Oh, it's like our fault that it happened to us.
Yes, that's what she was saying. She said that narcissists are created, they aren't born. That's what she said. She said, I mean, you guys, I feel like they coddle them. She was indirectly getting
I
to
heard
it.
her Claude say coddle, but I had been drinking too, so I wasn't really
No,
listening
I
either.
heard every last bit. I jumped the fuck up off the channel and went in the clouds on YouTube. I knew exactly where it was going, and I didn't want to be the one to cuss her ass out because I heard her the first time when she first came up on here, the second time that she spoke, and this third time I heard her talking. Every single time she gets on, she always does that microaggression.
Yep.
Every single time.
It's
And
that
every
nice
time I would
nasty.
try and give her a pass, I would try and be like, it's because she from the UK, y'all. Like, because they can be kind of cut and dry, but you ain't stupid either at the same time. And you know doggone well it's not a good look to get up here after people have talked about sexual assault and say what you just said. But go ahead, Lexi. What you say?
What was I saying? Oh, I was about to say, I feel like she was basically saying to choose better.
Yeah, basically for children, for young ladies that were basically children. Choose better.
That's fucked up.
And I think because her dad is white and her mom is black, like she said on Tanya's show, I think she thinks that makes her better.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that's
What
why
you
I said,
saying?
y'all, I don't miss nothing. I'm telling you, I can be goddamn in this bitch calling a hog snoring, and I will still hear what the fuck is going on with y'all on this panel. So trust and believe I don't miss shit, y'all. I don't give a fuck. We can stay up here for 40 days and 40 nights. I don't miss a goddamn motherfucking thing, okay?
I'm so glad you don't, because I really did. I heard her say, "Can we talk?" So I don't know what to say, so I'm like, say whatever you want. I didn't know she was saying that kind of shit. Goddamn, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up to say you caused this to happen to you. That's really fucked up. That's saying that, oh, because of what you wearing, that's why you got, art. Oh,
But
because of
ain't
how
that
your
what white
mouth
people tell
is,
us?
that's why you got beat. You know what I'm saying? That's messed up.
Isn't that what white people tell us when we get ourselves in situations like that, and we try to seek therapy, or we try to talk it out with maybe somebody like that. They'll tell you, oh, you caused this on yourself. It's you're causing the harm in your own community and shit like that. That's the same shit that they say to us. And I feel like man, this is like really coming full
That's
circle
messed
because
up.
just all the stuff that she was saying is the stuff that Dandy was fucking saying too. Oh, it like everything that she just said, how she just tried to like gaslight. It was like they had the direct same. Somebody got their thing on and it's making me echo. Okay, yeah, they were saying the exact same. They was basically had the same exact type of attitude where, like you said, she's telling you to choose better and shit like that. And girl, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before somebody show your ass and somebody gonna tell you to choose better.
I'm sorry she said that while we were talking, Khadijah. I'm sorry that she said, after you pulled your heart out, you know what I mean? Like we was shit.
And then she was doing that weird laugh. I don't like when people laugh. Like, did you hear that part, Khadijah?
Yeah,
She was
I heard.
like, I mean, what are you
Yeah.
ladies doing? I
What are you
mean, you should
right?
just call it rape. Bitch, what's funny?
Yeah, like girl.
She did that to
But you
soften the
see, but
blow.
you're not insulting. You're really not insulting anybody. Like I shared that just to let everybody know that this happened to me. Like and I'm one of the younger generation. This happened to me. I was targeted. I was all this stuff, and I don't got no problem. You can laugh all you want to. You can laugh all you want to. I already know how your kind get down. I already know, and that's why I stay my distance away from you. You just prove why I don't fuck with y'all. You just prove why I stay away from biracials and light skinned people, because that shit right there.
That
They might
lady
not say
came up here
directly.
and I mean, she literally came up here and in 2.3 seconds proved everything Khadijah ass been up here for almost 8 hours saying. Girl, you proved the point. Raggedy tail self.
You know what it is? They wait until we're telling a tragic tale. They wait until we're telling something sad or something that we've been through, and then they use that opportunity to say, see, you should have divested.
And that's exactly what Khadijah been saying the whole time she been up here, and I've been trying to get her to see another way. My bad, little sis. Then she literally just came up here. I had to Sharkeisha her out the fuck. I had to give her a Sharkeisha uppercut to get her the fuck up out of here. I'm like, girl, you done lost your mind. They done just shared some things that happened to them when they was young, misguided young ladies. They ain't know they was being groomed by grown men. And you come up here and you say some shit like that. These people
They
be.
want to
I'm
beat you
telling
down so that they can feel better about themselves, because you've been back there this whole time. You've been watching this shit the whole time since you was on there until you came back up to comment and throw shade. You look for, like you said, you look for an opportunity for the dark skin, or I'm not gonna say, well, in this case, you wait for an opportunity for the dark skin black woman to be vulnerable, and then you go and attack. I've experienced this shit time and time and time and time and time and time and time after, just over and over again. I've experienced this shit, and this is why I jumped down off the panel, because I already knew when I heard this was what she was gonna comment. She was gonna comment on the trauma. I jumped the fuck down because I already knew. You're not finna have me up here turn up on your ass, and then everybody in here say, oh, she sound hurt. Oh, she sound angry. She sound like a mad black woman. And then and then on the opposite end, she goes, well, it's not my fault that you can't choose better, girl. Like you said,
And
eat your
I
English
don't
muffin
know
and get
if
the fuck on.
I don't know if it's because of her being biracial or if it's because she's like divested. It's like a thin line.
It could be three things. It could be the biracial, it could be divested, and it could be she from the UK. Like when like biracial women be a little nitpicky too sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So it could be it could be all three of them damn things. All three,
Only
but
trash women will weaponize somebody's experience like that and say, "Oh, that's why that happened to you." That's trash. That's a trash bitch. And I would say that that's a trash bitch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
And
why I
let
said,
not this
girl.
culture stinking
what's
ass
even
bitch.
sad about it, like in like not her situation, but the fact my dad couldn't teach me about American men or the what to look out for because my dad is not American. My dad is from the Caribbean. We didn't I don't think he experienced that. And we from a small island in the Virgin Islands. Like I don't think he ever experienced that. So he can't teach me or groom me, how like what to expect from these men. He tells me, oh, to stay away from them and stuff like that, but he doesn't know exactly how they are. My dad moved up here when like the year I was born. I was born here. My mom went back to the islands, and I came back up. So I don't think my dad knows the culture from back then to teach me what to expect here. So to say that, oh, you're choosing, first of all, that wasn't even somebody that I didn't know the culture. Okay, I don't know the culture here. I'm thinking that the dude is like genuinely attracted to me, and no, he like used me.
And you shouldn't even have to explain that.
Yeah, I shouldn't, but I want to talk about it because I want the younger generation to like hear what I went through, so that you can like look out for even younger people, so
Yeah.
that you can teach them, tell them about, oh, I know this girl. She said that
Mhm.
this happened, and I want my story to be heard loud and clear, and I don't care about my face being out there. I really don't give a goddamn. My face can be out there. Yeah, this girl said that this happened to her, or this dude choked her out. All this stuff. I want you to be careful because it's happening to women out here. I want other people to use my story.
Yeah, you had good intentions, but she didn't. And I feel like you shouldn't have to explain, how you were young and stuff. Like, we get it. I think she was just being a bitch.
So and every single and now that she was like finally checked on it, and she was given the benefit of the doubt, and I feel like she abused it. Now I see
Mhm.
all the different times she has called into TKO's show, all the different times she's got onto the StreamYard with Women's Fear. I see that it was not genuine. What she was saying was not genuine, and with that UK accent, it just take that shit away, and it's all shade.
It's like proper shade. Like, she's very proper with it. Hello.
Yes, passive aggressive. And Cherie said that passive aggressive because I ain't even realize what the fuck she was doing. Stink ass. Somebody bear some truth and you just it's smeared in your face. Face is so fucking disgusting.
You
It's
do that
so
all the time.
disgusting. And I heard her earlier, but I couldn't say anything because I was driving, but she was condescending then, and then she switched up. I do know that's the broad that switched up her tune. She swayed with the fucking wind, and then she come on here with her bullshit. I bet you she changed her story later. I bet that's that hoe. I know it is. I heard her earlier. It's crazy. I'm so sorry that she did that shit. I don't give a fuck. You
Oh
know,
no, don't be sorry.
she could say whatever fuck she want about me. You know what I mean? But just to, attack other people, other women, it's not right. It's not right. Cause that's truth. And that's why we say we wish we was on the other channel so that hoe won't participate. So she won't know what the fuck's going. She won't hear it. She won't have
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
that's
I
what
privilege.
I'm
don't.
saying.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm
I
saying?
don't wear
Tia.
my heart on my sleeve for like because of situations like that. Like, and I wanna like be able to have a good relationship with, um, what are those biracials? I wanna have like a decent relationship with them, but it's like every chance that they get, you don't even gotta know them. It's like every chance they get, they always look for a reason to try to demean you and make you and let you know that you're not good enough, or you always gonna be at the bottom. They always do that. Always. I have not met not one biracial that will because it's a lot more prominent with
Mhm.
someone like me I'm dark skinned, I got dreadlocks, which nappy hair, so called. And when you dark skinned and you fit the aesthetics of a real black woman, like a real black woman, those biracials would choose you to attack, and they will not be any lenient. They will not be lenient on you. They feel like they got the upper hand on you, and they can say that they don't, but they will make you feel that way. They would try to make you feel that way, and that's why I don't fuck with them. I don't talk to them because they don't have any good intentions.
Yep.
Someone said you was about to say something.
I'm not really surprised that she did it, to be honest, because she was kind of working on my last nerve anyway, on the panels, because she will always be kind of like condescending towards people. And I have a real big thing with that. It really bothers me. So I already saw that she was doing that. And I was just trying to give her an opportunity to just be who she is. You know what I'm saying? And not, do that whole thing. But it was just like to come up right after someone has talked about something as intimate as that. And we sitting up here. That's why I said I can't wait until StreamYards approves my members only channel so we can have deeper discussions and stuff over there, because it's always people sitting around watching. They don't even want to add to the conversation. They just want to come up and act weird, throw shots at people or play around. And it's just like, y'all just be on some weird stuff. But hey, Liz Little.
Hey there. Thank you for letting me back on. I really appreciate you just being up here talking, because we really don't have any platforms where we can have these types of conversations. And for the ladies who shared their stories, like, you guys, I hear you, and no judgment. And it's just the biracials with the white moms. There's a big difference between a biracial person with a white mom and a black person that happens to be light skinned. And it's shit like that that really distinguishes it. So I just I heard you, I think it was Khadijah, who was saying like, you don't deal with them. I don't either, I don't. And just recognize that, like, the light skinned women that are out there that you might see, like, don't forget that those are women who have black moms, black sisters, dark skinned moms, dark skinned sisters. Like, we are not all your enemy. We're not all going to come for you like that, because that was really uncomfortable. And I'm glad you called that out, because I felt that right away when she started doing the weird laughs and everything. Like, it's awkward. It's very much like how white women look at black women, and they don't ever give us the opportunity to be vulnerable. We never are kids. We're never like, babies. We just grown women with angles. And that was exactly how she was coming at y'all. And I don't appreciate it. I didn't like that at all. But I mean, if you're gonna do like another platform, like, I would definitely love to be a part of that and get on there with you guys, just because it's hard. It's hard to like have conversations like this in the real world, because a lot of those spaces are just white women, and it's hard to know like where the real ones are. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we listening. I got the channel I was talking about is I'm waiting for it to be approved by StreamYards. It takes like 24 to 48 hours, but
okay.
It's a private channel though, and it's only available to my members, because I felt like I needed to create a space with the people that support me the most. You know what I'm saying? And kick it with them, chop it up with them, because it's stuff like this that happens. I can't even believe she got up here and did that, to be honest, and thought that, what did she think? We was just going to sit there and not say anything, not do anything, not respond to what she just did. I think she really thought that. I
She
think
thought y'all was stupid. She thought she was
yeah.
gonna play in your face and like no one would notice. It's really just insulting.
Mm-hmm.
And she does that on multiple channels.
Really. See, I heard
Mhm.
her before on this channel, and it was like I gotta say I'm really always suspicious of biracial women with white moms. Like, I basically look at them the way I look at a white woman. And like I love my white friends, I love them, but like it's a certain kind of, I always kind of got my eye on you. And that's how I deal with biracial women, especially ones that have white moms.
Well, she was saying that she had a black mom on a TKO channel.
Either way.
The same person?
Yeah, it sound like her.
Huh.
You know, they all be sounding the same, though.
That's true.
UK people. Her
Yeah,
name
'cause
is
I was.
UK Frostbite.
She sounds like Jessica X to me.
To me too. To me too. But I was like, I don't know if that is Jessica X. You know what I'm saying? Because Jessica has been on my channel plenty of times. And so I don't think she would lie to come up here. I mean, I'm assuming. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's the same thing of them thinking like that they're better, or that they're trying to be coming
That's
from
the
that
energy,
perspective
ain't it?
as
The
a white
energy.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the energy too. Like it's like, I mean, because I do think British people are a bit pompous. You know what I'm saying? But it's so I kind of try to like ignore it because I think that's their natural energy. But it's
True.
like when she came up here saying that basically we create narcissists by coddling them, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what? So basically, you just came up here to blame each woman for everything that happened to them. Is what you came up here to do? Yeah, no.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't care for it, but I mean, I do appreciate us being able to talk more about this stuff, because I mean, I feel like when as Black women, we don't really get that education on how to protect ourselves from predators and stuff like that. And so like those stories that you guys have, shared,
Because
like
the
that.
story Khadijah told wasn't even really that salacious. She was 17. She met a guy. She was impressed because she was 17. And when you're 17, the things that you're impressed by at 17 aren't the same as when you become a full-fledged adult. So she liked him. She liked him. And she just didn't know she was with a 32-year-old man. She know. She was a child. You know, you're 17. It's easy for an older man to come in and play with you, which is why they do it. That's why they do it to younger women.
And then in our culture, like that man, he probably told that story a bunch of times, and he don't have any type of shame in the fact that it's like that's wrong. Like you should have a sense of like understanding that you're wrong. And that's where it's
But see,
like
that's
our
what I'm saying.
community
I was
doesn't
trying
back
to
that up.
explain that. I was trying to explain that because when I was a young girl, I was actually younger than Khadijah. I was like in middle school. And like I said, the grown men would be outside of our schools, y'all. I lived in an urban neighborhood. It would be grown. They was not picking up kids. They was there to pick up kids that did not belong to them for sexual. Like they would be sitting out there, and we knew to walk right past them and keep going, go straight home, because we saw them every day. We saw them on the way there. We saw them on the way back. They was always somewhere lurking around. So we knew who these men were. And it was older Black men. So, I mean, and a lot of my friends got caught slipping. You feel me? Like a lot of my friends, because when I was coming, I'm in my 40s. So when I was coming up, a lot of my friends, growing up in poor communities, their parents were addicted to crack. Okay. It was the crack epidemic at the time. And a lot of my friends' parents were addicted to crack. They didn't, some of them didn't even eat until they got to school. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the type of, I grew up in the hood. So I grew up around a lot of struggle. And so some of the girls would get caught up with these older men. Because these older men will be, come on, baby, you know. So they think they getting something outside of what they don't got at home.
Yeah.
So it happens, y'all. I seen it happen to my friends, and they will be like, I remember one of my friends, y'all, tragic tale. She was a sweetheart, but her mom was addicted to crack. So they lights was always off. Their water was always off. It was always something off. She never had anything, right? And she got caught up with one of those older guys and had a baby by him at 13. He was in his 40s. She was like, you know, she was 13 years old when she had her first baby. And maybe when I was like 17, 18, seen her. Girl, one time me and my friend was at the gas station, and when I came back to the car, I went in, came back, I saw my friend talking to somebody, and the position of the person, you know how somebody mannerisms look familiar because you know them? I'm like, that person looked familiar. It was her. She was addicted to crack. She didn't even know who we were. She didn't know who we were. Her, like, I'm literally looking there in her face. Her name was Thessa. I'm like, Thessa, you don't remember me? And she was like, you ain't got nothing? Like, you ain't got nothing, right? Like, you ain't got nothing? Like, she just wanted some money, man. She didn't remember neither one of us. We went to school with this girl, hung out with her every day. She was like one of our closest friends. She did not fucking remember us. She was that far gone. She was all skin and bones. You know what I'm saying? Like, we both definitely gave her the money, you know, because my friend was like, no, I don't give her nothing. I don't want her to. My friend was crying, you know, but me, I was just like taking in the moment, observing it, life lessons, you know what I'm saying? And you know, my friend was like, no, we can't give her no money. She gonna go smoking. I said, it ain't nothing we can do about that.
True.
It's nothing we can do about that. You know, it's like, just give her what we got so she won't be out here trying to sell herself. You know what I'm saying? And pray for her. You know what I'm saying? Now she's clean, but she just recently got clean, like maybe like 5 years ago. So I'm talking about this shit happened all from her getting with that man who was a crackhead, but he was how do you call that? How do you call those addicts that's just
Functioning addict?
functioning?
Like he had a job and everything?
Yes, functioning addict. You know what I'm saying? It was and she wasn't. She wasn't. You know what I'm
Most people
saying?
aren't. No.
Yeah.
That's messed up because it is a whole domino effect. And in our community, we'll call out a little girl if she doesn't look the right way, she's not put together the right type of way, but where's the calling out? Where's the shame for these grown men lurking?
Yeah.
Because it was the same thing where I grew up, as far as like these old men literally chasing young girls down. It's like, you not embarrassed? Like, you are in front of other people. Where's like the shame? You know what I mean? That's the real problem. Is like, because everybody knows that these things have consequences, like your friend, how that affected her life. And it's just like, we need
That's what
to
I'm
start
saying. I know
creating
countless,
shame.
y'all. I know countless. Like, that's why I be saying, like, growing up in certain communities, you see so many different things. And it's like, I think it does Black women a disjustice for women to hold on to their stories and not share, and then kind of get this cocky attitude and start mistreating. Y'all got to understand, man. It's Black women that done been through like what my friend been through, but you wouldn't know it because they don't look like what they've been through. And instead of them sharing with you, you know what they do to you? They treat you like they better than you. It's women that do that, y'all, and I can't stand that shit. I can't fucking stand that shit.
Is it
Because
kind of like how you said the mammy, they know exactly what's going on. It's just that they won't be honest with themselves.
they won't be honest with you.
Exactly.
And it's foul because the things that I'm not saying you got to tell your business because you don't. But what you don't get to do is point the finger at people and start looking down at people and fucking with people and treating people foul, treating like you grow this anger towards women because of what you've been through. And then you start mistreating women. Like you start treating women like how you was treated, if not worse, because they trust you and they get to know you and you mistreat them. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, no, like that shit is just not fucking cool. Like she a drug counselor now. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh, she really turned it around. Good for
yeah,
her.
she turned it all the way around. She lost custody. She had 5 kids. She ain't got custody of none of them. Just, you know, just a tragic tale of a woman that came from exactly what her mother was in. Remember, I told you her mother was on drugs. Her mother was never home. I remember we would be walking home from school, and sometimes, just sometimes, her mom would be in the neighborhood because she was always home by herself. And she would be crying, trying to like, Mom, just come home. Come on, Mom. You know, and then sometimes her mom would come home, but then she would leave, you know, like after a day or two or so and be gone for weeks. You know, she didn't know where her mom was at. And she would be out in the streets late at night trying to find her mom, or it was just her and her mom. You know what I'm saying? So she basically like raised herself. So, you know, I mean, literally everybody in the neighborhood used to go to her house because nobody was ever there. Now, granted, sometimes it wouldn't be no water, it wouldn't be no lights, or it wouldn't be no gas. Sometimes it wouldn't be all three.
No
you know,
supervision though when you're
yeah,
young. Bad.
yeah. The house was like almost like completely empty for real. Like really didn't have much in it. I remember when my mom came over one time because I was over there and I was supposed to be home. It was like 6 o'clock. I was supposed to go home. My mother knew where I was at and came and got me. And when my mom came in that house and seen it wasn't nothing in there, she talked to my dad. She was like, I don't know what we need to do, but we got to put something in there for that girl. That girl ain't got nothing. So they went to the thrift store, got a bed, you know, got a bed, her little box TV. Remember how the little box TVs was? And she didn't have nothing. She did not have nothing in that house, y'all. And from that point on, my mom would make sure like she had food and stuff like that because my mom was like, I don't want you over there no more. She said, but I will go over there with you to bring her food and stuff. And then maybe I sit with you for a little while. She said, but I don't want you over there by yourself because I don't know if her mom is going to come back and who she going to bring with her. You know what I'm saying? Which was true. But then that man got a hold of her. That older man got a hold of her, and it was easy to finesse her. So yeah, and that ain't even the only time. I know another girl that got caught up with one of the older men. She had 4 kids by him, but I think they still together. Like I think they still together. Yeah. She had the same situation, crack addicted parents, you know, going without, dirty clothes, no food, you know what I'm saying? And when she bumped into him, he moved her into his house. She was like 14. He was like in his 40s. And,
Oh, that's so creepy.
Yep. And
That's
then
the thing is like, where was his neighbors at? You know what I
that's
mean?
what I'm
Like, where are
saying.
the
Like,
people around him? Where are the women in his family?
I'm
You
telling
know,
y'all,
where
women in my
are
day,
they?
women in my age group, we know endless stories like that. And during that time, nobody said anything.
Yeah.
Nobody did anything. I remember when she got with him, not Tessa, the one that got addicted to drugs, but my other friend. I remember when she got with him, her life did change a little bit, you know what I'm saying, to where she started having clean clothes, food, and, you know, she started keeping herself up, doing her hair, and then she just started popping out babies one by one. And, you know, even when I seen her in my 30s, she was still with the nigga, man. Still with him, still with him. He old as hell. She's still with the man.
That's all she knows, you know, and no other woman stepped in to like help her out at all. That's
all I could think to myself was, because he was real old. I'm talking about last time I seen her was when I was in my 30s. He was super old, like super duper old, like 70s, maybe 80s. So he probably dead now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that was the father of all her kids. He probably dead now.
Hopefully she gets a second life.
Hopefully
she
she
has
has some
life
insurance.
Yes, exactly.
Hopefully she has some insurance. And I was just like, I was like, oh, y'all still together? She all looking like, girl. I'm looking like, oh. Because we were so young, y'all. Like that's what I'm saying. I look back on so many different situations that happened that was so wrong and so foul. I would never come over her house. She would have like spades parties and stuff like that. And she was really acting like the little woman. This girl was like 17, 18, having these little parties after they had been together for like 4 years. Cause she got with him when she was like 13, 14 years old. And it's like, she would be having little parties and she would really be acting like the little woman. I would be like, I remember my friend invited me over, another friend of ours. I went over there. I was like, man, do y'all see how old this man is?
Then nobody else say that. It's like these people
I'm like, do y'all see this is dead ass fucking wrong? Like literally, I can call the police right now and he'll go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, but you see your little kids running around, they all happy calling them dad and just girl.
But you know what? That brought up a conversation that me and my best friend. I mean, I don't want to derail the conversation at all, but I wanted to get everyone's opinion on this because my best friend had a different answer and I had a different answer. And we were talking about this lady letting her 14-year-old daughter date. She was going to let him date. And her theory behind it was that she was going to do it anyway. So she basically like supervises their dates and teach them. And I agreed. I said, you know what? Thinking about like how we both got ourselves in whatever situation we got in. She has 4 kids, and I've had my situation like I explained to y'all. I was like, because both of our parents was so strict that we went out and we didn't even really get educated about it. So I said it would give an opportunity to teach them both, kind of like how Women's Fear you do with your daughter. And they've been together for so long, and you teach him different avenues in parenting or what you should do in this situation and stuff like that. So I really did want to ask you that, and I think maybe that can be expounded on another stream to get other people's perspective.
Well, it's when it comes to my children and their relationships, because I only got one child in a serious relationship that produced my granddaughter.
Right.
So I'm more focused on, the fact that they are young people. They've been together since they was 14. They're in their 20s, early 20s. My daughter is only 24. They're young. Very young, and they bump into issues that they don't understand. You know what I'm saying? And when they bump into them, I thank God that they bring them to me.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They bring them to me, and when they bring them to me, I could use my little personal, because like I said, nothing is ever going to be good enough for your daughter. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. I'm always going to find something, but I don't let that. I don't let that be the reason I don't give them guidance as an elder. You know what I'm saying? Because I am an elder to them. I am. That's just what I am. That's why I try to keep the stories of, how I mother my children sometimes away from this app, because the mothering aspect here is it's not respected. And what is that? What's that?
That's not me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Some chips.
Oh, sorry. Not the chips, but it's like when they come to me with stuff, I help them get through, their anger or their frustration with each other. I get my grandbaby as much as I can, so that they can have time and space. I recently just told them to bring me my grandbaby every other weekend, because I want them to still be able to have their youth now. I didn't think that I was going to be, doing this, because I was telling y'all my youngest son even runs my patients, but it's what it is. We live for those we love, right? So it's like, I'm not going to let my daughter's youth just pass her by because she became a mother. She did everything she was supposed to do in sequence. She has a bachelor's degree. She has a career. She has a life. She has a child. And I'm just there to make things easier for her. And I do it anytime I can. Like, I remember somebody told me one time, said, you give that girl too much. What?
Naker.
Yeah, you're canceled. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean? Like, whenever I see her, I put something in her hand. You know, $100, $200. You know, it's always like I'm always doing something. I still pay some of her bills, and because you know why? I want her to always know. I do it purposely, and I'm gonna tell y'all why. I want her to always know. If that nigga wake up one day acting weird, guess what? Mommy got the bag, boo. You been knowing mommy got the bag. You know mommy keep a bag. So, yeah. And her dad definitely got the bag. He got restaurants in 3 different states. We got the bag around here. So, if you ever wake up one day thinking what? You about to shit on her, she's never going to lose anything. She's never going to lack. I don't care who you're with. See, I'm not that black woman that tells my daughter, what about that nigga you with? Nah. Fuck him.
Yeah.
I don't
And he
care.
knows
I
that
don't
too.
care. Yeah, he knows it. Oh, he knows it. And guess what? I don't think he like it. And guess who don't give a fuck? Me. Because as soon as she told me she was pregnant, I went and brought everything my grandbaby needed. I brought the crib, the playpen, the eating table. I brought everything, all the furniture, every single thing. And he was just looking like, well, you ain't, you don't tell me, you don't get to tell me what I need to do. I got shit coming to my door every day for my grandbaby. No, from Amazon. No, it's his birthday party. I paid for it. My daughter was calling me about where to have it and all that. I said, well, you can have it at my house. And I paid for everything. I paid for the videographer, everything, food, cake, everything. And he can't stand it that me and her dad beat him to the punch every single fucking time. And I'm not going to ever stop doing that. She be 88. I'm not going to ever stop doing it. Nope, not me. It's not going to happen because I need her to feel a safety net. And that's why I be telling people that, like, my love language is money. What women I care about, what black women I care about, that's my love language. Because it's like I can run my mouth all day talking to you. I can listen to you talk about Tyrone till I'm blue in the face. But what about when Tyrone's skedaddle and your lights need to be paid? Like, what, I'm going to just sit on the phone and tell you I love you? No, like, what the fuck? Like, you sitting in the dark. like, no, I'm going to pay your light bill. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think that we forget that part with each other. And I have not forgotten that with my daughter. Not at all. Every time I go over there, he's like, you always got gifts every time you come. I always got some shoes for her. And her and my grandbaby, I brought them matching Uggs. And just a couple of weeks ago, because we got all that snow, I ordered them both some matching Uggs. Like, you know, and she, the funny part is this girl is paid. This girl got a career. Like she don't need me to do this stuff, but that's my baby. You know what I'm saying? So I want her to feel comfortable and rested and know that it ain't that and it'll never be that. And that a struggle would never present itself in your life, ever in life. Never. I had black women that I grew up around where, you know, I get into it with some guy and they be like, well, where that nigga at? Why he ain't help you? It's like, I hate that type of black woman. Like, what do you mean? Clearly you ain't helping, bitch. Like, goddamn, I'm being stupid. Like, damn, you got to rub it in my face. And like, shit. And like, why you just can't help? So it's just like, no, I don't want my daughter to ever be that.
And it forces her man to always be on top of his stuff because he knows she has options. If he messes up and he doesn't treat her right, she has no reason to not walk away from him right away. And he has to act right. And that's why people like whoever said, oh, you do too much for her. That's why people like that don't like you behaving like that with your daughter because they want to have room to get over on people. It's messed up.
Yep, you
I
gotta let the men know in your daughter's life that you can leave tomorrow. Nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change. It's nothing at all. Like you can skedaddle, dude. Like it's not gonna. She's not gonna miss anything. She might be hurt, but she's not gonna miss anything. She's not gonna be sitting out in the cold. You can't yank the motherfucking rug from underneath my daughter. You can't.
Mm-mm.
Sorry. What you was saying, Khadijah?
No, I was actually gonna tell the lady that was talking right before you that I noticed that she point out a lot of narcissistic behaviors.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My dad's a narcissist. And so I'm very versed and
Mm-hmm.
I'm very cautious when it comes to those types of personalities.
I was
So
like, oh, I like covered my mouth. I was like, I just made like a light bulb just went off.
yeah, I always notice that stuff. It's you have to be on guard. Because I do feel like, a lot of Black men are like they have like a narcissistic kind of vibe to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the weird mommy relationships that a lot of women have with their sons, and like this how we are, like how the culture is all around them. It's like it literally grooms them to be like narcissists.
But you know what? That's what the biracial lady was saying.
She was saying it, but the context in which she was saying it did not feel right. Like you don't come in and you bring that up after people are talking about their experiences with trauma. She made it seem like the women who had those experiences happen to them were the ones doing that. But yeah, like that part is true, just not in that context. In
Which, and she couldn't even say that because Khadijah don't even have kids.
Yeah, that's why it's like that was not the right context to say that, and it's not. I don't feel like that's really our generation. It's more so like, the older generations. I'm 31, so like my mom, she's like in her 60s, so like that generation, like the boomers, they are very toxic people. It's funny, Women's Fair. You actually remind me of my aunt that she passed away, but she was so funny. She was like one of these women in my life that she always put me on. She always told me everything. Like everybody was either a motherfucker or baby cakes. Those are the only two categories. She was so funny.
Girl,
And
that's
like,
my favorite aunt is like she's so fly. I'm talking about fly. Like I mean matching from head to toe, child, all the time. And she's like a diva.
oh my
She's the
goodness.
first diva I ever met in my life. Like she's the first one I ever met. Divas be on point. Like my aunt be one of the things I noticed that I respect about the women in my family, like the matriarch of my family, is that they do not sleep in. Okay. That's not a thing. My mom and my grandmother, like I said, she 99. She be up at 7 a.m, dressed in her kitten heels and knee highs. Okay, like kitten heels, girl, because she don't wear pants. She only wears skirts, and she be up dressed in her skirts and her kitten heels.
Okay,
like first thing in the morning, I'll be like, "How is this possible?" Like growing up, I was always so amazed by that with the women of my family because they will be up early. Like my aunt will be fully dressed at like 6, 7 in the morning, face fully beat, makeup on, everything, cooking. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, this is the blueprint of how it's supposed to be. Like be rest to go. And one of the things my mom taught me was always be up and dressed.
Yes.
My mom is a little bit more, she ain't like my aunt. My aunt is real flashy. My mother ain't really that flashy. But my mother, the first thing I remember hearing in the morning was the shower. I would hear it at like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I would hear that shower cut on. She would be showered and ready, early, like super early. You know what I'm saying? And it was just like, it was amazing. It was like, man, she really be with it. And she would not let us come to the common areas of the home unless we washed our face and brushed our teeth. We could not come downstairs and talk in people's faces without washing our face and brushing our teeth.
That sounds exactly like my grandmother.
Yeah.
She's from Nevis, like St. Kitts, and my grandma don't wear no pants. Well, she's gone now. Rest in peace.
I'm sorry.
But it's fine. She was 94.
Oh,
It's been about 2 years, 3 years, 2 or 3 years. So yeah, it's okay. I love my grandma. She'll be back.
To me, it's a beautiful thing to grow up around women like that. I think they really teach you how to love other women and admire other women. You know what I'm saying? Because, it was the relationship, and I tell y'all this all the time, it was the relationship of my mom and her sisters and my mom and her mother that molded me to treat Black women the way that I do. You know what I'm saying? Because my mom wasn't going, her sisters wasn't going. I saw them pull each other out of some situations with men like a secret society. Because like I said, I'm still eating at the little kids' table. They don't tell me their business. But I be watching them look out for each other. I done seen, one of the most influential things that I remember is when my aunt left a marriage, my fly aunt I was telling you about, almost 20-something years. And he went out of town on a business trip. My mom and her sisters and my grandmother all got a U-Haul and drove it from Ohio to all the way Newport News, Virginia. Okay. All of them women, and emptied that whole house together and came all the way back to Columbus, Ohio, and moved my aunt into a condo that she had purchased already ahead of time. And that was just like I just remember being in the car. They wouldn't let me help move anything. So I remember sitting in a U-Haul, playing with my toys and stuff. And these women were moving that shit like grown ass fucking men. And they did it in one day and got right back on the freeway. And then we went to my aunt's house. And that experience, I will never, ever I was amazed. I was like, oh, they wasn't playing. They wasn't playing. They was like, yeah, we getting you the fuck up out of here.
She had a plan. She put the money down. She got the crew together.
I'm like, I couldn't even because I was young, so I really wasn't really paying attention to how dope it really was at the time because they wouldn't let me, help because I was so young. I just remember me and my brother just sitting there looking and, we was just kind of just chilling, watching them, but we was in the truck. And they was hauling all that shit to that motherfucking truck. I'm talking about couches and dressers, refrigerators, deep freezers, and they did have dollies. They had dollies, but they was getting all that shit the fuck out of there. They would stop, every like couple of hours to feed us and my brother. And then get back, man. We was on that road. Got back to my aunt's house, and I remember bringing that up to my aunt. I said, you know what stood out to me? One of the most magical moments. And she was like, I didn't even think you would look at it or recall it that way. And I said, oh, no. I said, looking back, I'm like, man, y'all was not playing. Y'all was not playing. I'm like, I definitely was inspired by that as a young lady, looking back, at the strength of that, the way y'all came together. That's a long drive from Ohio to Newport News, Virginia. In one day, empty a whole goddamn house and then come all the way back in the same day. Y'all was on beast mode. Ain't looked back at my uncle since. And sadly, my uncle that she left, he just recently passed away last year. And he loved me. He loved me to death, but he wasn't right with my aunt. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said you never know who a man is going to be to a woman.
True.
That's why you can't vouch for men in that way because the way that a man will be to a woman is completely different than who he might be to his mother or his daughter, or, you know, it's different. That's why you can't vouch for men like that. And that's why I refuse to do it. You know what I'm saying? But
Same.
like I said, he was super nice to me, but he wasn't all that to my if I'm not mistaken, I think the reason why they pulled tight like that is because my uncle had a hey Shirley, this is Barbara, or hey Barbara, this is Shirley moment, if I'm not mistaken.
Ugh.
Yep. I think he got caught up with somebody. That's what I think happened.
Good on her for getting out of there. And
Girl, they
like,
was gone.
that's why I wish I had like more sisters, just because, like, you know, just stories like that, and being like, you know, I feel like every Black family has like that tribe of women that just do it all.
Yep. And the ones
Yeah.
that you can look to that can give you, you know, even when you go through stuff with other women, you know, they are the ones I remember. You know what I'm saying? They are the ones that I know that, you know, like I like to call it the mythical sisterhood, but because I have not seen it really, like I have a group of friends that I've been friends with for a very long time, and a lot has went down in the friendship amongst us all. But it's those times when we kind of have all made it past those times where it's situations where we got to rally like that and go ham. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, those situations, like I had those more when I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
With, you know, my friends would call me like, girl, I ain't going for this shit with this nigga. Come get me, please. And, you know, you go get your friend and stuff. I was always smart, because I knew if I pulled up at your front door, then that was a likelihood that something could happen to me. And we had a friend that died from trying to protect somebody. And her boyfriend came over and shot her in the head. You know what I'm saying? Didn't kill the girlfriend, killed the person that was trying to hide her. You know what I'm saying? So, like, but this was way before that even happened. I was always smart. If you called me to come get you from your disgruntled man's house, I would be like, I'm parked on the corner, walk down the street, just say you're going to the bus stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was always smart enough not to, because I knew Black men didn't like me as it was. I've never had a friend that Black boyfriend liked me. They never fucking liked me. They would take one look at me and be like, I can't stand her. I don't like her. You know, it was always that. So I already knew they didn't like me, and I knew they would fight me like I was a grown ass fucking man. So I would hide. I would be like, okay, I'll come get you. You know, I was down to come and get her, but it's like, man, you got to walk to the corner, because I can't bring my brothers and shit into this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so is that like when you said that? I think I'm not sure what your name is. I'm so sorry. But you said that they need that room in order for that. They don't like you in Woman's Fair because they need that room to manipulate, like with your daughter's boyfriend or fiance. I'm not sure if but he doesn't. He probably don't like the fact that you and her dad is always 10 steps ahead, and he doesn't have the room to manipulate.
Yeah, I don't think he feel comfortable with it at all. I think it's because it's his family, and he wants to be the one to do everything. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, to me, it ain't even about him doing everything, because what I give her, she probably pockets, you know what I'm saying, or puts it in her pocket, or buys something with it, or does something, you know, with it. But I think it's important to consistently remind the women in your family that they are protected outside of men. You know what I'm saying? Because once that vibe comes to where you always relying on men, and you none of the women in your family, like that's a weird energy to me. I'm sorry if
It's
no
an
women are
icky
available.
energy. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. Somebody said you couldn't get your brothers to help. I wouldn't bring my brothers into something like that. I don't want my brothers to be murdered. Like I've already lost one brother. So I wouldn't bring my brothers into a situation with a woman that's trying to run away from her boyfriend. I'm her friend, which is why I go to the corner. You know what I'm saying? And not put myself in this situation because this person is saying that. If I put myself in this situation, that automatically brings my brothers if something happens to me. And that's if I make it out alive of the situation. Because these niggas don't got the good sense that God gave them. So I'm not about to put myself in a position to be harmed knowingly. This is a knowing situation. You know what I'm saying? You got somebody that's cutting up, acting up with your friend, and then she called you, and you give her the benefit of the doubt and say, "Hey, girl, yeah, I'll come get you, but you know what? You got to meet me on the corner." Smart and protecting family at the same time by doing that. I don't invite my brother or a guy that I'm seeing or anybody who will want to protect me, my dad, into open situations all the time just because I can. That's not cool. That's not cool. That's why I was saying when y'all was talking about my sons and I said, my sons will always protect me. You think I don't know that? But do you think I'm gonna just be out here just walking willy-nilly into situations that cause them to have to be fighting and scuffling all the time?
Yeah.
No. Like that don't even make sense, the question you just asked. Like, why would I bring my brother into some shit with my friend? As long as we can get it out okay, then that's cool. And it will always work. Because I would just tell them, I'd be like, tell me you about to go catch the bus somewhere, or tell me you about to go and do something else. Because granted, they asking me to come and get them. So clearly they're not driving. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like, just tell them you walk into the corner or whatever. And I will wait. Sometimes I will have to wait there for like an hour. And then they will walk up like, "Oh, girl, it took me a while to get out." And be like, "All right." You know what I'm saying? Because I was smart enough not to take my ass like I was a man pulling up at somebody's house. You know what I'm saying? Getting involved in situations that can get me harmed.
Yeah. Once you bring the presence of a man into a situation where another man is upset, it's a violent vibe.
Yeah.
Just because men are like that. They just assume, oh, it's another man. Oh, I'm about to do this whole gorilla stance. Like, it creates a situation where you invite, it just escalates everything, I think.
It escalates stuff. That's why as women, you know, when you do have war for you got to be a little bit more cautious about. You can't just be taking advantage of it, like just out here like, well, I'm gonna just do whatever and then I'm gonna call my brother. It's like, no, like you can't be dragging your brother into shit all the time. That shit crazy. No.
I had a situation recently where I didn't involve the man in my life, and he was like, "Why didn't you involve me?" And I was just like, you know what? I'm not about to bring you into a situation where another man is going to be yelling and cussing at you, because I already know that's going to go. It only goes up, you know. And he really
it only goes further, and they not gonna back down because they feel like they gotta protect you, and it's a lot. So it's like those only time you should use or enforce your protection, because that's what it is when it's some real shit like life or death. If it's some little simple shit that you can like dance around, most women do that. You know what I'm saying? They will try to kind of go around it to where it won't put everybody in harm's way, because if your fucking dad end up in jail for the rest of his fucking life because you got involved in some shit that you could have kind of probably went around, like, is you gonna feel good going to see your daddy every day locked up?
No, exactly. That's exactly what I said. I was like, you know, it was over some money. I was like, $2,000, I would pay that so you never have to deal with that type of situation. I'll get him.
My brother told me one time, when I was young, and that's how I learned. My brother told me flat out, he said, do not call me if you gonna be in shit that is stupid as fuck, because I'm coming to kill. Like, I'm not coming to talk and have conversations and do none of that. If you call me and it's about my sister, I'm coming on some shit. So don't call me if you not, like, don't. And I called him one time and he really was on some shit, and I was just like, I never, like, I'm responsible for that now. So I don't,
Too
I don't,
messy.
yeah, I don't call my brother unless you got to really, it got to really be something for me to call my brother. It got to really be something. Cause my brother is not, he don't got not one felony on his record. He ain't never been in jail a day in his life. I'm not about to sit up here and watch my square ass brother be in fucking jail for the rest of his life because I done got caught up in some ratchet shit. No. I stay away from things that I would have to call him for. And I stay away from things I would have to call my dad because my dad is old, so he calls my brother. No. And then they call my cousins and they come from Columbus and then they drive down here. So it's just, ain't nobody doing all that. Women we know how to use our protection, y'all.
Yeah.
That's why when the men be saying it online, I'll be like, what are you protecting online?
It's goofy. It's like, okay, baby, whatever makes you feel important. Meanwhile, the day-to-day, everything has always and will always be ran by women. It's just the way it is.
It is. It is. It's just everything day to day is about women, y'all. Ain't nobody trying to ain't nobody trying to call their brothers and cousins, y'all. Like, for real. Like, you got to understand the weight and responsibility that puts on that woman. Then you just they gonna just be in jail and or get killed. You never know. It might not turn out the way you think it's gonna turn out. And then you just sitting there looking like, ooh, I called them. Like,
I find it very ironic how, like, us as Black women, we go out of our way to not have to involve men and stuff we don't need to. And we handle everything. Our mama's getting up early, handling everything. Aunties holding it down. How is it that Black men look at their family of women and have the nerve to say stuff like, oh, Black women? It's that's why I said earlier, I was like, I think it's projection. I think it's like they know that when they look at their family structures, it's not men holding shit together. It's not men, coming through. There might be, a couple good uncles or whatever in the family. But for the most part, it's that tribe of women who hold everything down, who take care of everything.
Yes, it's
So
the way
it's like,
women move that protects men. That's true.
exactly. And their moms are the ones that have pampered them. So it's like, how is it that the big takeaway is like, oh, well, yeah, I'm going to give me a little Latin girl, because they pamper their women and Black women don't do that. It's like, what world did you grow up in? Because we all Black, we all in the same sorts of families. So how did you, that's why I say it's projection. It's because they know at the end of the day that it's like, it's women who run everything and who do everything. And so maybe that's, I don't know. I just find it like bizarre how like we can sit here and talk positively about our families, the people in it, the women, how we protect the people in our family. And it's like, why is it these men that we raise and that are our brothers and cousins, why are they not seeing the same thing that we see? And I think
Girl,
it is they are.
They see it, they just acting a fool. And that's the problem. It's just like, dude, ain't nobody trying to like go around like stop playing that life. Said my brothers were in them streets for real. I never called them. Like, right, she don't want her brothers putting people in body bags because she got yelled at. And, like, y'all listen, the stuff that we literally hold back on and the way women navigate life for everybody around them, that's why it's ran by a matriarch, because it really is the protection of women that protects you. It's what protects you, because you're barbaric, you're violent, and you'll do anything. And women know that. If you got anything about yourself, because some of y'all is cowards. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all is cowards. And I was on a panel discussion, girl. It was a guy up there. It was me and Lou Dale and this guy named Lynn Wood. And Lynn Wood, girl. And this guy was saying, it's funny, but he was saying that he will not respond violently right away. And me and Ludell just appreciated that so much, because I don't think men understand that we appreciate that you are ready and willing to reason first before you just pop off. So the guy was saying, it has to get really extreme in order for me to, get violent. He was basically explaining it. And me and Ludell, we was with it. We was like, yes, that's how we want it to be. That's how women, and I'm going to tell men that are listening, this is why we want it to be that way. Once we already know what you're capable of, there's no reason to be proving anything. Okay. So you don't got to prove nothing to me or to nobody. So if a man is with you and something happens to where he has to just kind of like fall back or, chill or whatever, that's a good look. That is a good look, y'all. That is like, yes, he has self-control, because we don't ever want to see you acting crazy all the time, because when men fight, they literally fight to the death, and they can be kind of scary.
So scary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, y'all trying to kill each other. Y'all not just trying to throw in a few daps. No, y'all be really trying to take each other out. So no woman wants to be present for that. No woman wants to be around that unless it's something serious. And then on top of that, another thing, if somebody put their hands on my man in front of me, I'm jumping in. Okay.
With a weapon.
With
I
a
ain't
weapon.
fighting fair.
Yeah. If I got a bat, and I carry a bat in my car.
course you
So I'm cracking heads. You know
A
what I'm
bat?
saying? Yes.
A golf club,
Yes.
a rifle.
Yes. Any
Pop
like,
the trunk.
yeah, you not putting your hands on my man in front of me. It's just, that's just my type. I ain't saying everybody got to do this, but I'm not going to sit tight while somebody just think they really can touch him like that. Like, no, like, we don't go with the touching. We don't do the touching. We both just going to get arrested today. We'll be able to get out. It'll be all right. We'll make a couple of phone calls. It'll be assault? We'll be okay. So I'm not going. So I really don't want you to do that, because I don't even want to get loose. I'm chilling. I'm on a date. I'm having a good time. And I don't really want to do that. I've only been in that situation one time. And it was with my oldest son's father. One of his friends that came over our house accused me of stealing his lighter. Mind you, I didn't even smoke nothing at the time. I smoke weed now, but I didn't smoke nothing at the time. So I'm just thinking, like, me and my ex is like, what do you mean she don't even smoke? Like, why would she steal your lighter? And then mind you, my ex is a big sports fan. So we would do the Browns games, the Cavs games, the Indians games. And me, my little thing was to outcook every single motherfucker that came in my house with a pot dish. That was my goal, because that was my little part to contribute, was the food. So I would go out of my way, y'all. I would get recipes online, and, my little spread was nice. And so that was my incitement about all of it. But we would go. You know how you be over somebody's house and you watch the game, and it lasts longer because y'all over there kicking it, drinking, smoking, doing everything. So I don't know what was wrong with this man, but he just automatically said I stole his lighter. That everybody tried to talk to him about it because he was trying to fuss at me. So all the men that was there was trying to talk to him, trying to tell him, listen, you tripping, man. She don't even smoke. Leave it alone. And they ushering him out like, man, you just drunk, man. Come on, man. Let's just go home. And his ride is taking him, and he looking at me like, it's all right. It's all right. We see y'all again. And he called me out my name, girl. When he called me out my name, my ex lost it. So he just rushed him out the door, just dragged him out the door. Because he was already by the door. He was like, the way that the house was set up, it was like you walk in and it's like a little hallway right there. and then you enter the house. So they was in that little part, like in between the outside door and the inside door. So, he just rushed him outside off the porch and they got to fighting. And my little bitty ass ran right out there and started stomping his fucking lights out because he was on the ground. And I got cussed out the next day for doing that because he felt embarrassed. And he was like, don't do that, man. Like, don't get involved in the shit that I'm doing to defend you. And I'm just like, how does that work? How does that work? I don't know why men think that that's a thing. Like, so you mean to tell me if I'm fighting, you just gonna let somebody fight on me? I know you not. So why would I sit back and let somebody fight on you? No, I'm stumping your life out. And you was in our house accusing me of stealing a lighter.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? After I done fed your fat funky ass. Yeah. Like, I was told never to do it again, but hell no.
I mean, I would have did it. I would have still did it again if I had to.
What'd you say, Khadijah?
I said I would have still did it again if I had to.
That's what I'm saying. Because we was having this conversation on another panel, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, so what do people do because that only happened to me once. In all the years I've been dating, I ain't never really had too many situations where something like that has happened. That was it, for real. But it's like, I was wondering, like, damn, what do people do then? When you with your spouse and they get into a tussle, like, so you mean to tell me you just stand to the side and let them fight and you don't get involved? I wouldn't even stand to the side and let my brother fight. My kids, nobody.
I don't think that you should stand to the side. Like, I think you should so I'm trying to see if I put it on the opposite end. If it's you and another female fighting, I still want my dude to jump in. You don't got to hit the girl, but you need to at least break it up. So you tell me, like, you're not going to do nothing. You're just going to let us fight. Like maybe for 20 seconds, you know what I'm saying? Somebody, about 10, 20 seconds, then you jump in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it ain't that you see, to me, I think that sometimes it's that people think it's perpetuating violence. But what I don't think people are remembering is that these are people you love. These ain't just random people. Like, this is somebody you love. Like, if you with your man, don't you love your man? Like, you just okay and content with somebody doing that? Because I get offended.
I mean, if somebody,
what you say?
If somebody's attacking me and my man, I'm probably gonna pull out the gap. I'm just saying. If somebody is
take it all the way there, yes.
Like, I don't care. Like, oh, you made me feel emasculated. Well, listen, it was either gonna be him or you wasn't ready. I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that has to do with the fact that I'm ex-military, so.
No, because Stop Playing just said because it'll make him as a man look weak. I have 4 brothers and they always tell us girls to stay out of it and we don't. That's what I'm saying. I never stayed out of it with my brothers. That's where I got the habit from. Because we grew up in the community. My brothers was high yellow, y'all. But my brother that's deceased, high yellow. My brother that's still living, high yellow, real yellow. So they had to fight a lot. And I was right there, like, shit. They had to fight a lot. My brothers had to fight a lot just for being light-skinned. Just for being light-skinned. They had to fight a lot. Yeah, I don't understand how that's not a common reality for people. It's just like, whoever your man is, white or black or indifferent, like, ain't nobody fucking about to be sitting around playing about their man. Like who doing that? This my man and I'm just playing. No. Now maybe if it's my hoe, I don't give a damn. But my man, No, them two different ballparks, sweetie. Two different types of things. I don't care if y'all 88, married. Y'all ain't never supposed to let nobody try y'all. Never. That's just something couples supposed to do. Unless y'all just don't want to be together and y'all just want to act weird, like it, and it don't even matter whether nobody else agree with the shit or not. It don't.
But actually, that would show me if you really. That situation would show me about you. Like if you don't defend me, or nah, I don't think it's gonna work out, sir. Now I start calling him sir.
Yeah, he said, "Now I'm gonna start calling you sir. You a mess." Sir is the detachment, huh, Khadijah?
Yes, sir. It's definitely the detachment.
I swear I crack up every time I hear women call me and sir, man. I'll be like, they are being so smart at look right now. Like, why is they calling you sir? Black Amazon, you was a mess. She said, dragged him like a flag and got stomped like a Play-Doh. You know what? I'm just saying though. I mean, that's real talk. Like I mean, that was my only situation, like my only time ever like dealing with something like that. And I mean, I know it sounds ghetto and crazy, but I mean, we was up on some late night shit, kicking it, and you know, we had all been watching that game, watching the Browns, because it was on a Sunday, watching the Raggedy Tail Browns, and you know, I don't know what was wrong with him that night, but yeah. Shit like that happens, y'all. I would never in my life allow a situation like that not in front of me. But I did get talked to about it. That was my first time because my brothers, they didn't have the same sentiments. We were kids. You know, they would just say, leave it alone, but they wouldn't get too mad at me because we was kids. But he was mad at me. Felt like I embarrassed him. But the point is, but y'all, you know what I think I'm gonna start doing, y'all? This stream kind of inspired me to start doing a get you through your work shift stream when my boys is not home. Maybe once a month or something. Because a lot of people came up and thanked us for getting them through work today.
Oh, you definitely got me through because I'm only 90 miles away and this was a 600-mile load. 600-mile load. That's 12 hours. So you got me
600-mile load. What do that mean?
It's 600 miles. It was like I did like 150 yesterday, so I had like 500 and have 530 miles left today. So that was like 10 hours.
Wow. Because this stream is at 8 hours and 7 minutes. I was thinking to myself,
about 2 hours away.
Maybe I will do a once a month get you through your work stream. Because like I said, I've been able to do long streams this past couple of days because of the snow in. So I ain't been outside like that. But this one, I got like a lot of people thanking us for getting them through their work stream. So maybe I'll start doing one like once a month when the boys is gone. Because I know how that is. So this probably was exciting for people that was at work. You know what I'm saying? Like something to check in on and click in on and stuff. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, this stream. And then it's like over here, it's like we actually talk about stuff that matter and that's like educational, like recent, you know, it's not stuff that's like 1800s and shit like that. But
you know, not 1918.
You know,
yeah, I
like
think
stuff that's actually happening.
I think the colorism conversation was really good. Like I really enjoyed it, and I really respected you for being able to have it without, you know, getting offended or nothing like that. Like you just said how you felt and let the conversation flow. Like I really respected that about you.
Yeah. And I actually wanted to add something onto that because I said earlier that I like the stream where we actually had the conversation of the differences of the light skinned Black woman, right? And
Mm-hmm.
in that stream, I said that this stream, I said that I appreciate that because it gives me an opportunity to listen. And so when that English muffin came up here and started doing insulting and throwing, being passive aggressive, it was
Mm-hmm.
like, see, this is why you have to listen because they gonna tell you. Just give them enough time. They being nice, right? They trying to hide it under that nice British accent,
Mm-hmm.
or just the condescendingness in their voice and trying to what she call it, nice nasty. What you call it, nice
Yeah,
nasty?
nice and nasty. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just let them talk. Let them talk because they gonna show you every single time. You're gonna try to give them a pass. Try to give
Mm-hmm.
them a pass. Try to give them a pass. And then they gonna show your ass right then and there because they done got a pass because of that fucking light skin.
Mm-hmm. Because I swear everything that she did when she came up literally just presented, you know what I'm saying, what you was saying the whole time and what we was trying to talk to you about and give different perspectives. And she came up and did exactly what you stated, literally. And I'm just like, how? How do you come up and do exactly what she stated when we literally sat up here and had the whole conversation? It ain't no way you did not know. You did it on purpose. And that's not cool. That wasn't cool. That wasn't cool. That was actually very, like, to me, it felt antagonistic. That's what it felt like. Like, why are you trying to antagonize people? Like, stop. That was unnecessary.
It was unneeded. It just like Dandy. It was unneeded. Nobody needed to hear that.
Oh, hey, Ludell. I was just talking about you, Ludell, earlier, maybe like 10 minutes ago.
Are you going to be putting wait, is that, okay, so you said that you're going to do a new channel, right? Or a
Yeah, I do. I have
private,
a new. Yeah, it's only for members.
okay.
So only members got the link to the channel. Like I would never share it on here. If you a member, all you got to do is go through my community wall, and you'll see the link to the channel. And that's how you get it if you're a
So
member.
what about people who are a member on this page or the Women's Fair page?
Yeah, it's for both. It's for both. All my members on both pages.
Oh, it's
I
all
put
linked all together?
Yeah, I put the
Okay.
link to both channels. You if you a member, you will see it. You will see it. You just got to go through my
Yeah, I'm not a
community
member.
wall.
I was just wondering if I will only if you have 2 pages on Patreon, you have to pay the 2 different fees for the 2 different pages. So I
No,
was
like if you a member on any if you just a member of mine's, period. It don't matter what channel I got, no matter what these 2 channels, then I've shared the link to where you can get the link. You know what I'm saying, and come in. So it's I'm just, like I said, I'm just waiting on StreamYards to approve me to do live streams, and then we gonna start streaming over there, and then I've been trying to go back and forth in my mind if I want to put it on Patreon, or not. Like, while I'm streaming on my members only channel, am I going to stream on Patreon as well and on Facebook? Because I'm
well, that
creating
would be good because
yeah.
then but you have a more complicated system because you would have to have all the comments kind of like merge so that you can get a live feed from both.
Yeah.
But
It's I'm just trying to create a special place for my members because they spend money with me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a special place for them to do special live streams and talk to them and chat with them and kick it with them, you know, about different things and topics and conversations, because like the winter storm gave me a lot of room to have more live streams. That's why I've been up here so long, kicking it with people, you know, because snowed in. You know what I'm saying? Why not? And the boys was gone, so it's just like, why not? You know. Hey, Ludale, how was your day?
It's like I just had two things to do. I just had to go get my vaccination, the second shot, which took forever, you know, because the pharmacist assistant wanted to be bitchy, but that's another story. I'm petty. Next time I see her, we will handle that. And then I get to the supermarket, and I hate going to the supermarket when, first of all, hello, I'm sorry. I'm in bitch mode already. I ain't even, hi, y'all.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay.
So, yeah, in the supermarket, and I hate going into the supermarket when people start getting off the work when they have the 4 o'clock shift, because they act like rabid dogs. It's like they just going at it. They hitting the shelves, flying around, and because they're getting off of work, and then they're coming in to grab shit real quick and get online. Okay, and that's one thing. And then all of a sudden, all the elderly people on the planet want to be at the supermarket at the 5 o'clock hour with the people who just got off work. So it's like you either dealing with somebody that's flying by you, or you
the people
dealing
that
with
just got off work.
lady. Yeah, it's because they come home from work, they angry because they've been working all day, and they just trying to get dinner, or they in the grocery store. Then you got the ones that pick their kids up from babysitters. So you got kids, people coming off work, adults acting reckless with their carts, and here comes the elderly crew, just moseying along. It's like a snail in the house. I can't do it. Because usually when I go to the supermarket, it's in the during the middle of the day when nobody's there. So, and then I couldn't like get my menu together in my head. I had a list. It was just a mess. So my two little errands took way longer than I thought they was gonna take. But anyway, you know. So yeah, I was trying to listen to it as I was walking. As I was walking through the pharmacy, that's when Tia started her damn. I don't even know what that was.
She is
Legs
a
up in the
mess.
air and shit.
She said his legs was up in the air. She said she was even helping them keep them up. And
You know,
I'm
I'm
like,
just trying to walk down the street. She got me screeching and hollering in the street, trying to get to the pharmacy.
she is
Like
a mess.
seriously, she
I'm
is a
like,
mess.
what
I
is he
can't.
talking about?
I can't with her.
Girl, so do you think did you see the part with the English muffin? Do you think I was
Yeah, I saw most of
overreacting?
that. Yeah, because that was when I was getting ready to go out, so I was listening. Yeah, I didn't
Mhm.
know really what to make of her because it was like every time I was trying to understand what she was saying, and it would take a curveball to the left. I'm like, I don't understand. I don't get what you're saying, dude. I don't get
Yeah, I didn't understand it either. I was just like, I'm like, okay, like this is like, I listened for like 2.3 seconds before I just lost my shit. Like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know I don't have a lot of patience, and y'all gonna try me every fucking time. It's not gonna work. Okay? Because I'm really protective of the vibe of this space. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
I don't
Yeah.
want it to turn into that space that people have that makes Black women feel uncomfortable. Because that the minute I feel something like that happening, I'm off the porch on you. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming off the porch. Like and I don't miss shit. That's why I said I could fall asleep on y'all. I could be calling the hogs and let
Like what the
something
hell happened
happen.
last night? Like I
Yes.
figured. Okay, did you
And
fall
if I
asleep?
do fall asleep, I play everything back.
Jesus. He was like, what the hell, Angela at?
Yes, if I fall asleep, I play it back. I listen to everything.
Yeah, just to make sure.
Yep.
Yeah, because people show their ass, you know.
But you know what? I said I was going make some people like my co-host to where they have rights and ways to handle the streams. You know what I'm saying? If I do fall asleep, they can end it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I think I'm gonna have to start doing like Zoom. I'm gonna have to start using Zoom. So I can give like, you know, people like you that come up and kick it with me, Tia, some of my moderators like rights to where because sometimes I'll be up here, like I'm, it's still early in the day now, so of course I'm not sleepy, but once it get a little late at night,
Yeah.
I'm old,
Exactly.
I get a little sleepy. And then sometimes the only time I get sleepy is when I fucking sit down, or I lay down, or I get too comfortable on my couch, or too comfortable in my bed while I'm talking to y'all. And I don't even be fucking meaning to do it, but I get up early as fuck. Like I'm one of those people that get up at like 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. So it's like by 9, 10 o'clock, it's over with.
Yeah. Yeah. Once you get in your 40s, you can't be doing that shit like we used to do back in the day. Go to the club, come back, do homework, do this, do that, go back out, hit the diner. Like, can't do all that shit when you're in your 40s. It's like sit down and sit down.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I like today's panel. And
it was a good conversation. I enjoyed the colorism conversation because I respected how everybody just kind of said how they felt. And I was like gauging Khadijah's temperature because I didn't want her to feel offended not one time. But it was to me, it was a conversation, but I think I've had it a couple of times, but I'm not quite sure if Black women have really kind of picked up what I've been trying to put down still a little bit. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Can I say something really fast?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, coming to your channel and hearing the conversations you've had around colorism has been really, really important for me because, like, I'm Black. Like, I have Black parents and I have a dark-skinned older sister. And a lot of times people come at me like I'm biracial, or this assumption that, I'm in that camp, and it's like it's like it creates more separatism. Like we're all on guard with each other, and it's like it's really hard to work through that because it's like as a light-skinned woman, it's like I'm out here like, man, where my sisters at? Like I don't look at biracial women as like a sister in the way that I look at like a Black woman who's dark skinned, like my actual sister. You know what I mean? Like it's different. It's so different, and it's like we really need to kind of work through that because we're missing out on friendships.
Yeah. And that's what saddens me about it. It's just like, I wish that, the conversations were a little bit more intricate, because right now the conversations are so regurgitated, y'all. And I think that's kind of like what I'm aggravated by. I can't go. I be trying to create the space that I would want to see, that I would want to be a part of, because none of the spaces I see, I want to be a part of. It doesn't feel like I'm a part of anything. It feels like I'm watching somebody. And, I'm not really, too impressed with current events. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I want to hear some shit. I want to hear some new shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to hear, it's a young lady that I follow on TikTok. She's a Sagittarius. I'm a Sagittarius, y'all. So I really like fire sign women. But she's a young lady. Her name is E. Kane. And she doesn't really talk about, current topics. She just talks about stuff that she likes to talk about. And she's so fucking interesting. Like, she could be talking about fucking watching paint dry and you would be completely tuned into her because she's that interesting. And so I kind of like watching people like that. Like, I had reached out to Love Dorsey, and she's very similar to me. She's kind of like a woman that just tells it like it is. It just gives you her opinion on things, and then she kind of keeps it pushing. So I had reached out to her and asked her to do a panel discussion with me because I realized that she was recently new to YouTube. And I was like, I just want to do like a real bitch live stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so sick of the regurgitated talking points. I'm bored with it, to be quite frank. I'm not impressed. It doesn't seem to be much originality. Like, I have not found a YouTube channel yet that I'm just like, ooh, she is lit. Like, I like her. Like, no. No. Like,
You said
I
her
be
name
on
is
here
Big
like,
E. Her name is E. Kane, the first lady on TikTok.
yeah, E. Kane. She's a young lady. She's like, and her story is so. She got a testimony. She was shot, like I think, like 4 or 5 times, if I'm not mistaken. And they thought she wasn't gonna be able to walk again. Now she be twerking on TikTok. She got 2 kids. Her baby daddy is annoying as hell. And she be clowning the fuck out of him. But she's witty, she's clever, she's smart. Her comedic response is right on time. And she just reminds me a lot of myself when I was her age. Like, she reminds me. And I think that's why I watch her. It's a lot of young girls that I watch that remind me of myself when I was younger. Like, it's another chick, her name is Roland something, and she said she told her mother, like, you know what, I'm gonna get paid for my personality. I'm about to stop this working shit. Everybody think I'm fucking crazy anyway. I might as well get paid. If y'all think I'm so lit and crazy, pay me. And she literally turned it. She manifested it. Now she gets paid for her personality. So it's like, I know I got way more personality than most people, which is why everybody think I'm too much. And they think I'm supposed to act a certain type of way because of my age. They like, oh, she's you know, all the boring ass, basic, stifling, like life sucking ass fucking bitches. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I watch these women and these, like Life Dorsey, Love Dorsey is my age, or if not a little older, I think she might be like 46 or so. And she just says stuff to women like, you know, I'm not about to be fucking doing this shit. You know, she'll just come in and tell you what it is for today. And, you know, it's like that type of energy is not in this space, and it's not respected in this space, because I think everybody is trying to be on their best behavior.
Right.
And I think that's what stifles the space. It's like, I don't want to be on my best behavior. I want to act up, okay? Is what I want to do. When I get up here, I want to fucking act a fool. I want to have a couple of glasses of wine with y'all. I want to smoke a blunt. I want to talk some shit to y'all. I want y'all to talk some shit back to me. I want to talk some shit to people in the audience. I want to crack some jokes. I don't want to talk about nothing else outside of that. I just want to talk a bunch of bullshit, to be honest with y'all. Like, I mean, I don't know what y'all want from me. I'm not serious all the time. I'm a fucking goddamn goofy. Like, I want to talk a bunch of shit. It's what I want to do. I want to talk shit. I'm the queen of shit talking. It's like a sport for me. So it's like, I mean, and I appreciate women who know how to do it back. The only thing I don't like doing no more is the arguing part. The internet is supposed to be fun.
Right. It's supposed to be a global exchange.
Yes. Like, I'll be up here to have fun, talk shit. And that's why me and Tia kick it all the time, because Tia loves talking shit. And, you know, most of the people that are subscribed to me are good shit talkers. And that's just what I like to do. You know what I'm saying? But we can get serious sometimes. But I like to throw in a joke here and there. Like, I like to make it raunchy. I like to make it ratchy. I'm just like that, y'all.
We love it.
Like,
I think, you know, and my sister's always telling me to start a channel because I'm funny and stuff, but I just don't know what to do. So I'm working on it.
I think you will be perfect on the channel, girl. I will subscribe to you ASAP. Yes, I love talking to you. You are actually like I love talking to you. And I'll be surprised at the people who come on my platform, because I'll be thinking like, why they ain't got a channel? Like, I was just thinking that about the young lady that's up here. I was thinking, why she don't got a channel? Like, so she can definitely carry a conversation.
Yeah, because sometimes you just want to be live with some other women and just kick it, do what you got to do. So, I think if I did it, it would be, lives, and it would just be just talking shit, talking random stuff. Because, you can mix the live with other types of content. But for you, your personality has different layers to it. And, you can definitely use that to come up with content. Like today, this what we had today could be a series, because
couldn't it?
Yeah, because it's not the issues that we have with all of the colorism and the featureism and everything. It's not going to be solved in one live, because it took hundreds of years to develop. you know.
Yep,
So
that's true.
that's the issue.
AZ, okay, so y'all caught me. I said I like to be ratchet and ratchet and raunchy. What ratchy? I said ratchy. AZ called it. That's a new word, AZ. I'm ratchy now. That's gonna be the new word for who I am. Ratchy. But you know what? I got a subscriber that I had to get my email to because they wanted to start doing clips. It was like, listen, you be dropping gems and then they get missed because the live streams be long. And she was like, I'm gonna start like catching those clips and then I can send them to you. And she been sending them to me. I just gotta upload them on my TikTok. I'm gonna upload them on TikTok and then bring them over here to y'all.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think especially in this space with the type of women that we are, there are endless topics that we could have actual intelligent debates and conversations about without all the bullshit, you know. And
Mhm.
today was one. And there are a lot of bridges that there are a lot of gaps that need to be bridged together between all of us as Black women so that we can get a code together. And you know, it saddens me that there, you know, light-skinned Black women and dark-skinned Black women went through, you know, all of the things that they went through. I would like to see that healed up. I would like to see, you know, the series would basically be like, today felt like a workshop almost, like people,
Yeah, they took it to the town today, didn't they? They did
Yeah.
good today. I learned a lot today. I was listening like, wow, this is very informative, and I don't even know, maybe I should break it down or because it was such a good conversation. But Shu was not, why do I keep calling this woman Shu and I know her name is Shway Celeste? Shway Celeste, is you okay? Girl, is you good? Give me a yes. But the first thing we was talking about, Ludell, did you hear that first part of the conversation? Because it was me and Angelina, and I was like, everybody always trying to ask me like, what type of woman dates white men? I'm like, what do you mean, a woman?
Yeah.
Like, so that was the first part of the conversation, and then we kind of went into some other things. But I'm just like, what do you mean? What type of woman dates white men? Like, what do you
That's
mean?
a weird question. I'm
Yes,
It's
sorry.
a weird
is.
question.
It's
but
weird.
yeah.
What, am I straight? Am I attracted to men? Like, what?
It's weird,
Right.
but I kind of get it because I think I think that's coming from a place of I've never dated a white man, or I've never had like social time, you know, like hanging out in a party or something and spent any time socially. I think they want to know how they're curious about the exchange. How does the exchange work between, you know, if you're a Black woman and you want to have a conversation with a Black man, a white man. And if also, I also get a sense that people who ask that don't know how to be in a social setting and open themselves up to all the men in the room, as opposed to just zoning in on the Black men. You know what I'm saying? Because that involves body language. I think a lot of Black women were so used to just doing, you know, the Blackistan body language when it comes to, you know, dating and being at the club and all that stuff. But I think one of the ways to answer the question would be, you know, you have to open yourself up. You know, there are a lot of white men, you know, if you are out and you doing your thing and you know, you lit, you got it going on, white men will check you out. I've had white men check me out in my age range in the supermarket. And I'll be in there, got a cap on, a scarf, I'm all masked down. I don't even know, but they, you know, little conversations in the elevator with them. You know, they're open to it. And it's not just white men, but just men of no color across the board. And they will approach you if they sense that you're open to being approached. So that's a big
That's what
part
I
of
think
it.
too. I think so too. I think they be a little intimidated to me sometimes. That's
Yeah,
what I
because they
think.
don't know how you swing. They don't know if they're going to get rejected simply because you're not a type of woman that would date non-Black men. They don't know. They test in the waters. So, you know, when you find yourself in social settings wherever you at the cigar bar, the supermarket, wherever, you have to remember to not completely let your guard down, but just make sure that you are your body language represents what it is, who it is that you will allow to approach you. You know what I'm saying? And work with it like that.
Yeah.
Just like you shut down when you see a Pookie coming towards you, grinning with 3 teeth.
Oh my God.
You shut down your body language like we ain't don't even look over here. I'm walking by
Gasoline
you
draws.
and we're done. Exactly.
Gasoline draws.
Yes. And you your body language is lets him know it don't even bother. And there's an opposite to that, which is having your body language make it known that you are approachable. If you're in a room with a mixture of people, and you look across the room and there's this Greek god that just is like, and you caught him looking a couple of times, you have to know how to use subtleties with your body language and social cues to let him know that he can slide over, throw him a smile, and then that's how conversations start.
True.
It's so hard because most of them be snaggletooth though.
Most of who, the black men?
I ain't talking about men in general. Men in general, they can be snaggletooth. I mean, they could be black or they could be white. They could be Asian. They be snaggletooth. You got 10 snaggletooth for one nice Greek guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not talking about Wiggers and Asian motherfuckers that think they, out here trying to, I don't know Kiggers. I don't know what we call them. But it depends on your social setting. That's the other thing. You have to think about where you wish to go to socialize. If you hitting a club, then you're going to deal with club motherfuckers. If you're at a cigar bar, that's a different situation. If you're at a bistro or a bistro/bar during lunchtime and it's an area of the city where all the lawyers work, that's a different vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel like the woman that probably asked that, and my response was a little tone deaf because it's like, I get it. Like, there are certain women, you grow up in an urban area, you grow around mostly black people, mostly black men, you automatically walk around with your guard up because of what we were talking about earlier. You walk around when you were younger, you got these creepy fucking men always approaching you, being weird. It's like you have to walk around with your guard up, otherwise it's like there's no barrier between you and these weirdos. So, like, I feel like women.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, my response, I'm going to take that back because I know better. I know why that question was asked the way it was. It's because it's fucking weird out here. And you have to be protective. So, women, black women especially, like, we're not always protected. So, we have to protect ourselves. And part of that is walking around with your guard up so that, every man knows that he can't come up to you and talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, we come out our front door swinging like,
exactly, because we know we have to. Because you could be a kid and you can have a grown man coming at you, and ain't nobody gonna say or do anything. So you learn early. You gotta walk around, and you gotta be good, and you gotta be strong, and you gotta ward off the creeps. So it's hard
because
to
if
let
you
that
look like
down.
me, motherfuckers gonna lust after you, like every last one of them. Like,
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's all I was saying. I'm not saying like the area that I'm in. It's like it doesn't matter what area I'm in. I was just in the middle of Confederate, North Carolina, at Walmart, and I ain't seen not one black person in there, but I seen some young Greeks was trying to holler. Some mid-aged Greeks, some crackhead Greeks that was, working there, was trying to holler.
The Greek yogurts. The Greek yogurts.
It's spoiled.
Yeah. All of the Greeks were in there. Even this lesbian Greek was trying to holler at, at the vape shop. So
that's too much.
So it's just,
Wait a minute, Lou Dale. Didn't that man that came up on the panel last night say he was Greek?
Did
he?
He said Greek Italian.
They be
Greek Italian.
They lust for black women. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. The lady who was just speaking, who was saying about the vape shop dude. So,
Khadijah. Her name Khadijah.
Hi, Khadijah. I'm Elizabeth. Hi. I'm assuming that you probably have like the body. You're all curvy. Everyone can't get enough. They're like
Yeah.
all over you, no matter who, no
Yeah.
matter where, no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like everybody's coming after you. So you can't be walking around like, hi, oh, I'm an open door. You know, like you have to be on guard. And
Yeah,
a
that's the
lot of
thing.
a lot of Black women, we got the body. We do. And everybody wants it. And it's like you have your guard up. You learn early to have your guard up. So it's hard to know how to be like, okay, it's lunch vibes. There's eligible bachelors that I would want. It's hard to switch gears.
Yeah, we have to
So-
switch our body. We spend all day just constantly maneuvering our body language.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And so I understand what Khadijah's saying. Like, not all that you're gonna have a Greek yogurt. You're gonna come across a Greek yogurt, an Italian salami.
You could
it
be
happens.
in sweatpants and a sweater, minding your
they all do
business.
it.
And it's like, oh, ooh, here we go, So
It is hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to maneuver, period, because men don't know how to. They're at their base, they're all assholes.
Correct.
So it's like you have to wade through that. You got to wade through the mythical Black community to deal with all the Dusties, Poo-Poos, Pookies, and Otises. You can't. It's like you can't breathe. Exactly. You got to look past all them, and then you might see, it might be a white dude in aisle 3 that's looking, but he don't know how to get in there because Pookie is harassing your ass over some tuna. So it's like it's this constant
girl.
being able to maneuver all over the place, and it's like it's hard. It's hard, especially if you're a mixed company, because you want to open up your body language and you want to be approachable. But here come Otis.
I think it's easier, like, just going to, like, if you can pick them up at the seminars. You can pick them up at the seminars. Women's Fair, she actually got me looking into, like, got me into going to the seminars, and getting some information, from them. Because they gonna be up there talking, they gonna be asking questions, all kind of shit, and that's where you can pick them up at the seminars.
What types of seminars? What do you mean?
Just seminars, like whatever you're interested in, like
Gotcha.
if you're interested in real estate, whatever. If you're interested in construction, like I'm interested in construction, or I would go to the seminars for truckers. 'Cause I'm a
Nice.
truck driver. So, well, I wouldn't necessarily go for the truckers because they some hoes. So
You know what's funny? I've heard you up on here, and I've actually been really interested in trucking, and I'm in the process of maybe doing that. And I'm
just
just
be
like,
careful, like, because it's
Yeah.
not like I've had situations. It's like situations that you wouldn't even think that would fuck you up or get you in a it's expensive out here. Like I got stuck in ice this morning, and I thought that I was gonna have to get a tow, but it's just like a lot of like muscle
Little
power that you gotta like deal with. I got stuck in mud. My truck and trailer was leaning, and like that shit, you get that if you roll over, that's it for your ass. So
because you're
You know what I'm saying?
liable
So
for
it's
that,
like you
right?
got-
Like it comes out of your paycheck.
yeah.
Oh,
If there's
wow.
any
Okay.
damages, but some, and then it goes like as a on your record, and stuff like that. So it's a lot
For
of
getting
stuff. Like I got
stuck.
if you roll over,
Okay.
if you
Mhm.
roll, like a lot of times, like it'll be simple situations that will make you get into, just stuff. Like I seen a guy today, like he probably wasn't up on his PMs, so his brakes, they were smoking, and we was going down the mountain. Like, bro, when you go,
Oh,
if you
goodness.
lose your brakes going down this mountain, sir, you gonna be looking at that dude facing 110 years for killing 4 people in Colorado.
Exactly. Yeah, I've been following that closely because it's a lot of liability with that job. You have to be on your
Yeah.
P's and Q's, and but it's also a lot of opportunity. So it's like
It is.
it's a double-handed
I think it's
sword.
worth it. I think it's worth it, but a lot of people say, "Oh, the big companies get over on you," but the big companies, they also help you get ahead if you go to a good
Yep.
company.
that's either they have more insurance, more wiggle room, I would think, personally.
It's just that they, well, the company that I'm with, like, they give you the opportunity, not the option, but the opportunity to own your own truck, and with no hassles, no extra anything. They want you to be good at your business. They want you to be independent. You still working for them or whatever, but they want you to put your name on your truck. They want you to buy you a brand new truck straight off the line, and
So are
pay
you an
for
owner
it.
operator then?
I'm a lease operator because I'm paying my truck, paying for my truck. So you're
Soon
not an
to
owner
be that.
until you actually own it. But I'm still under the guise of who owns this truck, but I'm paying it off.
Congratulations. That's impressive. Like, that's what I want to be doing. I'm just like really
I suggest
apprehensive. Just
but try
well,
to go for higher, like aim even higher. Like, I'm a tanker, so I'm like more than a little truck driver, a truck driver. So I aimed higher so I can get that higher pay. Goddamn.
Khadijah, do you have a YouTube channel?
I fell off for a minute.
No, I don't. I wanted to do a YouTube channel. I'm thinking
I
about
think you
doing
should
it.
do a trucking one. I
I
think
think
you
you
should.
should, because I mean there's other like girls that do trucking channels, but it's like, I'm curious, like, more deeper, especially you being like a dark skinned woman, and like I feel like the women, Angela, that flock to your channel, we're the outliers, because your vibe, your whole energy is like, I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm not trying to fall into your category of a proper woman, and like that whole energy it comes with a certain type of aggression, or I don't know if I know you've run into it. You've told me, like, it's like when you carry yourself like that as a woman, you really brush up around a lot of people and rub them the wrong way.
Yeah, people always be offended by me. They find a way to get underneath my victimization and my trail of tears. And there's always a trail of tears behind me. It's always somebody that's gonna want to be like, let me tell you what she did to me. And it's like, bitch, I ain't even do nothing but not let you. Only thing I did was I didn't let you play me like you play everybody else, ho.
Exactly.
Go on somewhere else. But
People
But and Khadijah, I think Khadijah is beautiful, but it's like it's her beauty, it's her age, it's her fearlessness. Like, I've been on live streams with her while she was on camera going around the mountains, literally driving, and I was nervous. I almost jumped into mama mode, like, get off this goddamn live stream and pay attention to that road.
Not mama mode.
Yeah, I swear, I'll be wanting to tell her sometimes.
She be like,
but one thing I don't do is I don't text and
But
drive.
I know she know what she's
Good.
doing. She know what she's doing.
Exactly. I get it too. Like, I mean, I've been told that I'm like not feminine because I enjoy carpentry, and because, like, I can drive. I drive a big freaking
But you know what's so
vehicle.
funny?
It's
Did y'all
stupid.
see the video that I posted of Scott's workshop? Did y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Girl, after that damn video, I literally was just cutting wood just because I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. I was just in there high as fuck. We was both high as hell, smoking. And I was like, can I cut some wood? And he was like, yeah, why would you even ask that? So I just got to cutting it, and the smell of the cut wood, it smells so fucking good, but I didn't even know what the fuck I was cutting it for. I was just having a good old time cutting it.
Did he tell you, like, where to cut it?
He was trying to show me what to do, but he was really he was crying, laughing. I'm talking about tears. Because he videotaped me. I should post a video of how serious I was looking, cutting the wood. Like,
Arbitrarily
just chopping up wood, tearing up a tree,
chopping up wood, girl, because I was amazed. You see, y'all didn't even get to see that whole goddamn building. Like, this man literally brought like a whole building that takes up like 3 different spaces. It's like floors and floors of just all his fucking shits. And that's why I was telling, like, I had so many black guys commenting, like, Oh my God, this is a junkyard. I'm like, you don't understand. This man brought this space just to turn it into his junkyard. This is not his house. This isn't connected to his house. This isn't his garage. This is the
Yeah.
Yeah,
whole building.
Cause they
yeah, you gotta think
feminine.
about.
They girly
Yeah,
men. This is the thing. Needs to be the same type of man to be like, oh, well, I like my woman to have her hair and nails done and da 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 da.
man,
I'm
you
like,
should
do
you should
something,
see these
build
blue collar
something.
dudes.
They
These
don't
blue
know how
collar
to do
dudes, they be
anything.
having skid loaders. They be having all kind of man. Listen, these blue collar guys, the guys that have construction businesses or and shit
Mm-hmm.
like that, they got so many toys. It's like they got sea doodles, they got boats, they got
Jet skis,
like
Yeah,
four-wheelers, boats.
they
He
fun,
got
got all that
fun
stuff.
trailers,
stuff.
they got
Mm,
you should see their that's why they buy
RVs.
acres. Yeah, they even have what them skis that them things that go on snow and shit, them
Yeah, the
mobiles,
snowboards.
Snowboards.
snowmobiles. No, snowmobiles.
Oh, the
Yeah.
snowmobiles. Yeah.
They
Those
be
are
even be having
fun.
snowmobiles. Like, come on, like of course, like y'all so like these niggas, like y'all
That's
just
why I
They
not
could
said, girl, I
never.
was
They
just in
don't have any
there.
skills. They don't have any
That's
They
why I
could
said,
never.
like, when they was commenting,
anything.
I'm like, do y'all know this is like y'all didn't really even get to see. That's what I was telling the dude that commented. I said, you didn't even really get to see how big this place was. This place had a whole apartment, a kitchenette, and I'm talking about laid out, nice furniture, nice bedroom set, and just in case he there playing around. Cause see, this shit is for play. That's not even his fucking business.
They were
Exactly.
hating. They
That's
didn't. It
just
I'm
didn't
like,
matter. They
the
were
chill spot.
hating.
Because they're just completely ridiculous. They could never in their wildest dreams, when you live in a couch life, you can't imagine somebody buying a building
To
just to
hell
play
with you.
in. Yeah.
You going to hell.
Someplace to house the half a dozen Harleys. Like you don't know nothing about that. Just sit
These
down.
men can't
right.
even put together IKEA furniture,
Child.
and that's the problem. They can't acknowledge what's in front of them because it would be acknowledging their inadequacy.
And they don't want to try. Like they don't want to. None of them. I don't see any. They just don't want to. They're stuck. They're frozen.
I know.
And if you want to be frozen, cool. Be frozen over there in the corner. Don't hate on other people that's doing things and trying new things. Let me find a man in New York with a whole building dedicated to playing and parking Harleys, please.
That's my kind of man.
Yeah, I got a lot of, and it's crazy because it was so many black men I had to block from just that one video. I'm like, y'all dudes literally sit up here and hound me and fucking harass me daily, asking me what type of white man I date, and then I show you, and you sitting up here looking at me, and you think just because I'm on here, like I'm not pressed for them. These men are available to me.
They hate
Like,
it.
it's like I'm not pressed. You know what I'm saying? Scott is just interesting because he'd be so excited over his shit. And I like to see him be excited over his shit. And got nobody, he's not the person that does a lot of friends. So I'm that person he calls just to talk to me about some shit he done fucking brought.
Yeah,
Some new
because that
toy or
Harley was
something.
serious.
Yeah,
right.
he looked so giddy. I seen what you were explaining. I'm like, oh, I know this kind of man. He's
Yeah.
just happy. He's just happy to
He's
share.
like, yeah,
He's
just
excited.
chilling. He
you
seems very
know.
laid back. And what did he say? I think you had said something like, and he was like, well, you didn't ride with the right person or some shit like that.
Yeah, because it was a other guy I dated that had a bike and he was fucking jealous. That's why he said that. Like, you ain't ride with the right person. Because I fell off the other guy's bike.
Oh my
And I had
God.
I had like a really bad bruise, and I was telling Scott about it, and Scott was like pissed. Whenever,
like, bitch, what you doing over there?
Yeah, well, first of all, he don't like nobody I date. Let's start there. It's been almost 20 years with me and Scott don't like fucking nobody. Anytime I'll be like, well, they was just like a couple of minutes late when they picked me up. Well, why would they be late? I would never be late to pick my woman. I would he gonna find a way, honey child, to hate on everybody, okay? I don't care who it is. So I had fell off of a bike some years ago, and
that's serious.
Yeah.
That's a bad driver.
Yes, it was bad. It was bad. I mean, I was a little wasted, but still.
He shouldn't have been, though.
I shouldn't even have been on it because I was fucking gone. Like, and I fell off on the freeway. So it was like it was a really bad fall. and Scott was pissed about it, and
Yeah.
I never got on the bike again. That's why he was really throwing shade. He was throwing shade at me in that video. Yeah.
Then I understand why he said that to you.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's
But it was
not
just
the
funny
right
the way
type
he
of
said it.
rider.
Like you could tell he was hating, but the
Protective.
shade was real subtle with it. He was like,
Oh no, his shade is always subtle but always deliberate, and
Yeah.
it lands every time. Trust me. That's why you
You're
see
like,
I didn't
okay.
say nothing. I was just like, yeah, like because I know he throws it. Yeah, he gives the shade. Trust and believe me.
No, but I mean, again, like with motorcycles, you know, there's a big culture of safety for the people who are serious riders.
Mm-hmm.
So like that stance makes sense. And it's just weird. It's like I feel like we are all women who don't try and pretend to be something that we're not. We don't try and fall into a certain box. It just pisses people off. Like no matter what, no matter where you go, black, white, otherwise, like we piss people off. We rub
Yeah.
people the wrong way. We intimidate men. It's like you get this weird aggression from people, you know, and I feel like
They do when they see you as a woman that dates. And it's funny because like I'm one of those types that once you count me out, you see me in a position that make you count me all the way in. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this my dating choices are top tier, honestly, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? I just don't, I'm a loner, man. I'd rather sit in the house and talk to y'all, to be honest. And you know what I'm
Same.
saying? Like I'm slowed down, man. I'm past that stage. When I was out, it was always some man trying to take me out and take me somewhere or do something. And, you know, I didn't allow myself to get in so many different relationships I really wasn't even on for real, to be honest. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just getting chose and shit, left and right, and just going with the flow, you know, and digging and then exiting out of situations to where I'm leaving situations where I felt like I shouldn't even have been doing this shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it's like now I'm just trying to chill and like collect my time and be easy. You know what I'm saying? Because like that's how I am. I move fast. Like I'll be serious when I tell y'all that. Like I move real fast. Real fast. Like I will move on in a heartbeat. Next thing you know, I'm in a whole nother relationship for another year or 2 or 3 years, and then, you know, just a bunch of silly shit. And I just ain't really on that right now. Nope. So it's like even though I'm dating, I date at my own leisure. I date when I want to, how I want to. You know what I'm saying? Not when they ask me out. Not when they call me and say, hey, what you doing tonight? You know what I'm saying? It's just, I'll be like, I'm in for the night, man. You know? Like I got a text earlier, you know, wanting to go out and have some food. And I was just like, oh, I'm in for the night. I'm just in. Like I'm not, you know, like, because Caleb, he likes to, like, since it's been the winter storm, me and him went out to get chicken sandwiches the other night. And he drives pickup trucks. And so he likes to plow through the snow and play in the snow. And because he's like a country, got like, you know, his family's from the country. So he liked to plow through it and play with it. And because I told him, I'm like, well, we snowed in. And he was like, oh, you ain't snowed in.
Oh, snap. You
Not
said
with
the
me.
wrong thing.
And that dude came. What's that thing that go in front of the trucks to scoop up the snow? Those big ass fucking shovels.
He had a plow in his truck.
Girl, he put that bitch on his fucking truck and pulled up in front of the house and was fucking shoveling snow with that thing in front of my house.
Why did you give him a reason to show out?
I don't know, but he thought it was fucking hilarious. And I mean, it was. And we went to have our chicken sandwiches, and I made him do the neighbor's yard. I was like, well, do their yard too, because they kind of old. He was like, all right. He did theirs, and we went to go and get our chicken sandwiches. Had some fun.
Is this the
She keep falling off. I think it's because she got 2 people on here. Y'all notice that? It's 2 of them.
It was 3 at first.
It was 3. Oh, there she go again. I wonder what's going on.
I'm in here fucking up some wine, cooking dinner, and cleaning and stuff.
Oh,
So
well, that's why you on here 3 times on the screen.
I don't know what's going on. It's because I'm trying to use this app. I should probably, I don't know. It's like I can't have it on speakerphone, so I got my head on it. I'm doing a bunch of stuff. You know, we can't stay still. I gotta multitask.
Yeah, that's how I be, girl, because I'm been here moving around too, getting a few things done. But yeah, girl, his ass showed up with that goddamn snowplow. I'm like, look at this goddamn fool.
I guess that's like the luxury of dating, you know.
It is. You got people that'll do stuff for you, look out for you, you know, stuff like that.
But I think that's normal for like the white men. I have to say white men because this is, you know, their country. But so it's like it's normal for the white men to do stuff like that, or the real patriarchs to do stuff like that.
Yeah, they like doing stuff like that.
Yeah, while I'm on the road, if I'm, you know, if it's a storm coming through, and I'm going to get some fuel from mom and pop, I'll see somebody out there with their skid loader. Like, I know that skid loader came from your farm, like, but he's doing it for the neighborhood. You know.
Yep. Yep, he came with salt and everything. He was just trying to clear it out because it's been every night. Like this winter, this has been literally, I think, the baddest winter storm I've ever seen in Ohio. Like I'm talking about every night, like 4, 5, 6 inches, just craziness, like every night.
Wait, you guys are getting real snow. I'm in Detroit, and we're not really. They said it
Oh
was gonna be a
man.
bunch.
No, we got a bunch. We got a bunch. Like that's why I've been live. That's why I keep telling y'all. Everybody like, oh, you've been live a lot. I'm like, I have no choice. There's nowhere to go. Like, and even if I can't get out, you know, because I can get out my driveway, you know, that's taken care of. I had to get snow removal services after Caleb did it, but it's like coming out.
It's the stuff coming off
It's not coming out. It's other areas. You get what I'm saying? So you get people stuck on side streets and everything. Like when you go out, you see like 6, 7 cars stuck on side streets, and it's just like if you ain't got to go, don't go. You know what I'm saying? So like everybody was asking me like, oh my God, you've been live so much. I'm like, that's why, because I'm fucking like it was bad. It's just now the dust is starting to settle now. We haven't had maybe since like last night, a drop. We didn't have a drop last night. We was getting a drop every night. We was getting a drop of snow like 6 inches every night for days.
Wow.
So even when they would clear the road, it would get back. Like it was bad. Cars stuck everywhere, really bad accidents. My daughter even had to pull a man out of his car because he crashed into a pole. Just bad stuff. Like it's been bad. So I just been in the house like, fuck it, man. I kick it with my homegirls on YouTube, like, cause I ain't going out in them streets, cause I'll be the one on the side of the road.
Y'all if you live in areas like that, you need to get you some chains. Just go ahead and get you some tire chains so that you can break through that ice. Because when it's icy, that's what's gonna spin you out of control. So get you some snow chains and put them on. Like if it's gonna take you 30 minutes to put them on, well, put them on and learn how to put them on so you don't have to be like stranded.
And your ass, you probably know how to get cars out of all types of shit, don't you?
I'm actually this next winter. What I'm doing is I'm gonna buy me some extra chains, and I'm gonna be getting everybody out there for $100.
Thank goodness.
Going twice. No, I will carry on and you can stay in the ditch.
Cause girl, I was just like, what I started doing is just getting a snow removal service. It's like $90 a day.
Oh, that's high, girl. Ooh.
Yes, it was expensive, and Caleb was pissed. Like, why would you even?
Yeah.
And I was just like, because I don't want your ass at my house every day clearing out snow. That's what I was really thinking, but I ain't say it. It's like I see men when I want to, y'all. I would rather pay right now at this point in my life. Like it's like I enjoy the men that I'm dating. I do. but I'm not pressed to see them every day. I'm just not. I'm not. Like, that was the first thing Dean did. It's the first night of the snow drop, we got like 14 or 15 inches, right? And he called me right away, like, I was going to be on my way. Did you need anything? Him and Scott. But I ain't even had to do that part because my ex literally was outside at like 6 a.m. getting it together. You know what I'm saying? So I'm in a weird place, y'all, in my life. I still got my ex trying to peek his little fucking what do you call those noses? Bell pepper? What do you call them?
You mean potato?
No,
Bell
pepper noses.
No, it's a bell pepper, ain't it? The green one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay. It's bell pepper nose ass. All in my goddamn business, okay? All in it. I done
Angela,
just...
how do the men act when you say that you don't want to go out? Do they act funny?
Scott don't, because he used to it. Okay. Dean is not. So he'd be nervous around me all the time because he'd be like, dang, does she like me or does she not like me? Caleb is really, really handsome. Really handsome. He's tall. He's like got a really nice body, got a long beard. He got like these really pretty crystal blue eyes. Got his little man bun. You know what I'm saying? So he's a flexer. So it's like, to him, it's all a game. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why he showed up with that snowplow. Because I was like, I don't know if I can get out. And he was like, well, I'll help you. And I knew I could get out. I had already hired the snow removal service to keep my ex from coming every day, shoveling the snow. But he just showed up, smiling and shit, because he know he got that pretty smile. He know my ass is going to be skinning and grinning back. Next, you know, I was dressed, hair in a ponytail, just like he is on the way out.
He is
climbing in the trunk. And he's something else, girl. He is a mess. Like, he dating a few different women. They be calling his phone and stuff when I be with him. He be trying to look at me to see if I care, and I be looking back like, I don't. You can answer. He one of those types. One of those, I don't know, because remember I told you, I don't know if it was Lou Dale, I was telling this yesterday. He had a whole conversation with me about how he don't like dating black women that don't want to date black men, and they only want to date him and all this other kind of stuff. And I think he was trying to gauge me to see what I thought. You know what I'm saying? Because I think he one of those cocky type. He might be one of those Mark types. Remember the guy Mark from finance? Telling y'all about. I'm telling you.
He sounds like a fuck boy. Sorry.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
He's out here popping dick for everybody.
Yes,
he's the it
girl.
boy.
Yes, he feel very proud of
He's too fine.
yeah, of like who he is, and I just be looking at him like, dude,
you just in a rotation. Calm down.
Right, like that's what I really be thinking. Like, bruh, like, yeah, you are the most attractive one out the bunch, but like, it's just like, bruh,
Don't give him that information.
Girl, I would never tell him that. Girl,
he just seemed too hot.
That he in a rotation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never tell his ass that with his little man bun. I remember the first, girl, you got a man bun because his hair is long. So I had flicked it one time when I was like, look at your little man bun. And he just looked at me like, yeah, like, keep playing with me. I'm gonna get your ass watching. And I know the look is like, yeah, I'm gonna get you. Once I have sex with you, he want to see if he can do it. He want to see if he can get there. So, no.
He's a little too hot. You sound fine.
You know what, Shway? Shway Celeste said, dudes with beards and man buns be certified whores.
Thank
the
you.
ones I know at least out here slanging schmeat. Yes, girl. He don't think I know that, but I know. Like, I literally know that's what he is. I know that's what he is. I know that's what he is. He's very, like, got that, like, because when I met him, you know, he had his little car height suit on, and you know what I'm saying? I was out somewhere getting some breakfast, and he was coming in before he went to work, and I'm just looking at him like, yeah, I know what type you is. I know what type you is, dude. Yeah, you cute. I don't mind keeping the cute ones around because they keep your energy boosted. You know what I'm saying? Like when somebody
Yeah.
feel like they trying to play you, then you call up one of the absent cute ones that have no souls at all. Just for them to boost your ego. That's it. That's all.
That's what I was talking about. See
Mm.
that like I'm the same way, Angela. Like I will eat a man. Like thank you.
Yep.
And it's like there's the proper woman ways, and like people hold themselves to that, and men love that, and they hate a bitch like us.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry,
They
they
hate
do.
it. They hate it. Like,
us.
girl, my friend, when she saw us together, she was like, she just couldn't believe that he wasn't my man because I was all over him, girl. Like, I was all over his lap and playing all in his man bun. You know what I'm saying? Fixing it, laying edges, doing all types of shit. And
Child,
then she was
not the Caucasian baby hair.
girl. Slap some jam on them edges, you know,
Stop
like
it. Don't lay the edges.
girl, I was fixing his ponytail. I was literally sitting on his lap fixing his ponytail. And my friend was just looking at me like, because you know, we hadn't seen each other in a couple of weeks, hadn't you know how you get old, you don't see your friends like that all the time. So she was looking at me like, oh, this got to be her man, because she called me like, girl, where you at? I'm outside. And the kids is gone. I was like, I'm outside too. And I told her where I was at. And she pulled up looking at me. She was like, well, what the hell? Who's this goddamn white man? And I'm sitting there looking at her like, and she was like, once we left, she said, that's your man? I said, no. And she was like, girl, why was you all over him? Like, girl, I would have thought you was in love the way you was holding him like that. I was like, girl, no,
You did too.
I'm like, you know how I am. No, I just think he's fine. I like his body. I like his physique. I like his height. He's 6'4". You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I like everything about him. So I like being all over him. So, and if that's what I like, that's what I'm going to do. That's simple.
Cheers to that little snack.
Girl, and that's what be making him think. Like he trying to figure out why the cheeks ain't got clapped yet. He like, why she be all over me like this? And you know what I'm saying, girl? This years
You're
ago.
torturing him.
No, I'm gonna tell you what torture is. Years ago, I had this guy. He was a black guy though. That he really, really fucking liked me, right? He didn't know I knew what type of nigga he really was. And I kicked it with him, dated him for a couple of months or so. And then one time he invited me back to his house. Let me tell y'all what I did to this nigga. I got absolutely butthole naked. This is my trick, y'all. This is what I do to men that I be trying to dog. I get naked and get in the bed with them and don't have sex with them. I just let them admire my naked body. And then I leave. And I know it's torture all night for them. They can't sleep. They be rubbing back and forth. Dick be hard as fuck. And I literally just lay there asshole fucking naked, like just looking like, what is the problem? Titties shaking and shit. Like, what's going on? Is there a problem? No, I'm cool. I'm good. No, I'm all right. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's savage.
Girl, that's the way to really get them. I'm telling you, I used to do that all the time. When I was younger, oh my God, I would do that all the time to guys I kept in a friend zone. Oh my God. Because what you gonna do? What you gonna tell people you seen me naked? What did you do with me when you seen me naked? Tell them you seen me naked and nothing happened. Tell them I dare you.
Exactly.
I dare you.
Please.
Tell them I was walking on through your house eating your kids' fruit snacks naked as fuck and you ain't getting no pussy, bitch. Tell them that. Tell them. Like, I swear that was like my weapon. Like, I would do that shit purposely. Like, and that's so wicked, but I would do it purposely. Like, just tell them all in your refrigerator and shit. Nips getting hard. Trying to pick what juice I'ma drink. Yeah, me. because I feel very comfortable with myself naked, like very comfortable. I don't give a damn if my stomach is a little big. I don't give a fuck. You a man, you don't care. You ain't got no goddamn fucking what they don't have. What do you call that? Integrity or anything. They're fucking men. Okay, I wouldn't give a
When they
goddamn.
recount you, they are not going to be talking about your little belly. They
No,
got
they
more to
not.
talk about.
I will smack my belly right in front of you. Like, what you got going on? You gonna fry me some chicken? Mm-hmm. Motherfucker, and sit right down on your couch naked.
That's why I feel bad when women that are plus size, because I'm plus size, and they feel like they can't attract like non-black men. Like it's not even about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
It ain't got nothing to do with that. Your body ain't got nothing to do. These are men, first of all. And then let's be real here. First of all, men love plus size women. I don't know why that's a myth that men don't like plus. I don't know why that narrative is out there, but that shit is a fucking lie. I can tell you that much.
In New York, we got plus size clubs. I used to hit the plus size clubs with my friend because she wanted to go all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They are funny in there, but and there I was considered small when I came went in there and saw the real sizes that the men was dancing dancing with and get.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, shit, I feel like a puny, But yeah, it's a total myth, and you shouldn't feel bad or feel insecure. It is what it is. We come in all women come in all shapes and sizes.
It's a myth until you bump into men. Men love voluptuous women, y'all. That's when you start really dating men, you see that men love you to have some meat on your bones. They want you to be a little bit healthy. They do. That's what they actually prefer. It's just lies out here right now going on around about that. That's why I always tell women that it's this myth running around here of women overweight like they ain't getting shows. That's a fucking lie.
It is.
I
And
know
especially, there's different men, different non-black men come from different cultures where the standard is different. It's not necessarily,
Why do you
a
think
model.
they lie about it?
They lie. I don't know why they lie when we clearly see them all the time with women that are that size. When okay, let's be real here. When do we ever see men with women that are like tall and slim? When?
Yeah.
We don't.
It's rare.
Never.
It's very rare. Men are with voluptuous women because that's the women they want to be with. Like I don't know why people is going around acting like that ain't the case. I'm like, who do you see men with? Whether they white, black, or indifferent, who do you see them with?
That's
exactly.
Yes, men like cushion. That's why I be telling the women, I be like, girl, please. I love to follow the women that are overweight on certain like social sites and stuff like that. Because I love to see their confidence. Like when they be getting dressed up and doing their thing, man, you should see how many men be in that goddamn comment calling them goddesses and all types of stuff. Like that thing is a myth. You gotta pay. Men lie. You gotta pay attention to what they actually choosing,
right,
and not what they saying out their mouth.
And
And the
don't
lies
let
start at
the
a
whole
young
celebrity
age
thing.
too.
Yeah, the celebrity thing. It makes a lot of people think that that's the standard across the board, and it's not. Not in real life every day. If you a bad bitch, you a bad bitch. Period.
And you notice. Look at Halle Berry. She got somebody. Look at Janet Jackson. But look at 1,000-pound Tammy on 600-pound Life. She got a whole man making her meal. She ain't got to get the fuck up.
No, you did not. No, you did not go there.
I'm just keeping it real. Do those women on there ever be single? Hell the fuck no.
You're right. You are right. I didn't think about that.
Everything.
There'll always be a man in the back. Yeah, I want her to lose weight and everything, but that's my woman. I'll make her 12 eggs a day.
Oh
What I'm
my
saying?
Yes.
Whole pack of
Be
bacon.
washing under the fat
I ain't
roll.
going nowhere.
Be washing them up, bathing them, taking care of the kids. They be whole housewives.
I can't take it.
Yeah.
But listen, us frail ass motherfuckers can't listen. It is what it is.
I'll pop this little thing. Don't
Right.
worry about it.
They be frying up bringing a whole tray. Okay,
making shit from scratch. You know what I'm saying?
Pancakes, waffles from scratch. Okay.
Feeders.
I'm here for her, whatever her choice is. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and they be all sitting there.
She
Hey,
hungry.
I love my woman. They be looking at her with stars in their eyes in them interviews.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it makes me so sad when women, plus size women feel like they don't have a chance with non-black men. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I be like, it's this dude that do commentary on them shows, y'all. And man, he was making Tammy a plate, y'all. I'm talking about Tammy done got the whole pot of spaghetti and a whole box of those the toast, y'all, the garlic toast.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
that shit
sounds
is so good. It do sound good right now, don't it?
I make an
And
eggplant, y'all, with some pasta.
yes, I could go for that too. And he gave her the whole box, and then the kids got like literally like 2 tablespoons of spaghetti. And the dude that was doing the commentary was like, that better not be for the fucking kids. And he was like, I don't understand this shit, Lord, what you do for others. Why am I still single? And I was like, I'm trying to tell you, because them women be getting their ass wiped, they toes wiped, they meals made, kids taken care of. All they do is sit down. That's it.
Be laying up in the bed with full mani-pedis, red polish.
Man, y'all, they be cooking in bed. Do y'all see how they be cooking in bed?
My
They be
sister has
cutting
me
the
watching
side
this
dishes
show.
in bed and shit. Don't they? They be having
so
the whole
good.
setup. They
A
be
whole
cutting the
hot
side
plate.
dish and
Yeah.
cleaning greens, and doing all types of shit. I'll be like, what the? I'm like, and
They're
here
not
we
cleaning
are.
greens for real, are they?
Yes, they be having a little. I seen the lady with a little bucket, like cleaning the greens and peeling them. And
I
her
got to get my
husband was
greens
sitting right there with her, waiting for her to get done and take them in the kitchen and cook them. And I'm like, y'all, you can't tell me. It is nothing you can tell me. I know what type of women men like. They're just lying.
Yeah.
They are lying, honey.
They don't want what they want.
The proof is in the fucking pudding, man. The
Yeah.
proof is in the pudding. You won't see you is not seeing no voluptuous women single, honey. They always got a man attached to their ass. If you see a voluptuous woman single, it's because she don't want no man right now.
She's on
That's it.
sabbatical.
Yeah.
I
Well,
remember being in elementary school and this little boy was like, "Oh no, you're too fat." And literally my body shape is what people are buying right now.
exactly.
He just didn't know no better at that time. But you know what? I'm telling you too, another thing is this, y'all. There's a, like, you know how we was talking about colorism earlier. There's also a thing where people assume women that are like tall and slim, or women who are like shapely, got all the options. I'm gonna tell y'all why I got options. It ain't because how I look. It's because I don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
And men want what they can't conquer. So that's the only reason why men either hate the fuck out of me. Okay. And it's all for the same reason. They either hate the fuck out of me, or they fucking try and religiously court me to death. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's all for the same reason. They want to conquer me. So I have to pay attention to who I date, being the type of woman I am, or who I take serious. Because men be wanting to play the fuck out of me. Men be wanting to fuck the shit out of me and do the most dirt to me just to say that they humbled a bitch like me. So I have to wait, because I have to be really like, it ain't got nothing to do with how I look. Nothing. It has nothing to do with how I look at all. Nothing at all. Because I'm telling you right now, when you are a certain type of woman, men just want to dog you. They just want to, that's unfortunate. That's that energy that black men have. It's not the same. Like, oh, I see a pretty woman, I want to date her and I want to get to know her. No, not with black men. You're wrong. You're dead ass wrong. Black men see you and they want to conquer you. I mean, it's that simple, y'all. So why a lot of people be thinking there's black women running around here with all these options, and it's just no. They being dogged too, but they might be being dogged for different reasons. But they being dogged too. Everybody being dogged, it just might be for different reasons. But black men are fucked up, period. Period. It's just different reasons. Like that woman that's the stereotypical beauty, stereotypical. She get dogged too. Like I said, look at Halle Berry. Look at Janet Jackson. Hell, even look at Beyonce. Solange ain't kicked Jay-Z ass in that elevator for no reason. All of these women are stereotypical beauties. What everybody looks at and says, oh, she's very pretty. She must not have problems with men. You're dead fucking wrong. Actually, she gets dogged. She gets dogged because men look at the situation like this. They look at it like this, y'all. Look at it like, I know she got options. So I'm gonna treat this bitch like she ain't shit so I can humble this hoe. Period.
Oh, so that's what Chris Brown did, huh?
Yes, I'm telling y'all that be the energy. Like it don't be like just because you are a stereotypical, you know, or whatever society wants to deem certain women as, you know, all these things where they pit us against each other. Men are doing the same shit. They just got their little different reasons for doing it. I'm telling you, these women that some women find to be gorgeous and beautiful and oh, they must not ever have any issues with men. You are wrong.
Yep.
It's complete lie. Those men will come into your life just because they view you as a pretty woman, just to stomp all over you. Just because. Ain't y'all seen it happen? Look how many times it happened to Halle Berry. She gets stumped all over every time. And do you think it's Halle Berry or do you think it's men? Of course, the world is going to say it's Halle Berry because she's, I mean, even though she's biracial, but Halle Berry is black passing. So do you think every situation is Halle Berry or do you think the situations are men? They can't handle it. Men are always trying to humble women, y'all. This is why they run around here complaining about feminism and complaining about our voices. They always feel the need to be above you. Always. So yes, those stereotypical beauties, whether they're white or black, it don't matter. The stereotypical ones that the media wants to trump up and put up there and say this is what beauty should look like. Oh, they're getting it 10 times worse, man. Getting kicked in their motherfucking ass. Trust and believe me. Ain't got no good situations either. Trust me.
Especially if they have this type of attitude that makes men feel weak. It rubs people a wrong way, and they always want to prove something. They want to use you as like a totem in some way, like put you down so that they can feel better.
And
That's
they
what I
like
mean.
to
I feel
brag
like,
And they
on
don't
it
want you
too.
to have
try
no
more.
protection either. It makes it easier for them when you don't have any protection.
Yeah, true. Definitely that.
Exactly. Like Heaven said, I don't like how they do Lizzo, and she's beautiful. Lizzo is absolutely beautiful, very comfortable in her own skin. And look what they do. They try and humble her all the time. She can't wear a bathing suit. She can't do this. This is just men, y'all. It ain't got nothing to do with our body types. It ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit. It is men trying to humble women. Period. That's all it is. And we know what men like. We see what they prefer. But since they want to humble, because they the ones who create all these false narratives and stereotypes, and it's not even what they're dumb. They're dumb. They're dumb.
Yeah, you're right. It's humble, but more so they want to conquer you. They want to win. They want to fight with you like you a man in a way. It's like they want to feel like they're above you. Because it's like at the end of the day, we have the power. You know, like we aren't thirsty like that, like how men are when it comes to sex and stuff. No. Well, I gotta go, you guys. Thanks for chatting with me. This has been really great for me. I appreciate it.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah, thanks,
You
Elizabeth.
too.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you. I really appreciate you guys. For real. This has been amazing for me. Khadijah, I don't know if you're still up here, but nice talking with you too.
on YouTube.
Okay,
Yeah,
y'all. Good
Khadijah got
night.
like an hour left, I think, like an hour. That's why I
20
said I
minutes.
was 20 minutes.
Ooh,
Cause I
no
said
big
I was
deal.
going to, I was like, when she told me she still had time and we was getting her through, I said, well, we didn't got everybody else through their shift. Let's get our good Judy through her shift
Right.
too.
I just finished my dinner,
Mm.
y'all. Okay, good night.
Good night, Elizabeth.
Night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Y'all, I be cooking on the truck. I made some lasagna, like 6-layer lasagna the other day on the truck, like with feta, like 3
Really?
cheeses, Italian. Like I took the Italian sausage, and I squeezed it out the little casing into the ground beef so that it give it an Italian, taste. And I did like 6-layer, like meat, the lasagna, the cheese, the meat, the lasagna, the cheese. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was good. It was good. I got a little oven in here, because I don't like microwaves, so I use like an air fryer
Yeah, I was just
oven.
about to say, how do y'all be cooking on them trucks?
Well, a lot of people, the obese ones that be on 600-pound life getting out the truck, they use microwaves and they be eating Arby's. They the ones that's keeping Arby's open, the truckers. And but how do I cook? I go to Walmart. I get whatever I want. I made some lasagna for this week, it was for last week, but I got a little bit more left.
But yeah, Khadijah, this look at YouTube like this, Khadijah, because everybody wants you to start a channel. It will be just another stream of income. I can get you to 1,000. I know within a month. I know I could.
Oh, I did want to do it. I had my camera and everything. But when COVID hit, it kind of gave me like a setback a little bit because I had went to the islands. So I couldn't do what I wanted to do.
'Cause we
I
would
wanted
love to see your life being a trucker, and that's interesting, especially as such a pretty young lady. Like, we would love to see your journey and your food and stuff you be making.
Oh yeah, I could definitely do something like that. Just give me like a couple more months to get settled because I'm trying to do something with I'm trying
Let
to
me
get a
ask you
different truck.
something. Do you stop in between places sometimes and hang out in like different states and stuff? Yeah, I know that's
Yeah, because
fun.
I got a dude, so and he's a trucker too. So
Oh yeah, you did tell me that.
sometimes we like link up and do and we go to like Dave and Buster's or go on I want to go to Chicago and I go through Chicago from I was just in Ohio, so I go to these different places so I could plan it out because I want to go have dinner on the water in Chicago in summer.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's a good look.
really pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's I do stuff especially in the summertime because I like to wear like my stomach out and stuff. So I be wanting to take pictures and YouTube would be good,
I think a trucker video, it's always good to see, young Black women doing, jobs that are considered to be male, because like Tia was saying, Tia was driving trucks too, Khadijah, but now she going back to driving the bus. Yeah, she was driving trucks.
I didn't know that.
So now she going back to driving the bus. I got a few ladies, actually, Black women, but they're all significantly older than you. You know what I'm saying? You're the youngest one. But I got one that actually got a channel. I think it's called Trucker Mayat. I think that's her channel. And she posts videos sometimes being in her truck. Yeah. And I'm very intrigued by, women that are constantly on the road because, that gives women who might be at home and who can't travel like that, they can live vicariously through you because you're in different places all the time. And that's interesting. You know what I'm saying? And why not turn it hell? You can do it with you and your boyfriend and turn it into another stream of income.
No,
oh, okay. Well, all right. With just you, and turn it into another stream of income, girl. Just, some extra little money on the side or whatever,
Yeah, I had already thought about doing that, but I guess this confirms it. So yeah, give me a couple months to get, do some research. I want to get I have a laptop. I don't like it. I want to get a new one. So
Mm.
I'm gonna try to get me a laptop because I want to be able to interact. Like I was hearing Sin say that what gets you paid is your interactions.
Your
So I
interactions.
want, yeah. So I need to do a little bit of research just to make sure that
And your
I have it
energy
good set
too.
up.
Your energy too, because I'm telling you right now, people can pick up on who you are. A lot of creators don't. A lot of creators are bad because they really think the audience is stupid. And y'all, the audience is not stupid. They are not stupid. They know who you are, and they know if you're genuine or not, and they know whether they want to watch you or not. You know what I'm saying? Like they know, y'all. These
They
are
can pick up on it.
yes, they can pick up on it. Like, and a lot of people will talk at the subscribers, and trust me, they get sick of that shit and start moving around, and they won't give you as much engagement. They might view you, but they won't give you as much engagement. They won't give you, you do got to build your own lane. It might, even if it's a slow grind, you want to build the people that believe in you, not the people that came to you because of some argument you was in or none of that. Like, you want to build because people actually like you. They like you. So,
And
like,
that's one thing I am worried about. Like,
I think
like
people will
all the
like you.
backlash.
I don't think you'll get as much as what we get over here because of a lot of our
I
topic
got some stuff
discussion.
on my record. Listen, I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna get dragged because I got some stuff on my record that's.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, I mean, even if you do, we got your back. So she said, this chat has been a vibe. I love the ability to converse without the yelling and ego. I literally tried to leave the ego and the yelling out because y'all would be surprised at how much I get yelled at when I go somewhere. I would never, I call my subscribers, y'all. I said I would never bring the bullshit to my sanctified subscribers, okay? And I
like
fucking
that,
mean that shit. In my eyes, you're sanctified and holy, okay?
And I like the fact that you ain't scared to like put the boot up somebody's ass and get them the fuck up out of here. I like that.
Yeah, because then if you let them sit and stay, they're gonna start making everybody else feel uncomfortable, and then people gonna stop wanting to come to your channel. They gonna what you say?
I feel like they gonna keep coming back doing the same thing too.
Yep.
We saw
They
that
gonna
with the
keep.
English muffin.
Yep, with the English muffin. That's what I'm saying. Like they gonna start pushing everybody away, and before you know it, ain't nobody gonna even want to come fuck with you or talk to you or deal with you at all. And then it's just like I'm so over, like I said, the spaces with the yelling, screaming, and shouting and all that shit for views. It's just like I can't bring that here, y'all. I can't. Like I can't have. Like I feel responsible. Like I don't want y'all in that type of environment. And so many other places just like that. No, like that's not cool. We didn't. That's just not cool. No. Mm-mm.
I mean, don't be saying shit. All that yelling. Don't be saying nothing.
And
Because
then
they
we be
can't think
trying
of
to
any other
talk.
content. Yeah.
Yeah, and then especially when we be trying to talk. Me and Ludell done been on the panels where we try to talk and we can't even talk. And nobody's corralling anything in. Nobody's making it, even kill. It's just, this is Spartan. It's just like, no. This
They
is
ready
just,
for war.
get
I
ready
noticed
for
that they never
war.
bring it. They never bring it full circle. Like those state spaces, it never like makes a complete circle. It goes all over the goddamn place. When when the conversation gets serious, somebody comes in and moves the goalpost, and people forget their ideas and what they was gonna express. It's just so stupid. So, like this is actually a safe space. It's not so safe if you get out of hand, but but it's a safe space for you to express what
I
you.
just don't want, because I did that already, y'all. I did that already. Like I told everybody, I did that my first couple of years here. I sat in spaces where it was that. you know, to the point to where I just became so indifferent to it that I don't even respond to it anymore. I just leave. You know what I'm saying? Or I'll go in the chat to where I can actively and productively, you know, express myself without having to lose my voice and yell and scream and shout over men and women and, you know, especially men.
Mhm.
I will not. And with women, it's just like, you know, I don't even give women that type of energy to be coming at me like that. You know, so it's like I can't do it, y'all. Like I did it like my first couple of years here. And it was like now is a different day. It's a different time. It's a different, you know, I've matured so much. I've aged. It's been 5 years.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I've aged, I've matured, you know, I'm just not in that place anymore. And it's just like, I refuse as a woman that is almost 50 years old to conduct a space like that. We can talk shit. We can act ratchet. We can be silly with each other. We can drink our glasses of wine and kiki and laugh. And like I said, we can do 40 days and 40 goddamn nights. But what we not going to do is bring misery for no reason. Like,
Yeah, it's redundant at this point. It's repetitive.
Mhm. Like, cause even when we was over there that time and you was you held your own though. I was actually very shocked because I thought you was gonna leave.
I enjoyed beating the men down. Not an issue for me at all.
I used to enjoy it too. I used to enjoy it too. I used to be like, you know what? Let me smack them around a little bit. But it's just like now I just be like, girl, I ain't got time for you, dude. Like,
Yeah, I can see if you do it over and over and over again, it would get
like for like
exhausting.
2 years straight. It's at the point to where it's like, okay, no, I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't. Like, I can't do it with It's a few people, y'all, that when I first came in this space, I got into it with. And these people will not let it go. So no matter where I'm at, no matter where I'm doing, these people will follow me everywhere. And it's like, I don't have it in me. Like I did that the first. Can you imagine arguing with the same person for 5 years straight? Like online?
Like why? I know.
Yeah, I don't have time for that.
No.
Yeah, I don't have time for that. And a little while ago, like I got new arguments now. You know what I'm saying? I got new arguments now, new people that I'm arguing with. I'm not gonna be arguing with you though. Like you are literally in my rearview mirror.
Yeah,
and
it was so silly arguing about a plate. Somebody knocking a plate over the floor.
It was the most extreme scenario, and it was just like, it's just like, dude, what are you talking about? You just creating the most extreme scenario to fuck with this man, and this man ain't doing nothing but sitting up here. Linwood was really trying to flirt with us. Is what he was trying to do.
Yeah, he wanted some attention.
To flirt.
He just wanted some attention,
and we didn't mind. We was giving the conversation. We didn't mind because Linwood's scenario was actually more respectful. It was like he said that he would have to iron it out and see if it was important enough for him to become violent. And if it wasn't important enough for him to become violent, he would try and talk it out. And that to me made perfect sense.
Right.
And we was talking about that earlier before you came up, Bluedale, and all the women was like, yeah, I'm like, listen, because once your man get to swinging, who you gonna be swinging too. Like, you're not gonna watch somebody put their hands on your loved one and not feel some type of way about it. So this is a normal, typical situation that most women like to avoid. They don't want to be involved in it. They don't want to see the man get that angry and brutal. They really don't. It's really nerve-wracking for us to see something happen like that. So that's not what we want. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what me and you were trying to convey and trying to give our perspective as women. But of course, that wasn't respected. But yeah.
going. I mean, how you gonna
Angela, I put in a private chat. Is there any way I can email you? I have to hop off of here.
Hold on for a second. You
Okay.
know what? You asked to email me before. Have you ever hit me up on Patreon?
No, I did. It was a YouTube video. I left a comment.
Because it's a way you can privately message me on Patreon if you want to message
Okay.
me.
Okay, yeah, I'll join your Patreon and do it that way.
Okay. Yeah, let me know what's going on because you've asked me a couple of times in the comment section, and I don't really give out emails, but you can hit me up on my Patreon, and I got to drop the link to this Discord too, so y'all can start hitting me up on Discord because that'll be a private way for y'all to reach me as well. I just ain't dropped the link yet, but I have it all set up.
Okay, yeah, I'll make sure to join everything.
Okay, sweetie.
Y'all have a great night. It was nice talking to y'all.
You
All
too.
right, bye,
You
Lexi.
take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Man, we have been up here for a little minute. This one ain't gonna load, y'all. That's what's
gonna
gonna
be
happen.
like, YouTube
Yeah,
gonna
this,
be like,
this
no, ma'am.
yes, this StreamYards is gonna be like, it's a no for me, dog. You ain't getting it, cause you ain't got it, and you've been up there too goddamn long. And then I'm wide awoke. I don't understand. I usually be sleepy. Yes, girl. When I be up here this long, I usually be sleepy. I am wide awoke. I'm with the shits. I don't know why.
Y'all
I don't know
literally
why.
got me through all, like, y'all literally got me through. I'm 4 miles away. Like,
And
I'm getting
when
off
you
the exit
said
right
that,
now.
because I was about to get off earlier, and then when you said that you was making it through your whole shift, I was just like, well, I'm just gonna stay on until Khadijah finish going through her shift. I
I
was
really
like,
appreciate y'all. I'm gonna pay my, actually, I'm gonna, because I was about to pay my tithes, but I'm gonna go ahead and become a member, pay my tithes like that.
girl, I was about to say, pay the Lord before you pay me.
I don't pay no Lord, but
Girl, you know what I'm saying, Ludell?
Yeah, I'm like, what tithes are you paying?
Right, that's why I was
I
like,
just
what times you talking about?
I just send, cut some cash app, like, like whenever I listen,
Oh, you
and I'm
mean
able to catch you live, I just pay my
okay?
tithes.
You mean
know what I'm
giving money
saying?
to her regularly when you
Oh
get a
yeah, and
chance?
you
Yeah.
know what? I want to thank everybody for the super chats and the super stickers and all the cash apps because people have been looking out with the cash apps all day today. Probably because we've been up here so long, they probably felt obligated. But you don't have to feel obligated. For some reason, I'm wide awoke and well rested. I'm bright eyed and bushy tailed. I'm sitting on the end of the bed looking like a sweet little baby bird. Okay.
Yeah, but I be appreciating all the content, the knowledge and stuff. You can't get this stuff nowhere. You can't. So I just I know it would it supports the channel.
Yeah, people was cash apping me today, and I meant to thank everybody for the cash apps and the super chats and everything because I know I don't know why I got so much energy. I have no idea. My
Child, I'm
cat just
tired. I'm
looking
going to
out the
bed early.
window, happy as hell.
It's like it comes
And
in spurts.
yeah,
With your
but I don't
energy.
know about today. It's like really big. I stopped to use the restroom, whatever, but I like kept going. Like, and usually I go for like 250 miles, and then I take a break, and then I go for another 250 and take a break. So today I just went all the way through.
Right, because we was up here talking so much shit.
I was in it. I was paying attention to the road. Don't get me wrong, but I was just like trying to make all the connections.
Yeah, because I'd be amazed at how you able to be on a live stream and be like, I'd be like, how does she do that? Like, and not be scared. Like, because them mountains is scary to me. The mountains is scary to me.
Just go slow. Like, just go slow and just pay attention to the road. Like my brain is set up a little bit different. It's like in a mechanical way. So I'm always like looking for, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm always like the way that I look at things is in sequence. You know?
Blue Dale, do you think you getting a little sickly from that second shot?
I'm so tired. But that's because I was out in the cold and bullshitting. Yeah, I'm gonna end up going to bed early. But what the first shot was fine, and in the next couple of days, my arm was like, ow. So I'm assuming that this is gonna be the same situation. I don't feel sickly. I just feel a little tired. And then the booster is because I got the Pfizer one. The booster he said was 5 weeks from now. So it's like, okay. I just wanted to get it over with because I did delay getting the vaccine. I was scared I was going to grow like a third kitty or something. So I was one of those that was just holding out. So I finally decided to do it because I wanted to start, hanging out, going to restaurants and stuff again with my sister. So you can't go to these restaurants without showing a card that shows that you have the vaccine. So that was one of the main reasons why I said, yeah, I was just like, let me just stop playing and just do it. So we'll see. Yeah,
So you gotta show a card.
Yeah, they don't play. You either have to show a picture of the card on your phone when you walk into restaurants and stuff, or have the card on you. But they need to be able to say legally, this person showed that she was vaccinated, in case something goes down. Because restaurants are starting to pick up again. And so what they're doing is, you have to be vaccinated to come up in here. So that's one of the reasons why I decided to do it. And I was just like, fuck it, I need to be vaccinated. Like, can't hold on out forever. Because we don't know what, there could be a whole new variant next week.
I'm going to tell you, though, because I think I've had COVID, I'm going to say at least twice. At least.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm going to say at least twice. The first time I had it was really bad. Like I told y'all, I had to be hospitalized. And then the second time I had it, I got a slight fever and I was really, really sleepy. I was sweating a lot. And, I had it twice. I literally got COVID twice. But the first time was really bad. And the second time was slight. It was slight.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is I really believe that, I know the shot is the same thing as basically making your body become immune to it. So it's the same thing as getting it. You get what I'm saying? It's like the same thing as getting it. But you don't have all of the issues laid out with it. You know what I'm saying? Because all you're going to get when you get the shot, from what I hear, is that they're getting just sleepy, kind of sleepy. They might run a slight fever, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to get it the way it hits your body when you just get it. But I think it's the same effects, like as far as like preparing your body for it. And so your immune system learns it, figures it out, knows how to operate. Because like I said, the first time I got it, it was real bad. The second time I got it, it was kind of like how I would have got the shot. I had a fever. I was really sleepy for like 2 to 3 days. And that was it.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. And I know it was COVID, like, because I went out, for the second time, I'm saying I went out and I was sitting next to a guy. I was in a Mexican restaurant, and there was this guy at the table next to me and my friends, and he was coughing really bad. And I could tell it was like a COVID cough. He didn't have no mask on. We was sitting there, just chilling with no mask on because we were eating.
Mm-hmm.
And all of us got sick, but a couple of my friends had the vaccine. I didn't, and like I said, we all got sick, but we all kind of got the same symptoms: a slight fever, a little bit of body sores and a couple of days of sleep, and we was right back. So I think once you get it, they're not saying that now. They're not saying that. Okay. But I do think once you get it, it's like any other virus. Your body learns how to fight it. And when you come out of it, your body is better, right? Your immune system is better. That's how your immune system works. Once it fights something off and it beats it, your immune system gets better. So when you bump into it again, you know, it might be able to catch you a couple of times. Like I remember, y'all know the stomach virus where you get that. Me and my kids got it every year for probably like 5 or 6 years straight. It was this stomach virus where I called it the rooter to the tutor. You would get it and you would be throwing up and shitting for like 2 to 3 days or, 24 hours to 48 hours. It was like that. And you wouldn't have a fever or nothing. You would just be sick. You couldn't keep nothing down or nothing. This was years ago. I haven't seen it recently in nobody, the stomach virus. And this is how I know viruses come and they go. And they never diagnosed this stomach virus. I mean, we would go to the hospital with it and they would be like, man, it's just a stomach virus. You got to give it 24 to 48 hours. And me and my kids would literally get this goddamn virus every year for like 5 or 6 years straight. Wow. And now none of us have gotten it in years. And it's not that it's probably still not out there. It's just that our bodies have become immune to it. And I think that's what's going to happen with COVID. I think that's what's going to happen because I've never had the flu.
Yeah,
I've never had the flu.
And I rarely get colds. If I stay out of people's face during the wintertime, I very rarely get a cold.
Yeah.
What I do is, if I feel a little scratch in my throat, I'm gonna take a couple shots of that Dayquil, and I get that shit up out me, let that mucus start coming out, and coming up and coming out. I'm not trying to get sick, and I've been out here in these streets, so I haven't gotten tested. I haven't gotten COVID, haven't gotten sick. And it's because every time I feel a little scratch.
Heaven says she had the flu for 3.5 weeks last year. Damn.
Oh, hell no.
Right. How you had a flu for 3.5 weeks, Heaven? How that work? That's what I'm saying, Blue Tinsel. Blue Tinsel said the flu has been around for over 100 years, but y'all got to understand, it's a lot of people that die off that goddamn flu every year. Every year, it's a lot of people, and they typically be elderly people.
Because can it turn into like bronchitis or pneumonia?
Yeah, pneumonia. Same thing, y'all, with COVID. My COVID turned into pneumonia. That is why I was in the hospital. It wasn't that I just had COVID. My fucking shit turned into pneumonia. My oxygen levels was at, what was it, like 78, 79? Like, it was bad. I couldn't fucking catch a breath. I couldn't even stand up. Literally, it was bad, man. And I thank God that I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? I really do thank God because I didn't know how to get well. I was trying to stay home, but I had used all my energy getting my sons well because my sons had it too. So I was, running up and down the stairs and doing everything, going to their rooms. And then, my youngest son got asthma. So I was having to give him breathing treatments every couple of hours. And, just a lot. I was doing a lot. Before I knew it, I was fucked up. I was just like, man, I'm fucked up out here, man. And believe it or not, y'all, do y'all know to use? They sent me home with an inhaler. I still got to use it sometimes.
Wow.
Yep.
All them
It's crazy.
The after effects.
Yep. They call it, what they're calling it is long suffering COVID. COVID survivors. Like I got a friend that don't got her taste. I never lost my taste. I got a friend that lost her taste and she still ain't got it back. So she done lost a lot of weight because she was like, you would be amazed at how not being able to taste something affects how you eat.
Damn.
She's like, I mean, it don't even make, she's like, I can't taste nothing. So it's like eating nothing.
I'm just like, man. So I'm happy you got it, Blue Dale.
Yeah.
Because my mom got it. I got it right after I got COVID, so that could be why. Because I got it too. I got vaccinated too. After I got COVID, I got vaccinated right after. I made sure my oldest son got vaccinated. I made sure my daughter got vaccinated. My mom and my dad and my granny had already been vaccinated. My brother caught COVID, and he had just small regular symptoms, and I was mad as fuck at him, but I was thankful for God.
Right.
I was mad at him for being sick, girl. Ain't that fucking slow? Like, I was leaving shit at his door, soup and shit. I made him a big pot of chicken noodle soup, and I was leaving, like, girl, I was sitting in my brother's driveway for like 2 hours, like, just talking to him on the phone and stuff, because I was worried about him. He wouldn't go to the hospital. He's a man. And I was worried. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I was sitting out there and he pulled through, and then I made him go get vaccinated. So I made everybody around me. I'm like, listen, man, at least just get the shit. So if you do get it, it won't be as bad. Hopefully, you know, but girl,
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal with it. You just don't, if you do get it, you don't want it to be ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know,
Like my
hopefully
shit was.
Hopefully it won't morph into too many variants before, you know, it's gone.
And y'all don't understand. My shit was like, it was gradual. Like, you know how when you get sick, you give yourself an amount of time to start getting better. You know, you look at the situation like, you know, let me see if I get better. Let me see in a couple of days. And then you doing all the preventative measures. You know what I'm saying? You doing everything you need to do to get you better. So when you know you're not getting better and all you're doing is declining.
Yeah, that's
because
scary.
I said I was not going to go in the hospital. I said it. I was like, I'm not going in that COVID floor because I ain't going to walk out. That's what I felt like. But then when I got in there, I had to realize who I was as a child of God.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, no, it's some grace and mercy on my life. And I know that. And I'm going to come out of here. But I was in there for 7 days. You know what I'm saying? So, and I scared the shit out of my family. Everybody was scared. Like, man, she might not make it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how fucked up I was. And so it's like, for me, that was like a lesson learned. Like, that might have something to do with my level of indifference. You know what I'm saying? Because that was like a life or death situation for me last year. And, you know, a lot of people, like, I literally prayed to God, like, God, remove anybody out my life that is not in my life because they actually enjoy being here. And when I started praying that prayer, everybody disappeared. I'm talking about everybody. I prayed that prayer for a whole month.
Wow.
If you want people out your life, because I prayed that prayer before everything happened. I prayed to God for a month. I said, remove anybody out my life that ain't supposed to be here and don't enjoy being here. Anybody. I don't care who it is. Remove them. And I'm talking about people was falling out the way like a motherfucker. And it was just a beautiful experience because it showed me a lot of things. And y'all the first people I told I prayed that. I prayed that about my ex. I was like, if he's supposed to be here, God, keep him here. If he not, please get rid of him because he keeps showing up and it's aggravating me. And like lately, he didn't stop like showing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I prayed hard, y'all. And then it just started happening. Everything started aligning itself, positioning itself. And it's just like, that's why prayer is everything, man. Get up every day and manifest what you want in your life. Every day, early in the morning and at night before you go to bed. And another thing that I do is I cut all the TVs on in my house, y'all. This is a tip. I cut every TV on in each bedroom and in my main living areas, and I put on protection prayers. And I keep them on in my house and I go to sleep. And I don't like those hours to be, because my mom used to do it when I was a kid and I never knew why she did it. She would always have the channel on like like pray, like preachers and stuff, preaching and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she would always have it on the TV overnight, or she would play gospel music overnight in the house. It would be low. So it's like we always heard it. You know, you get up, going to the bathroom, or you sneaking something out the refrigerator at night because we weren't allowed to go in the refrigerator. So we'd be sneaking, or it was always just that subtle sound of gospel music playing or something like that. And I would be like, it was something, it was a peacefulness in our home that was unmatched. And I just recently started doing it, and because I remember my mom did it. And I just recently started doing it. So I keep it on my TVs though, because you know, on YouTube, you can do anything. You can be like, where's a protection prayer? Where's a prayer? You know, because YouTube just gonna lead you anywhere.
Yeah, that's how I
You
felt
know?
when I was looking for sage. Everybody had their own way and rules, and I'm like, can I just get something simple? You the one person saying one thing, how to burn it and what to think and thoughts and stuff, and I just gave up, you know. So I'll probably end up just getting a candle or something. But
Yeah.
YouTube could lead you down a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah,
But
it's a
what
rabbit
is
hole.
the protection prayer? Is that separate in addition to the
The
TV being
protection
on?
prayer is just they quote scriptures of protection and they pray about it, and it's kind of like motivational talk for real. They pray, they give you and it's like you can do my protection prayers be 8 hours straight, the ones that I watch. And
Oh, okay.
and I put them on my TV. I put them on my TV and they play all night long while I'm asleep. I put them on each TV in my house, my son's TVs, my TV in my bedroom, and my main interest of my home, which is in my, living room where my TV is at. And I put protection prayers on, and then I pray over my house at night. And then I make sure I go to bed at night. I make sure all doors is closed. As far as like my sons and rooms and bathrooms and everything, my room, and I pray. And I'm telling you that I've been doing this for about maybe like 5 or 6 months now. It happened right around the time I started praying for people to be removed from my life. Because I was noticing it was too much negative energy around me. And I'm just like I feel an obligation to things I shouldn't feel obligated to. I needed to be released. You know what I'm saying? So I started asking God to help me with it to where I wouldn't feel bad and things wouldn't happen in a way to where, I felt bad about myself, and everything happened appropriately. I'm talking about it just happened proper. Yeah. Oh, so Heaven says, I watch the Daily Effective Prayer channel. Okay. We'll check that out. But if you ladies are tired, did you arrive yet, Khadijah?
Girl, I took a wrong turn. I'm
No,
5
the
miles and
hell
I
you
gotta
didn't.
I be doing that all the time. Like sometimes they'll take you down the wrong path or the wrong where the cars will go and the trucks gotta go somewhere else. So I gotta turn around and go back the other way. And I can't just, hit no U-turn. You need like 4 or 5 lanes so I can hit a U-turn. And it's only 2.
Tia Webb says she get the flu shot. You do, Tia? Tia be cracking me
I
up.
don't get no shots. I don't get none. 0. No shots.
T need all the shots for all the mess she be doing.
Okay.
Out here making motherfuckers twerk and pop and shit.
Right. I want to know what she was doing. And I asked her, was it khaki colored? I ain't know worse even. I don't get so old. Yeah, I told her it was the brown-eyed khaki. I don't even know how that happened, like how she found herself in that situation.
You gotta be extra kinky.
But you know what they do say? White men are like that, though. But I've never had that experience with a white man acting like that with me.
Yeah, I think they all have their kinks.
including black men.
Mm-hmm.
They the ones that got the most kinks with their little trifling tails. So if you sleepy, go ahead, Ludell. You gotta hold on for us. I know that shot done made you tired.
It's like, oh my god. Yeah, it's starting to feel sore. Yeah, I'm gonna call it an early night because I don't want to wake up too late tomorrow. All right,
No.
Khadija, stay safe.
Okay, I will. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, good night, Ludell. Get you some rest, girl. We'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll probably, I'll be up here tomorrow.
Okay.
All
Have a good
righty.
night, y'all. All right.
You too.
Good night.
So, Juanita says, how's Brad in bed? Is it really that small? Girl, Juanita, who told you that? Yeah, Terry Johnson. Khadijah is a truck driver, so she done got lost. I said I was gonna stay on the phone with her till she got to her destination.
Yeah, I gotta get this lady talking, so she can tell me where to go. Cause
Girl,
she
I'm
be
wide
annoying.
awake, so I don't mind sitting with you until you get to where you're going, girl. Ain't no thing. And look, Juanita talking about some house Brad in bed. Is it really that small? Girl, it don't be some. They be lying. They done
I ain't
lied to
never
everybody.
seen. I ain't had. Well, I ain't had that. Only been with one white guy, but when I look at porn, it don't look like no little dick on there. So
Because it don't be. They be lying. That's what I'm saying. They be lying. I mean, some of
they
them is,
trying to
but
go off
just
them Greek statues. That's not them no more.
but see, some of them be lying, but some of them don't be. It's just like the same with black men. Some are, some aren't. It's the same way. It's the same thing, y'all. It ain't no different.
Yeah. I mean, they got some BBCs, but I mean, they got some little bitty ass ones too.
Yes, they do. Now, my ex, though, who's that man? Lord Jesus.
Oh
That
yeah, I was
thing.
thinking about what you said when you was like, when they show you their strength in bed, like, ooh, yeah,
Yes, it's just like, it's a whole vibe, girl. It's a whole vibe.
yeah. I'm on my way to, and my next load is going to Atlanta, and my dude is in Atlanta, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to turn on my secondary clock that I ain't supposed to have, and I'm about to make my way to Atlanta. I'm
I
trying to
know
get
that's right, girl.
penetrated.
I know that's right. Is that so? He drive. So okay. So you do a couple of trips and then you be down for the week.
No, I stay out. But I told them to like run me through Atlanta, like in the weekends, run me through Atlanta so I can, go have fun with my friends, go do hood rat things with my friends. So, I pretty much stay out like every day, all day. But on the weekends, like when I hit Atlanta, then that's like I just take a day off and then I get back out here.
Do you be feeling like you just be tired though? That sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, I do be tired, but I go to sleep. It's a lot of work, but like, sometimes like.
But you know what though? I feel like this though. When I was your age in my 20s, I worked real hard. I was one of those people that will work like I was a dental assistant during the day, and then I would be bartending at night, and I had all these little hustles and stuff like that. And I worked real hard all the way up until maybe I hit like 34, 35. And then I just started slowing down and I started making my money make money. I was like, I can't do this no more. I can't have that type of work life. Because I was always working, because I was in, be honest, I was in survivor mode because I grew up poor. So I felt like I always had to be working. I felt like I always had to be doing something. Like, I'm like, I can never not be. And it's like now I've found different ways to make money. You know what I'm saying? And do things. And my money stretches. Like, I don't spend money a lot. I save my money. So it'll get better when you get older. Trust me. Like you get way
I
more
think that's
smarter with
why.
money the older you get.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm trying to get into construction. Like now, like go ahead and like buy my own land and you know get into construction so I can be able to own the houses that I build and the land that it's on and rent
Yeah.
those out. So I'm trying to get into that right now. That would be
Yeah,
because
you
that would
will
be a
learn like the
residual.
because I didn't never think I would be able to sit still. Like how it started happening with my relationships. You know, being kept, being taken care of. And then I was able to think about other things because my mind wasn't on surviving. So I started thinking about other things like, well, what should I do with this money or what should I do with that money? And then I became a beast at saving. I became a
Yeah.
beast at saving. Like I'm telling you, like I never really spend money, but I'm always able to give money. I'm always able to lend money because I have money. I don't spend it. I keep it. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand that it's a resource and I understand that mostly everybody around me don't have a lot of money, like as far as like my family members and stuff like that. So it's like once you get a little older, that survival mode turns into strategic thinking. It just because you get sick of being in that mode. Because I was in that mode. I don't know if that's what you're in, but I was. I was
Yeah.
in
Like
that.
I'm in
Oh, I'm
beast mode right
scared.
now.
Yeah, I was scared. I was scared to ever have to need anybody. I was scared. You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of things that I was just working. I'm talking about I was at the dental office from like 9 to 5, working at the bar to like 3 in the morning, back at it at 9 at the dental office. Like I was doing that shit for almost like 20 years. And on top of that, I went in and out of hospitality business, working at different places, hotels. Like I was just always working. And it got to a point to where I was like, okay, how do I let money make money to where this is not what I'm doing? Because this is, I'm gonna get old in a minute. So I started changing my way of thinking, but it's definitely like your age is definitely like grind age because you young and you free and you healthy. You know what I'm saying? That's the age to make money, to work hard and make money. That's that age. And I see that in a lot of young people. You know what I'm saying? Like even my ex, you know, I told you my ex was in his 20s. That's all he do. That's all he fucking do. That's all he chase money all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I told him, he said he be feeling bad. He like, I be feeling bad, man. I be feeling like I'm obsessed with money. And I'm like, no, like you at that age where you supposed to be like that. You are men
Somebody
and
tried to
women.
make me feel bad.
Nah, you
Somebody tried to make
supposed
me
to
feel
be
bad
like that.
for like, yeah, I know I'm supposed to be like that, but they tried to make me feel
Yeah.
bad for, like always chasing money, everything being about money. I'm like, listen, I don't have nobody to really fall back on. Okay, like I'm the oldest, sibling. I don't have nobody to fall back on. Everybody, my siblings, if they need help, they're gonna ask me for help. So I have to be on my shit so that my siblings don't fall. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Because they're
That's what I'm
younger than
saying. Like I told him the same thing because he really like his whole life. He is fucking serious as fuck about money. And he was like, man, I be feeling like that shit kind of like lightweight, superficial. You think? And I'm like, I mean, yeah, but you know, your 20s is your age to stunt. It's your age to stunt and be cocky and you know, do all of that stuff. Like that's the age to be that way, you know, to be all like to get your full shine. So, you know, you would calm down when you get a little older, it ain't shit, you know.
all right.
I did the same thing. I'm telling you, when I was in, you couldn't tell me shit, man. I was at work and that was the end of the discussion. Like, what are you talking about? What else? No, I'm gotta go to work. So, Yeah, Black Amazon Queen. She said, I'm 25 and I'm a money person. I gotta have it. I work hard for it. That's what you should be doing, because you're gonna get to a certain age where you're gonna get tired. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that's gonna happen. So this is the age to build. In your 20s, that's the age to build, grind it out, work hard. You ain't got no kids either. Girl, bye. Girl, you doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, traveling all over the world, making money. Because
Yeah,
trust
it's
and
like I
believe
done
me,
did the military thing. I done did all this stuff. Like I'm ready to sit down. I really do feel like I'm already in my 40s. Honestly, I
because you
really do
work
feel
so
like I'm in
hard.
my 40s. Yeah, I've had those jobs. Like I've had a regular job, and then I had a temp service job where I was doing like working 2 jobs in one day, and then working the 2 of those. I had 3 jobs, working my main job and then my second job Monday through Friday, and then working my second job and my side job on the weekends. So I did that too.
Mm.
Saying so, I'm ready to sit down. I want to, like when I was looking at the Rihanna her situation with, finally having a family and stuff. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
I always see Rihanna chilling on the yacht. I want to be the mom who like is chilling on the yacht with her newborn, like at 37 years old.
Yeah,
I want a
I
yacht.
think you got that. I think you got that life coming to you. You know what I'm saying? You hard working. You're a beautiful young lady. I believe that you got that coming for you. You know what I'm saying? You doing everything you're supposed to do, and you're a good person. I can hear it in your voice. You know what I'm saying? So everything gonna line the way it's supposed to. I think you just got to start manifesting it and believing it,
Yeah, I
and
did
believing
want
that it's right
to
around the
ask
corner.
about. Yeah, I do want to like start getting into shadow work and dark femininity
Mm-hmm.
to start facing, because I think what's stopping me from doing that is like, I don't know if I don't want to face my reality, because it might be too harsh for me to take. But I don't think I'm strong, so I don't think that it would be too harsh for me to take. But it's me being real with me. So I do want to get into shadow work. And
Yeah, shadow work is, it's just basically, answering what you have going on. Like I said, maybe like 5 or 6 months ago, I didn't even tell nobody this, but I was like praying for shit to be removed out of my life because I wasn't happy with the people that were surrounding me. I didn't feel like the people that were surrounding me was happy with me. I felt like it was just some discombobulation going on. I'm like, this don't feel like, people I need to be around, or people need, or I may not be the person they need to be around, just take full responsibility for both parts. And it was just like, I need to figure out and remove myself. You know what I'm saying? And I just started praying for a lot of things. And when I started praying for a lot of things, like before this prayer, a lot of people was like holding on. And one of those people that I'm really speaking of was my ex. He was holding on tight. You know what I'm saying? And I was just letting it, because I really wasn't tripping for real. But it was just like, it was like that phase that you go through when you breaking up with somebody, but y'all live together. So I'm still in the house. He went and got a whole apartment. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that was what kept us with that little fake ass excuse to keep dealing with each other. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of went back and forth for a long time. And I just started praying, like, Lord, please remove any and everybody out my life that ain't supposed to be here, because this is ridiculous. And I'm way too old to be dealing with this. And a lot of shit happened from those prayers. That's why I think in 2022, grace and just being real with your purpose, not attaching yourself to things that don't benefit you, walking into your light, even if it's a slow walk, sometimes it's going to be a slow walk, a slow grind, but, doing the things you're supposed to do for you. You know what I'm saying? Becoming indifferent, not allowing things to bother you and hurt you and frustrate you. Like all of those things, like purpose and manifestation, it should be a part of 2022 for Black women. It should be. Like anything that don't work, just walk away from it. It don't need to be much discussion. It don't.
Yeah, that's words to the wise. For real. I'm definitely about to be, focusing more, especially how you were saying like I should do the YouTube. Like I think getting myself in my mind and in preparation for that will be beneficial. It will be beneficial for me to get my mind right before doing this YouTube thing and actually just putting myself out there, opening a problem that'll open up a lot more opportunity for me.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I
Yeah,
think that everything gonna work out the way you want it to, Khadijah. I really do. I don't think you're gonna have to worry about much. I think you're gonna have a good family. I think you're gonna have a good husband, and I think you're gonna have some children in the next couple of years. I do.
Couple? Nah,
Just one.
no.
You want more than a couple?
Well, I want like 3, but not in a couple years.
I think for
Not in a
maybe
couple
like the
years.
4 or 5 years, you're gonna be settled. For some reason, I'm getting that feeling. And maybe like 4 or 5 years, you'll be settled.
Please. I'll be settled, but I want to make sure I got the yacht first. Like
You want a
I
yacht?
just want to be on the water, away from civilization. Yes, I want a yacht. I'm
Sounds
not
like a
saying no
good
multi-million dollar.
idea. Mm.
I just want me like a $500,000 yacht. With about 2 bedrooms on it. Kitchen, everything. You know what I'm saying? And I want my yacht, and I want to be able to sit in front of my island that my mom and my daddy's from, and chill.
And
Raise
have
my
your little
child
kids running around on the on the boat. That'd be
on the
cute.
boat. Yep.
That'd be
If
cute.
I want some lobster, I can go to the reef, scuba real quick, free dive or scuba. Go down there, get up under that reef, pull his ass up out of there, and put his ass on the grill.
I know that's right, boo.
That's what I'm gonna do. But
And
I
I
mean,
think you can get it. I think it's I don't know why, but my feeling that I'm getting is like because I don't know your direct vision for what you want, but my feeling is definitely telling me you about to be settled in some years, chilling out.
okay. I guess with this person that I'm with, is he
It
black?
might be him. You don't know.
If he's black, then this probably is it. Because if this ain't it, then he ain't black.
You never
Being
know.
honest.
Like black love is not always. I think that we just because I don't want a relationship with black men, I would never get up here and hate on black love. I would never fucking do that. Like I do believe that black love is a struggle because of how society is set up, but it doesn't mean that your black man is in the house whooping on your head every day. It just means that society and the way that they view black people sets black relationships up to be a little different, which is a struggle. But I would never get up here and hate on black love. I would never do that. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do that to nobody. No, you are able to love your black man in this space, y'all. You are able to be in love with your black man in this space. I will never make you feel bad for loving your black man in this space. If you love your black man, love your black man. Stop letting people online teach you how to not love your kids and how to not love your man. Y'all done lost it. No. You can love your man. Shit.
I love him, but
Y'all know when I like my ex, y'all know how I feel about my ex. I still love my ex. Just not with him no more. But I didn't hold back on how I felt about that man when I was up here. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that for nobody, y'all. Like y'all gotta grow up a little bit around here. For real. Because I'm not about to be shaming black women for loving a black man. I'm just not doing it. I'm not. You have all full rights to love your black man and your black children, boo. Over here, maybe nowhere else, but over here, you got full rights. Okay? We don't play them games. Men are men. I done said it 1,000 times, y'all. Men are men. Like I just told y'all, Caleb is a little snot nose and thinking he about to take me up top. Not gonna happen. He gonna get spun in a circle and fucking left dizzy, spinning around looking where I went. So no, like, girl, please.
Yeah, now that I done got here, I'm tired. Shoot.
You there now?
Oh yeah, I'm in line. I'm like the next truck in line. I'm putting on my jacket and stuff so I can go out here. In South
Okay,
Carolina,
well,
it's probably
good.
not even cold. I'm tripping. But yeah,
That's good.
it was nice talking to you and everything.
Yes, I wanted to make sure
After
you,
I drop this off, I'm going to bed.
because girl, I'm about to go to bed too.
I appreciate the live stream. I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe to your members only. To
Okay.
talk to me nice, right? Like talk to me nice is the one.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna subscribe to that one.
All right. Thank you, Khadijah.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that came on the channel.
No problem.
'Cause I got a lot of insight, especially I'm not sure what her name. I keep forgetting everybody's name, but especially the one that like point out a lot of narcissistic behaviors.
Mhm.
That
I think it was
woman is
Elizabeth. I think that was Elizabeth. Yeah.
yeah, she is so profound.
Okay. But thank you, Khadijah, because I'm tired too. Cherie says she been trying to hang in there. Girl, you could have went to sleep. Girl. All right. You have a nice day at work, Khadijah. All right, bye.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, y'all. Been hanging in there. And I'm going to wrap this up. We made sure Khadijah got to work. We made sure everybody else got to work in our sofa. And so you guys be easy. I will see you ladies tomorrow. Bye-bye.